This is how Pippin reads in a consciously anachronistic way, with the benefit of the hindsight of those who lived 2 centuries after Hegel's prophecy, in his lectures on aesthetics, that post-romantic art will enact the self-transcendence of art but within its own sphere and in the form of art itself. 15 Art transcends itself as representational art, it overcomes its limitation to the representational sphere. What Hegel could not grasp was the notional possibility of an art that would overcome in itself, as art, the medium of representation, and thus function as an art adequate to the total reflexivization of life conceptualized in his absolute idealism. 16. The interest of Pippin's gesture resides in the fact that he rejects the standard story which goes something like this: with Hegel, Western metaphysics reached its apogee in the figure of absolute knowing, the actual infinity of the total conceptual mediation of all reality. Nothing can any longer resist the power of notional conceiving. God himself is, as Hegel put it with an implicit but all the more unsurpassable acerbic irony, an interesting representation. However, post-Hegelian philosophy, in all its versions, is a reaction against this totality of absolute notional self-mediation, against this all-powerful spirit which swallows everything up. Finitude is fully reasserted, meaning, among other things, that art regains its rights against philosophy. The first step in this direction was already taken by Schelling in his system of transcendental idealism, where he places art above philosophy as the highest synthesis of spirit and nature, of subject and object, of thought and senses. Philosophy is limited to the thinking subject opposed to nature, to sensuous reality. The harmonious balance of the two sides is achieved only in a work of art. When, however, Pippin envisages a new possibility for art after Hegel, he does not ground it in any limitation of reason, of reflexive mediation. For him, the modernist break has nothing to do with the reassertion of the unsurpassable horizon of finitude. Pippin remains faithful to Hegel. There is no transcendent truth from which we, as finite humans, remain forever cut off, either in the form of an infinite reality which art cannot properly represent, or in the form of a divinity too sublime to be grasped by our finite mind. In other words, the point of Pippin's rehabilitation of art is not that the absolute cannot be directly conceptually grasped, that it can only be hinted at, evoked as an unfathomable X. In artistic metaphors, his rehabilitation of art has nothing to do with the assertion of an irrational spirituality, too subtle to let itself be caught in the crude analytical categories of human reason, of a spirituality which can only be experienced in the form of artistic intuition. Modernist art is thoroughly reflexive, in contrast to traditional art which still relies on a non-reflected acceptance of some substantial medium or reality. It is reflexive in the radical sense of questioning its own medium. This is what abstraction means, a reflexive questioning of the very medium of artistic representation, so that this medium loses its natural transparency. Reality is not just out there, reflected or imitated by art. It is something constructed, something contingent, historically conditioned, and therein resides the legacy of German idealism, which destroyed the classical picture of the sensible intelligible relation. Sensibility could not now be understood as an unclear representation of the world that reason could work to clarify or could represent better, nor could it be understood as a vivid, lively impression, guiding the abstracting and generalizing intellect. The content of sensibility was, after Kant, to be understood as the material object of the understanding synthesizing, active work. Sensory data became representative as a result of this work by the understanding, and considered apart from such informing, conceptualizing activity, it counted as mere stuff, pre-intelligible materiality. 17. The consequence of all this for the visual arts is that painterly and indeed sensible representations cannot be understood on some mimetic model of seeing through the image to the object itself. 18. Abstraction in this Hegelian sense does not mean abstraction of everything that was not intrinsic to art as such, but abstraction from dependence on sensual immediacy, and so a kind of enactment of the modernist take on normativity since Kant, self-legislation. Paintings by Pollock and Rothko are not presentations of paint drips and color fields and flat canvas. They thematize and so render self-conscious components of sensible meaning that we traditionally would not see and understand as such, would treat as given. Said another way, they present the materiality of such components in their conceptual significance. Such materiality is mentioned, cited, or quoted, as well as used, as well as occupying space on a stretched canvas. And this can make sense because the result character of even sensible apprehension has come to be part of the intellectual habits of mind of modern self-understanding, even if unattended to as such. Point 19. This is why one can only agree with Pippin's endorsement of Michael Fried's rejection of modernism and postmodernism as consecutive stages of historical development. Postmodernism is rather the name for a regression, for a refusal to follow the consequences of the modernist break. There was no failure of modernism, no exhaustion by the end of abstract expressionism. Rather, there was a failure to appreciate and integrate the self-understanding reflected in such art. The aftermath minimalism, literalism, op, and pop art, postmodernism can be understood better as evasions and repressions than as alternatives. Point 20. Or, to put it in Badiou's terms, there is no postmodernist event. Postmodernism is not an event proper, but, at its most basic, a reactive formation, a way of betraying the modernist break, of reintegrating its achievement into the dominant field. The apparent radicality of some postmodern trends should not deceive us here. This often spectacular radicality is there to fascinate us with its deceptive lure, and thus to blind us to the fundamental absence of thought proper. Suffice it to recall recent trends in the visual arts. Gone are the days of simple statues or framed paintings. What we see now are the frames themselves without paintings, dead cows and their excrement, videos of the inside of the human body, the inclusion of odors in the exhibition, and so on and so forth. Here, again, as in the domain of sexuality, perversion is no longer subversive. The shocking excesses are part of the system itself, what the system feeds on in order to reproduce itself. Perhaps this gives us one possible definition of postmodern art as opposed to modernist art. In postmodernism, the transgressive excess loses its shock value and is fully integrated into the established art market. This weird postmodern space where excesses lose their subversive edge brings us to a further critical point which concerns the properly modern capitalist class struggle in its difference from traditional caste and feudal hierarchies. Since Hegel's notion of domination was limited to the traditional struggle between master and servant, what he could not envisage was the kind of relationship of domination which persists in a post-revolutionary situation, where all individuals recognize each other as autonomous free subjects. This prodigious social leveling of a modern democracy certainly does not exclude the emergence of wealth and of profound distinctions between rich and poor, even in the socialist countries. Nor is it in any way to be understood as the end of classes in their economic sense. There are still workers and managers in these societies, there is still profit and exploitation, reserve armies of the unemployed, and so on and so forth. But the new cultural equality is infused with a powerful hatred of hierarchy and special privileges and with a passionate resentment of caste distinctions and inherited cultural superiority. It is permitted to be wealthy, so long as the rich man is as vulgar as everyone else. Point 21. A situation which, one might add, opens up the unexpected possibility of a genuinely proletarian reappropriation of high culture. All these cases of Hegel's historical limitation seem to themselves call for an Hegelian analysis: laborers reduced to an appendix of machinery, reality dominated by the virtual/ideal self-movement of capital's circulation, a hierarchy persisting in the very form of plebeianization, paradoxical reversals which seem to give body to all the twists and turns of the most sophisticated dialectic. What kind of reconciliation can we then imagine in these new conditions? Apropos Hegel's reconciliation in a modern post-revolutionary state, Jameson outlines a higher, enlarged version of Hegelian reconciliation, a version appropriate for our global capitalist epoch, the project of a human age characterized by production for us and ecology. Point 22. Jameson's view is that, far from standing for the ultimate end of history, the reconciliation proposed at the end of the chapter on spirit in the phenomenology is a temporary, fragile synthesis. Hegel himself was Aware that this reconciliation was under threat, as is clear from his panicky reaction to the revolution of 1830 and the first signs of universal democracy. Is it then not consistent that, in view of the new contradictions of the 19th century capitalist system which exploded the fragile Hegelian synthesis, a renewed Hegelian approach which remains faithful to the idea of concrete universality, of universal rights for all, calls in its very structure for the subsequent enlargements of later history 23 and for a new project of reconciliation? Such a move is nonetheless illegitimate. It does not take into account in a sufficiently radical way that the same paradox as that of the retroactive positing of presuppositions holds also for the future. This is why Hegel was right to insist that the owl of Minerva takes flight only at dusk, and also why the 20th century communist project was utopian precisely insofar as it was not radical enough, that is, insofar as the fundamental capitalist thrust of unleashed productivity survived in it, deprived of its concrete contradictory conditions of existence. The inadequacy of Heidegger, Adorno, and Horkheimer, and so on, lies in their abandonment of the concrete social analysis of capitalism, in their very critique or overcoming of Marx. They in a certain way repeat Marx's mistake like him. They take unleashed productivity as something ultimately independent of the concrete capitalist social formation. Capitalism and communism are not two different historical realizations, two species, of instrumental reason. Instrumental reason as such is capitalist, grounded in capitalist relations, and really existing socialism failed because it was ultimately a subspecies of capitalism, an ideological attempt to have one's cake and eat it, to break out of capitalism while retaining its key ingredient. Marx's notion of the communist society is itself the inherent capitalist fantasy, that is, a phantasmatic scenario for resolving the capitalist antagonisms he so aptly described. In other words, our wager is that, even if we take away the teleological notion of communism as the implicit standard by which Marx measures the alienation of existing society, the bulk of his critique of political economy, his insights into the self-propelling vicious cycle of capitalist production, survives. The task of contemporary theory is thus double: on the one hand, to repeat the Marxist critique of political economy without the utopian ideological notion of communism as its inherent standard; on the other hand, to imagine really breaking out of the capitalist horizon without falling into the trap of returning to the eminently pre-modern notion of a balanced, restrained society. A return to Hegel is crucial in order to perform this task, a return which dispenses with all the classic anti-Hegelian topics, especially that of Hegel's voracious narcissism, of the Hegelian idea swallowing up or internalizing the whole of reality. Instead of trying to undermine or overcome this narcissism from the outside, emphasizing the preponderance of the objective, one should rather problematize this figure of Hegel by asking a simple question: which Hegel is our point of reference here? Do not both Lukács and Adorno refer to the idealist subjectivist reading of Hegel, to the standard image of Hegel as the absolute idealist who posited spirit as the true agent of history, its subject substance? Within this framework, capital can effectively appear as a new embodiment of the Hegelian spirit, an abstract monster which moves and mediates itself, parasitizing the activity of actual, really existing individuals. This is why Lukács also remains all too idealist when he proposes simply replacing the Hegelian spirit with the proletariat as the subject-object of history. Lukács is here not really Hegelian, but a pre-Hegelian idealist. If, however, one problematizes this figure, another Hegel appears, a more materialist Hegel for whom the reconciliation between subject and substance does not mean that the subject swallows its substance, internalizing it into its own subordinate moment. Reconciliation rather amounts to a much more modest overlapping or redoubling of the two separations. The subject has to recognize in its alienation from substance the separation of substance from itself. This overlapping is what is missed in the Feuerbachian Marxian logic of disalienation, in which the subject overcomes its alienation by recognizing itself as the active agent which has itself posited what appears to it as its substantial presupposition. In the Hegelian reconciliation between subject and substance, there is no absolute subject which, in total self-transparency, appropriates or internalizes all objective substantial content. But reconciliation also does not mean that the subject should renounce the hubris of perceiving itself as the axis of the world and accept its constitutive decentering, its dependency on some primordial, abyssal absolute beyond or beneath the subject/object divide, and, as such, also beyond the subject's conceptual grasp. The subject is not its own origin. Hegel firmly rejects Fichte's notion of the absolute I which posits itself and is nothing but the pure activity of the self-positing. But the subject is also not just a secondary accidental appendix or outgrowth of some presubjective substantial reality. There is no substantial being to which the subject can return, no encompassing organic order of being in which the subject has to find its proper place. Reconciliation between subject and substance means the acceptance of this radical lack of any firm foundational point. The subject is not its own origin, it comes second, it is dependent upon its substantial presuppositions, but these presuppositions also do not have a substantial consistency of their own but are always retroactively posited. What this also means is that communism should no longer be conceived as the subjective appropriation of the alienated substantial content. All versions of reconciliation as subject swallows the substance should be rejected. So, again, reconciliation is the full acceptance of the abyss of the desubstantialized process as the only actuality there is. The subject has no substantial actuality, it comes second, it emerges only through the process of separation, the overcoming of its presuppositions, and these presuppositions are also just a retroactive effect of the same process of their overcoming. The result is thus that there is, at both extremes of the process, a failure or negativity inscribed in the very heart of the entity we are dealing with. If the status of the subject is thoroughly processual, this means that it emerges only through the failure to fully actualize itself. This brings us again to one possible formal definition of the subject. A subject tries to articulate itself in a signifying chain, this articulation fails, and in and through this failure, the subject emerges. The subject is the failure of its signifying representation, which is why Lacan writes the subject of the signifier as dollar, as bard. In a love letter, the very failure of the writer to formulate his declaration in a clear and effective way, his vacillations, the letter's fragmentary style, and so on, can in themselves be proof that the love he professes is authentic here. The very failure to deliver the message properly is the sign of its authenticity. If the message is delivered too smoothly, it will arouse the suspicion that it is part of a well-planned approach, or that the writer loves himself, the beauty of his writing, more than his love object, that the latter is effectively reduced to a pretext for engaging in the narcissistically satisfying activity of writing. And the same goes for substance. Substance is not only always already lost, it only comes to be through its loss, as a secondary return to itself, which means that substance is always already subjectivized. In the reconciliation between subject and substance, both poles thus lose their firm identity. Take the case of ecology. Radical emancipatory politics should aim neither at complete mastery over nature nor at humanity's humble acceptance of the predominance of Mother Earth. Rather, nature should be exposed in all its catastrophic contingency and indeterminacy, and the unpredictable consequences of human agency fully assumed. Viewed from this perspective of the other Hegel, the revolutionary act no longer involves the Lecoqian substance subject as its agent, as the agent who knows what it is doing while acting. Hegel is, of course, fully aware of the fact that our thinking wants to jump ahead of its time and project a future. His point is that such thinking is always and by definition ideological, mistaken. Its intervention into being generates something unexpected, totally different from what was projected. Therein resides the lesson of the French Revolution, the pure thought of universal equality and freedom, imposing itself onto social being, generated the terror. Marx's counter-argument here is that his revolutionary theory is not a utopian projection into the future, it merely extrapolates tendencies and possibilities from the antagonisms of the present. Hegel is wrong in his basic presupposition that one can rationally grasp the present as a totality. It cannot be done because our historical present is in itself split, traversed by antagonisms, Incomplete. The only way to concretely grasp it as a rational totality is from the standpoint of the revolutionary agent which will resolve those antagonisms. Present antagonisms are not readable on their own terms, they are like the Benjaminian traces which are readable only from the future. What Hegel rejects is precisely such a totalization from the future. The only totality accessible to us is the flawed totality of the present, and the task of thought is to recognize the heart in the cross of the present, to grasp how the totality of the present is complete in its very incompleteness, how this totality is sustained by those very features which appear as its obstacles or fatal flaws. The task here is to leave behind the standard subjectivist reading of Hegelian reconciliation, whose clearest instance is Lukács's History and Class Consciousness, but which also underlies Marx's reference to Hegel. Point 24. According to this reading, in reconciliation, the subject recognizes itself in the alienated substance, that is, it recognizes in it the reified product of its own work, and thereby reappropriates it, transforms it into a transparent medium of its self-expression. The key feature here is that the subject, the agent of reappropriation, is in the singular. What thereby disappears is the dimension of what Lacan calls the big other, the minimally objectivized symbolic order, the minimal self-transcendence which alone sustains the dimension of intersubjectivity. Intersubjectivity can never be dissolved into the direct interaction of individuals. This is why one should reject not only the famously stupid dialectical materialist substitution of idea with matter as the absolute, but also Lukács's more refined materialist reversal of Hegel, his substitution of Hegel's idealist subject-object with the proletariat as the actual historical subject-object. Lukács's reversal also implies a formalist and non-Hegelian separation of the dialectical method from the material to which it is applied. Hegel was right to describe the process of the subject's alienation and reappropriation of the fetishized or reified substantial content. He just did not see that what he described as the idea's self-movement is actually an historical development which culminates in the emergence of the substanceless subjectivity of the proletariat and its appropriation of the alienated substance through a revolutionary act. The reason we should reject this materialist reversal is that it remains all too idealist. Locating Hegel's idealism in the subject of the process, it fails to see the subjectivist idealism inherent in the very matrix of the dialectical process. There are two ways to break out of this idealism: either one rejects Hegel's dialectics as such, dismissing the notion of the subjective mediation of all substantial content as irreducibly idealist, proposing to replace it with a radically different matrix determination, Deleuze, difference and repetition, Derrida, difference, Adorno, negative dialectics with its preponderance of the objective, or one rejects such a reading of Hegel as idealist, as a misreading which remains blind to the true subversive core of Hegel's dialectic. This is our position. The Hegel of the absolute subject swallowing up all objective content is a retroactive fantasy of his critics, starting with late Schelling's turn to positive philosophy. This positivity is found also in the young Marx, in the guise of the Aristotelian reassertion of positive forces or potentials of being pre-existing logical or notional mediation. One should thus question the very image of Hegel, the absolute idealist presupposed by his critics. They attack the wrong Hegel, a straw man. What are they unable to think? The pure processuality of the subject which emerges as its own result. This is why talk about the subject's self-alienation is deceptive, as if the subject somehow precedes its alienation. What this misses is the way the subject emerges through the self-alienation of the substance, not of itself. We should therefore reject the young Marx's celebration of the subject's productive powers or potentials, of its essential nature. Marx is here secretly Aristotelian, presupposing a substantial subject which pre-exists the deployment of these potentials in history, that is, his critical move represents a kind of regression to an Aristotelian or naturalist essentialism, one which borrows a teleological logic of such natures that abandons rather than completes the Hegelian project. The key and very controversial point to be defended is, Hegel's self-making model is not derived from the Aristotelian notions of natural growth and maturation into some flourishing state. Point 25. One standard criticism addressed by some late partisans of dialectical materialism against the subjectivist Marxism of the young Lukács is that there is at least one key advantage of dialectical materialism, since it locates human history in the general frame of an all-encompassing dialectics of nature. It is much more appropriate for grasping the ecological problematic. But is this really so? Is it not, on the contrary, that the dialectical materialist vision with its objective laws of nature justifies a ruthless technological domination over and exploitation of nature? While the philosophically much more refined Adornian view of nature as the encompassing other of humanity, out of which humanity emerged and to which it forever remains indebted, clearly sees this, it does not offer much more than the well-known clichés of the critique of instrumental reason. It fails to provide a clear way to think nature philosophically, in its priority to humanity. We can see now why Adorno's project of negative dialectics, which sees itself as the overcoming of Hegel's positive dialectics, misses the point. Negative dialectics wants to break out of the confines of the principle of identity which enslaves or subordinates every otherness through conceptual mediation. In Hegel's idealism, negativity, alterity, and difference are asserted, but only as subordinate secondary moments serving their opposite. The absolute subject reappropriates all otherness, sublating it into a moment of its own self-mediation. Adorno counters this with his primacy of the objective. Instead of appropriating or internalizing all otherness, dialectics should remain open towards it, granting ultimate primacy to the objective over the subjective, to difference over identity. What if, however, the image of Hegel's dialectic this critique presupposes is wrong? What if, in its innermost core, Hegel's dialectic is not a machine for appropriating or mediating all otherness, for sublating all contingency into a subordinated ideal moment of the notional necessity? What if Hegelian reconciliation already is the acceptance of an irreducible contingency at the very heart of notional necessity? What if it involves, as its culminating moment, the setting free of objectivity in its otherness? In this case, it is Adorno's negative dialectics which, paradoxically, remains within the confines of identitarian thought, the endless critical work of the negative which is never done, since it presupposes identity as its starting point and foundation. In other words, Adorno does not see how what he is looking for is already at work at the very heart of the Hegelian dialectic, so that it is Adorno's very critique which obliterates the subversive core of Hegel's thought, retroactively cementing the figure of his dialectic as the panlogicist monster of the all-consuming absolute notion. Does this mean that the ultimate subjective position we can adopt is that of a split which characterizes the fetishistic disavowal? Is it the case that all we can do is take the stance of, although I know very well that there is no big other, that the big other is only the sedimentation, the reified form, of intersubjective interactions, I am compelled to act as if the big other is an external force which controls us all? It is here that Lacan's fundamental insight into how the big other is barred, lacking, inexistent even, acquires its weight. The big other is not the substantial ground, it is inconsistent or lacking, its very functioning depends on subjects whose participation in the symbolic process sustains it. In place of both the submersion of the subject in its substantial other and the subject's appropriation of this other, we thus have a mutual implication through lack, through the overlapping of the two lacks, the lack constitutive of the subject and the lack of / in the other itself. It is perhaps time to read Hegel's famous formula: one should grasp the absolute not only as substance, but also as subject more cautiously and literally. The point is not that the absolute is not substance, but subject. The point is hidden in the not only, but also, that is, in the interplay between the two, which also opens up the space of freedom. We are free because there is a lack in the other, because the substance out of which we grew and on which we rely is inconsistent, barred, failed, marked by an impossibility. But what kind of freedom is thereby opened up? Here we should raise a clear and brutal question in all its naivete. If we reject Marx's critique and embrace Hegel's notion of the owl of Minerva which takes flight only at dusk, that is, if we accept Hegel's claim that the position of an historical agent able to identify its own role in the historical process and to act accordingly is inherently impossible, Since such self-referentiality makes it impossible for the agent to factor in the impact of its own intervention, of how this act itself will affect the constellation. What are the consequences of this position for the act, for emancipatory political interventions? Does it mean that we are condemned to acting blindly, to taking risky steps into the unknown whose final outcome totally eludes us, to interventions whose meaning we can establish only retroactively, so that, at the moment of the act, all we can do is hope that history will show mercy and reward our intervention with at least a modicum of success? But what if, instead of conceiving this impossibility of factoring in the consequences of our acts as a limitation of our freedom, we conceive it as the zero-level condition of our freedom? The notion of freedom as known necessity found its highest expression in Spinoza's thought, and no wonder that Spinoza also provided the most succinct definition of the personalized notion of God. The only true God is nature itself, that is, substance as causa sui, as the eternal texture of causes effects. The personalized notion of God as a wise old man who, sitting somewhere up there in the heavens, rules the world according to his caprice, is nothing but the mystified positive expression of our ignorance when our knowledge of actual natural causal networks is limited. We as it were fill in the blanks by projecting a supreme cause onto an unknown highest entity. From the Hegelian view, Spinoza just needs to be taken more literally than he was ready to take himself. What if this lack or incompleteness of the causal network is not only epistemological but also ontological? What if it is not only our knowledge of reality but reality itself which is incomplete? In this case, is not the personalized notion of God also an indication of the ontological incompleteness of reality itself? Or, to put it in terms of the classical Hegelian distinction between what I want or mean to say and what I actually say, when I say God, I want to name the transcendent absolute person who governs reality, but what I really say is that reality is ontologically incomplete, that it is marked by a fundamental impossibility or inconsistency. In this sense Dostoevsky was right. It is only the personalized God insofar as he is the name for a desiring/lacking other, for a gap in the other who gives freedom. I am not free by being the creator and master of all reality. When nothing resists my power to appropriate all heterogeneous content, I am free if the substance of my being is not a full causal network, but an ontologically incomplete field. This incompleteness is signaled by an opaque desiring God, a God who is himself marked by imperfections and finitude, so that when we encounter him, we confront the enigma of what does he want, an enigma which holds also for God himself. But, again, what does this mean for our ability to act, to intervene in history? There are in French two words for the future which cannot be adequately rendered in English, futur and avenir. Futur stands for the future as the continuation of the present, as the full actualization of tendencies which are already present, while avenir points more towards a radical break, a discontinuity with the present. Avenir is what is to come, not just what will be. For example, in the contemporary apocalyptic situation, the ultimate horizon of the future is what Jean-Pierre Dupuy calls the dystopian fixed point, the zero point of ecological breakdown, global economic and social chaos, etc. Even if it is indefinitely postponed, this zero point is the virtual attractor towards which our reality, left to itself, tends. The way to combat the future catastrophe is through acts which interrupt this drifting towards the dystopian fixed point, acts which take upon themselves the risk of giving birth to some radical otherness to come. We can see here how ambiguous the slogan "No Future" is. At a deeper level, it designates not the impossibility of change, but precisely what we should be striving for to break the hold the catastrophic future has over us, and thereby to open up the space for something new to come. Chapter 5. Parataxes, Figures of the Dialectical Process. The widespread use of the notion of intellectual intuition in post-Kantian German idealism is not the sign of a regression to pre-critical metaphysics. For post-Kantian idealists, intellectual intuition is not a passive intuitive reception or vision of noumenal reality. On the contrary, it always designates an active, productive, spontaneous faculty, and, as such, it remains firmly rooted in the Kantian topic of the active synthesis of transcendental imagination. Point 1. So why did Kant reject this notion? What threshold did he refuse to cross? In 1804, towards the end of his life, Kant wrote that the two hinges on which his entire thought turns are the ideality of space and time and the reality of the concept of freedom. Point 2. Kant's opposition to the common sense attitude is clear here. For common sense naturalism, space and time are real, while freedom is ideal. For Kant, on the contrary, space and time are ideal, while freedom is real in the most radical sense. Freedom is an inexplicable, irrational, unaccountable fact of reason, a real which disturbs our notion of spatio-temporal reality as governed by natural laws. For this reason, our experience of freedom is properly traumatic, even for Kant himself, who mistakes the real as the impossible which happens for the real as the impossible to happen. That is to say, in Kantian ethics, the true tension is not between the subject's idea that he is acting only for the sake of duty and the hidden fact that there was actually some pathological motivation at work. The true tension is exactly the opposite one. The abyssally free act is unbearable, traumatic, in that when we accomplish an act out of freedom, and in order to sustain it, we experience it as conditioned by some pathological motivation. One is tempted to refer here to the key Kantian concept of schematization. A free act cannot be schematized, integrated into our experience, so, in order to schematize it, we have to pathologize it. And Kant himself, as a rule, misreads the true tension as the standard tension affecting the agent who can never be sure if his act really was free, rather than motivated by hidden pathological impulses. This is why, as Kierkegaard put it, the true trauma lies not in our mortality, but in our immortality. It is easy to accept that we are just a speck of dust in the infinite universe. What is much more difficult to accept is that we effectively are immortal free beings who, as such, cannot escape the terrible responsibility of our freedom. The root of this trouble lies with the deadlock at the heart of the Kantian edifice. As noted by Henrik, Kant starts with our cognitive capacity. The self with its three features is affected by noumenal things and, through its active synthesis, organizes impressions into phenomenal reality. However, once he arrives at the ontological result of his critique of knowledge, there can be no return to the self. There is no plausible interpretation of the self as a member of one of the two worlds. 3. This is where practical reason comes in. The only way to return from ontology to the self is via freedom. Freedom unites the two worlds, and provides for the unity or coherence of the self. This is why Kant repeated again and again the motto, subordinate everything to freedom. For here, however, a gap between Kant and his followers occurs. For Kant, freedom is an irrational fact of reason. It is simply and inexplicably given, something like an umbilical cord inexplicably rooting our experience in the unknown noumenal reality, not the first principle out of which one can develop a systematic notion of reality, while the idealists from Fichte onwards cross this limit and endeavor to provide a systematic account of freedom itself. The status of this limit changes with the idealists. What was for Kant an a priori limitation, so that the very notion of going over is stricto sensu meaningless, becomes for the idealists just an indication that Kant was not yet ready to pursue his project to the end, to draw all the consequences from his breakthrough. For the idealists, Kant got stuck halfway, while for Kant, his idealist followers totally misunderstood his critique and fell back into pre-critical metaphysics or, worse, mystical schwärmerei. There are thus two main versions of this passage. 5. Kant asserts the gap of finitude, transcendental schematism, the negative access to the noumenal as the only one possible, and so forth, while Hegel's absolute idealism closes the Kantian gap and returns to pre-critical metaphysics. It is Kant who goes only halfway in his destruction of metaphysics, still maintaining the reference to the thing in itself as an external inaccessible entity, and Hegel is merely a radicalized Kant, who moves from our negative access to the absolute itself as negativity. Or, to put it in terms of the Hegelian shift from epistemological obstacle to positive ontological condition, it is not that Hegel ontologizes Kant. On the contrary, it is Kant who, insofar as he conceives the gap as merely epistemological, continues to presuppose a fully constituted noumenal realm existing out there, and it is Hegel who deontologizes Kant, introducing a gap into the very texture of reality. In other words, Hegel's move is not to overcome the Kantian division, but, rather, to assert it as such, to remove the need for its overcoming, for the additional reconciliation of the opposites, that is, to gain the insight through a purely formal parallax shift into how positing the distinction as such already is the looked-for reconciliation. Kant's limitation lies not in his remaining within the confines of finite oppositions, in his inability to reach the infinite, but, on the contrary, in his very search for a transcendent domain beyond the realm of finite oppositions. Kant is not unable to reach the infinite. What he is unable to see is how he already has what he is looking for. Gerard Lerbre has clarified this crucial point in his analysis of Hegel's critique of Kant's antinomies. Point 6. The commonplace among defenders of Kant is that Hegel's critique, although apparently more audacious, only domesticates or blunts the Kantian antinomies. Kant is, so the story goes, the first philosopher who really confronted the subject's finitude not only as an empirical fact, but as the very ontological horizon of our being. This led him to conceive antinomies as genuine unresolvable deadlocks, inescapable scandals of reason, in which human reason becomes involved by its very nature, the scandal of what he even calls euthanasia of reason. The impasse is here irreducible, there is no mediation between the opposites, no higher synthesis. We thus get the very contemporary image of a human subject caught in a constitutive deadlock, marked by an a priori ontological split or gap. As for Hegel, although he may appear to radicalize antinomies by conceiving them as contradictions and universalizing them, seeing them everywhere, in every concept we use, and, going even further, ontologizing them, Hegel's radicalization is a ruse. Once reformulated as contradictions, antinomies are caught in the machinery of the dialectical progress, reduced to an in-between stage, a moment on the road towards the final reconciliation. Hegel thus effectively blunts the scandalous edge of the Kantian antinomies which threaten to bring reason to the edge of madness, renaturalizing them as part of a global ontological process. Lerbre demonstrates that this commonly shared conception is thoroughly wrong. It is Kant himself who actually diffuses the antinomies. One should always bear in mind Kant's result: there are no antinomies as such, they emerge simply out of the subject's epistemological confusion between phenomena and noumena. After the critique of reason has done its work, we end up with a clear and unambiguous, non-antagonistic, ontological picture, with phenomena on one side and noumena on the other. The whole threat of the euthanasia of reason, the spectacle of reason as forever caught in a fatal deadlock, is ultimately revealed as a mere theatrical trick, a staged performance designed to confer credibility on Kant's transcendental solution. This is the feature that Kant shares with pre-critical metaphysics. Both positions remain in the domain of understanding and its fixed determinations, and Kant's critique of metaphysics spells out the final result of metaphysics: as long as we move in the domain of understanding, things in themselves are out of reach, our knowledge is ultimately in vain. In what, then, does the difference between Kant and Hegel with regard to antinomies effectively reside? Hegel changes the entire terrain. His basic reproach concerns not what Kant says, but Kant's unsaid, Kant's unknown knowns. Kant cheats. His analysis of antinomies is not too poor, but rather too rich, for he smuggles into it a whole series of additional presuppositions and implications. Instead of really analyzing the immanent nature of the categories involved in antinomies, he shifts the entire analysis onto the way we, as thinking subjects, use or apply these categories. Which is why Hegel's basic reproach to Kant concerns not the immanent nature of the categories, but, in an almost Wittgensteinian way, their illegitimate use, their application to a domain which is not properly theirs. Antinomies are not inscribed into categories themselves, they only arise when we go beyond the proper domain of their use and apply them to noumenal reality, to objects which cannot ever become objects of our experience. In short, antinomies emerge the moment we confuse phenomena and noumena, objects of experience, with things in themselves. Kant can only perceive finitude as the finitude of the transcendental subject who is constrained by schematism, by the temporal limitations of transcendental synthesis. For him, the only finitude is the finitude of the subject. He does not consider the possibility that the very categories he is dealing with may be finite, i.e., that they may remain categories of abstract understanding, not yet the truly infinite categories of speculative reason. And Hegel's point is that this move from categories of understanding to reason proper is not an illegitimate step beyond the limits of our reason. It is rather Kant himself who oversteps the proper limits of the analysis of categories, of pure notional determinations, illegitimately projecting onto the space the topic of temporal subjectivity, and so forth. At its most elementary, Hegel's move is a reduction, not an enrichment, of Kant, a subtractive move, a gesture of taking away the metaphysical ballast and of analyzing notional determinations in their immanent nature. In praise of understanding. So what, precisely, is understanding? Jameson characterizes understanding as a kind of spontaneous ideology of our daily lives, of our immediate experience of reality. As such, it is not merely a historical phenomenon to be dissolved through dialectical critique and the practical transformation of the relations which engender it, but a permanent, trans-historical fixture of our everyday reality. True, reason has the task of transforming the necessary errors of Verstand into new and dialectical kinds of truths. 7. But this transformation leaves intact the everyday efficacy of understanding. Its formative role in our ordinary experience. All reason can achieve is a kind of Kantian critical delimitation of the proper sphere of understanding. In other words, it can only make us aware of how, in our daily lives, we are victims of necessary illusions. Underlying this reading of the opposition of reason and understanding is a profoundly non-Marxian notion of ideology, probably taken from Althusser. In a Kantian mode, Jameson seems to imply that there are two modes of ideology, a historical one and an a priori transcendental one. Closely linked to this notion of ideology is Jameson's motif of the unsayable, of things better left unsaid. For example, in his review of My Parallax View in the London Review of Books, his argument against the notion of parallax is that, as the name for the most elementary split/diffraction, it endeavors to name something which is better left unnamed. In a similar way, Jameson subscribes to the Kantian tendency of today's brain scientists to insist on the a priori structural unknowability of consciousness. What Hegel's contemporaries called the not I is that which consciousness is conscious of as its other, and not any absence of consciousness itself, something inconceivable except as a kind of science-fictional picture thinking, a kind of thought of otherness. But it is hard to understand how we could know something without knowing what its absence entails, and it may well be, as Colin McGinn argues, that consciousness is one of those philosophical problems which human beings are structurally unfit to solve, and that in that sense Kant's was the right position to take, that, although its existence is as certain as the Cartesian cogito, consciousness must also remain perpetually unknowable as a thing in itself. 8. The least one can say about these lines is that they are profoundly non-Hegelian, even taking into account Jameson's unexpected dialectical point, since an element can be properly grasped only through its difference to its opposite, and since the I's opposite the not I is inaccessible to the I as it is in itself, the consequence of the unknowability of the not I as it is in itself, independently of the I, is the unknowability of consciousness itself as it is in itself. The standard solipsist empiricist claim that the subject can only know itself, its sensations, is thus proven wrong. If the not I is unknowable, the I itself suffers the same lot. The question to be raised here is whether the circle is inescapable. Are we caught in it right to the end, so that every speculation about the outside is always already a retroactive fantasy from the standpoint of the inside? Or, as Hegel would have put it, is every presupposition already posited? Jameson develops this impossibility of breaking out in his perspicuous reading of the concept of positing as the key to what Hegel means by idealism. His first move is to dialectically mediate the very opposition of positing and presupposing. The core of positing is not the direct production of objects, since such a production remains abstractly opposed to what is simply given. the core of positing concerns these presuppositions themselves, that is, what are primordially posited are presuppositions themselves. Recall Heidegger's notion of the essence of modern technology as Gestalt. In order for the subject to technologically manipulate and exploit reality, this reality has to be posited/presupposed in advance as an object of possible technological exploitation, as a reserve of raw materials and energies, and so on. It is in this sense that one should conceive what is posited in terms of presuppositions, for positing somehow always takes place in advance of other kinds of thinking and other kinds of acts and events. 9. Or, even more pointedly, in terms of theatrical settings or profilmic arrangements, in which, ahead of time, a certain number of things are placed on stage, certain depths are calculated, and an optical center also carefully provided, the laws of perspective invoked in order to strengthen the illusion to be achieved. 10. Kant's theory phenomenon and noumenon looks somewhat different if it is grasped as a specific way of positing the world. It is no longer a question of belief, of taking the existence of objective reality, of the noumenon, of a world independent of human perceptions, on faith. But it is also not a question of following in Fichte's footsteps and affirming that objective reality, the noumenon, which has now become the not I, is summoned into being by the primal act of the I, which posits it. Rather, that beyond as which the noumenon is characterized now becomes something like a category of thinking. It is the mind that posits noumena in the sense in which its experience of each phenomenon includes a beyond along with it. The noumenon is not something separate from the phenomenon, but part and parcel of its essence, and it is within the mind that realities outside or beyond the mind are posited. 11. We should introduce here a precise distinction between the presupposed or shadowy part of what appear as ontic objects and the ontological horizon of their appearing. On the one hand, as was brilliantly developed by Husserl in his phenomenological analysis of perception, every perception of even an ordinary object involves a series of assumptions about its unseen backside, as well as about its background. On the other hand, an object always appears within a certain horizon of hermeneutic prejudices which provide an a priori frame within which we locate the object and which thus make it intelligible to observe reality without prejudices means to understand nothing. This same dialectic of positing the presuppositions plays a crucial role in our understanding of history, just as we always posit the anteriority of a nameless object along with the name or idea we have just articulated, so also in the matter of historical temporality we always posit the pre-existence of a formless object which is the raw material of our emergent social or historical articulation. 12. This formlessness should also be understood as a violent erasure of forms, whenever a certain act is posited as a founding one, as a historical cut or the beginning of a new era. The previous social reality is as a rule reduced to a chaotic ahistorical conundrum. Say, when the Western colonialists discovered Black Africa, this discovery was read as the first contact of prehistorical primitives with civilized history proper. And their previous history basically blurred into a formless matter. It is in this sense that the notion of positing the presuppositions is not only a solution to the problems posed by critical resistance to mythic narratives of origin, it is also one in which the emergence of a specific historical form retroactively calls into existence the existence of the hitherto formless matter from which it has been fashioned. 13. This last claim should be qualified, or, rather, corrected. What is retroactively called into existence is not the hitherto formless matter but, precisely, matter which was well articulated before the rise of the new, and whose contours were only blurred, or became invisible, from the horizon of the new historical form. With the rise of the new form, the previous form is perceived as hitherto formless matter, that is, the formlessness itself is a retroactive effect, a violent erasure of the previous form. 14. If one misses the retroactivity of such positing of presuppositions, one finds oneself in the ideological universe of evolutionary teleology. An ideological narrative thus emerges in which previous epochs are conceived as progressive stages or steps towards the present civilized epoch. This is why the retroactive positing of presuppositions is the materialist substitute for that teleology for which is ordinarily indicted. 15. What this means is that, although presuppositions are posited, the conclusion to be drawn is not that we are forever caught in this circle of retroactivity, so that every attempt to reconstruct the rise of the new out of the old is nothing but an ideological narrative. Hegel's dialectic itself is not yet another grand teleological narrative, but precisely an effort to avoid the narrative illusion of a continuous process of organic growth of the new out of the old. The historical forms which follow one another are not successive figures within the same teleological frame, but successive retotalizations, each of them creating its own past. In other words, Hegel's dialectic is the science of the gap between the old and the new, of accounting for this gap. More precisely, its true topic is not directly the gap between the old and the new, but its self-reflective redoubling when it describes the cut between the old and the new. It simultaneously describes the gap, within the old itself, between the old in itself and the old retroactively posited by the new. It is because of this redoubled gap that every new form arises as a creation ex nihilo. The nothingness out of which the new arises is the very gap between the old in itself and the old for the new, the gap which makes impossible any account of the rise of the new in terms of a continuous narrative. Point 16. We should add a further qualification here. What escapes our grasp is not the way things were before the arrival of the new, but the very birth of the new as it was in itself, from the perspective of the old, before it managed to posit its presuppositions. This is why fantasy, the phantasmatic narrative, always involves an impossible gaze, the gaze by means of which the subject is already present at the scene of its own absence. The illusion is here the same as that of alternate reality, whose otherness is also posited by the actual totality, which is why it remains within the coordinates of the actual totality. The way to avoid this utopian reduction of the subject to the impossible gaze witnessing an alternate reality from which it is absent is not to abandon the topos of alternate reality as such, but to reformulate it so as to avoid the mystification of the theosophic mythopoetic narrative which pretends to render the genesis of the cosmos out of the proto-cosmic pre-ontological chaos. Such attempts only obfuscate the point that the repressed spectral virtual history is not the truth of the official public history, but the fantasy which fills in the void of the act that brought about history. At the level of family life, this distinction is palpable in so-called false memory syndrome. The memories unearthed, the repressed stories that haunt the imagination of the living, are precisely such primordial lies destined to forestall the encounter with the ultimate rock of impossibility, the fact that there is no sexual relationship. And the same goes, at the level of social life, for the notion of the primordial crime that grounds the legal order. The secret narrative that tells its story is purely phantasmatic. In philosophy proper, this phantasmatic mystification resides at the very core of Schelling's Weltalter project. What Schelling endeavored to accomplish in Weltalter is precisely such a mythopoetic phantasmatic narrative that would account for the emergence of logos itself out of the pre-logical proto-cosmic real. However, at the very end of each of the three successive drafts of Weltalter, that is to say, at the very point at which the passage from mythos to logos, from the real to the symbolic, should have been deployed, Schelling was compelled to posit an uncanny act of Entscheidung, an act in a way more primordial than the real of the eternal past itself. The repeated failure of his Weltalter draft signals precisely Schelling's honesty as a thinker, the fact that he was radical enough to acknowledge the impossibility of grounding the act or decision in a proto-cosmic myth. The line of separation between materialism and obscurantist idealism in Schelling thus concerns precisely the relationship between the act and the proto-cosmos. Idealist obscurantism deduces or generates the act from the proto-cosmos, while materialism asserts the primacy of the act and denounces the phantasmatic character of the proto-cosmic narrative. So, apropos Schelling's claim that man's consciousness arises from the primordial act which separates the present actual consciousness from the spectral, shadowy realm of the unconscious, one has to ask a seemingly naive but crucial question: what, precisely, is the unconscious here? Schelling's answer is unambiguous. The unconscious is not primarily the rotary motion of drives ejected into the eternal past. The unconscious is rather the very act of Entscheidung by means of which drives were ejected into the past. Or, to put it in slightly different terms, what is truly unconscious in man is not the immediate opposite of consciousness, the obscure and confused vortex of irrational drives, but the very founding gesture of consciousness, the act of decision in which I choose myself, by which I combine this multitude of drives into the unity of myself. The unconscious is not the passive stuff of inert drives to be used by the creative synthetic activity of the conscious ego. The unconscious in its most radical dimension is rather the highest deed of my self-positing, or the choice of my fundamental project which, in order to remain operative, must be repressed, kept out of the light of day. To quote from the admirable final pages of the second draft of Welt Alter, that primordial deed which makes a man genuinely himself precedes all individual actions, but immediately after it is put into exuberant freedom, this deed sinks into the night of unconsciousness. This is not a deed that could happen once and then stop, it is a permanent deed, a never-ending deed, and consequently it can never again be brought before consciousness. For man to know of this deed, consciousness itself would have to return into nothing, into boundless freedom, and would cease to be consciousness. This deed occurs once and then immediately sinks back into the unfathomable depths, and nature acquires permanence precisely thereby. Likewise that will, posited once at the beginning and then led to the outside, must immediately sink into unconsciousness. Only in this way is a beginning possible, a beginning that does not stop being a beginning, a truly eternal beginning. For here as well, it is true that the beginning cannot know itself. That deed, once done, is done for all eternity. The decision that in some manner is truly to begin must not be brought back to consciousness, it must not be called back, because this would amount to being taken back. If, in making a decision, somebody retains the right to re-examine his choice, he will never make a beginning at all. 17. What we encounter here is, of course, the logic of the vanishing mediator, of the founding gesture of differentiation which must sink into invisibility once the difference between the vortex of irrational drives and the universe of logos is in place. Schelling's fundamental move is thus not simply to ground the ontologically structured universe of logos in the horrible vortex of the real. If we read him carefully, there is a premonition in his work that this terrifying vortex of the pre-ontological real is itself a phantasmatic narrative, a lure destined to detract us from the true traumatic cut, that of the abyssal act of Entscheidung. It is against this background that one can raise two further critical points about Jameson's notion of understanding as an eternal or unsurpassable form of ideology. The first thing to note is that this unsurpassable character is in itself redoubled. First, there is understanding as the a priori tendency of human thinking towards identitarian reification, then, there is the unsurpassability of the circle of positing the presuppositions which prevents us from stepping outside ourselves and grasping the not I in all its forms, spatial and temporal. The first critical point to be made here is that the features Jameson attributes to understanding clearly are historically limited. They designate modern secular empiricist common sense, which is very different from, say, a primitive holistic notion of reality permeated by spiritual forces. However, a much more important critical point concerns the way Jameson formulates the opposition between understanding and reason. Understanding is understood as the elementary form of analyzing, of fixing differences and identities, reducing the wealth of reality to an abstract set of features. This spontaneous tendency towards identitarian reification has to be then corrected by dialectical reason, which faithfully reproduces the dynamic complexity of reality by outlining the fluid network of relations within which every identity is located. This network both generates every identity and, simultaneously, causes its ultimate downfall. This, however, is emphatically not the way Hegel conceives the difference between understanding and reason. Let us read carefully a well-known passage from the foreword to the Phenomenology. To break up an idea into its ultimate elements means returning upon its moments, which at least do not have the form of the given idea when found, but are the immediate property of the self. Doubtless this analysis only arrives at thoughts which are themselves familiar elements, fixed inert determinations. But what is thus separated, and in a sense is unreal, is itself an essential moment, for just because the concrete fact is self-divided, and turns into unreality, it is something self-moving, self-active. The action of separating the elements is the exercise of the force of understanding, the most astonishing and greatest of all powers, or rather the absolute power. The circle, which is self-enclosed and at rest, and, qua substance, holds its own moments, is an immediate relation, the immediate, continuous relation of elements with their unity, and hence arouses no sense of wonderment. But that an accident as such, when cut loose from its containing circumference, that what is bound and held by something else and actual only by being connected with it should obtain an existence all its own, gain freedom and independence on its own account, this is the portentous power of the negative, it is the energy of thought, of pure self. 18. Understanding, precisely in its aspect of analyzing, tearing the unity of a thing or process apart, is here celebrated as the most astonishing and greatest of all powers, or rather the absolute power as such. It is, surprisingly, characterized in exactly the same terms as spirit, which is, with regard to the opposition between understanding and reason, clearly on the side of reason. Spirit is, in its simple truth, consciousness, and forces its moments apart. Everything turns on how we are to understand this identity and difference between understanding and reason. It is not that reason adds something to the separating power of understanding, re-establishing the organic unity of what understanding has sundered, supplementing analysis with synthesis. Reason is, in a way, not more but less than understanding. It is, to put it in the well-known terms of Hegel's opposition between what one wants to say and what one actually says, what understanding, in its activity, really does, in contrast to what it wants or means to do. Reason is therefore not another faculty supplementing understanding's one-sidedness, the very idea that there is something which eludes understanding, a trans-rational beyond out of its reach, is the fundamental illusion of understanding. In other words, all we have to do to get from understanding to reason is to subtract from understanding its constitutive illusion. Understanding is not too abstract or violent, it is, on the contrary, as Hegel remarked of Kant, too soft towards things, too afraid to locate its violent movement of tearing things apart in the things themselves. 19. In a way, it is epistemology versus ontology. The illusion of understanding is that its own analytical power, the power to make an accident as such, obtain an existence all its own, gain freedom and independence on its own account, is only an abstraction, something external to true reality which persists out there intact in its inaccessible fullness. In other words, it is the standard critical view of understanding and its power of abstraction which contains the core illusion of understanding. To put it in yet another way, the mistake of understanding is to perceive its own negative activity only in its negative aspect, ignoring its positive aspect. Reason is understanding itself in its productive aspect. 20. Let us indulge in an excursus at this point. What is abstract thinking? Recall Samuel Maugh's Lebanon, a recent film about the 1982 Lebanon War which draws on Maugh's own memories as a young soldier, rendering the war's fear and claustrophobia by shooting most of the action from inside a tank. The movie follows 4 inexperienced soldiers dispatched to mop up enemies in a Lebanese town that has already been bombarded by the Israeli Air Force. Interviewed at the 2009 Venice Festival, Yoav Donat, the actor who played Mose as a young soldier, said, "This is a movie that makes you feel like you've been to war." Maugh's himself said his film was not a condemnation of Israel's policies, but a personal account of what he went through. The mistake I made is to call the film Lebanon because the Lebanon War is no different in its essence from any other war, and for me any attempt to be political would have flattened the film. 21. This is ideology at its purest. The focus on the perpetrator's traumatic experience enables us to ignore the entire ethico-political background of the conflict. What was the Israeli army doing deep in Lebanon? And so on. Such a humanization thus serves to obfuscate the key question, the need for a ruthless political analysis of the stakes involved in the deployment of armed forces. Here one immediately encounters the ideological moron's riposte, but why shouldn't the depiction of the horror and perplexity of combat be a legitimate topic for art? Is not such personal experience also part of war? Why should artistic depictions of war be limited to the great political divisions which determine such conflicts? Is not war a multifaceted totality? In an abstract way, all this is of course true, However, what gets lost is that the true global meaning of a war and one's personal experience of it cannot coexist within the same space. An individual's experience of war, no matter how authentic, inevitably narrows its scope and as such is in itself a violent abstraction from the totality. Like it or not, refusing to fight is not the same for a Nazi murdering Jews in the ghetto as for a partisan resisting the Nazis. Likewise, in the Lebanon War of 1982, the trauma of the Israeli soldier in the tank is not the same as the trauma of the Palestinian civilian he is shelling. Focusing on the former only serves to obfuscate what was at stake in the Israeli invasion. Frederick Jameson has argued that St. Augustine's most celebrated achievement, his invention of the psychological depth of the believer, with all the complexity constituted by inner doubt and despair, is strictly correlative to his legitimization of Christianity as a state religion, as fully compatible with the obliteration of the last remnants of radical politics from the Christian edifice. 22 The same holds for, among others, the anti-communist renegades of the Cold War era. As a rule, their turn against communism went hand in hand with a turn towards a certain Freudianism, with their discovery of the psychological complexity of individual lives. But does this mean that the only truthful account is a disubjectivized one, with no place for subjective experience? It is here that the key Lacanian distinction between the subject and the person has to be mobilized. What lies behind the screen of the wealth of a person's inner life is not objective reality but the subject itself, the political subject, in our case. The act of abstraction, of tearing apart, can also be understood as an act of self-imposed blindness, of refusing to see it all. In his Blindness and Insight, Paul de Man developed a refined reading of Derrida's deconstruction of Rousseau in On Grammatology. 23 De Man's thesis is that, in presenting Rousseau as a logocentrist caught in the metaphysics of presence, Derrida overlooks how the motifs and theoretical moves involved in deconstructing that metaphysics are already operative in Rousseau's text. Often, the deconstructive point Derrida is making about Rousseau has already been articulated by Rousseau himself. Furthermore, this oversight is not an accident, but a structural necessity. Derrida can only see what he sees through such blindness. And it would be easy to demonstrate the same paradoxical overlapping of blindness and insight in other great Derridian readings, say, for his detailed reading of Hegel in Glass. Here also, the price for the complex theoretical move of demonstrating how Hegel fails to see that a condition of impossibility is a condition of possibility, how he produces something whose status he has to disavow in order to maintain the consistency of his edifice, and so forth, is a violent simplification of the underlying frame of Hegel's thought. The latter is reduced by Derrida to the absolute idealist metaphysics of presence, where the idea self-mediation is able to reduce all otherness, and all Hegel's formulations which run against this image are read as so many signs of his symptomatic inconsistency, of Hegel not being able to control his own theoretical production, of being forced to say more, or something different, than what he wanted to say. But how, exactly, are we to read this codependence of insight and blindness? Is it possible to avoid the standard reading that imposes itself with an apparently self-evident force, the reading according to which the codependence of insight and blindness is an indication of our unsurpassable finitude, of the radical impossibility of our reaching the standpoint of infinity, of an insight no longer marred by any kind of blindness? It is our wager that Hegel offers another way here. What he calls negativity can also be couched in terms of insight and blindness, as the positive power of blindness, of ignoring parts of reality. How does a notion emerge out of the confused network of impressions we have of an object? Through the power of abstraction, of blinding oneself to most of the features of the object, reducing it to its constitutive key aspects. The greatest power of our mind is not to see more, but to see less in a correct way, to reduce reality to its notional determinations. Only such blindness generates the insight into what things really are. The same principle of less is more holds for reading the body of a book. In his wonderful How to Talk About Books You Haven't Read, Pierre Bayard demonstrates that, in order to really formulate the fundamental insight or achievement of a book, it is generally better not to read it all. Too much data only blurs our clear vision. 24 For example, many essays on Joyce's Ulysses, and often the best ones, were written by scholars who had not read the whole book, The same goes for books on Kant or Hegel, where a truly detailed knowledge often only gives rise to a boring specialist exegesis, rather than living insights. The best interpretations of Hegel are always partial, they extrapolate the totality from a particular figure of thought or of dialectical movement. As a rule, it is not a reading of a thick book by Hegel himself, but some striking, detailed observation, often wrong or at least one-sided, made by an interpreter that allows us to grasp Hegel's thought in its living movement. The tension between insight and blindness accounts for the fact that Hegel uses the term Begriff with two opposed meanings, notion as the very core, the essence, of the thing, and notion as mere notion in contrast to the thing itself. And one should bear in mind that the same goes for his use of the term subject, the subject as elevated above the objective, as the principle of life and mediation of objects, and the subject as designating something merely subjective, a subjectively distorted impression in contrast to the way things really are. It is all too simple to treat these two aspects in terms of the lower pertaining to the abstract approach of understanding and the higher involving the truly speculative notion of the subject as the mediating principle of life or reality. The point is, rather, that the lower aspect is the key constituent of the higher. One overcomes the merely subjective precisely by fully endorsing it. Recall again the passage from the preface to the Phenomenology celebrating the disjunctive power of abstract understanding. Hegel does not overcome the abstract character of understanding by substantially changing it, but by perceiving in a new light this same power of abstraction. What at first appears as the weakness of understanding is in fact its greatest power. Phenomena, noumena, and the limit. Although Kant makes it clear that antinomies result from the misapplication of categories, and that they disappear the moment we clarify this confusion and respect the gap that separates noumena from phenomena, he nonetheless has to insist that this misapplication is not a contingent mistake, but a kind of necessary illusion inscribed into the very functioning of our reason. One thus needs to be very precise in describing the true contours of the passage from Kant to Hegel. With his philosophical revolution, Kant made a breakthrough the radically of which he was himself unaware, so, in a second move, he withdraws from this radically and desperately tries to navigate into the safe waters of a more traditional ontology. Consequently, in order to pass from Kant to Hegel, we have to move not forward but backward, back from the deceptive envelope to identify the true radically of Kant's breakthrough. In this sense, Hegel was literally more Kantian than Kant himself. One of the points where we see this clearly is in the distinction between phenomena and noumena. Kant's explicit justification of why we need to introduce noumena remains well within the confines of traditional ontology, with its distinction between appearance and true reality. Appearances cannot stand on their own, there must be something behind them which sustains them. The cause of our not being satisfied with the substrate of sensibility, and of our therefore adding to the phenomena noumena which only the pure understanding can think, is simply as follows. The sensibility is itself limited by the understanding in such fashion that it does not have to do with things in themselves but only with the mode in which, owing to our subjective constitution, they appear. The transcendental aesthetic, in all its teaching, has led to this conclusion, and the same conclusion also, of course, follows from the concept of an appearance in general, namely, that something which is not in itself appearance must correspond to it. For appearance can be nothing by itself, outside our mode of representation. Unless, therefore, we are to move constantly in a circle, the word appearance must be recognized as already indicating a relation to something, the immediate representation of which is, indeed, sensible, but which, even apart from the constitution of our sensibility, must be something in itself, that is, an object independent of sensibility. Point 25. There is, however, an implicit clash between this account, in which phenomena and noumena are distinguished as two types of objects, and Kant's key thesis that, since noumena are radically transcendent, never given as objects of our experience, the concept of a noumenon is a merely limiting concept, the function of which is to curb the pretensions of sensibility, and it is therefore only of negative employment. 26. The division of objects into phenomena and noumena, and the world into a world of the senses and a world of the understanding, is therefore quite inadmissible in the positive sense, although the distinction of concepts as sensible and intellectual is certainly legitimate. For no object can be determined for the latter concepts, and consequently they cannot be asserted to be objectively valid. What our understanding acquires through this concept of a noumenon, is a negative extension, that is to say, understanding is not limited through sensibility, on the contrary, it itself limits sensibility by applying the term noumena to things in themselves. But in so doing it at the same time sets limits to itself, recognizing that it cannot know these noumena through any of the categories, and that it must therefore think them only under the title of an unknown something. 27. True, we can read these lines as simply restating the standard division of all objects into phenomena and noumena. The negative employment of noumenon merely reasserts the radical transcendence of the in itself, its inaccessibility to our experience. There is an endless field of positive things out there, which can never become objects of our experience, so we can refer to them only in a negative way, well aware that they are in themselves fully positive, the proper cause and foundation of phenomena. But is there not another, much more radical notion lurking behind the concept of a noumenon, that of the pure negativity, that is, the self-limitation, of phenomena as such, as opposed to their limitation by another positive transcendent domain? In this case, negativity is not a mirror-like effect of transcendent positivity. On the contrary, every positive figure of the in itself is a positivization of negativity, a phantasmatic formation we construct in order to fill in the gap of negativity. As Hegel put it with unsurpassable clarity in his Phenomenology, behind the curtain of phenomena, there is only what we put there. Negativity thus precedes transcendent positivity, the self-limitation of phenomena precedes what is beyond the limit. This is the deep speculative sense of Kant's thesis that the division of objects into phenomena and noumena, and the world into a world of the senses and a world of the understanding, is inadmissible in the positive sense. The limit between phenomena and noumena is not the limit between two positive spheres of objects, since there are only phenomena and their limitation, their negativity. The moment we get this, the moment we take Kant's thesis on the negative employment of noumena more literally than he did himself, we pass from Kant to Hegelian negativity. This is how one should read the key statement that understanding limits sensibility by applying the term noumena to things in themselves. But in so doing it at the same time sets limits to itself, recognizing that it cannot know these noumena through any of the categories. Our understanding first posits noumena as the external limit of sensibility, it posits another domain of objects, inaccessible to us. But in doing so, it limits itself. It admits that, since noumena are transcendent, never to be an object of possible experience, it cannot legitimately treat them as positive objects. That is to say, in order to distinguish noumena and phenomena as two positive domains, our understanding would have to adopt the position of a meta-language, exempt from the limitation of phenomena, dwelling somewhere above the division. Since, however, the subject dwells within phenomena, how can it perceive their limitation? The only solution is that the limitation of phenomena is not external but internal, in other words that the field of phenomena is in itself never all, complete, a consistent whole. This self-limitation of phenomena assumes in Kant the form of the antinomies of pure reason. There is no need for any positive transcendent domain of noumenal entities which limit phenomena from outside. Phenomena with their inconsistencies, their self-limitations, are all there is. The key conclusion to be drawn from this self-limitation of phenomena is that it is strictly correlative to subjectivity. There is a subject only as correlative to the inconsistency, self-limitation, or, more radically, ontological incompleteness, of phenomenal reality. The moment we conceive the inconsistency and self-limitation of phenomenal reality as secondary, as the effect of the subject's inability to experience the transcendent in itself the way it really is, the subject becomes a mere epiphenomenon, its freedom becomes a mere appearance conditioned by the fact that noumena are inaccessible to it. In other words, the subject's freedom can be ontologically grounded only in the ontological incompleteness of reality itself. And, to avoid the obvious reproach, This purely negative use of noumena in no way implies a naive subjective idealism, a universe in which there is nothing but limited subjective phenomena. Of course there are things, processes out there not yet known or discovered by us. There is what naive realism designates as objective reality, but it is wrong to designate it as noumenal. This designation is all too subjective. Noumena designate the in itself as it appears to us, embedded in phenomenal reality. If we designate our unknowns as noumena, we thereby introduce a gap which is not warranted by their mere unknowability. There is no mysterious gap separating us from the unknown. The unknown is simply unknown, indifferent to being known. In other words, we should never forget that what we know is not separated from things in themselves by a dividing line, but is constitutive of them. Phenomena do not form a special ontological domain, they are simply part of reality. This brings us to Hegel's basic criticism of Kant, of his insistence on the limitation that our finitude imposes on our knowledge. It is that, beneath Kant's modesty, there is a hidden arrogance, when Kant claims that we humans, constrained by our finite understanding, cannot ever come to know the totality of the universe. He continues to represent this infinite task as one that another, infinite, understanding would be able to accomplish, as if the problem is simply one of extending or extrapolating our capacity to infinity, rather than changing it qualitatively. The model for such false reasoning is the well-known naturalist determinist idea that, were an infinite mind able to know extensively all the atoms in the universe, their position, force, and movement, it would be able to predict their future behavior with the utmost precision, as if the very notion of a finite mind extended to infinity were not in itself nonsensical. When we represent to ourselves a mind able to grasp infinity, the image we refer to is that of a mind somehow able to count an infinite number of elements in the same way we are able to count a finite number of them. In a wonderfully vicious image, Hegel likens Kant's notion of an infinite mind to the way a poor church organist tries to explain God's greatness to a simple peasant. In the same way you know every individual in our village by name, God intimately knows every single fly among the infinite number of flies that buzz around the globe. 28. This brings us to the gap between what is explainable in principle and what is actually explained. In fact, this gap is fully operative in the cognitive sciences. Thought is a product of the brain and can in principle be accounted for in terms of neuronal processes. It is only a matter of fact that we are not yet there. According to this view, this gap is purely cognitive. It is simply the gap between the empirical limitation of our knowledge of reality and reality itself. For Hegel, on the contrary, this gap is notional, categorical. The proposition which states that our actual, real knowledge, the way it exists at this moment, articulated in causal explanations, is finite, and even no knowledge in the absolute meaning of the word, but a mere certainty, is ultimately not really a proposition about the limits of our knowledge, but a proposition about the form of our knowledge. It is a notional, tautological, proposition. Point 29. The mistake resides in the fact that the limit pertaining to the form itself is misperceived as a contingent empirical limitation. In the case of cognitivism, it is not that we already have the categorical apparatus necessary to explain consciousness, and our failure to have yet done so pertains only to the empirical limitation of our knowing the relevant facts about our brain. The true limitation lies in the very form of our knowledge, in the very categorical apparatus we are using. In other words, the gap between the form of knowledge and its empirical limitation is inscribed in this form itself. It is because Kant locates the limitation in the finitude of our temporal empirical experience that he is inconsistent in his dealing with the antinomies of pure reason. Here, then, possibility is narrowed down. What appears as possible in principle, rendered impossible only on account of our empirical limitations, is revealed to be impossible also in principle, in its very notional formal determinations. However, the obverse of this narrowing down of the field of the possible is its extension. The Hegelian totality is not merely the totality of the actual content, it includes the imminent possibilities of the existing constellation. To grasp a totality one should include its possibilities. To grasp the truth of what there is, one should include its failure, what might have happened but was missed. But why should this be the case? Because the Hegelian totality is an engaged totality, a totality disclosed to a partial partisan view, not a neutral overview transcending engaged positions as George Lukács recognized, such a totality is accessible only from a practical standpoint that considers the possibility of changing it. Hegel has thus a lot to teach us about the topic of possibility versus actuality. What is involved in a dialectical analysis of, say, a past event, such as a revolutionary break? Does it really amount to identifying the underlying necessity that governed the course of events in all their apparent confusion? What if the opposite is true, and dialectical analysis reinserts possibility into the necessity of the past? There is something of an unpredictable miraculous emergence in every passage from negation to negation of negation, in every rise of a new order out of the chaos of disintegration, which is why for Hegel dialectical analysis is always the analysis of past events. Point 30 No deduction will bring us from chaos to order, and to locate this moment of the magical turn, this unpredictable reversal of chaos into order, is the true aim of dialectical analysis. For example, the aim of the analysis of the French Revolution is not to unearth the historical necessity of the passage from 1789 to the Jacobin Terror and then to the Mitterrand Empire, but rather to reconstruct this succession in terms of a series of existential decisions made by agents who, caught up in a whirlwind of action, had to invent a way out of the deadlock. As a rule, Hegel's famous suggestion that one should conceive the absolute not only as substance but also as subject conjures up the discredited notion of some kind of absolute subject, a mega-subject creating the universe and keeping watch over our destiny. For Hegel, however, the subject, at its very core, also stands for finitude, the cut, the gap of negativity, which is why God only becomes subject through incarnation. He is not already in himself, prior to incarnation, a mega-subject ruling the universe. Kant and Hegel are usually contrasted along the lines of finite versus infinite, the Hegelian subject as the totalizing and infinite one which mediates all multiplicity, the Kantian subject marked by finitude and the gap that forever separates it from the thing. But, at a more fundamental level, is not exactly the opposite the case? The basic function of the Kantian transcendental subject is to continuously enact the transcendental synthesis of apperception, to bring into one the multitude of sensible impressions, while the Hegelian subject is, in its most basic dimension, the agent of splitting, division, negativity, redoubling, the fall of substance into finitude. Consequently, it is crucial not to confuse Hegel's objective spirit with the Dilthian notion of a life form, a concrete historical world, as objectivized spirit, the product of a people, its collective genius. The moment we do this, we miss the point of objective spirit, which is precisely that it is spirit in its objective form, experienced by individuals as an external imposition, a constraint. Even there is no collective or spiritual supersubject that would be the author of objective spirit, whose objectivization this spirit would have been. In short, for Hegel there is no collective subject, no subject spirit beyond and above individual humans. Therein resides the paradox of objective spirit. It is independent of individuals, encountered by them as given, pre-existent, as the presupposition of their activity, yet it is nonetheless spirit, that is, something that exists only insofar as individuals relate their activity to it, only as their supposition. 31. The differend. Such a reading cannot but appear to be at odds with the standard reading of Hegel as an absolute idealist. There is a nice exercise in the genre of Zizek bashing which perfectly illustrates this gap that separates me from the common-sense notion of Hegel. The author takes as his starting point a passage from my preface to the new edition of For They Know Not What They Do, which allegedly demonstrates how badly Zizek mishandles Hegel. I originally wrote, Hegel has nothing to do with such a pseudo-Hegelian vision of society as an organic harmonious whole, within which each member asserts his or her equality with others through performing his or her particular duty, occupying his or her particular place, and thus contributing to the harmony of the whole. For Hegel, on the contrary, the transcendent world of formlessness is at war with itself. This means that destructive formlessness must appear as such in the realm of finite reality. The point of Hegel's notion of the revolutionary terror is precisely that it is a necessary moment in the deployment of freedom. 32. From this, my critic generates his scathing commentary. We correct, Bradley were not bad readers of Hegel when it came to political philosophy. Hegel was very much concerned, from his student days up through his mature system, with the possibility of life in a society as a harmonious existence, of being reconciled to the world and to one's life in it. Early on, this takes the form of a romantic idolization of Greek life as a sort of nature-like harmony. By the point of his Jena writings, Hegel had already become critical of this tendency in the thought of his contemporaries. If a modern man was to be reconciled to his world, then it could only be through a moralist harmony, a harmony which was not merely given but which was comprehended in thought. A man had to not merely be an harmonious part of his society, but had to recognize this harmony, had to comprehend his own existence as being integrated with the whole of life. The bulk of Hegel's criticisms of his contemporary society make the complaint that it does not make sufficient allowance for this reconciliation to become possible. The life of private individuals is too abstract from the affairs of the state, or else the state does not make sufficient allowance for the free self-determination of individual actors to do as they judge best. Hegel does not think that moralist harmony is impossible. On the contrary, the possibility of this harmony is the highest achievement of modern civilization. This is the end of history. With modernity, spirit knows its world as its own product, comprehends what is given to it as always already implicitly spirit, as capable of being rationally comprehended, and the social world of objective spirit is a place where spirit can feel at home with itself in its other, where the individual peculiarities of a particular subject are recognized as determinations of the universal of society, and not something over and against it. Žižek is 180 degrees wrong about Hegel's The Absolute. It is not a nihil, a transcendent world of formlessness, or any other Ding and Sich-like transcendence. Hegel's Absolute is not the Schelingen night in which all cows are black. The Absolute is the most contentful thing there is. The Absolute is a concrete universal. It has its being, its truth, only in the particular determinations which make up Hegel's system, those which make up the triad of logic, nature, and spirit. The Absolute is not at war with itself. The Absolute particularizes itself in the asunderness of nature and returns to unity with itself in the reconciliation of asunderness with unity. To put it in religious terms, the Father begets the Son, and they are united in the spirit of charity which proceeds from both. God creates a fallen world of disorder, enters into it in his only Son, and the world is reconciled to God through the life of the Spirit. The sinful individual, separated from God, becomes an adopted child of God in the community of the Spirit. The Absolute does not wage war in the Divine Comedy. The absolute, self-negating negativity of the terror is a moment of history, just as the fall of Adam is a moment in the Christian story of salvation history. For Hegel, the terror is an exemplar of the abstract universal. In absolute freedom one refuses to recognize any given content as adequate to the universal, to reason thus the purely formal supreme being of the French Revolution, and its trumpeting of liberty, equality, and fraternity, while the actual state was rank tyranny of the lowest sort. The point of Hegel's reference to the terror is not that it is a necessary moment in the deployment of freedom, but that the terror shows what happens when the drive for the universal in human life takes a utopian form, trying to build everything up anew out of pure thought rather than recognizing and cultivating what is already rational in human life. 33. Here we have the differend at its purest, and, insofar as we remain within the confines of the standard textbook interpretation, the notion of Hegel which underlies this critique will appear not only convincing but even obvious, as if what I am offering is an eccentric reading against which it suffices to recall the basic facts known to any student of Hegel. This is why, for me, replying to this critique is almost embarrassing. Everything it claims about Hegel is, of course, well known to me, since it consists in precisely the predominant image of Hegel that I endeavor to undermine, so one cannot simply invoke it against me. The question nonetheless remains, what justifies me rejecting this image? Let us begin with the last sentence from the quoted passage. After admitting that revolutionary terror was necessary, My critic reduces it to the outcome of a wrong choice. The terror shows what happens when the drive for the universal in human life takes a utopian form, trying to build everything up anew out of pure thought. It explodes when, instead of recognizing and cultivating what is already rational in human life, that is, instead of searching for and endorsing the underlying rationality of the existing order and imposing changes in continuity with this tradition, people want to enact a violent rupture with the past, turn the world on its head and start again from year zero. The problem here is that it is precisely this quality of the French Revolution that Hegel unambiguously celebrated to the end of his life. Here are his sublime words from the lectures on the philosophy of world history. It has been said that the French Revolution resulted from philosophy, and it is not without reason that philosophy has been called Weltweisheit, for it is not only truth in and for itself, as the pure essence of things, but also truth in its living form as exhibited in the affairs of the world. We should not, therefore, contradict the assertion that the revolution received its first impulse from philosophy. Never since the sun had stood in the firmament and the planets revolved around him had it been perceived that man's existence centers in his head, i.e. in thought, inspired by which he builds up the world of reality. Not until now had man advanced to the recognition of the principle that thought ought to govern spiritual reality. This was accordingly a glorious mental dawn. All thinking being shared in the jubilation of this epoch. Emotions of a lofty character stirred men's minds at that time, a spiritual enthusiasm thrilled through the world, as if the reconciliation between the divine and the secular was now first accomplished. 34. This, of course, did not prevent Hegel from coldly analyzing the inner necessity of this explosion of abstract freedom turning into its opposite, the self-destructive revolutionary terror. However, one should never forget that Hegel's critique is immanent, accepting the basic principle of the French Revolution. One should be very clear here, Hegel in no way subscribes to the standard liberal critique of the French Revolution which locates the wrong turn in 1792-3, whose ideal is 1789 without 1793, the liberal phase without the Jacobin radicalization. For him 1793-4 is a necessary imminent consequence of 1789, by 1792, there was no possibility of taking a more moderate path without undoing the revolution itself. Only the abstract terror of the French Revolution creates the conditions for post-revolutionary concrete freedom. If one wants to put it in terms of choice, then Hegel here follows a paradoxical axiom which concerns logical temporality: the first choice has to be the wrong choice. Only the wrong choice creates the conditions for the right choice. Therein resides the temporality of a dialectical process. There is a choice, but in two stages. The first choice is between the good old organic order and the violent rupture with that order, and here, one should take the risk of opting for the worse. This first choice clears the way for the new beginning and creates the condition for its own overcoming, for only after the radical negativity, the terror, of abstract universality has done its work can one choose between this abstract universality and concrete universality. There is no way to obliterate the temporal gap and present the choice as threefold, as the choice between the old organic substantial order, its abstract negation, and a new concrete universality. It is this paradoxical priority of the wrong choice that provides the key to the Hegelian reconciliation. It is not the organicist harmony of a whole within which every moment sticks to its particular place, as opposed to a field torn apart, in which every moment strives to assert its one-sided autonomy. Every particular moment does fully assert itself in its one-sided autonomy, but this assertion leads to its ruin, to its self-destruction, and this is the Hegelian reconciliation, not a direct reconciliation in mutual recognition, but a reconciliation in and through the struggle itself. The harmony Hegel depicts is the strange harmony of extremes themselves, the mad violent dance of every extreme turning into its opposite. Within this mad dance, the absolute is not the all-encompassing container, the space or field within which particular moments are at war with each other. It is itself caught up in the struggle. Here, again, my critic misreads my claim that the transcendent world of formlessness is at war with itself. This means that destructive formlessness must appear as such in the realm of finite reality. He reads these lines as if I am asserting that the Hegelian absolute is the abstract negativity of a universal suspending all its particular content, the proverbial night in which all cows are black, and then triumphantly makes the elementary point that, on the contrary, the Hegelian absolute is a concrete universal. But the choice proposed here by my critic, the choice between abstract universality and concrete organic system in which the universal engenders and contains the wealth of its particular determinations, is a false one. What is missing here is the third, properly Hegelian, choice, precisely the one I invoked in the quoted passage, namely the choice of abstract universality as such, in its opposition to its particular content, appearing within its own particular content, encountering among its species as its own oppositional determination. It is in this sense that the transcendent world of formlessness is at war with itself, and that destructive formlessness must appear as such in the realm of finite reality. This abstract universality becomes concrete not only by deploying itself in the series of its particular determinations, but by including itself in the series. It is because of this self-inclusion that the absolute is at war with itself, as in the case of revolutionary terror, where abstract negativity is no longer a transcendent in itself, but appears in its oppositional determination, as a particular force opposed to and destroying all particular content. In more traditional Hegelian terms, this is what it means to say that, in a dialectical process, every external opposition, every struggle between the subject and its external opposite, gives way to an internal contradiction, to a struggle of the subject with itself. In its struggle against faith, enlightenment is at war with itself, it opposes itself to its own substance. Denying that the absolute is at war with itself means denying the very core of the Hegelian dialectical process, reducing it to a kind of oriental absolute, a neutral or impassive medium in which particulars struggle against each other. This is also why my critic is wrong when he claims that the absolute is not at war with itself. The absolute particularizes itself in the asunderness of nature and returns to unity with itself in the reconciliation of asunderness with unity. To put it in religious terms, the Father begets the Son, and they are united in the spirit of charity which proceeds from both. God creates a fallen world of disorder, enters into it in His only Son, and the world is reconciled to God through the life of the Spirit. The sinful individual, separated from God, becomes an adopted child of God in the community of the Spirit. 35. Although this may appear a faithful summary of Hegel's deployment of the absolute, it misses the key feature, the fact that, as Hegel repeats again and again, the absolute is the result of itself, the outcome of its own activity. What this means is that, in the strict sense of the term, there is no absolute which externalizes or particularizes itself and then unites itself with its alienated otherness. The absolute emerges out of this process of alienation, that is, as the result of its own activity. The absolute is nothing but its return to itself. The notion of an absolute which externalizes itself and then reconciles itself with its otherness presupposes the absolute as given in advance, prior to the process of its becoming. It posits as the starting point of the process what is effectively its result. The insufficiency of this standard notion of the Hegelian process becomes palpable when my critic puts it in religious terms. On a close reading, one cannot fail to note how he evokes two different triads: first the triad of the Father begetting the Son and then uniting with Him in the Spirit, then the triad of God creating a fallen world and then reconciling Himself with it by entering into it in the guise of Christ, His Son. It is true that, in this way, the sinful individual, separated from God, becomes an adopted child of God in the community of the Spirit. However, the price paid for this is that God Himself has to be separated from Himself, that He has to die in the guise of His Son's crucifixion. Is the death of Christ not the ultimate proof that, in the tension between God and the fallen world, God is at war with Himself, which is why He has to enter the fallen world in the guise of His oppositional determination, as a miserable individual called Jesus? Negation of the negation. But is not the claim that the absolute is the result of itself, the outcome of its own activity, yet another sophism recalling Baron Munchausen? Dieter Henrich made this point in philosophical terms when he explained how Hegel never succeeded in clearly presenting the basic matrix of his dialectical procedure, a second-order discourse that could interpret what he was doing. I believe that without that key I am offering to you, the system remains ultimately inaccessible. 36. As is well known, Henrich tries to find this key in his classic essay on Hegel's logic of reflection. His claim is that Hegel came closest to articulating the basic matrix of his procedure when, at the beginning of his logic of essence, he deals briefly with the different modes of reflection. The question, as always, is whether this key delivers what it promises. Does it really open the door to the innermost secret of Hegel's dialectics? Here is how Henrich begins his explanation. Starting only with negation means having nothing but negation. Now, in order to have nothing but negation, we need negation more than once. For, in Hegel's view, negation is relational in the sense that there must be something it negates. But inasmuch as there is nothing that negation could possibly negate owing to the assumption that we have only negation, negation can only negate itself. Accordingly, autonomous negation can only be a negation of negation. This means that autonomous negation is originally self-referential. In order to have only negation, we have to have negation twice. We do not have, first, some particular proposition, and subsequent to this the negation of it, and, then, a further negation of the negation that might give us back the proposition. 37. For common sense reasoning, all this is, of course, meaningless sophistry. One cannot begin with negation. Negation presupposes a positive entity that is negated. This is why it is crucial to explain what is meant by the self-referential negation through convincing examples, and here, it seems, Henrich does not live up to his own standards. A gap persists between the above-quoted abstract determination of the self-relating negation and the example of Hegel's procedure provided by Henrich some pages earlier. Pursues the following strategy: he invokes Kant's idea of autonomy as his criterion, and then notes that there are various ways in which the individual agent can acquire and observe this principle. Now the critical analysis of the philosopher can show that the discrepancy remains between the demands of autonomy and the state of consciousness or behavior that the agent has already achieved. Moreover, the proof of this discrepancy is simultaneously the justification of the demand for a higher form of moral life. This higher form eliminates the defects of the previous ones and so completes it. The new form requires that the preceding one remain present, anticipating completion, even though it is no longer the ultimate form. 38. To illustrate this very procedure, let us note how the Marxist critique of bourgeois freedom and equality provides a perfect case of such a pleroma. If we remain at the level of merely legal equality and freedom, this has consequences which lead to the immanent self-negation of freedom and equality. The abstract legal principle of freedom and equality has thus to be supplemented by a social organization of production which will no longer allow for the self-undermining of the principle in its very enactment. The principle of freedom and equality is thereby sublated, negated, but in such a way that it is maintained at a higher level. 39. This example enables us to clarify the paradoxical starting point of Henrich's key. Hegel does not actually start with negation. He starts with an apparent positivity which, upon closer inspection, immediately reveals itself to be its own negation. So, in our example, positive bourgeois freedom and equality reveal themselves as their opposites, as their own negation. This is not yet negation proper, negation as a movement of mediation. The movement proper begins when the original form is negated or replaced by a higher form, and the negation of negation occurs when we realize that this higher form which negated the first effectively maintains the starting point, in other words truly actualizes it, confers on it some positive content. The immediate assertion of freedom and equality really is its opposite, its self-destruction. It is only when it is negated or elevated to a higher level that freedom and equality become actual. This is why, at the end of his Science of Logic, Hegel says that if one wants to count the moments of a dialectical process, they can be counted either as 3 or as 4. What is negated is already in itself negated. But there is a further point to be added here. It is not only that, as in our example, If one sticks to abstract subjective autonomy without its more concrete fulfillment, this autonomy negates itself. Much more importantly, this sticking is necessary, unavoidable, one cannot bypass it and move on directly to a more concrete higher form. It is only through the excessive sticking to the lower form that the self-negation takes place, which then creates the need for the higher form. We can clearly see here what is wrong with one of the basic common-sense criticisms of Hegel. Hegel always presupposes that the movement goes on a thesis is opposed by its antithesis, the contradiction gets aggravated, we pass to the new position, etc., etc. But what if a moment refuses to get caught in the movement? What if it simply insists in its inert particularity? Okay, I am inconsistent with myself, but so what? I prefer to stay where I am. The mistake of this criticism is that it misses the point. Far from being a threatening abnormality, an exception to the normal dialectical movement, this the refusal of a moment to become caught in a movement, its sticking to its particular identity is precisely what happens as a rule. A moment turns into its opposite precisely by way of sticking to what it is, by refusing to recognize its truth in its opposite. But is there not a more radical example which fits much better Henrich's abstract description of starting with negation and then reaching a new positivity through self-relating negation, that of crime? The central figure of G.K. Chesterton's religious thriller The Man Who Was Thursday is a mysterious chief of a super-secret Scotland Yard department who is convinced that a purely intellectual conspiracy would soon threaten the very existence of civilization. He is certain that the scientific and artistic worlds are silently bound in a crusade against the family and the state. He has, therefore, formed a special corps of policemen who are also philosophers. It is their business to watch the beginnings of this conspiracy, not merely in a criminal but in a controversial sense. The work of the philosophical policeman is at once bolder and more subtle than that of the ordinary detective. The ordinary detective goes to pothouses to arrest thieves, we go to artistic tea parties to detect pessimists. The ordinary detective discovers from a ledger or a diary that a crime has been committed. We discover from a book of sonnets that a crime will be committed. We have to trace the origin of those dreadful thoughts that drive men on at last to intellectual fanaticism and intellectual crime. Point 40. Would not thinkers as different as Popper, Adorno, and Levinas also subscribe to a slightly modified version of this idea, where the actual political crime is called totalitarianism and the philosophical crime is condensed in the notion of totality? A straight road leads from the philosophical notion of totality to political totalitarianism, and the task of the philosophical policeman is to discover from one of Plato's dialogues or a treatise by Rousseau that a political crime will be committed. The ordinary political policeman goes to secret meetings to arrest revolutionaries, the philosophical policeman goes to philosophical symposia to detect proponents of totality. The ordinary anti-terrorist policeman tries to detect those preparing to blow up buildings and bridges, the philosophical policeman tries to detect those about to deconstruct the religious and moral foundations of our societies. The same insight was already formulated by Heinrich Heine in his History of Religion and Philosophy in Germany from 1834, although as a positive, admirable fact, mark you this, you proud men of action, you are nothing but the unconscious henchmen of intellectuals, who, often in the humblest seclusion, have meticulously plotted your every deed. 41. As cultural conservatives would put it today, deconstructionist philosophers are much more dangerous than actual terrorists, while the latter want to undermine our politico-ethical system in order to impose their own religious ethical regime. Deconstructionists want to undermine order as such. We say that the most dangerous criminal now is the entirely lawless modern philosopher. Compared to him, burglars and bigamists are essentially moral men, my heart goes out to them. They accept the essential ideal of man, they merely seek it wrongly. Thieves respect property. They merely wish the property to become their property that they may more perfectly respect it. But philosophers dislike property as property, they wish to destroy the very idea of personal possession. Bigamists respect marriage, or they would not go through the highly ceremonial and even ritualistic formality of bigamy. But philosophers despise marriage as marriage. Murderers respect human life, they merely wish to attain a greater fullness of human life in themselves by the sacrifice of what seems to them to be lesser lives. But philosophers hate life itself, their own as much as other people's. The common criminal is a bad man, but at least he is, as it were, a conditional good man. He says that if only a certain obstacle be removed, say a wealthy uncle, he is then prepared to accept the universe and to praise God. He is a reformer, but not an anarchist. He wishes to cleanse the edifice, but not to destroy it. But the evil philosopher is not trying to alter things, but to annihilate them. 42. This provocative analysis demonstrates the limitation of Chesterton, and the inadequacy of his Hegelianism. What he does not grasp is that universal crime is no longer a crime, it sublates itself as crime and turns from transgression into a new order. He is right to claim that, compared to the entirely lawless philosopher, burglars, bigamists, murderers even, are essentially moral. A thief is a conditionally good man, he does not deny property as such, he just wants more of it for himself and is then quite ready to respect it. However, the conclusion to be drawn from this is that crime is as such essentially moral, that it desires simply a particular illegal reordering of the global moral order which itself should remain unchanged. And, in a truly Hegelian spirit, one should take this proposition as far as its imminent reversal. Not only is crime essentially moral, but morality itself is essentially criminal again, not only in the sense that the universal moral order necessarily negates itself in particular crimes, but, more radically, in the sense that the way morality asserts itself is already in itself a crime. Property is theft, as they used to say in the 19th century. That is to say, we should pass from theft as a particular criminal violation of the universal form of property to this form itself as a criminal violation. What Chesterton fails to perceive is that the universalized crime he projects onto lawless modern philosophy and its political equivalent, the anarchist movement that aims at destroying the totality of civilized life, already exists in the guise of the existing rule of the law, so that the antagonism between the law and crime reveals itself to be inherent to crime, as the antagonism between universal and particular crime. 43. This point was clearly made by none other than Richard Wagner, who, in his draft for the play Jesus of Nazareth, written sometime between late 1848 and early 1849, attributes to Jesus a series of alternate supplementations of the commandments. The commandment saith, Thou shalt not commit adultery. But I say unto you, Ye shall not marry without love. A marriage without love is broken as soon as entered into, and whoso hath wooed without love, already hath broken the wedding. If ye follow my commandment, how can ye ever break it, since it bids you do what your own heart and soul desire? But where ye marry without love, ye bind yourselves at variance with God's law, and in your wedding ye sin against God, and this sin avengeth itself by your striving next against the law of man, in that ye break the marriage vow. 44. The shift from Jesus' actual words is crucial here. Jesus internalizes the prohibition, rendering it much more severe. Wagner also internalizes it, but in a different way. The inner dimension is not that of intention, but of the love that should accompany the law. True adultery is not copulating outside marriage, but copulating in marriage without love. Simple adultery just violates the law from outside, while marriage without love destroys it from within, turning the letter of the law against its spirit. So, to paraphrase Brecht once again, what is simple adultery compared to the adultery that is a loveless marriage? It is not by chance that Wagner's underlying formula marriage is adultery recalls Proudhon's property is theft. In the stormy events of 1848, Wagner was not only a Feuerbachkian celebrating sexual love, but also a Proudhonian revolutionary demanding the abolition of private property, so no wonder that, on the same page, Wagner attributes to Jesus a Proudhonian supplement to Thou shalt not steal. This also is a good law, Thou shalt not steal, nor covet another man's goods. Who goeth against it, sinneth, but I preserve you from that sin, inasmuch as I teach you, love thy neighbor as thyself, which also meaneth, lay not up for thyself treasures, whereby thou stealest from thy neighbor and makest him to starve. For when thou hast thy goods safeguarded by the law of man, thou provokest thy neighbor to sin against the law. 45. This is how the Christian supplement to the book should be conceived, as a properly Hegelian negation of negation, which resides in the decisive shift from the distortion of a notion to a distortion constitutive of this notion, that is, to this notion as a distortion in itself. Recall again Proudhon's dialectical motto: property is theft. The negation of negation is here the shift from theft as a distortion of property to the dimension of theft inscribed into the very notion of property. As we have just seen, the same goes for crime and law, for the passage from crime as the distortion of the law to crime as sustaining the law itself, the idea of the law itself as universalized crime. We should note that, in this notion of the negation of negation, the encompassing unity of the two opposed terms is the lowest, transgressive one. It is not crime which is a moment of law's self-mediation. The opposition of crime and law is inherent to crime, law is a subspecies of crime, crime's self-relating negation. And, ultimately, does not the same go for nature itself? Here, the negation of negation is the shift from the idea that we are violating some natural balanced order to the idea that imposing on the real such a notion of balanced order is in itself the greatest violation, which is why the premise, the first axiom even, of every radical ecology is there is no nature. Chesterton wrote, "Take away the supernatural and what you are left with is the unnatural." We should endorse this statement, but in a sense opposite to that intended by Chesterton. We should accept that nature is unnatural, a freak show of contingent disturbances with no inner rhyme or reason. The same dialectical reversal characterizes the notion of violence. It is not only that an outburst of violence is often a passage à l'acte as a sign of impotence, one could claim that this reversal is inherent to the notion of violence as such, and not only a feature or sign of a deficient violence. Violence as such, the need to attack the opponent, is a sign of impotence, of the agent's exclusion from what it attacks. I treat with violence only that which escapes my control, that which I cannot regulate or steer from within. The lines quoted above from Wagner cannot but evoke the famous passages from the Communist Manifesto which respond to the bourgeois reproach that communism wants to abolish freedom, property, and family. It is capitalist freedom itself which, as the freedom to buy and sell on the market, is the very form of unfreedom for those who have nothing but their labor power to sell. It is capitalist property itself which is the abolition of property for those who do not own the means of production. It is bourgeois marriage itself which is universalized prostitution. In all these cases, the external opposition is internalized, so that one opposed term becomes the form of appearance of the other. However, at least in the case of freedom, for Marx this means that communism will not abolish freedom but, by abolishing capitalist servitude, bring about actual freedom, the freedom which will no longer be the form of appearance of its opposite. It is thus not freedom itself which is the form of appearance of its opposite, but only a false freedom, freedom distorted by relations of domination. Underlying the dialectic of the negation of negation, then, a Habermasian normative approach immediately imposes itself. How can we talk about crime without a preceding notion of legal order that is violated by the criminal transgression? In other words, is not the notion of law as universalized or self-negated crime self-destructive? This, precisely, is what a properly dialectical approach rejects. What precedes transgression is just a neutral state of things, neither good nor bad. The balance of the state of things is then violated, and the positive norm arises as a secondary move, as an attempt to counteract and contain the transgression. With regard to the dialectic of freedom, this means that it is alienated, bourgeois freedom itself which creates the conditions and opens up the space for actual freedom. 46. The shift from negation to the negation of negation is thus a shift from the objective to the subjective dimension. In direct negation, the subject observes a change in the object, while in the negation of negation, the subject includes itself in the process, taking into account how the process it is observing affects its own position. Let us take the highest example, that of the crucifixion. The subject first observes the most radical negation imaginable, the death of God, then, it becomes aware of how the death of God opens up the space for its own freedom. Such a reading of the negation runs counter to the commonly held notion according to which the first negation is the splitting or particularization of the inner essence, its externalization, and the second negation the overcoming of that split. No wonder that this notion caused many interpreters of Hegel to mock the negation as a magical mechanism which guarantees that the final outcome of a process will always be happy. Back in 1953, the young Louis Althusser published a text in La Revue de l'Enseignement Philosophique in which he congratulated Stalin for rejecting the negation as a universal law of dialectics 47, a rejection shared by Mao. It is easy to understand this rejection as the expression of the spirit of struggle. Of one divides into two, there is no reunification, no final synthesis, the struggle goes on forever. However, the Hegelian dialectical synthesis has to be clearly delimited from the synthesis of the opposites model with which it is as a rule identified. In psychoanalysis, this model has two versions. The first is subjectivist. The psychoanalytical treatment is conceived as the reflexive appropriation of the alienated unconscious substance, and, on a first approach, it may appear that Freud's famous Wo es war soll ich werden fits perfectly the process of the unconscious substance becoming subject. The second version is substantialist, and it should come as no surprise to true Freudians that the first person to propose it was Jung, the arch-renegade, in his pseudo-Hegelian compensation theory. The basic idea of compensation theory is the elevation of the unconscious into the hidden substantial truth of the human subject. With our one-sided rationalist subjectivism, we in the West have lost sight of this substantial truth in the depth of our being. Whenever life proceeds one-sidedly in any given direction, the self-regulation of the organism produces in the unconscious an accumulation of all those factors which play too small a part in the individual's conscious existence. For this reason I have put forward the compensation theory of the unconscious as a complement to the repression theory. Point 48. It is easy to see how this relates to neurotic symptoms and therapy. When the ego becomes too narrow and rigid, excluding the tendencies that do not fit its image, these tendencies return in the guise of neurotic symptoms. For example, when a man curtails his feminine shadow, cutting it out of his identity, it returns to haunt him in the guise of monstrous and obscene feminine figures in which he is not able to recognize himself, and which he experiences as brutal foreign intrusions. The goal of therapy is therefore not to eliminate these symptoms, but to integrate them into a wider self that transcends the narrow confines of ego. The symptoms stand for forces that are not in themselves evil and destructive. What makes them such is the false perspective of the ego, or, as Hegel would have put it, evil resides in the very gaze that sees evil everywhere around it. So when the ego is haunted by neurotic symptoms, the task of the therapist is to get the patient to see how his ego is part of the problem, not its solution. The patient should shift his perspective and recognize in his symptoms the violent expression of the disavowed part of himself. The true illness is that of the ego itself, and the neurotic symptoms are desperate attempts at a cure, attempts to re-establish the balance disturbed by the ego's narrow frame which has excluded crucial parts of the self's content. A neurosis is truly removed only when it has removed the false attitude of the ego. We do not cure it, it cures us. A man is ill, but the illness is nature's attempt to heal him, and what the neurotic flings away as absolutely worthless contains the true gold we should never have found elsewhere. Point 49. No wonder that some partisans of Jung see in this compensation theory a Hegelian inspiration. It was Hegel who argued that the only way a battle could cease between a thesis and an antithesis was through the construction of a synthesis that would include elements from both sides and transcend the opposition. Although Jung denied that Hegel was an influence of his thought, it is hard to imagine Jungian thought without the Hegelian model that sees conflict overcome through the creation of a transcendent third which is neither thesis nor antithesis but a new entity in which both are included. Point 50. Here, however, Jung was for once right. There really is no trace of Hegel in Jung's compensation theory. This may appear too hasty, since many of Jung's formulations effectively recall Hegel's notion of the reconciliation of the subject with its alienated substance, how the subject has to recognize in the foreign power it fights the misrecognized part of its own substance. This dialectic of recognition effectively belongs to the young Hegel, It found its definitive expression in the Jena period fragments on love and reconciliation, and, later, in Hegel's reading of Antigone as the tragic confrontation of two opposed positions, Antigones and Creons, both blinded by their one-sidedness and thus each unable to recognize the moment of their own truth in the other. Here is Jung's most Hegelian formulation: the individual is faced with the necessity of recognizing and accepting what is different and strange as a part of his own life, as a kind of also I.51. Is it then possible to say, in line with recognizing and accepting what is different and strange as a part of his own life, that the goal of the analytic process is, in a vaguely Hegelian way, to enable the patient to set straight the libidinal compromises that characterize his subjective position, and to arrive at the truth about his desire? No, for a very precise and simple reason, because there is no substantial truth to be appropriated, in which the subject or patient might recognize his authentic place. We should thus reject the matrix underlying the first philosophically relevant attempt to establish the link between Hegel and psychoanalysis, namely, that undertaken within the tradition of the Frankfurt School, first elaborated by Jürgen Habermas in Interest and Human Knowledge, and later acquiring its definitive formulation in Helmut Dahmer's Libido and Society. The basic matrix involved here is provided by the homology between the Hegelian process of alienation and its overcoming through subjective mediation, or reflexive reappropriation, of the alienated substantial content, and the Freudian process of repression and its overcoming through the analytic process wherein the patient is brought to recognize his own content in what appeared to him as the weird formations of the unconscious. Like Hegelian reflection, psychoanalysis does not generate neutral objective knowledge, but a practical knowledge which, when subjectively assumed, radically changes its bearer. From a contemporary perspective, it is easy to see the limitations of such a notion of reconciliation. It suffices to attempt to apply it to the struggle between the Nazis and the Jews. Again, on a first approach, the Jungian notion of the shadow as the misrecognized alter ego seems fitting here. Is there not indeed a strange echoing and redoubling between the Nazi elevation of Aryan Germans and the Jews' perception of themselves as the chosen nation? Was it not already Schoenberg who dismissed Nazi racism as a miserable imitation of the Jewish identity as the chosen people? And yet would it not be obscene to say that each of these two parties should recognize in its opponent its own truth and substance, its own second self? For the Jews, this could only mean that they should recognize how, in the guise of the Nazi hatred of them, they suffer the reaction to the fact that they excluded themselves from organic communal life and thereby abandoned themselves to a rootless, alienated existence. It is immediately clear what is wrong here. What's missing is the radical asymmetry of the opposed poles. While the Jew really is a kind of symptom of Nazism, Nazism is definitely not in any symmetrical way a symptom of Judaism, the return of its repressed, its inner truth, for it is an obscenity to say that, in their struggle against Nazism, the Jews fling away as absolutely worthless the true gold they should never have found elsewhere. The opposition of poles thus conceals the fact that one of the poles already is the unity of the two, so, for Hegel, there is no need for a third element to bring the two together. 52 This is why Hegel's dialectics is radically groundless, abyssal, a process of the self-relating of the two which lacks any third. For example, there is no external third, no ground, no shared medium in which the opposition between law and crime is synthesized. The dialectical truth of their opposition is that crime is its own species, the encompassing unity of itself and its opposite. With regard to the opposition of liberal individualism and fundamentalism, today's communitarians advocate a kind of Jungian compensation theory. We in the West put too much emphasis on individualism, neglecting the bonds of community, which then return to haunt us in the guise of the fundamentalist threat. The way to fight fundamentalism is thus to change our own view, to recognize in it the distorted image of the neglected aspect of our own identity. The solution lies in restoring the proper balance between individual and community, creating a social body in which collective and individual freedom organically supplement each other. What is wrong here is this very figure of a balanced harmony of the two opposed principles. We should start, on the contrary, with the imminent contradiction of capitalist individualism. Fundamentalism is ultimately a secondary, reactive phenomenon, an attempt to counteract and gentrify this antagonism. For Hegel, the goal is thus not to establish the symmetry and balance of the two opposing principles, but to recognize in one pole the symptom of the failure of the other. Fundamentalism is a symptom of liberalism, Antigone is a symptom of Creon, etc. The solution is to revolutionize or change the universal term itself, so that it will no longer require its symptom as the guarantee of its unity. Consequently, the way to overcome the tension between secular individualism and religious fundamentalism is not to find a proper balance between the two, but to abolish or overcome the source of the problem, the antagonism at the very heart of the capitalist individualist project. It is this move towards self-relating negativity that is absent in Zen Buddhism, which also relies on a kind of negation. First, we deny the substantial character of reality and assert that the only absolute is the void itself. Then, we overcome the void itself insofar as it is still opposed to positive reality and assert the ultimate sameness of the plurality of phenomena and the void. This is why the basic feature of the Buddhist ontology is the notion of the radical interdependence of phenomena. Phenomena are totally non-substantial, there is nothing behind them, no ground, only the void. That is, if we isolate a thing from its relations to other things and try to grasp it as it is in itself, we get only void. In nirvana, we existentially assume this void not by denying phenomena, but by fully assuming their non-substantial character. The ethical implication of this notion of void is that good has no priority over evil. The priority of good over evil is an ethical imperative but not an actual human condition. 53. Good and evil are completely interdependent. There is no good without evil and vice versa. There is no nothingness without somethingness and vice versa. 54. When we realize this, we reach the point where there is neither good nor evil, neither life nor death, neither nothingness or somethingness. This is freedom. 55. At this point I am neither good nor bad. I am nothing whatsoever. 56. From this position, even Hegel's dialectics appears not radical enough. For Hegel, being still has priority over nothing. Negativity is contained to the self-mediating movement of the absolute spirit, which thus maintains a minimum of substantial identity, and the Hegelian cunning of reason indicates that a substantial force underlies the interplay of phenomena, teleologically directing it. From the Hegelian standpoint, what is missing here is the properly dialectical paradox of a nothingness which is prior to somethingness and, even more, of a weird something which is less than nothing. In other words, the Buddhist interrelation and disubstantialization of reality remains at the level of the thorough interdependence of the opposite poles, no good without evil, no something without nothing, and vice versa, and we can overcome this duality only by way of withdrawing into the abyss of the absolute and unconditional void. But what about a properly Hegelian dialectical process in which negativity is not reduced to a self-mediation of the positive absolute, but in which, on the contrary, positive reality appears as the result of self-relating negativity? Form and content. Can the matrix of the subjective reappropriation of the alienated objective content still be applied to Lacan's return to Freud? Is not the whole thrust of Lacan's reading of Freud directed against such a subjective reappropriation of alienated otherness? For Lacan, is not the alienation of the subject in the other constitutive of subjectivity? The obvious answer is no. However, it is our aim to give this no a different twist from the usual one, not to cut the link which connects Lacan to Hegel, but to make, in reading Hegel through Lacan, a new return to Hegel, that is, to discern the contours of a different Hegel, a Hegel who no longer fits the subjectivist matrix of the subject appropriating all substantial content. One of the best indicators of the dimension which resists the pseudo-Hegelian understanding of psychoanalytic treatment as the process of the patient's appropriation of repressed content is the paradox of perversion in the Freudian theoretical edifice. Perversion demonstrates the insufficiency of the simple logic of transgression. The standard wisdom tells us that perverts actually do what hysterics only dream about doing, for everything is allowed in perversion. A pervert openly actualizes all repressed content, and yet, nonetheless, as Freud emphasizes, nowhere is repression as strong as in perversion. a fact amply confirmed by our late capitalist reality in which total sexual permissiveness causes anxiety and impotence or frigidity instead of liberation. This compels us to draw a distinction between the repressed content and the form of repression, where the form remains operative even after the content is no longer repressed. In short, the subject can fully appropriate the repressed content, but repression remains. Commenting on a short dream had by one of his patients, which revealed itself to refer to the fact that the patient was pregnant but in doubt as to the baby's father, Freud draws a key dialectical conclusion. The lack of clarity shown by the dream was a part of the material which instigated the dream. Part of this material, that is, was represented in the form of the dream. The form of a dream, or the form in which it is dreamt, is used with quite surprising frequency for representing its concealed subject matter. Point 57. The gap between form and content is here properly dialectical, in contrast to the transcendental gap whose point is that every content appears within an a priori formal frame, and hence we should always be aware of the invisible transcendental frame which constitutes the content we perceive, or, in structural terms, we should distinguish between the elements and the formal places these elements occupy. We only attain the level of proper dialectical analysis of a form when we conceive a certain formal procedure not as expressing a certain aspect of the content, but as marking or signaling that part of the content which is excluded from the explicit narrative line, so that and herein resides the proper theoretical point. If we want to reconstruct all of the narrative content, we must reach beyond the explicit narrative content as such and include those formal features which act as a stand-in for the repressed aspect of the content. Point 58. To take the well-known elementary example from the analysis of melodramas, the emotional excess that cannot express itself directly in the narrative line finds its outlet in the ridiculously sentimental musical accompaniment or in other formal features. Exemplary is here the way Claude Berry's Jean de Florette and Manon de Sources displace Marcel Pagnol's original film on which they are based. That is to say, Pagnol's original retains traces of the authentic French provincial community life, with its old, quasi-pagan religious patterns, while Berry's films fail in their effort to recapture the spirit of this closed, pre-modern community. However, unexpectedly, the inherent obverse of Pagnol's universe is the theatricality of the action and the element of ironic distance and comicality, while Berry's films, though shot more realistically, place the emphasis on destiny, and on the melodramatic excess whose hystericality often borders on the ridiculous. So, paradoxically, the closed, ritualized, pre-modern community implies theatrical comicality and irony, while the modern, realistic rendering involves fate and melodramatic excess. In this respect, Berry's two films are to be opposed to Lars von Trier's Breaking the Waves. In both cases, we are dealing with the tension between form and content. However, in Breaking the Waves, the excess is located in the content, while in Berry, the excess in the form obfuscates and thus renders palpable the flaw in the content, the impossibility today of realizing the pure classical tragedy of destiny. Therein lies the key consequence of the move from Kant to Hegel. The very gap between content and form is to be reflected back into the content itself, as an indication that the content is not all, that something was repressed/excluded from it. This exclusion which establishes the form itself is the primordial repression, and no matter how much we bring out all the repressed content, this primordial repression persists. How do we explain this? The immediate answer involves the identity of the repression with the return of the repressed, which means that the repressed content does not pre-exist repression, but is retroactively constituted by the very process of repression. Through different forms of negation or obfuscation, the repressed is allowed to penetrate public conscious speech, to find an echo in it. What we get here is another kind of negation, that is, the content is negated or repressed, but this repression is in the same gesture itself negated in the guise of the return of the repressed. The logic seems similar to that of the relationship between sin and law in Paul, where there is no sin without law, where the law itself creates the transgression it tries to subdue, so that, if we remove the law, we also lose what the law tried to repress, or, in more Freudian terms, if we remove the repression, we also lose the repressed content. Is the proof not provided by today's typical patient, whose reaction to the same dream would be, I don't know who this woman in my dream is, but I am sure she has something to do with my mother? The patient says this, but there is no liberation, no truth effect, no shift in his subjective position. Why? Again, what remains repressed even when the barriers preventing access to the repressed content come down? The first answer is, of course, the form itself. That is to say, both the positive and the negative form move within the same field, the field of the symbolic form, and what we should focus on is a more radical repression constitutive of this form itself, what Lacan called symbolic castration or the prohibition of incest, a negative gesture which sustains the very symbolic form, so that even when we say, this is my mother, the mother is already lost. That is to say, this negative gesture sustains the minimal gap between the symbolic and the real, between reality and the impossible real. However, insofar as we are dealing here with the properly dialectical mediation between form and content, we should not reduce primordial repression simply to the form of a gap. Something insists, the weird positivity of an excessive content not only impervious to negation, but produced by the very process of redoubled negation. Consequently, this something is not simply a remainder of the pre-symbolic real that resists symbolic negation, but a spectral X called by Lacan the objet or surplus enjoyment. Here Lacan's key distinction between pleasure and enjoyment comes into play. What is beyond the pleasure principle is enjoyment itself, the drive as such. The basic paradox of jouissance is that it is both impossible and unavoidable, it is never fully achieved, always missed, but, simultaneously, we never can get rid of it. Every renunciation of enjoyment generates an enjoyment in renunciation, every obstacle to desire generates a desire for an obstacle, and so on. This reversal provides the minimal definition of surplus enjoyment. It involves a paradoxical pleasure in pain. That is to say, when Lacan uses the term plus de jouir, one has to ask another naive but crucial question: in what does this surplus consist? Is it merely a qualitative increase of ordinary pleasure? The ambiguity of the French expression is decisive here. It can mean surplus of enjoyment as well as no enjoyment. The surplus of enjoyment over mere pleasure is generated by the presence of the very opposite of pleasure, namely pain. It is the part of jouissance which resists being contained by homeostasis, by the pleasure principle. It is the excess of pleasure produced by repression itself, which is why we lose it if we abolish repression. This is what Herbert Marcuse, in his Eros and Civilization, misses when he proposes a distinction between basic repression and surplus repression. While any form of the reality principle demands a considerable degree and scope of repressive control over the instincts, the specific historical institutions of the reality principle and the specific interests of domination introduce additional controls over and above those indispensable for civilized human association. These additional controls arising from the specific institutions of domination are what we denote as surplus repression. Point 59. Marcuse offers as examples of surplus repression the modifications and deflections of instinctual energy necessitated by the perpetuation of the monogamic patriarchal family, or by a hierarchical division of labor, or by public control over the individual's private existence. 60. Although he concedes that basic and surplus repression are de facto inextricably intertwined, one should go a step further and render problematic their very conceptual distinction. It is the paradox of libidinal economy that surplus or excess is necessary even for the most basic functioning. An ideological edifice bribes subjects into accepting repression or renunciation by way of offering surplus enjoyment, that is, enjoyment generated by the excessive renunciation of enjoyment itself. Surplus enjoyment is by definition enjoyment in pain. Thus one cannot have only basic repression without surplus repression, since it is the very enjoyment generated by surplus repression which renders basic repression palpable to subjects. The paradox we are dealing with here is thus a kind of less is more repression is less dramatic, more easily accepted, than less. When repression is diminished, it becomes much more difficult to endure and provokes rebellion. To return to Hegel, can one really claim that this excess produced by the very process of self-relating negation is beyond his scope? In a neglected passage from the subchapter of the Phenomenology describing the structure of the utilitarian Enlightenment universe, Hegel formulates the basic paradox of the pleasure principle, the fact that the greatest threat to pleasure is not a scarcity that prevents full access to it, but the excess of pleasure itself. In the utilitarian universe, everything exists to pleasure and delight, and, as he first comes from the hand of God, he walks the earth as in a garden planted for him. But what disturbs this paradise is that, having also plucked the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, man's inherently good nature is also so constituted that the superfluity of delight does it harm, or rather his singleness contains as a factor in its constitution a principle that goes beyond it. His singleness can overreach itself and destroy itself. To prevent this, he finds reason a useful means for duly restraining this self-transcendence, or rather for preserving himself when he does go beyond the determinate, for such is the force of consciousness. The principle of measure or proportion has, therefore, the determinate function of preventing pleasure in its variety and duration from being quite broken off, i.e. the function of measure is immoderation. 61. This lesson is repeatedly imparted to us by advertising. To enjoy our product fully and permanently, we must enjoy it in proper measure. Only such restraint guarantees true immoderation, a prolonged life of pleasure. As Lacan pointed out, the Freudian pleasure principle is not a principle of unbridled ecstatic enjoyment, but a principle of restraint. The proof that Hegel's formulation of the beyond of the pleasure principle is embedded in his notion of subjectivity lies in his definition of the subject as the activity of the formal rationality of satisfying impulses. 62. This idea is developed in his introduction to the lectures on the philosophy of world history. Places the ideal, the realm of thought, between the demands of the impulse and their satisfaction. In the animal, the two coincide. It cannot sever their connection by its own efforts, only pain or fear can do so. In man, the impulse is present before it is satisfied, and independently of its satisfaction, in controlling or giving rein to his impulses, man acts in accordance with ends and determines himself in the light of a general principle. It is up to him to decide what end to follow. He can even make his end a universal one. In so doing, he is determined by whatever conceptions he has formed of his own nature and volitions. It is this which constitutes man's independence, for he knows what it is that determines him. 63. This means that rationality, at first merely interposing itself as an agency for the better satisfaction of impulses, ends up subordinating all natural goals to itself and becoming its own goal. Rationality first emerges as a hedonic calculus aiming at the general satisfaction of my impulses, but finally, if I am to be fully satisfied in my action in my regard that it is my own, the rationality principle that I apply must not be conditional on a contingent end like happiness. Rather, the principle of my action must involve my willing that I be present in my action as a free agent. 64. No wonder, then, that the identity of opposites is clearly discernible in the case of pleasure and duty. Not only is it possible to elevate pleasure into a duty, it is also possible to elevate duty into a pleasure. But what about the majority of cases in which the two are simply opposed? The catch is, am I able to do my duty, not when it curtails my pleasures, but when it gives me pleasure to do it? Only if I am able to do so will the two domains be truly separated. If I cannot tolerate the pleasure that may result as a byproduct, then my carrying out of my duty will already be contaminated by pleasure, by the economy of moral masochism. In other words, it is crucial to distinguish between tolerating pleasure as an accidental byproduct of doing my duty, and doing a duty because it provides me pleasure. Negation without a filling. The coincidence of the opposites thus has nothing whatsoever to do with the eternal harmony/struggle of opposed forces, the constituent of every pagan cosmology. In a given society, certain features, attitudes, and norms of life are not perceived as ideologically marked but appear as neutral, as part of a non-ideological common-sense way of life. Ideology is then reserved for those explicitly posited positions which stand out from or against this background. The Hegelian point here would be that it is precisely this neutralization of certain features within a spontaneously accepted background which is ideology at its purest. Here, then, is a true case of the coincidence of the opposites. The actualization of a notion at its purest coincides with its opposite. And, mutatis mutandis, the same goes for violence. Social symbolic violence at its purest appears as its opposite, as the spontaneity of the milieu in which we dwell, as neutral as the air that we breathe. What this last example clearly shows is that, in the Hegelian negation of negation, the level shifts. First, negation directly changes the content within the same horizon, while in the negation of negation, nothing really changes, the horizon is simply turned around, so that the same content appears as its opposite. Another unexpected example, in the mid-1990s, the servicing of goods organized by the state in North Korea's centralized and fully regulated economy gradually ceased to function. The food distribution system delivered increasingly smaller rations, factories simply stopped paying salaries, the medical system was without medicines, electricity and water were available for only a couple of hours per week, cinemas stopped showing films, etc. The reaction of ordinary North Koreans to this disintegration may be surprising to some. The needs which were no longer being met by the state were, up to a point, accommodated by primitive forms of a modest market capitalism, grudgingly tolerated by the state, individuals selling homegrown vegetables, fish or mushrooms, dogs and rats, electronic devices and DVDs smuggled in from China. What emerged was a brutal survivalist market economy, as if the country had regressed to a kind of Hobbesian state of nature, find your market niche or die. It was thus not some elementary form of solidarity but raw egoism which won the day. In a cruel irony, at this 0 point, the official ideology of total solidarity and the dedication of individuals to the community was supplemented by its pure and simple opposite. The Hegelian point to be made here is, of course, that this negation of the official ideology was not external, but internal to it. The explosion of egoism was in itself already there in the actual subjective economy of those who participated in the official communal rituals. They participated as a matter of survival, as part of a pure egoist strategy of avoiding state terror. A recent docu-fiction book describes the moment when Jun Sang, a privileged student at a Pyongyang university, after encountering a starving homeless child, suddenly realized that he no longer believed in the North Korean official ideology. He now knew for sure that he didn't believe. It was an enormous moment of self-revelation, like deciding one was an atheist. It made him feel alone. He was different from everybody else, burdened by a secret he had discovered about himself. At first he thought his life would be dramatically different with his newfound clarity. In fact, it was much the same as ever before. He went through the motions of being a loyal subject. On Saturday mornings he showed up punctually at the ideological lectures at the university. 65. However, he then noticed that the faces of his fellow students were still and expressionless, as blank as mannequins in a department store window. He realized suddenly he wore the same vacant expression on his face. In fact, they all probably felt exactly the same way he did about the contents of the lecture. They know. They all know, he nearly screamed, he was so certain. Jun Sang realized he was not the only non-believer out there. He was even convinced that he could recognize a form of silent communication that was so subtle it didn't even rise to the level of a wink or a nod. 66. One should read these lines literally. Far from experiencing a loss of individuality through immersion in a primordial collective identity, the individuals who participated in the obligatory ideological rituals were absolutely alone, reduced to a punctual individuality, unable to communicate their true inner subjective stance, totally divorced from the ideological big other. What we encounter here is one of the purest examples of the shift from alienation to separation as developed by Lacan in his seminar on the 4 fundamental concepts of psychoanalysis. Radical alienation in the public ideological order, where people seem to lose their individuality and act like puppets, is no less a form of radical separation, the total withdrawal of subjects into their mute singularity excluded from any symbolic collective. It was the singularity produced by the state. Ideological machine which exploded in North Korea when the state servicing of goods ceased to function. 67. The underlying logic here is that of the retroactive positing of presuppositions. This logic also allows us to see what is wrong in the Hobbesian vision of the monarch as the one who brutally but necessarily imposes peaceful coexistence upon the multitude of individuals who, left to themselves, would descend into a state where homo homini lupus. This supposedly natural state of the war of all against all is a retroactive product of the imposed state power, that is, in order for that power to function, the one has to sever the direct lateral links between individuals. The relation to the one makes of every subject a traitor to his fellows. It is false to assert that the one is put in the place of the third because homo homini lupus, as Hobbes would say. It is the fact of putting the one in the place of the transcendent lawgiver or considering him as its representative that makes a wolf out of a man. 68. A similar point was made by Sophia Nastrom. It is the state itself that frees people from their responsibility to each other, narrowing the space of direct communal solidarity and reducing people to abstract individuals. In short, the state itself creates the problem it then strives to resolve. 69. What this more complicated model including retroactivity indicates is that the Hegelian triad is never really a triad, that its number is not 3. There were 3 steps in the formation of Russian national identity: first, the substantial starting point, then, the violent modernization enforced by Peter the Great, which continued throughout 18th century and created a new French-speaking elite. Finally, after 1812, the rediscovery of Russianness, the return to forgotten authentic origins. 70. It is crucial to bear in mind that this rediscovery of authentic roots was only possible through and for the educated eyes of the French-speaking elite. Authentic Russia existed only for the French gaze. This is why it was a French composer who wrote the first opera in Russian and thus started the tradition, and why Pushkin himself had to use French words to make clear to his readers the true meaning of his authentic Russian terms. Later, of course, the dialectical movement goes on. Russianness immediately splits into liberal populism and conservative Slavophilism, and the process culminates in the properly dialectical coincidence of modernity and primitivism, the fascination of the early 20th century modernists with ancient barbaric cultural forms. The complexity of this example accounts for why it seems that Hegel secretly oscillates between 2 matrices of the negation of negation. The first matrix is substantial peace, the subject's act, its one-sided intervention which disturbs the peace, disrupts the balance, the revenge of destiny which re-establishes the balance by way of annihilating the subject's excess. The second is the subject's act, the failure of the act, the shift of perspective which inverts this failure into success. 71. It is easy to see that the last 2 moments of the first triad overlap with the first 2 moments of the second triad. It all depends on where we start to count. If we start with substantial unity and balance, the subjective act is the negation. If we start with the subjective act as the moment of positing, negation is its failure. What this complication implies is that, already at the abstract formal level, we should distinguish 4 rather than only 3 stages of a dialectical process. Decades ago, Mad Magazine published a series of variations on the topic of how a subject can relate to a norm at 4 levels. In fashion, say, the poor don't care how they dress, the lower middle classes try to follow the fashion but always lag behind. The upper middle classes dress in accordance with the latest fashion, those at the top, the trendsetters, also don't care how they dress since the way they dress is the fashion. Or, with regard to the law, the outcasts do not care what the law says, they just do whatever they want. The utilitarian egotists follow the law, but only approximately, when it suits their interests. The moralists strictly follow the law, while those at the top, like the absolute monarch, again do whatever they want since what they do or say is the law. In both cases, the logic is the same. We progress from ignorance to partial commitment and then to full commitment, but to these 3 steps another is added, the highest level, which paradoxically coincides with the lowest. At this highest level, people do exactly the same as at the previous level, but with a subjective attitude which is the same as the attitude of those at the lowest level. Does this not fit with Augustine's saying that, if you have Christian love, you can do whatever you want since what you do will automatically be in accordance with the law? And do these four steps not also provide a model for the negation of negation? We start with a totally non-alienated attitude, then we progress through partial alienation followed by total alienation, until finally, in the figure of the master, this total alienation is self-negated, coinciding with its opposite. This more complex model, which distinguishes between two alienations or negations, partial and total, also enables us to answer one of the critical points often made against Hegel, namely that he cheats when he presents the inner deployment of a constellation in such a way that the lowest point of self-relating negation magically reverts into a new higher positivity at best. What we should get, instead of the total destruction or self-erasure of the entire movement, is a return to the immediate, substantial starting point, so that we would find ourselves in a cyclical universe. But the first surprise is that Hegel himself outlines this option in his Phenomenology, in the chapter on absolute freedom and the terror. Out of this tumult spirit would be hurled back upon its starting point, the ethical world and the real world of spiritual culture, which would thus have been merely refreshed and rejuvenated by the fear of the Lord, that has again entered men's hearts. Spirit would have anew to traverse and continually repeat the cycle of necessity, if only complete interpenetration of self-consciousness and the substance were the final result, an interpenetration in which self-consciousness, which has experienced the force of its universal nature operating negatively upon it, would try to know and find itself not as this particular self-consciousness but only as universal, and hence, too, would be able to endure the objective reality of universal spirit, a reality, excluding self-consciousness qua particular. Point 72. In revolutionary terror, the singular consciousness experiences the destructive consequences of keeping itself separate from the universal substance. In such a separation, substance appears as a negative power which arbitrarily annihilates every singular consciousness. Here we can employ one of Hegel's famous word plays, the ambiguity of the German expression zugrundigen, which means to disintegrate, fall apart, but literally also zugrunde gehen, to reach one's ground. The positive outcome of the terror is that, in the subject's very annihilation, the subject reaches its ground, finds its place in the ethical substance, accepts its unity with this substance. On the other hand, since ethical substance is actual only as the force which mobilizes singular subjects, the annihilation of the singular subject by the substance is simultaneously the substance's self-annihilation, which means that this negative movement of self-destruction seems compelled to repeat itself indefinitely. It is at this point, however, that the inevitable but enters, articulated in a precise line of argumentation. But this is not the form the final result assumed. For in absolute freedom there was no reciprocal interaction either between an external world and consciousness, which is absorbed in manifold existence or sets itself determinate purposes and ideas, or between consciousness and an external objective world, be it a world of reality or of thought. What that freedom contained was the world absolutely in the form of consciousness, as a universal will, and, along with that, self-consciousness gathered out of all the dispersion and manifoldness of existence or all the manifold ends and judgments of mind, and concentrated into the bare and simple self. In the sphere of culture itself it does not get the length of viewing its negation or alienation in this form of pure abstraction. Its negation is negation with a filling and a content, either honor and wealth, which it gains in the place of the self that it has alienated from itself, or the language of esprit and insight, which the distraught consciousness acquires, or, again, the negation is the heaven of belief or the principle of utility belonging to the stage of enlightenment. All these determinate elements disappear with the disaster and ruin that overtake the self in the state of absolute freedom. Its negation is meaningless death, sheer horror of the negative which has nothing positive in it, nothing that gives a filling. At the same time, however, this negation in its actual manifestation is not something alien and external. It is neither that universal background of necessity in which the moral world is swamped, nor the particular accident of private possession, the whims and humors of the owner, on which the distraught consciousness finds itself dependent. It is universal will, which in this its last abstraction has nothing positive, and hence can give nothing in return for the sacrifice. But just on that account this will is in unmediated oneness with self-consciousness. It is the pure positive because it is the pure negative, and that meaningless death, the unfilled, vacuous negativity of self, in its inner constitutive principle, turns round into absolute positivity. 73. In an uncanny act of what Pierre Bayard calls plagiarizing the future, Hegel seems to quote Lacan here. How can negation with a filling not evoke all the Lacanian formulae for filling in the lack, for an object which serves as the placeholder of the lack, etc. The infamous reversal of the negative into the positive occurs here at a very precise point, at the moment when the exchange breaks down. Throughout the whole period of what Hegel calls Bildung, the subject is deprived of its substantial content, yet it gets something in exchange for this deprivation, either honor and wealth, which it gains in the place of the self that it has alienated from itself, or the language of esprit and insight, which the distraught consciousness acquires, or, again, the negation is the heaven of belief or the principle of utility belonging to the stage of enlightenment. In revolutionary terror, this exchange breaks down, the subject is exposed to the destructive abstract negativity which deprives it even of its biological substance, without giving anything in return. Death is here utterly meaningless, the most cold-blooded and meaningless death of all, with no more significance than cleaving a head of cabbage or swallowing a draught of water, without even surviving as a noble memory in the minds of friends and family. How, then, does this pure negativity or loss magically turn into new positivity? What do we get when we get nothing in exchange? There is only one consistent answer, this nothingness itself. When there is no filling of the negation, when we are forced to confront the power of negativity in its naked purity and are swallowed by it, the only way to go on is to realize that this negativity is the very core of our being, that the subject is the void of negativity. The core of my being is not some positive feature, but merely the capacity to mediate or negate all fixed determinations. It is not what I am, but the negative way I am able to relate to what I am. 74. But does Hegel not thereby endorse what one is tempted to call the mother of all ideological mystifications of the French Revolution, first formulated by Kant, for whom, more important than the often bloody reality of what occurred on the streets of Paris, was the enthusiasm that the revolution gave rise to among sympathetic observers throughout Europe? The revolution which we have seen taking place in our own times in a nation of gifted people may succeed, or it may fail. It may be so filled with misery and atrocities that no right-thinking man would ever decide to make the same experiment again at such a price, even if he could hope to carry it out successfully at the second attempt. But I maintain that this revolution has aroused in the hearts and desires of all spectators who are not themselves caught up in it a sympathy which borders almost on enthusiasm, although the very utterance of this sympathy was fraught with danger. It cannot therefore have been caused by anything other than a moral disposition within the human race. 75. The mystification resides in the reversal of the external negativity of the revolutionary terror into the sublime internal power of the moral law within each of us. But can this sublation actually be accomplished? Is the violence of the terror not too strong for such a domestication? Kant himself is fully aware of this excess. In the Metaphysics of Morals, he characterizes the central defining event of the French Revolution as a suicide of the state, as a pragmatic paradox opening up an abyss into which reason falls, as an indelible crime which precludes forgiveness in this world or in the next. Of all the atrocities involved in overthrowing a state by rebellion, it is the formal execution of the monarch that strikes horror in a soul filled with the idea of human rights, a horror that one feels repeatedly as soon and as often as one thinks of such scenes as the fate of Charles I or Louis XVI. 76. All the oscillations involved in the encounter with the real are here. A regicide is something so terrible one cannot fully represent it to oneself in all its dimensions. It cannot really happen, it should only be constructed as a necessary virtual point. The actual regicide was not a case of diabolical evil, of an evil accomplished for no pathological reason, since it was in fact done for a pathological reason. It is interesting to note how the standard Kantian suspicion about an act being truly good or ethical is here weirdly mobilized in the opposite direction. We cannot be sure that an act really was diabolically evil, that some pathological motivation did not make it a normal case of evil. In both cases, empirical causality appears to be suspended, the excess of another noumenal dimension seems to intrude violently into our reality. Kant is thus unable to assume this ultimate political infinite judgment. Hegel is the only one who fully asserts the identity of the two extremes, of the sublime and of the terror. Hegel's unflinching identification of the terror as the inauguration of political modernity does not prevent him from affirming the revolution in its entirety as inevitable, comprehensible, justifiable, horrible, thrilling, mind-numbingly boring, and infinitely productive. 77 Hegel's sublime words on the French Revolution from his lectures on the philosophy of world history are, if anything, even more enthusiastic than Kant's, and he rejects the easy way out of the traumatic infinite judgment in both its versions. First, the liberal dream of 1789 without 1793. Second, the conditional endorsement of 1793 as the price that had to be paid in order for the nation to enjoy the institutions of modern civil society as the rational kernel which remains after the repellent shell of the revolutionary upheaval has been discarded. 78. Furthermore, Hegel also clearly registers the limit of what may appear to be his own solution, the above-mentioned Aufhebung of the abstract freedom or negativity of the revolution in the concrete post-revolutionary rational state. As Rebecca Comey summarizes this argument, Hegel loves the French Revolution so much he needs to purge it of the revolutionaries. 79 However, as Comey makes clear, a close reading of the last part of the chapter on spirit in the Phenomenology reveals how, far from celebrating the Aufhebung of terror in the inner freedom of the subject obeying only his autonomous voice of conscience, Hegel is fully aware that such freedom on its own terms does nothing to redeem the blocked promise of the revolution. Hegel makes it bitterly clear that the sublime purity of the moral will can be no antidote to the terrifying purity of revolutionary virtue. He demonstrates that all the features of absolute freedom are carried over into Kantian morality, the obsessionality, the paranoia, the suspicion, the surveillance, the evaporation of objectivity within the sadistic vehemence of a subjectivity bent on reproducing itself within a world it must disregard. 80. The excess of the revolution thus resists its Aufhebung in both its dimensions. Not only is inner moral freedom not strong enough to pacify the revolutionary terror, it is also, and this is the obverse of the same failure, not strong enough to actualize the revolution's emancipatory promise. Inner moral freedom, even when overblown in the romantic absolute subject, always and by definition conceals a resigned acceptance of the existing social order of domination. Hegel has relentlessly dismantled every attempt to displace or dissolve the traumatic rupture of the French Revolution within a spiritual, philosophical, or aesthetic upheaval. Political revolution can no longer be absorbed into the Copernican revolution of Kant or Fichte, or into the various cultural revolutions projected from Schiller on. Hegel is as unforgiving here as Marx. Every retreat from politics to the freedom of moral self-consciousness rehearses the Stoic impasse, provokes the sceptical rejoinder, and culminates in a self-serving misery in which can be discerned a secret collusion with the existent. 81. Comey notes how this brutal critique of Kant's practical thought reveals Hegel at his most Freudo-Nietzschean, deploying the hermeneutics of suspicion at its most radical. The catalogue of Freudian concepts marshaled by Hegel throughout this section is impressive: repression, perversion, isolation, splitting, disavowal, fetishism, projection, introjection, incorporation, masochism, mourning, melancholia, repetition, death drive. 82 With Hegel's analysis of the steps which follow his critique of the Kantian ethical edifice, we are just caught further in this downward spiral, right down to the solipsistic madness of vaporized subjectivity and its self-ironic mirroring. Even when describing how this self-destructive pathological narcissism reaches its peak, admitting the void in its heart, Hegel is well aware that the fetish is not only an object filling in the void carved by the missing object turns into a filling for itself. Even absence provides its own bitter consolation. 83. Referring to Origen, Hegel goes so far as to suggest gleefully, on Enlightenment's behalf, that even castration can be a defense against castration. The florid example of Origen shows how an all too literal injury can serve to preempt the ultimate traumatic wounding. 84. A thesis fully confirmed by psychoanalysis, which demonstrates how a castration in reality can function as a way of avoiding the wound of symbolic castration. We touch here on a problematic nerve, highlighted by the young Hegelian reproach that Hegel surrenders to the existing social misery. Does Hegel not detect a hidden conformism in the critical stance itself? This is why, in a profoundly Hegelian way, Catherine Malabou calls for the abandonment of the critical stance towards reality as the ultimate horizon of our thinking, under whatever name it may appear, from the young Hegelian critical critique to 20th century critical theory. 85. What such a critical stance fails to accomplish is the fulfillment of its own gesture, the radicalization of the subjective negative critical attitude towards reality into a full critical self-negation. Even if it leaves one open to the accusation of having regressed to the old Hegelian position, one should adopt the authentically Hegelian absolute position which, as Malabou points out, involves a kind of speculative surrender of the self to the absolute, albeit in a Hegelian dialectical way, not the immersion of the subject in the higher unity of an all-encompassing absolute, but the inscription of the critical gap separating the subject from the substance into the substance itself, as its own antagonism, or self-distance. The critical stance is thus not directly cancelled in some higher level yes to a positive absolute, it is rather inscribed into the absolute itself as its own gap. This is why Hegelian absolute knowledge, far from signaling a kind of subjective appropriation or internalization of all substantial content, should be read against the background of what Lacan called subjective destitution. In the very last pages of the chapter on spirit, this surrender to the absolute takes the form of an unexpected and abrupt gesture of reconciliation, the reconciling yes, in which the two I's let go their antithetical existence, is the existence of the I which has expanded into a duality, and therein remains identical with itself. 86. While this formulation may sound emptily abstract, the worst kind of exercise in formal dialectical thinking, it pays to read it closely, bearing in mind its precise context. Just before the quoted passage, Hegel characterizes reconciliation as externalization, a kind of counter-move to the standard dialectical internalization of the external opposition. Here, it is the inner contradiction of the subject which is externalized in the relationship among subjects, indicating the subject's acceptance of itself as part of the outer social world over which it does not exert control. What is accepted in the yes of reconciliation is thus a basic alienation in an almost Marxist sense. The meaning of my acts does not depend on me, on my intentions, it is decided afterwards, retroactively. In other words, what is accepted, what the subject has to assume, is its radical and constitutive disentering in the symbolic order. The two in the passage just quoted refers to the opposition between the acting and the judging consciousness. To act is to err, the act is by definition partial, it involves guilt, but the judging consciousness does not admit that its judging is also an act, it refuses to include itself in what it judges. It ignores the fact that the true evil lies in the neutral gaze which sees evil everywhere around itself, so that it is no less tainted than the acting consciousness. In geopolitical terms, this gap between the judging consciousness and the acting consciousness, between knowing and doing, is the gap between Germany and France. Reconciliation is the reconciliation of the two nations, where the word of reconciliation should be pronounced by Germany. German thought should reconcile itself with the acting French hero. We are dealing here with a purely performative formal gesture of abandoning purity and accepting the stain of one's complicity with the world. The one who pronounces the word of reconciliation is the judging consciousness, renouncing its critical attitude. But far from amounting to conformism, only such a yes opens up the space for real change. As such, this reconciliation is simultaneously both precipitous and belated, it occurs all of a sudden, as a kind of flight forward, before the situation seems ready for it, and, at the same time, like Kafka's Messiah, it comes one day too late, when it no longer matters. But how does such an elementary gesture of accepting the contingency of the world open up the space for real change? Towards the end of the preface to his Philosophy of Right, Hegel defines the task of philosophy, like the owl of Minerva which takes flight at dusk. Philosophy can only paint grey on grey, in other words it only translates into a lifeless conceptual scheme a form of life which has already reached its peak and entered its decline. Comte perspicuously reads this grey on grey as a figure of minimal difference. 87, the difference between the decrepit reality and its notion when the difference is at its minimal, purely formal, in contrast to when a wide gap exists between an ideal and the misery of its actual existence. How can such a tautology open up the space for the new? The only solution to this paradox is that the new we are dealing with is not primarily the future new, but the new of the past itself, of the thwarted, blocked, or betrayed possibilities which have disappeared in the actualization of the past, the actualization that is, the acceptance of actuality brought about by reconciliation involves the deactivation of the existent and the reactivation and reenactment of the thwarted futures of the past. Actuality thus expresses precisely the presence of the virtual, it opens history to the no longer of a blocked possibility and the persistence of an unachieved not yet. 88 The Hegelian tautology grey on grey should be linked to the Deleuzian notion of pure repetition as the rise of the new. What emerges in the repetition of the same actual grey is its virtual dimension, the lost alternate histories of what might have happened but did not. The French Revolution is the French Revolution does not add any new positive knowledge, any new positive determinations, but it reminds us of the spectral dimension of the hopes that the revolution evoked and which were thwarted by its outcome. Such a reading also enables us to see how we can think together reconciliation as internalizing memory and the retroactive healing of the wounds of the spirit which undoes catastrophes of the past in an act of radical forgetting. Forgetting is not opposed to the work of remembrance but proves here to be its most radical achievement. Oblivion brings memory itself to a point beyond its own beginning. To forget, to undo the past, to make it all unhappen, is precisely to remember a moment before it all happened, to undo the inexorability of fate by restaging the beginning, even if only in imagination and in proxy, to act as if we could take it over again, as if we could cast aside the legacy of dead generations, as if we could refuse the morning work of cultural succession, as if we could cast off our patrimony, rewrite our origins, as if every moment, even those long vanished, could become a radically new beginning, unprecedented, unrehearsed, unremembered. 89. Reconciliation as pure repetition does not bring us back to some mythical beginning, but to the moment just before the beginning, before the flow of events organized itself into a fate, obliterating other alternative possibilities. For example, in the case of Antigone, the point is not to somehow restore the organic unity of Maurice, since there never was such a unity. A split is constitutive of the very order of Sittlichkeit. Antigone is a story about this division constitutive of power, and one should avoid the boring moralistic topic of who is right or who is worse, Antigone or Creon, the representative of respect for the sacred or the representative of secular power. As Stalin would have put it, they are both worse, part of the same hierarchic power machine. The only way to break the deadlock of their conflict is to step outside of their common ground and imagine a third option from which to reject the entire conflict as false, something like the chorus taking over, arresting both Antigone and Creon for posing a threat to the people, putting at risk their very survival, and establishing itself as a collective body of revolutionary justice, a kind of Jacobin committee for public safety keeping the guillotine busy. The problem here is, how does this negation of negation which changes the entire field relate to the Freudo-Lacanian negation of negation which ends with the spectral not-nothingness? Does not the shift from the first negation, where I sacrifice the core of my being in exchange for something, to the negation of negation point towards what Lacan, in his reading of Claudel, deployed as the structure of Virago, where we pass from the sacrifice made for something to the sacrifice made for nothing? Let us clarify this crucial point by way of a detour through literature, not Claudel's Elotage, but J. M. Coetzee's Disgrace, a profoundly Hegelian novel set in post-apartheid South Africa. David Lurie is a divorced, middle-aged scholar of romantic poetry whose unrealized ambition is to write a chamber opera about Byron's life in Italy. He has become a victim of the great rationalization of his Cape Town University, which has been turned into a technical college, where he now teaches courses in communication skills that he finds nonsensical. He is such a non-entity that not only do his students look straight through him, even the prostitute he patronizes weekly, and for whom he has begun buying gifts, stops receiving him. When he is hauled before an academic tribunal after a misbegotten affair with Melanie, a beautiful black student, he refuses to defend himself against charges of sexual harassment, although his conduct towards Melanie has fallen only a little short of rape. He finally blurts out an apology, but the members of the tribunal are not satisfied, and demand to know whether it reflects his sincere feelings and comes from the heart. He rashly tells his judges that his liaison with the pretty and almost totally passive Melanie transformed him, if only briefly. I was no longer a 50-year-old divorce at a loose end. I became a servant of Eros. To escape this suffocating situation, David moves in with his daughter Lucy, a stolid lesbian who, like him, seems to have been abandoned by the world, and lives in an isolated farm on the South African plain, surviving by selling flowers and vegetables at a local market. Their relations with Petrus, the African farmer who is their nearest neighbor, become increasingly troubled. Once Lucy's servant, he now owns his own plot of land, and is conspicuously absent when David and Lucy become the victims of a vicious criminal assault. 3 black youngsters beat David and burn his face, while Lucy is gang raped. We are given hints that the attacks are part of Petrus's plan to take over Lucy's farm. In the wake of these brutal attacks, David's angry demands for justice receive no response from the overstretched police, and his attempts to confront one of the assailants are met with silence and evasive lies. Finally, Petrus informs David that he plans to marry Lucy and take control of her farm to provide her with protection. To David's shock and surprise, Lucy tells him that she will accept Petrus's offer and give birth to the child she bears as the result of the rape. Lucy seems to understand what David cannot, that to live where she lives she must tolerate brutalization and humiliation and simply keep going. Perhaps that is what I must learn to accept, she tells her father. To start at ground level. With nothing. No cards, no weapons, no property, no rights, no dignity. Like a dog. Again needing to escape a terrible deadlock, David volunteers to work for Bev, a friend of Lucy's who runs the local veterinary clinic. He soon comes to realize that Bev's primary role, in this impoverished land, is not to heal animals but to kill them with as much love and mercy as she can summon. He becomes Bev's lover, although she is conspicuously ugly. He returns briefly to Cape Town, where he visits Melanie's family and apologizes to her father. At the novel's end, David is also reconciled to his life with Lucy. He thus reclaims a kind of dignity based on the very fact that he has given up everything, his daughter, his notion of justice, his dream of writing an opera on Byron, and even his favorite dog, which he helps Bev to put down. He no longer needs a dog, since he has himself accepted to live like a dog. Perhaps this is what true Hegelian reconciliation looks like, and maybe this example enables us to clear up some confusions about what that reconciliation actually involves. 90 David is portrayed as a disenchanted cynic who exploits his power over students, and the rape of his daughter seems a kind of repetition which establishes a certain justice. What he did to Melanie happens again to his daughter. However, it is all too simple to say that David should recognize his own responsibility for the predicament he finds himself in. Such a reading of David as a tragic character who gets his comeuppance in his final humiliation still relies on a kind of moral balance or justice being established at the end, and thus avoids the deeply disturbing fact that the novel in fact has no clear moral compass. This ambiguity is condensed in the character of Petrus who, while ruthlessly ambitious and manipulative beneath his polite exterior, nonetheless stands for a kind of social stability and order. The political message implied by his ascendance to power within the small local community is not a racist one, but one that highlights the re-emergence of a gangster-like patriarchal tribal order which, one can argue, is the result of white rule which kept the blacks in a state of apartheid, preventing their inclusion in modern society. The wager of the novel is that the very radically of the white hero's utter resignation and acceptance of this new oppressive order confers on him a kind of ethical dignity. If David can be seen as a contemporary sign de Koefontein, Veraggung is enacted here in a reversed way. It is not that the subject renounces everything for a higher cause and then notices he has thereby lost the cause itself, it is rather that the subject simply loses everything, his egoist interests as well as his higher ideals, and his wager is then that this total loss itself will be converted into some kind of ethical dignity. But something is missing at the end of disgrace, something that would correspond to the repulsive tick on the face of the dying sign, as a mute gesture of protest, of the refusal to reconcile, or to Julie's happiness is boring at the end of La Nouvelle Heloise. One can imagine the boy in Der Sager or in Mas Nam, when he accepts his death, doing the same, emitting a barely perceptible repetitive gesture of resistance, an epres imuab that persists, a pure figure of the undead drive. Here the objet is generated through the process of the negation of negation as its excess or product. But is not the process of Veraggung as the loss of a loss precisely the process of the loss of the objet, the object cause of desire? In Vertigo, Scotty first loses the object of his desire, and then, when he learns that Madeline was a fake from the very beginning, loses his desire itself. Is there a way out of this abyss to a new objet? Can we say that what is lost in Veraggung is the phantasmatic status of the objet, so that the Veraggung, which equals the act of traversing the fantasy, opens up the space for the emergence of the pure drive beyond fantasy? Interlude 2. Cogito in the History of Madness. Levinas's early critique of Hegel and Heidegger in his Totality and Infinity is a model of the anti-philosophical procedure. For Levinas, the infinity of relating to the divine other is the excess which breaks out of the circle of philosophical totality. It is crucial to note here that Derrida is not an anti-philosopher. On the contrary, Derrida at his best convincingly demonstrates how, in their effort to break out of the closed circle of philosophy, to assert a point of reference outside the horizon of philosophy, they remain within the field they try to leave behind. Point 1. No wonder, then, that Foucault reacted so violently to Derrida's critical analysis of his History of Madness, accusing Derrida of remaining within the confines of philosophy. Yes, Derrida does, but therein lies his strength with regard to those who pretend all too easily to have reached a domain beyond philosophy. What Derrida does is not only deconstruct philosophy, demonstrating its dependence on an external other, even more so, he deconstructs the attempt to locate a sphere outside philosophy, demonstrating how all anti-philosophical efforts to determine this other remain indebted to a frame of philosophical categories. Cogito, madness, and religion are interlinked in Descartes as well as in Kant. Simultaneously, the cogito emerges through a differentiation from madness, and the cogito itself is perceived by common sense as the very epitome of the madness of philosophy, of its crazy paranoid system building. Simultaneously, religion is evoked as a form of madness, and religion enters as the solution to madness. This triangle of cogito, religion, and madness is the focus of the polemic between Foucault and Derrida, in which they both share the key underlying premise, that the cogito is inherently related to madness. The difference is that, for Foucault, the cogito is grounded in the exclusion of madness, while, for Derrida, the cogito itself can only emerge through a mad hyperbole, and remains marked by this excess, before it stabilizes itself as residential cogitans, the self-transparent thinking substance. The cogito explodes as a crazy punctual excess. Point 2. Foucault's starting point is a fundamental change in the status of madness which took place in the passage from the Renaissance to the classical age of reason. During the Renaissance, madness was a specific phenomenon of the human spirit which belonged to the series of prophets, possessed visionaries, saints, clowns, those obsessed by demons, and so on. It was a meaningful phenomenon with a truth of its own. Even if madmen were vilified, they were treated with awe, as if messengers of a sacred horror. With Descartes, however, madness is excluded. In all its varieties, it comes to occupy a position that was formerly the preserve of leprosy. It is no longer a phenomenon to be interpreted, its meaning searched for, but a simple illness to be treated under the well-regulated laws of a medicine or a science that is already sure of itself, sure that it cannot be mad. This change concerns not only theory, but social practice itself. From the classical age on, madmen were interned, imprisoned in psychiatric hospitals, deprived of the full dignity of a human being, studied and controlled like a natural phenomenon. In his Histoire de la Folie, Foucault dedicated 3 or 4 pages to the passage in the Meditations in which Descartes arrives at cogito ergo sum. Searching for the absolutely certain foundation of knowledge, Descartes analyzes the main forms of delusion, delusions of the senses and sense perception, the illusions of madness, dreams. He ends with the most radical delusion imaginable, the hypothesis that everything that we experience is not true, but a universal dream, an illusion staged by an evil genius. From here, he arrives at the certainty of the cogito. Even if I can doubt everything, even if all I see is an illusion, I cannot doubt that I think all this, so the cogito is the absolutely certain starting point for philosophy. Foucault's objection here is that Descartes does not really confront madness, but rather avoids thinking it. He excludes madness from the domain of reason. In the classical age, reason is thus based on the exclusion of madness. The very existence of the category madness is historically determined, along with its opposite reason, that is, it is determined through power relations. Madness in the modern sense is not directly a phenomenon we can observe, but a discursive construct which emerges at a certain historical moment, together with its double, reason in the modern sense. In his reading of Histoire de la Folie, Derrida focused on these 4 pages on Descartes which, for him, provided the key to the entire book. Through a detailed analysis, he tries to demonstrate that, far from excluding madness, Descartes pushes it to an extreme, universal doubt, where I suspect that the entire world is an illusion, is the greatest madness imaginable. Out of this universal doubt the cogito emerges. Even if everything is an illusion, I can still be sure that I think. Madness is thus not excluded by the cogito. It is not that the cogito is not mad, but the cogito is true even if I am totally mad. Extreme doubt, the hypothesis of universal madness, is not external to philosophy, but strictly internal to it, a hyperbolic moment, the moment of madness, which grounds philosophy. Of course, Descartes later domesticates this radical excess with his image of man as a thinking substance, dominated by reason. He constructs a philosophy which is clearly historically conditioned. But the excess, the hyperbole of universal madness, is not itself historical, it is the excessive moment which grounds philosophy in all its historical forms. Madness is thus not excluded by philosophy, it is internal to it. Of course, every philosophy tries to control this excess, to repress it, but in repressing it, it represses its own innermost foundation. Philosophy is perhaps the reassurance given against the anguish of being mad at the point of greatest proximity to madness. 3. In his reply, Foucault first tries to prove, through a detailed reading of Descartes, that the madness he evokes does not have the same status as sensory illusions and dreams. When I suffer sensory illusions of perception or when I dream, I remain normal and rational, I only deceive myself with regard to what I see. In madness, on the contrary, I myself am no longer normal, I lose my reason. So madness has to be excluded if I am to be a rational subject. Derrida's refusal to exclude madness from philosophy bears witness to the fact that he remains a philosopher who is unable to think the outside of philosophy, who is unable to think how philosophy itself is determined by something that escapes it. Apropos the hypothesis of universal doubt and the evil genius, we are not dealing with true madness, but with the rational subject who feigns to be mad, who makes a rational experiment, never losing his control over it. Finally, on the very last page of his reply, Foucault tries to identify the true difference between himself and Derrida. He attacks the practice of deconstruction and textual analysis, for which there is nothing outside the text, so that we are caught in an endless process of interpretation. Foucault, on the contrary, does not practice textual analysis, but analyses, discourses, dispositives, formations in which texts and statements are interlinked with extra-textual mechanisms of power and control. What we need is not deeper textual analyses, but analyses of the way discursive practices are combined with practices of power and domination. But does this rejection of Derrida hold? Let us go through the debate once again, this time taking Derrida as the starting point. As Derrida made clear in his essay on Foucault's Histoire de la folie, madness is inscribed in the history of cogito at two levels. First, throughout the entire philosophy of subjectivity from Descartes through Kant, Schelling, and Hegel, up to Nietzsche and Husserl, the cogito is related to its shadowy double, the pharmakon, which is madness. Second, madness is inscribed into the very history of the cogito itself, as part of its transcendental genesis. The cogito escapes madness only because at its own moment, under its own authority, it is valid even if I am mad, even if my thoughts are completely mad. Descartes never interns madness, neither at the stage of natural doubt nor at the stage of metaphysical doubt. Whether I am mad or not, cogito, sum, even if the totality of the world does not exist, even if non-meaning has invaded the totality of the world, up to and including the very contents of my thought, I still think, I am while I think. Point 4. Derrida leaves us in no doubt that, as soon as Descartes has reached this extremity, he seeks to reassure himself, to certify the cogito through God, to identify the act of the cogito with a reasonable reason. 5. This withdrawal sets in from the moment when he pulls himself out of madness by determining natural light through a series of principles and axioms. 6. The term light is here crucial in measuring Descartes' distance from German idealism, in which, precisely, the core of the subject is no longer light, but the abyss of darkness, the night of the world. This, then, is Derrida's fundamental interpretive gesture, one of separating, within the cogito, on the one hand, hyperbole, and, on the other hand, that in Descartes' philosophy which belongs to a factual historical structure. Point 7. Here, when Derrida asserts that the historicity proper to philosophy is located and constituted in the transition, the dialogue between hyperbole and the finite structure, in the difference between history and historicity, he perhaps falls too short. Point 8. This tension may appear very Lacanian, is it not a version of the tension between the real, the hyperbolic excess, and its symbolization? The matrix we thus arrive at is that of an eternal oscillation between the two extremes, the radical expenditure, hyperbole, excess, and its later domestication. Both extremes are illusionary. Pure excess as well as pure finite order would disintegrate, cancel themselves out. Such an approach misses the true point of madness, which is not the pure excess of the night of the world, but the madness of the passage to the symbolic itself, of imposing a symbolic order onto the chaos of the real. Point 9. If madness is constitutive, then every system of meaning is minimally paranoid, mad. Recall again Brecht's slogan, "What is the robbing of a bank compared to the founding of a new bank?" Therein resides the lesson of David Lynch's straight story. What is the ridiculously pathetic perversity of figures like Bobby Peru in Wild at Heart or Frank in Blue Velvet compared to deciding to cross the U.S. Central Plain on a lawnmower to visit a dying relative? Measured against this act, Frank's and Bobby's outbreaks of rage are but the impotent theatrics of old and sedate conservatives. In the same way, we should say, what is the mere madness caused by the loss of reason compared to the madness of reason itself? This step is the properly Hegelian one, which is why Hegel, the philosopher who made the most radical attempt to think the abyss of madness at the core of subjectivity, is also the philosopher who brought to its mad climax the philosophical system as the totality of meaning. This is why, for very good reasons, from the common sense perspective, Hegel stands for the moment at which philosophy goes mad, explodes in a crazy pretense to absolute knowledge. It is thus not enough simply to oppose madness and symbolization. There is, in the history of philosophy itself, a privileged point at which the hyperbole, philosophy's extimate core, directly inscribes itself into it, and this is the moment of the cogito, of transcendental philosophy. Madness is here tamed in a different way, through a transcendental horizon which does not cancel it in an all-encompassing worldview, but maintains it. In the serene world of mental illness, modern man no longer communicates with the madman, the man of reason delegates the physician to madness, thereby authorizing a relation only through the abstract universality of disease. 10. However, what about psychoanalysis? Is not psychoanalysis precisely the point at which the man of reason re-establishes his dialogue with madness, rediscovering the dimension of truth in it, not the same truth as before, in the pre-modern universe, but a different, properly scientific, one? Foucault himself dealt with this in his later History of Sexuality, where psychoanalysis is conceived as the culmination of sex as the ultimate truth logic of confession. In spite of the finesse of Foucault's reply, he ultimately falls into the trap of an historicism which cannot account for its own position of enunciation. This impossibility is redoubled in Foucault's characterization of his object, madness, which oscillates between two extremes. On the one hand, his strategic aim is to make madness itself talk, as it is in itself, outside of the discourse on it. It is definitely not a question of a history of ideas, but of the rudimentary movements of an experience. A history not of psychiatry, but of madness itself, in its vivacity, before knowledge has even begun to close in on it. 11. On the other hand, the model deployed in his Discipline and Punish and History of Sexuality compels him to posit the absolute immanence of the object to its manipulation by the dispositif of power knowledge, in the same way that the carceral network does not cast the inassimilable into a confused hell. There is no outside. 12. In the same way that the liberated man is himself generated by the dispositif that controls and regulates him, in the same way that sex as the inassimilable excess is itself generated by the discourses and practices that try to control and regulate it, madness is also generated by the very discourse that excludes, objectivizes, and studies it. There is no pure madness outside it. As Boyne puts it, Foucault here effectively acknowledged the correctness of Derrida's formulation, 13, that is, of Ilny or text 14, providing his own version of it. When Foucault writes that perhaps one day will seem as decisive for our culture, as much a part of its soil, as the experience of contradiction was at an earlier time for dialectical thought, 15, does he not thereby miss the point, which is that this day has already arrived, that permanent transgression already is a key feature of late capitalism? And this is why his concluding objection to Derrida's Ilny or text seems to miss the mark, when he characterizes it in terms of a reduction of discursive practices to textual traces, elision of the events which are produced in these practices, so that all that remains of them are marks for a reading, inventions of voices behind the texts, so that we do not have to analyze the modes of the implication of the subject in the discourses, the assignation of the originary as said and not said in the text, so that we do not have to locate discursive practices in the field of transformations in which they effectuate themselves. 16. No wonder that some Marxists took Foucault's side here, conceiving his polemic with Derrida as the latest chapter in the eternal struggle between materialism and idealism, Foucault's materialist analysis of discursive practices versus Derrida's endless self-reflexive textual games. A further point in favor of Foucault seems to be that he remains a radical historicist, reproaching Derrida for his inability to think the exteriority of philosophy. This is how he sums up the stakes of their debate. Could there be something prior or external to the philosophical discourse? Can the condition of this discourse be an exclusion, a refusal, an avoided risk, and, why not, a fear? A suspicion rejected passionately by Derrida. Pudenda ergo, said Nietzsche with regard to religious people and their religion. 17. However, Derrida is much closer to thinking this externality than Foucault, for whom exteriority involves a simple historicist reduction which cannot account for itself. It is easy to submit philosophy to such a historicist reduction. It is much more difficult to think its inherent excess, its extimate core. These, then, are the true stakes of the debate, extimacy or direct externality. This dark core of madness at the heart of the cogito can also be determined in a more genetic way. Daniel Dennett draws a convincing and insightful parallel between an animal's physical environment and the human environment, including not only human artifacts but also the virtual environment of the discursive web, stripped of, an individual human being is as incomplete as a bird without feathers, a turtle without its shell. 18 A naked man is the same nonsense as a shaved ape. Without language, man is a crippled animal. It is this lack which is supplemented by symbolic institutions and tools, so that the point made obvious today in popular culture figures like Robocop holds from the very beginning. How do we pass from the natural to the symbolic environment? This passage is not direct, one cannot account for it within a continuous evolutionary narrative. Something has to intervene between the two, a kind of vanishing mediator, which is neither nature nor culture. This in-between is not the spark of logos magically conferred on Homo sapiens, enabling him to form his supplementary virtual symbolic environment, but precisely something which, although it is also no longer nature, is not yet logos, and has to be repressed by logos, the Freudian name. For this in-between is, of course, the death drive. Perhaps, even more than Descartes, the philosopher who stands for one extreme of madness is Nicolas Malebranche, with his occasionalism. Malebranche, a disciple of Descartes, drops the latter's ridiculous reference to the pineal gland as the point of contact between material and spiritual substance, body and soul. But how, then, are we to explain their coordination, if there is no contact between the two, no point at which a soul can act causally on a body or vice versa? Since the two causal networks are totally independent, the only solution is that a third, true substance continuously coordinates and mediates between the two, thereby maintaining the semblance of continuity. When I think about raising my hand and my hand then rises, my thought causes the raising of my hand not directly but only occasionally. Upon noticing my thought directed at raising my hand, God sets in motion the other, material, causal chain which leads to my hand actually being raised. If we replace God with the big other, the symbolic order, we can see the proximity of occasionalism to Lacan's position. As Lacan put it in his polemic against Aristotle in Television, the relationship between soul and body is never direct, since the big other always interposes itself between the two. 19 Occasionalism is thus essentially a name for the arbitrariness of the signifier, for the gap that separates the network of ideas from the network of bodily causality, for the fact that it is the big other which accounts for the coordination of the two networks, so that, when my body bites into an apple, my soul experiences a pleasurable sensation. This same gap was targeted by the ancient Aztec priests who organized human sacrifices to ensure that the sun would rise again. The human sacrifice was an appeal to God to sustain the coordination between the two series, bodily necessity and the concatenation of symbolic events. Irrational as the Aztec priest's sacrifice may appear, its underlying premise is far more insightful than our commonplace intuition, according to which the coordination between body and soul is direct, i.e., that it is natural for me to have a pleasurable sensation when I bite into an apple. Since the sensation is caused directly by the apple, what gets lost is the intermediary role of the big other in guaranteeing the coordination between reality and our mental experience of it. And is it not the same with our immersion in virtual reality? When I raise my hand in order to push an object in virtual space, this object effectively moves. My illusion, of course, is that it was the movement of my hand which directly caused the relocation of the object, for in my immersion, I overlook the intricate mechanisms of computerized coordination, homologous to the role of God guaranteeing the coordination between the two series in occasionalism. 20. It is a well-known fact that the close the door button in most elevators is a totally non-functioning placebo, placed there just to give us the impression that we can somehow speed things up. When we push the close button, the door closes in exactly the same amount of time as it would had we only pressed the floor button. This extreme and clear case of fake participation is an appropriate metaphor for the participation of individuals in our postmodern political process. And it represents occasionalism at its purest. From Malebranche's perspective, we are effectively pressing such buttons all the time, and it is God's incessant activity that coordinates between our action and the event that follows, while we think the event results from our action. For this reason, it is crucial to keep open the radical ambiguity involved in how cyberspace will affect our lives. It does not depend on technology as such but on the mode of its social inscription. Immersion in cyberspace can intensify our bodily experience, but it also opens up the possibility for someone manipulating the cyberspace machinery to literally steal our own body, depriving us of control over it, so that one no longer relates to one's body as to one's own. What we encounter here is the constitutive ambiguity of the notion of mediatization. Point 21. Originally this referred to the gesture by means of which a subject was stripped of its direct, immediate right to make decisions. The great master of political mediatization was Napoleon, who left to the monarchs he conquered the appearance of power, while they were effectively no longer in a position to exercise it. At a more general level, one could say that just such a mediatization of the monarch defines constitutional monarchy. In it, the monarch is reduced to the point of a purely formal symbolic gesture of dotting the i's, of signing and thereby conferring performative force on the edicts whose content has been determined by the elected governing body. And, mutatis mutandis, does not the same hold also for the progressive digitalization of our everyday lives, in the course of which the subject is also more and more mediatized, imperceptibly stripped of his power, all the while under the false impression that it is being increased? When our body is mediatized, it is simultaneously exposed to the threat of a radical proletarianization. The subject is potentially reduced to the pure dollar, since even my own personal experience can be stolen, manipulated, regulated by the mechanical other. One can see, again, how the prospect of radical virtualization bestows on the computer a position strictly homologous to that of God in Malebranchian occasionalism, since the computer coordinates the relationship between my mind and the movement of my limbs. One can easily imagine a computer which runs amok and starts to act like an evil god, disturbing that coordination when the mental signal to raise my hand is suspended or even counteracted. In reality, the most fundamental experience of the body as mine is undermined. It thus seems that cyberspace effectively realizes the paranoid fantasy elaborated by Schreber, the German judge whose memoirs were analyzed by Freud. The wired universe is psychotic insofar as it seems to materialize Schreber's hallucination of the divine rays through which God directly controls the human mind. In other words, does not the externalization of the big other in the computer account for the inherent paranoiac dimension of the wired universe? Or, to put it another way, the commonplace is that the ability to upload consciousness into a computer finally frees people from their bodies, but it also frees the machines from their people. Which brings us to the Wachowski brothers' Matrix trilogy. Much more than Berkeley's God who sustains the world in his mind, the ultimate Matrix is Malebranche's occasionalist God. What, then, is the Matrix? Simply the Lacanian big other, the virtual symbolic order, the network that structures reality for us. This dimension of the big other is that of the constitutive alienation of the subject in the symbolic order. The big other pulls the strings, the subject does not speak, he is spoken by the symbolic structure. In short, this big other is the name for the social substance, for the agency thanks to which the subject never fully dominates the effects of his acts, thanks to which the final outcome of his activity is always something other than what he aimed at or anticipated. However, it is crucial to note that, in the key chapters of his four fundamental concepts of psychoanalysis, Lacan struggles to delineate the operation that follows alienation and is in a sense its counterpoint, that of separation. Alienation in the big other is followed by the separation from the big other. Separation takes place when the subject takes note of how the big other is in itself inconsistent, purely virtual, barred, deprived of the thing, and fantasy is an attempt to fill out this lack of the other, not of the subject, that is, to constitute the consistency of the big other. Following the same paranoid twist, the thesis of the Matrix is that this big other is externalized in the really existing megacomputer. There has to be a matrix because things are not right, opportunities have been missed, something goes wrong all the time. In other words, the film's idea is that it is so because the matrix obfuscates the true reality behind it all. The problem with the film is that it is not crazy enough, because it supposes another real reality behind our everyday reality sustained by the matrix. One is tempted to claim, in Kantian fashion, that the mistake of conspiracy theory is homologous to the paralogism of pure reason, to the confusion between the two levels, suspicion as the formal methodological stance, and the positivization of this suspicion in another global all-explanatory para-theory. The excess of madness at the heart of the cogito is thus closely linked to the topic of freedom. The antagonism of the Kantian notion of freedom does not lie where Adorno locates it, but is, as Robert Pippin put it, much more on the surface. 22 For Kant as for Rousseau, the greatest moral good is to lead a fully autonomous life as a free rational agent, and the worst evil is subjection to the will of another. However, Kant has to concede that man does not emerge as a free mature rational agent spontaneously, through his natural development, but only through an arduous process of maturation sustained by harsh discipline and education which cannot but be experienced by the subject as an external coercion. Social institutions both to nourish and to develop such independence are necessary and are consistent with, do not thwart, its realization, but with freedom understood as an individual's causal agency. This will always look like an external necessity that we have good reasons to try to avoid. This creates the problem of a form of dependence that can be considered constitutive of independence and that cannot be understood as a mere compromise with the particular will of another or as a separate, marginal topic of Kant's dotage. This is, in effect, the antinomy contained within the bourgeois notions of individuality, individual responsibility. 23. Here one can indeed imagine Kant as an unexpected precursor of Foucault's thesis, in his Discipline and Punish, on the formation of the free individual through a complex set of disciplinary micro-practices and, as Pippin does not hesitate to point out, this antinomy explodes even more intensely in Kant's socio-historical reflections, focused on the notion of unsocial sociability. What is Kant's notion of the historical relation between democracy and monarchy if not this same thesis applied to the historical process itself? In the long term, democracy is the only appropriate form of government. However, because of the immaturity of the people, the conditions for a functioning democracy can only be established through a non-democratic monarchy which, in the exertion of its benevolent power, brings the people to political maturity. And, as to be expected, Kant does not fail to mention the Mondevilian rationality of the market in which each individual's pursuit of his or her egotistic interests is what works best for the common good. At its most extreme, this leads Kant to the notion that human history itself is governed by an inscrutable divine plan, within which we mortals are destined to play a role unbeknownst to us. Here, the paradox grows even stronger. Our freedom is linked to its opposite not only from below but also from above, that is, not only can it arise only through our submission and dependence, but our freedom as such is a moment in a larger divine plan. Our freedom is not truly an aim in itself, but serves a higher purpose. We can clarify if not to resolve this dilemma by introducing some further distinctions into the notion of noumenal freedom itself. Upon a closer look, it becomes evident that, for Kant, discipline and education do not directly work on our animal nature, forging it into human individuality. As Kant points out, animals cannot be properly educated, since their behavior is already predestined by their instincts. What this means is that, paradoxically, in order to be educated into freedom, I already have to be free in a sense much more radical, noumenal, monstrous even. The Freudian name for this monstrous freedom is, again, the death drive. It is interesting to note how philosophical narratives of the birth of man are always compelled to presuppose a moment in human history when man is no longer a mere animal but also not yet a being of language, bound by symbolic law, a moment of thoroughly perverted, denaturalized, derailed nature which is not yet culture. In his anthropological writings, Kant emphasized that the human animal needs disciplinary pressure in order to tame that uncanny unruliness which seems to be inherent to human nature, a wild, unconstrained propensity to insist stubbornly on one's own will, whatever the cost. It is on account of this that the human animal needs a master to discipline him. Discipline targets this unruliness, not the animal nature in man. In Hegel's lectures on philosophy of history, a similar role is played by the reference to Negroes. Significantly, Hegel deals with Negroes before history proper, in the section entitled The Natural Context or the Geographical Basis of World History, Negroes here stand for the human spirit in its state of nature. They are described as a kind of perverted, monstrous children, simultaneously naive and corrupted, living in a prelapsarian state of innocence, and, precisely as such, the cruelest of barbarians, part of nature and yet thoroughly denaturalized, ruthlessly manipulating nature through primitive sorcery, yet simultaneously terrified by raging natural forces, mindlessly brave cowards. Point 24. This in-between is the repressed of the narrative form, not nature as such, but the very break with nature which is supplemented by the virtual universe of narratives. According to Schelling, prior to its assertion as the medium of the rational word, the subject is the infinite lack of being, the violent gesture of contraction that negates every being outside itself. This insight also forms the core of Hegel's notion of madness, when Hegel determines madness to be a withdrawal from the actual world, the closing of the soul onto itself, its contraction. He all too quickly conceives of this withdrawal as a regression to the level of the animal soul still embedded in its natural environment and determined by the rhythm of nature. But does not this withdrawal, on the contrary, amount to a severing of links with the Umwelt, the end of the subject's immersion in its immediate natural environment, and is it not, as such, the founding gesture of humanization? Was not this withdrawal into the self accomplished by Descartes with his universal doubt and reduction to the cogito, which, as Derrida pointed out, also involves a passage through the moment of radical madness? This brings us to the necessity of the fall. Given the Kantian link between dependence and autonomy, the fall is unavoidable, a necessary step in the moral progress of man. That is to say, in precise Kantian terms, the fall is the very renunciation of my radical ethical autonomy. It occurs when I take refuge in a heteronymous law, in a law experienced as imposed on me from the outside. The finitude in which I search for support to avoid the dizziness of freedom is the finitude of the external heteronymous law itself. Therein resides the difficulty of being a Kantian. Every parent knows that the child's provocations, wild and transgressive as they may appear, ultimately conceal and express a demand for the figure of authority to set firm limits, to draw a line which means this far and no further, thus enabling the child to clearly map what is possible and what is not possible. This, precisely, is what the analyst refuses to do, and this is what makes him so traumatic for the analyst, and paradoxically, it is the setting of a firm limit which is liberating, and it is the very absence of a firm limit which is experienced as suffocating. This is why the Kantian autonomy of the subject is so difficult. Its implication is precisely that there is no one else, no external agent of natural authority, who can do the job for me, that I myself have to set the limit to my natural unruliness. Although Kant famously wrote that man is an animal which needs a master, this should not deceive us. What Kant was aiming at was not the philosophical commonplace according to which, in contrast to animals whose behavioral patterns are grounded in their inherited instincts, man lacks such firm coordinates which, therefore, have to be imposed on him from outside, through a cultural authority. Rather, Kant's true aim is to point out how the very need for an external master is a deceptive lure. Man needs a master in order to conceal from himself the deadlock of his own difficult freedom and self-responsibility. In this precise sense, a truly enlightened mature human being is a subject who no longer needs a master, who can fully assume the heavy burden of defining his own limitations. This basic Kantian lesson was put very clearly by Chesterton: every act of will is an act of self-limitation. To desire action is to desire limitation. In that sense, every act is an act of self-sacrifice. 25. The lesson here is thus in a precise sense an Hegelian one. The external opposition between freedom and slavery has to be transposed into freedom itself, as the highest antagonism between monstrous freedom qua unruliness and the true moral freedom. However, a possible counter-argument here would be that this noumenal excess of freedom is a retroactive result of the disciplinary mechanisms themselves. The obstacle creates that which it endeavors to control. Are we then dealing with the closed circle of a process positing its own presuppositions? Our wager is that the Hegelian dialectical circle of positing presuppositions, far from being closed, generates its own opening and thus the space for freedom. In order to see this, one has to begin with what appears to be the very opposite of freedom, blind mechanical habit. In the shift from Aristotle to Kant, to modernity with its subject as pure autonomy, the status of habit changes from organic inner rule to something mechanical, the opposite of human freedom. Freedom can never become habit. If it becomes a habit, it is no longer true freedom. This eventuality reaches its apogee in Christ, who is the figure of a pure event, the exact opposite of the habitual 26. Hegel here provides the imminent corrective to Kantian modernity. As Catherine Malibu notes, Hegel's philosophy of spirit begins with a study of the same topic with which philosophy of nature ends, the soul and its functions. This redoubling offers a clue as to how Hegel conceptualizes the transition from nature to spirit, not as a sublation, but as a reduplication, a process through which spirit constitutes itself in and as a second nature. 27 The name for this second nature is habit. So it is not that the human animal breaks with nature through the creative explosion of spirit, which then gets habituated, alienated, turned into a mindless routine. The reduplication of nature in second nature is primordial. It is only this reduplication that opens up the space for spiritual creativity. Perhaps this Hegelian notion of habit allows us to account for the figure of the zombie, slowly dragging itself around in a catatonic mode but persisting forever. Are zombies not figures of pure habit, of habit at its most elementary, prior to the rise of intelligence? 28 This is why a zombie par excellence is always someone we knew before, when he was still normally alive. The shock for a character in a zombie movie comes when they recognize the formerly friendly neighbor in the creeping figure, relentlessly stalking them. 29 What Hegel says about habits thus has to be applied to zombies. At the most elementary level of human identity, we are all zombies. Our higher and free human activities are dependent on the reliable functioning of our zombie habits. In this sense, being a zombie is a zero level of humanity, humanity's inhuman or mechanical core. The shock of meeting a zombie is thus not the shock of encountering a foreign entity, but the shock of being confronted by the disavowed foundation of our own humanity. 30. Hegel's conception of habit is unexpectedly close to the logic of what Derrida called pharmakon, the ambiguous supplement which is simultaneously a force of death and a force of life. Habit is, on the one hand, the dulling of life, its mechanization. When something turns into a habit, it means that its vitality is lost. We just mechanically repeat it without being aware of it. Habit thus appears to be the very opposite of freedom. Freedom means making creative choices, inventing something new, in short, precisely breaking with habits. Think about language, whose habitual aspect is best exemplified by standard ritualized greetings: hello, how are you? Nice to see you. We do not really mean it, there is no living intention in it, it is just a habit. On the other hand, Hegel emphasizes again and again that there is no freedom without habit. Habit provides the background and foundation for every exercise of freedom. Take language again. In order for us to exercise freedom in using language, we have to get fully accustomed to it, habituated to it. We have to learn to practice it, to apply its rules blindly, mechanically, as a habit. Only when a subject externalizes what he learns in mechanized habits is he open to be otherwise occupied and engaged. 32 Not only language, but a much more complex set of spiritual and bodily activities have to be turned into a habit in order for a human subject to be able to exert his higher functions of creative thinking and working. All the operations we perform all the time mindlessly, such as walking, eating, holding things, and so on and so forth, have to be learned and turned into mindless habits. Through habits, a human being transforms his body into a mobile and fluid means, the soul's instrument, which serves us without our having to focus consciously on it. In short, through habits, the subject appropriates his body. As Alon points out in his commentary on Hegel, when freedom comes, it is in the sphere of habit. Here the body is no longer a foreign being, reacting belligerently against me, rather it is pervaded by soul and has become soul's instrument and means. Yet at the same time, in habit the corporeal self is understood as it truly is, body is rendered something mobile and fluid, able to express directly the inner movements of thought without needing to involve thereby the role of consciousness or reflection. 33. More radically even, for Hegel, living itself is for us something we must learn as a habit, starting with birth itself. Recall how, seconds after birth, the baby has to be shaken and thereby reminded to breathe, otherwise, forgetting to breathe, it will die. Indeed, as Hegel reminds us, a human being can also die of habit. Human beings even die as result of habit, that is, if they have become totally habituated to life, and spiritually and physically blunted. 34. Nothing thus comes naturally to human being, including walking and seeing. The form of habit applies to spirit in all its degrees and varieties. Of all these modifications, the most external is the determination of the individual in relation to space. This, which for man means an upright posture, is something which by his will he has made into a habit. Adopted directly, without thinking, his upright stance continues through the persistent involvement of his will. Man stands upright only because and insofar as he wants to stand, and only as long as he wills to do so without consciousness of it. Similarly, to take another case, the act of seeing, and others like it, are concrete habits which combine in a single act the multiple determinations of sensation, of consciousness, intuition, understanding, and so forth. 35. Habit is thus depersonalized willing, a mechanized emotion. Once I become habituated to standing, I will it without consciously willing it, since my will is embodied in the habit. In a habit, presence and absence, appropriation and withdrawal, engagement and disengagement, interest and disinterest, subjectivization and objectivization, consciousness and unconsciousness, are strangely interlinked. Habit is the unconsciousness necessary for the very functioning of consciousness. In habit our consciousness is at the same time present in the subject matter, interested in it, yet conversely absent from it, indifferent to it. Our self just as much appropriates the subject matter as, on the contrary, it draws away from it. The soul, on the one hand, completely pervades its bodily activities and, on the other hand, deserts them, thus giving them the shape of something mechanical, of a merely natural effect. 36. And the same goes for my emotions, their display is not purely natural or spontaneous. We learn to cry or laugh at appropriate moments. The external mechanization of emotions, from the ancient Tibetan prayer wheel which prays for me to canned laughter where the TV set laughs for me, turning my emotional display quite literally into a mechanical display, is thus based in the fact that emotional displays, including the most sincere, are already in themselves mechanized. However, the highest level of habit is language as the medium of thought. In it, the couple of possession and withdrawal is taken to the limit. The point is not only that, in order to speak a language fluently, we have to master its rules mechanically, without thinking about it. Much more radically, the codependence of insight and blindness determines the very act of understanding. When I hear a word, I not only immediately abstract from its sound and see through it to its meaning, but I have to do so if I am to experience meaning at all. If, for Hegel, man is fundamentally a being of habit, if habits actualize themselves when adopted as automatic reactions which occur without the subject's conscious participation, and, finally, if we locate the core of subjectivity in its ability to perform intentional acts, to realize conscious goals, then, paradoxically, the human subject is at its most fundamental a disappearing subject. 37. The habit's unreflective spontaneity. 38. Accounts for the well-known paradox of subjectively choosing. An objective necessity, of willing what unavoidably will occur, through its elevation into a habit, a reaction which was first something imposed on me from outside, is internalized, transformed into something that I perform automatically and spontaneously, from inside. If an external change is repeated, it turns into a tendency internal to the subject. The change itself is transformed into a disposition, and receptivity, formerly passive, becomes activity. Thus habit is revealed as a process through which man ends by willing or choosing what came to him from outside. Henceforth the will of the individual does not need to oppose the pressure of the external world, the will learns gradually to want what is. 39. What makes habit so central is the temporality it involves. Having a habit involves a relationship to the future, prescribing how I will react to some future event. Habit is a feature of the organism's economizing of its forces, of building up a reserve for the future. That is to say, in its habits, subjectivity embraces in itself its future ways of being, the ways it will become actual. 40 This means that habit also complicates the relationship between possibility and actuality. It is stricto sensu the actuality of a possibility. This means is that habit belongs to the level of virtuality. Habit is actual, a capacity to react in a certain way that I fully possess here and now, and simultaneously a possibility pointing towards my reacting a certain way in the future. Interesting conceptual consequences follow from this notion of habit. Ontologically, with regard to the opposition between particular accidents and universal essence, habit can be described as the becoming essential of the accident. 41 Once an externally caused accident has been repeated enough times, it is elevated into the universality of the subject's inner disposition, into a feature that belongs to and defines its inner essence. This is why we can never determine the precise beginning of a habit, the point at which external occurrences change into habit. Once a habit has been formed, its origins are obliterated and it appears as if it was always already there. The conclusion is thus clear, almost Sartrean: man has no permanent substance or universal essence, he is to his very core a creature of habit, a being whose identity is formed through the elevation of contingent external accidents or encounters into an internal universal habit. Does this mean that only humans have habits? Here, Hegel is much more radical. He takes a decisive further step and leaves behind the old opposition of nature as fully determined in its closed circular movement versus man as a being of openness and existential freedom. For Hegel, nature is always second nature. 42 Every natural organism has to regulate its exchange with its environment, the assimilation of the environment into itself, through habitual procedures which reflect into the organism, as its inner dispositions, its external interactions. Because of the virtual status of habits, adopting a habit is not simply a matter of changing an actual property of the subject, rather, it involves a kind of reflexivity, a change in the subject's disposition which determines his reaction to changes, a change in the kind of changes to which the subject is submitted. Habit does not simply introduce mutability into something that would otherwise continue without changing, it suggests change within a disposition, within its potentiality, within the internal character of that in which the change occurs, which does not change. 43 This is what Hegel means by self-differentiation as the sublation of externally imposed changes into self-changes, of external into internal difference. Only organic bodies differentiate themselves. An organic body maintains its unity by internalizing an externally imposed change into a habit to deal with future such changes. If this is the case, however, if the whole of nature is already second nature, in what does the difference between animal and human habits consist? Hegel's most provocative and unexpected contribution concerns this very question of the genesis of human habits. In his Anthropology we find a unique genealogy of habits reminiscent of Nietzsche. This part of the philosophy of spirit is one of the hidden, not yet fully exploited, treasures of the Hegelian system, where we find the clearest traces of what one can only call the dialectical materialist aspect of Hegel. The passage from nature to spirit is developed here not as a direct external intervention of spirit, as the intervention of another dimension disturbing the balance of the natural circuit, but as the result of a long and tortuous working through by means of which intelligence emerges from natural tensions and antagonisms. This passage is not direct, for spirit does not directly confront and dominate biological processes. Spirit's material base forever remains pre-symbolic habit. So how does habit itself arise? In his genealogy, Hegel conceives habit as the third, concluding, moment of the dialectical process of the soul, whose structure follows the triad of notion, judgment, syllogism. At the beginning, there is soul in its immediate unity, in its simple notion, the feeling soul, in the sensations which arise from the individual's encounter with external objects. The soul begins to awaken itself. 44 The self is here a mere sentient self, not yet a subject opposed to objects, but just experiencing a sensation in which the two sides, subject and object, are immediately united. When I experience a sensation of touch, it is simultaneously the trace of the external object I am touching and my inner reaction to it. Sensation is a Janus-faced entity in which subjective and objective immediately coincide. Even in later stages of the individual's development, this sentient self survives in the guise of what Hegel calls a magical relationship, referring to phenomena that, in Hegel's times, were designated with terms like magnetic somnambulism, all the phenomena in which my soul is directly in a pre-reflexive, non-thinking way linked to external processes and affected by them. Instead of bodies influencing each other at a distance, we have spirits influencing each other at a distance. Here, the soul remains at the lowest level of its functioning, directly immersed in its environment. What the soul lacks here is a clear self-feeling, a feeling of itself as distinguished from external reality, which is what happens in the next moment, that of judgment. The sensitive totality is, in its capacity as an individual, essentially the tendency to distinguish itself in itself, and to wake up to the judgment in itself, in virtue of which it has particular feelings and stands as a subject in respect of these aspects of itself. The subject as such gives these feelings a place as its own in itself. 45. All problems arise from this paradoxical short circuit of the feeling of self becoming a specific feeling among others, and, simultaneously, the encompassing container of all feelings, the site where all dispersed feelings can be brought together. Malibu provides a wonderfully precise formulation of this paradox of the feeling of self. Even if there is a possibility of bringing together feelings manifold material, that possibility itself becomes part of the objective content. The form needs to be the content of all that it forms. Subjectivity does not reside in its own being, it haunts itself. The soul is possessed by the possession of itself. 46. This is the crucial feature. Possibility itself has to actualize itself, to become a fact, or, the form needs to become part of its own content. The subject is the frame/form/horizon of his world and part of the framed content, and the problem is that it cannot see or locate itself within its own frame, since all there is already within the frame as such is invisible. The possibility of locating oneself within one's reality has to remain a possibility, however, and herein lies the crucial point. This possibility itself has to actualize itself qua possibility, to be active, to exert influence, qua possibility. There is a link to Kant here, to the old enigma of what exactly Kant had in mind with his notion of transcendental apperception, of self-consciousness accompanying every act of my consciousness. Is it not an obvious fact that this is empirically not true, that I am not always reflexively aware of my awareness itself? Interpreters of Kant try to resolve this problem by claiming that every conscious act of mine can potentially be rendered self-conscious. If I want to, I always can turn my attention to what I am doing. But this is not strong enough. Transcendental apperception cannot be an act that never need actually happen, that just could have happened at any point. The solution to this dilemma lies precisely in the notion of virtuality in the strict Deleuzian sense, as the actuality of the possible, as a paradoxical entity the very possibility of which already produces or has actual effects. Is not this virtual ultimately the symbolic as such? Take symbolic authority. In order to function as an effective authority, it has to remain not fully actualized, an eternal threat. This, then, is the status of the self. Its self-awareness is, as it were, the actuality of its own possibility. Consequently, what haunts the subject is his inaccessible noumenal self, the thing that thinks, an object in which the subject would fully encounter himself. 47. Of course, for Kant, the same goes for every object of my experience which is always phenomenal, that is inaccessible in its noumenal dimension. However, with the self, the impasse is accentuated. All other objects of experience are given to me phenomenally, but, in the case of the subject, I cannot even get a phenomenal experience of me since I am dealing with myself. In this unique case, phenomenal self-experience would equal noumenal access, That is, if I were to be able to experience myself as a phenomenal object, I would thereby eo ipso experience myself in my noumenal identity, as a thing. The underlying problem here is the impossibility of the subject subjectivizing himself. The subject is singular and the universal frame of his world, for every content he perceives is his own, so how can the subject include himself in the series of his objects? The subject observes reality from an external position and is simultaneously part of this reality, without ever being able to attain an objective view of reality with himself included it. The thing that haunts the subject is himself in his objectal counterpoint, qua object. Hegel writes, the subject finds itself in contradiction between the totality systematized in its consciousness, and the particular determination which, in itself, is not fluid and is not reduced to its proper place and rank. This is mental derangement. 48. This has to be read in a very precise way. Hegel's point is not simply that madness signals a short circuit between totality and one of its particular moments, a fixation of totality in this moment on account of which the totality is deprived of its dialectical fluidity, although some of his formulations may appear to point in this direction. 49. The particular determination which, in itself, is not fluid and resists being reduced to its proper place and rank is the subject himself, or, more precisely, the feature that represents him within the structured totality, and since the subject cannot ever objectivize himself, the contradiction here is absolute. 50. With this gap, the possibility of madness emerges and, as Hegel puts it in proto-Foucauldian terms, madness is not an accidental lapse, a distortion, or an illness of human spirit, but is inscribed into an individual spirit's basic ontological constitution, for to be human means to be potentially mad. This interpretation of insanity as a necessarily occurring form or stage in the development of the soul is naturally not to be understood as if we were asserting that every mind, every soul, must go through this stage of extreme derangement. Such an assertion would be as absurd as to assume that because in the philosophy of right crime is considered as a necessary manifestation of the human will, therefore to commit crime is an inevitable necessity for every individual. Crime and insanity are extremes which the human mind in general has to overcome in the course of its development. 51. Although not a factual necessity, madness is a formal possibility constitutive of human mind. It is something whose threat has to be overcome if we are to emerge as normal subjects, which means that normality can only arise as the overcoming of this threat. This is why, as Hegel puts it a couple of pages later, insanity must be discussed before the healthy, intellectual consciousness, although it has that consciousness for its presupposition. 52. Hegel here evokes the relationship between the abstract and the concrete, although, in the empirical state of things, abstract determinations are always already embedded in a concrete whole as their presupposition. The notional reproduction or deduction of this whole has to progress from the abstract to the concrete. Crimes presuppose the rule of law, they can only occur as their violation, but must be nonetheless grasped as an abstract act that is sublated through the law. Abstract legal relations and morality are de facto always embedded in some concrete totality of customs, but, nonetheless, the philosophy of right has to progress from the abstract moments of legality and morality to the concrete whole of customs. The interesting point here is not only the parallel between madness and crime, but the fact that madness is located in a space opened up by the discord between actual historical development and its conceptual rendering, that is, in a space which undermines the vulgar evolutionist notion of dialectical development as a conceptual reproduction of factual historical development which purifies the latter of its insignificant empirical contingencies. Insofar as madness de facto presupposes normality while conceptually preceding it, one can say that the madman is precisely a subject who wants to live to reproduce in actuality itself the conceptual order, to act as if madness also effectively precedes normality. We can now see in what precise sense habits form the third, concluding, moment of the triad. Its syllogism: in a habit, the subject finds a way to possess itself, to stabilize its own inner content in having as its property a habit, not a positive actual feature, but a virtual entity, a universal disposition to act in a certain way. Habit and madness are thus to be thought together. habit is a way of stabilizing the imbalance of madness. Another way to approach the topic is via the relationship between soul and body as the inner and the outer, as a circular relationship in which body expresses the soul and the soul receives impressions from the body. The soul is always already embodied and the body always already impregnated with its soul. What the sentient self finds within it is, on the one hand, the naturally immediate, as ideally in it and made its own. On the other hand and conversely, what originally belongs to the central individuality, is determined as natural corporeity, and is so felt. 53. So, on the one hand, through feelings and perceptions, I internalize objects that affect me from outside. In a feeling, they are present in me not in their raw reality, but ideally, as part of my mind. On the other hand, through grimaces, etc., my body immediately gives body to my inner soul which thoroughly impregnates it. However, if this were the entire truth, then man would have been simply a prisoner of this state of nature. 54 Moving in the closed loop of absolute transparency provided by the mutual mirroring of body and soul. 55 What happens with the moment of judgment is that the loop of this closed circle is broken not by the intrusion of an external element, but by a self-referentiality which twists the circle into itself. In other words, the problem is that, since the individual is at the same time only what he has done, his body is also the expression of himself which he has himself produced. 56 This means that the process of corporeal self-expression has no pre-existing referent as its mooring point. The entire movement is thoroughly self-referential. It is only through the process of expression that the expressed inner self is retroactively created or, as Malaba puts it concisely, psychosomatic unity results from an auto-interpretation independent of any referent. 57 The transparent mirroring of the soul and the body in the natural expressivity thus turns into total opacity. If a work signifies itself, this implies that there is no outside of the work, that the work acts as its own referent, it presents what it interprets at the same moment it interprets it, forming one and the same manifestation. The spiritual bestows form, but only because it is itself formed in return. 58. What this lack of any ontological guarantee outside the play of signification 59 means is that the meaning of our gestures and speech acts is always haunted by the spirit of irony. When I say A, it is always possible that I do it in order to conceal the fact that I am non-A. Hegel refers to Lichtenberg's well-known aphorism, "You certainly act like an honest man, but I see from your face that you are forcing yourself to do so and are a rogue at heart." 60 The ambiguity is here total and undecidable, because the deception is the one that Lacan designates as specifically human, namely the possibility of lying in the guise of truth. Which is why it goes even further than the quote from Lichtenberg. The reproach should rather be, "You act like an honest man in order to convince us that you mean it ironically, and thus to conceal from us the fact that you really are an honest man." This is what Hegel means in his precise claim that, for the individuality, it is as much its countenance as its mask which it can lay aside. 61 In the gap between appearance and my true inner stance, the truth can be either in my inner stance or in my mask. This means that the emotions I perform through the mask I adopt can in a strange way be more authentic and truthful than what I really feel in myself. When I construct a false image of myself which stands in for me in a virtual community in which I participate, the emotions I feel and feign as part of my screen persona are not simply false. Although my true self does not feel them, they are nonetheless in a sense true. For example, what if, deep inside, I am a sadistic pervert who dreams of beating up other men and raping women? In my real-life interaction with other people, I am not allowed to enact this true self, so I adopt a more humble and polite persona. In this case, is not my true self much closer to what I adopt as a fictional screen persona, while the self of my real-life interactions is a mask concealing the violence of my true self? Habit provides the way out of this predicament. How? Not as the subject's true expression, but by locating the truth in mindless expression. Recall Hegel's constant motif that truth is in what you say, not in what you mean to say. Consider again the enigmatic status of what we call politeness, when, upon meeting an acquaintance, I say, "Glad to see you. How are you today?" It is clear to both of us that, in a way, I do not mean it seriously. 62 However, it would nonetheless be wrong to label my act as simply hypocritical, since, in another way, I do mean it. The polite exchange does establish a kind of pact between the two of us, in the same sense as I do sincerely laugh through the canned laughter. This brings us to one possible definition of a madman, as a subject unable to participate in this logic of sincere lies, so that when a friend greets him with "nice to see you," "How are you?" he explodes, "Are you really glad to see me, or are you just pretending? And who gave you the right to probe into my state?" The same overlapping of appearance with truth is often at work in ideological self-perception. Recall Marx's brilliant analysis of how, in the French Revolution of 1848, the conservative Republican Party of Order functioned as a coalition of the two branches of royalism in the anonymous Kingdom of the Republic. 63 The parliamentary deputies of the Party of Order saw their republicanism as a mockery. In parliamentary debates, they frequently made royalist slips of the tongue and ridiculed the Republic to let it be known that their true aim was to restore the monarchy. What they were not aware of was that they themselves were duped as to the true social impact of their rule. What they were effectively doing was establishing the conditions of the bourgeois republican order they despised so much. So it is not that they were just royalists wearing a republican mask, although they experienced themselves as such. It was their very inner royalist conviction that was the deceptive front masking their true social role. In short, far from being the hidden truth of their public republicanism, their sincere royalism was the phantasmatic support of their actual republicanism. It was what added the passion to their activity. Is it not the case, then, that the deputies of the Party of Order were also feign to be republicans, to be what they really were? Hegel's radical conclusion is that the sign with which we are dealing here, in corporeal expressions, in truth signifies nothing. 64 Habit is thus a strange sign which signifies the fact that it signifies nothing. 65 What Hölderlin proposed as the formula for our destitute predicament, for an era in which, because the gods have abandoned us, we are signs without meaning, acquires here an unexpected positive interpretation. And we should take Hegel's formula literally. The nothing in it has a positive weight, that is, the sign which in truth signifies nothing is what Lacan calls the signifier, that which represents the subject for another signifier. The nothing is the void of the subject itself, so that the absence of an ultimate reference means that absence itself is the ultimate reference, and this absence is the subject itself. This is why Malabou writes, "Spirit is not that which is expressed by its expressions, it is that which originally terrifies spirit." 66 The dimension of haunting, the link between spirit qua the light of reason and spirit qua obscene ghost, is crucial here. Spirit or reason is, by a structural necessity, forever haunted by the obscene apparitions of its own spirit. The human being is this night, this empty nothing, that contains everything in its simplicity and unending wealth of many representations, images, of which none belongs to him or which are not present. This night, the interior of nature, that exists here pure self in phantasmagorical representations, is night all around it, in which here shoots a bloody head, there another white ghastly apparition, suddenly here before it, and just so disappears. One catches sight of this night when one looks human beings in the eye into a night that becomes awful. 67. Again, one should not be blinded by the poetic power of this description, but read it precisely. The first thing to note is how the objects which freely float around in this night of the world are membra disjecta, partial objects, objects detached from their organic whole. Is there not a strange echo between this passage and Hegel's description of the negative power of understanding, which is able to abstract an entity from its substantial context and treat it as if it has an existence of its own? That an accident as such, detached from what circumscribes it, what is bound and is actual only in its context with others, should attain an existence of its own and a separate freedom. This is the tremendous power of the negative. 68 It is thus as if, in the ghastly scenery of the night of the world, we encounter something like the power of understanding in its natural state, spirit in the guise of a proto-spirit. This, perhaps, is the most precise definition of horror, when a higher state of development violently inscribes itself in the lower state, in its ground/presupposition, where it cannot but appear as a monstrous mess, a disintegration of order, a terrifying unnatural combination of natural elements. In the context of contemporary science, we encounter this horror at its purest when genetic manipulations go awry and generate objects never seen in nature, freaks like goats with a gigantic ear instead of a head or a head with one eye, meaningless accidents which nonetheless touch our deeply repressed fantasies and thus trigger wild interpretations. The pure self as the inner of nature 69 stands for this paradoxical short circuit of the supernatural in its natural state. Why does it occur? The only consistent answer is a materialist one, because spirit is part of nature, and can occur or arise only through a monstrous self-fliction of nature. Therein lies the paradoxical materialist edge of cheap spiritualism. It is precisely because spirit is part of nature, because spirit does not intervene into nature which is already constituted, ready-made somewhere else but has to emerge out of nature through its derangement, that there is no spirit without spirits, that spirit is forever haunted by spirits. It is from this standpoint that we should read Sartre's deservedly famous description in Being and Nothingness of the cafe waiter who, with an exaggerated theatricality, performs the cliched gestures of a waiter and thus plays at being a waiter in a cafe. His movement is quick and forward, a little too precise, a little too rapid. He comes toward the patrons with a step a little too quick. He bends forward a little too eagerly, his voice, his eyes express an interest a little too solicitous for the order of the customer. Finally there he returns, trying to imitate in his walk the inflexible stiffness of some kind of automaton. 70. Does not Sartre's underlying ontological thesis that the waiter in the cafe cannot be immediately a cafe waiter in the sense that this inkwell is an inkwell point forward towards Lacan's classic thesis that a madman is not only a beggar who thinks he is a king, but also a king who thinks he is a king? We should be very precise in this reading. As Robert Bernasconi notes in his commentary, there is much more to Sartre's thesis than a simple point about mauvaise foi and self-objectivization. What Sartre does is show how, through the very exaggeration of his gestures, through his very over-identification with the role, the waiter in question signals his distance from it and thus asserts his subjectivity. True, this French waiter plays at being a waiter by acting like an automaton, just as the role of a waiter in the United States, by a strange inversion, is to play at acting like one's friend. However, Sartre's point is that, whatever game the waiter is called upon to play, the ultimate rule that the waiter follows is that he must break the rules, and to do so by following them in an exaggerated manner. That is to say, the waiter does not simply follow the unwritten rules, which would be obedience to a certain kind of tyranny, but, instead, goes overboard in following those rules. The waiter succeeds in rejecting the attempt to reduce him to nothing more than being a waiter, not by refusing the role, but by highlighting the fact that he is playing it to the point that he escapes it. The waiter does this by overdoing things, by doing too much. The French waiter, instead of disappearing into the role, exaggerates the movements that make him something of an automaton in a way that draws attention to him, just as, we can add, the quintessential North American waiter is not so much friendly as over-friendly. Sartre uses the same word, trop, that we saw him using in Nausea to express this human superfluity. 71. And it is crucial to supplement this description with its symmetrical opposite. One is truly identified with one's role precisely when one does not over-identify with it, but accompanies one's role-playing, following the rules, with small violations or idiosyncrasies designed to signal that, beneath the role, there is a real person who cannot be directly identified with it or reduced to it. In other words, it is totally wrong to read the waiter's behavior as a case of mauvaise foi. His exaggerated act opens up, in a negative way, the space for his authentic self, since its message is I am not what I am playing at being. True mauvaise foi consists precisely in embellishing my playing a role with idiosyncratic details. It is this personal touch which provides the space for false freedom, allowing me to accommodate myself to my self-objectivization in the role I am playing. 72. This brings us back to our original question, in what does the difference between animal and human habits consist? Only humans, spiritual beings, are haunted by spirits. Why? Not simply because, in contrast to animals, they have access to universality, but because this universality is for them simultaneously necessary and impossible, that is, it is a problem. In other words, while for human subjects the place of universality is prescribed, it has to remain empty, it can never be filled in with its proper content. The specificity of man thus concerns the relationship between universal essence and its accidents. For animals, accidents remain mere accidents, only the human being posits universality as such, relates to it, and can therefore reflectively elevate accidents into universal essence. This is why man is a generic being. To paraphrase Heidegger's definition of Dasein, man is a being for which its genus is for itself a problem. Man can present the genus to the degree that habit is the unforeseen element of the genus. 73. This formulation opens up an unexpected link to the notion of hegemony as developed by Escobedo Lacan. There is forever a gap between the universality of man's genus and the particular habits which fill in its void. Habits are always unexpected, contingent, accidents elevated to universal necessity. The predominance of one or another habit is the result of a struggle for hegemony, a struggle over which accident will occupy the empty place of the universality. That is to say, with regard to the relationship between universality and particularity, the contradiction in the human condition, a human subject perceives reality from a singular subjective viewpoint and, simultaneously, perceives himself as included in this same reality as a part, as an object in it, means that the subject has to presuppose universality, while, simultaneously, it is forever impossible for him to entirely fill in this universality with its particular content, to harmonize the universal and the particular. Universality is always simultaneously necessary and impossible. Lacan's concept of hegemony offers an exemplary matrix of the relationship between universality, historical contingency, and the limit of an impossible real, and one should always keep in mind that we are dealing here with a distinct concept whose specificity is often missed by those who refer to it. The key feature of the concept of hegemony resides in the contingent connection between intrasocial differences and the limit that separates society itself from non-society. The limit between the social and its exteriority, the non-social, can only articulate itself in the guise of a difference between elements within social space. In other words, radical antagonism can only be represented in a distorted way, through particular differences internal to the system. External differences are thus always already also internal, and, furthermore, the link between the internal and external difference is ultimately contingent, the result of political struggle for hegemony. The standard anti-Hegelian counter-argument here is, of course, that this irreducible gap between the universal and its particular content is what characterizes Kantian finite subjectivity. Is not Hegelian concrete universality the most radical expression of the fantasy of full reconciliation between the universal and the particular? Is not its basic feature the self-generation of the entire particular content out of the self-movement of universality itself? Against this common reproach, we should insist on the closeness of Lacan's notion of hegemony to the Hegelian notion of concrete universality. In the latter, the specific difference overlaps with the difference constitutive of the genus itself, just as, in Lacan's notion of hegemony, the antagonistic gap between society and its external limit, non-society, is mapped onto an intrasocial structural difference. Lacan himself rejects the Hegelian reconciliation between universal and particular on behalf of the gap that forever separates the empty or impossible universal from the contingent particular content that hegemonizes it. If, however, we take a closer look at Hegel, we see that insofar as every particular species does not fit its universal genus, when we finally arrive at a particular species that fully fits its notion, that universal notion itself is transformed into another notion. No existing historical state fully fits the notion of the state. The necessity of a dialectical passage from the state into religion involves the fact that the only existing state that effectively fits its notion is a religious community which, precisely, is no longer a state. Here we encounter the properly dialectical paradox of concrete universality qua historicity, in the relationship between a genus and its subspecies, one of these subspecies will always be the element that negates the very universal feature of the genus. Different nations have different versions of soccer. Americans do not have soccer, because baseball is their soccer. Hence also Hegel's famous claim that modern people do not pray in the morning, because reading the newspaper is their morning prayer. In the same way, in disintegrating socialist states, writers and other cultural clubs did act as political parties. In the same way, woman becomes one of the subspecies of man. Heideggerian Daseins analyze one of the subspecies of phenomenology, sublating the preceding universality. The impossible point of self-objectivization would be precisely the point at which universality and its particular content are fully harmonized, in short, where there would be no struggle for hegemony. And this brings us back to madness. Its most succinct definition is that of a direct harmony between universality and its accidents, of a cancellation of the gap that separates the two. For the madman, the object which is his impossible stand-in within objectal reality loses its virtual character and becomes a fully integral part of that reality. In contrast to madness, habit avoids this trap of direct identification thanks to its virtual character. The subject's identification with a habit is not a direct identification with some positive feature, but an identification with a disposition, with a virtuality. Habit is the outcome of a struggle for hegemony. It is an accident elevated to an essence, to universal necessity, made to fill in its empty place. Chapter 6. Not only as substance, but also as subject. Concrete universality. Hegel's great originality is that he shows exactly how an interpretation that aims at nothing more than universality, that disallows any role for the singularity of the exegete, an interpretation, indeed, that refuses to be plastic, in the sense of both universal and individual, would be in reality particular and arbitrary. Point 1. The stakes are very precise in this passage from Catherine Malabou's groundbreaking book on Hegel. Every interpretation is partial, embedded in an interpreter's ultimately contingent subjective position. However, far from blocking access to the universal truth of the interpreted text, full acceptance of this contingency and of the need to work through it is the only way the interpreter can access the universality of the content of the text. The interpreter's contingent subjective position provides the impetus, the urge, or urgency, which sustains an authentic interpretation. If we want to attain the universality of the interpreted text directly, as it is in itself, bypassing, erasing, or abstracting from the engaged position of the interpreter, then we either have to admit defeat and accept historicist relativism, or elevate into a fixed universal in itself what is effectively a particular and arbitrary reading of the text. In other words, the universality we arrive at in this way is abstract universality, a universality which excludes rather than encompasses the contingency of the particular. The true concrete universality of a great historical text like Antigone lies in the very totality of its historically determined readings. The crucial feature to bear in mind here is how concrete universality is not true concrete universality without including in itself the subjective position of its reader-interpreter as the particular and contingent point from which the universality is perceived. That is to say, in the Hegelian deployment of a process of cognition, the subject of cognition is not only the universal medium of reflection in which particular thoughts occur, a kind of receptacle containing thoughts about determinate objects as its particular content. The opposite also holds, the object of cognition is a universal in itself, and the subject stands precisely for what the word subjective means in its standard use, as when we talk about subjective perceptions which distort the way a thing really is. Hence the true particularity of a universal notion is not simply one of its species which can, as such, be grasped by a neutral subject observing this universality. Rather, the true particularity is, primarily, the particular subjective position from which the universal notion is acceptable to me. And, as Marx knew very well, this dialectic holds also for the rise of universality itself. It is only in a specific, particular, historical constellation that the universal dimension of a notion can appear as such. Marx's example is that of labor. Only in capitalism, in which I exchange my labor power for money as the universal commodity, do I relate to my specific profession as one contingent particular form of employment. Only here does the abstract notion of work become a social fact, in contrast to medieval societies in which the laborer does not choose his field of work as a profession, since he is directly born into it. In other words, the very gap between a universal notion and its particular historical form appears only in a certain historical epoch. What this means is that we truly pass from abstract to concrete universality only when the knowing subject loses its external position and itself becomes caught up in the movement of its content. Only in this way does the universality of the object of cognition lose its abstract character and enter into the movement of its particular content. Concrete universality should thus be strictly distinguished from historicism. In relation to the notion of human rights, a Marxist symptomal reading can convincingly identify the particular content that gives it a specifically bourgeois ideological spin. Universal human rights are effectively the rights of white male property owners to exchange freely on the market, exploit workers and women, as well as exert political domination. The identification of the particular content that hegemonizes the universal form is, however, only half the story. The other half, no less crucial, consists in asking a much more difficult question concerning the emergence of the form of universality itself. How and under what specific historical conditions does abstract universality itself become a fact of life? Under what conditions do individuals experience themselves as subjects of universal human rights? This is the point of Marx's analysis of commodity fetishism. In a society in which commodity exchange predominates, individuals in their daily lives relate to themselves, as well as to the objects they encounter, as contingent embodiments of abstract and universal notions. What I am, in terms of my concrete social or cultural background, is experienced as contingent, since what ultimately defines me is the abstract universal capacity to think and or to work. Any object that can satisfy my desire is experienced as contingent, since my desire is conceived as an abstract formal capacity, indifferent towards the multitude of particular objects that may satisfy it, but never fully do. The modern notion of a profession, as just noted, implies that I experience myself as an individual who is not directly born into his social role. What I will become depends on the interplay between contingent social circumstances and my free choice. The contemporary individual has a profession. He is an electrician or a professor or a waiter, but it would be meaningless to claim that a medieval serf was a peasant by profession. The crucial point here is that, again, in the specific social conditions of commodity exchange within a global market economy, abstraction becomes a direct feature of actual social life. It has an impact on the way individuals behave and relate to their fate and to their social surroundings. Marx shares Hegel's insight into how universality becomes for itself only insofar as individuals no longer fully identify the kernel of their being with their particular social situation. They experience themselves as forever out of joint with regard to this situation. In other words, in a given social structure, universality becomes for itself only in those individuals who lack a proper place in it. The mode of appearance of an abstract universality, its entering into actual existence, thus produces violence, disrupting the former organic equilibrium. It is thus not only that every universality is haunted by a particular content that taints it, it is also that every particular position is haunted by its implicit universality, which undermines it. Capitalism is not just universal in itself, it is universal for itself, as the tremendous corrosive power which undermines all particular life worlds, cultures, and traditions, cutting across them, sucking them into its vortex. It is meaningless to ask, is this universality genuine or merely a mask for particular interests? This universality is directly actual as universality, as the negative force of mediating and destroying all particular content. And the same logic holds for emancipatory struggle. The particular culture desperately trying to defend its identity has to repress the universal dimension which is active at its very heart, that is, the gap between the particular and the universal which destabilizes it from within. This is why the leave our culture alone argument fails. Within every particular culture, individuals do suffer and do protest. Women protest when forced to undergo clitoridectomy, for example, and these protests against the parochial constraints of one's culture are formulated from the standpoint of universality. Actual universality is not the deep feeling that different cultures ultimately share the same basic values, etc. Actual universality appears as the experience of negativity, of the inadequacy to itself, of a particular identity. Concrete universality does not concern the relationship of a particular to the wider whole, the way it relates to others and to its context, but rather the way it relates to itself, the way its very particular identity is split from within. The standard problem of universality thereby disappears. Concrete universality means precisely that my particular identity is corroded from within, that the tension between particularity and universality is inherent to my particular identity, or, to put it in more formal terms, that specific difference overlaps with generic difference. In short, a universality arises for itself only through or at the site of a thwarted particularity. Universality inscribes itself into a particular identity as its inability to fully become itself. I am a universal subject insofar as I cannot realize myself in my particular identity. This is why the modern universal subject is by definition out of joint, lacking its proper place in the social edifice. This thesis has to be taken literally. It is not only that universality inscribes itself into my particular identity as its rupture, its out-of-jointness. Universality in itself is in its actuality nothing but this cut which blocks from within all and every particular identity. Within a given social order, a universal claim can be made only by a group that is prevented from realizing its particular identity. Women thwarted in their effort to realize their feminine identity, an ethnic group prevented from asserting its identity, and so on. This is also why, for Freud, everything has a sexual connotation, why sexuality can infect everything, not because it is the strongest component in people's lives, exerting a hegemony over all other components, but because it is the one most radically thwarted in its actualization, marked by that symbolic castration on account of which, as Lacan put it, there is no sexual relationship. Every universality that arises, that is posited as such, bears witness to a scar in some particularity, and remains forever linked to this scar. Recall Krzysztof Kieślowski's passage from documentary to fiction cinema. We do not simply have two species of cinema, documentary and fiction. The fiction cinema emerged out of the inherent limitations of the documentary cinema. Kieślowski's starting point was the same as for all filmmakers in the socialist countries, the conspicuous mismatch between the drab social reality and the bright, optimistic images which pervaded the heavily censored official media. Kieślowski's initial reaction to the fact that Polish social reality was, as he put it, unrepresented was, of course, to pursue a more adequate representation of real life in all its drabness and ambiguity. In short, to adopt an authentic documentary approach. But Kieślowski soon came to reject this, for reasons best captured by the end of the documentary First Love. Here the camera follows a young unmarried couple through the girl's pregnancy, their wedding, and the delivery of the baby, ending by showing the father holding the newborn baby and crying. Kieślowski reacted to the obscenity of such unwarranted intrusion into the intimate lives of others with the fright of real tears. There is a domain of phantasmatic intimacy marked by a no trespassing sign and which should be approached only via fiction. This is also the why the French Véronique in the double life of Véronique rejects the puppeteer. He wants to probe too far, which is why, after he tells her the story of her double life, she is deeply hurt and escapes back to her father towards the end of the film. Point 2. Concrete universality is a name for this process through which fiction explodes documentary from within, for the way the emergence of fiction cinema resolves the inherent deadlock of the documentary cinema. Point 3. Another example from cinema history is provided by one of its great mysteries, the sudden eclipse of the Western in the mid-1950s. Part of the answer lies in the fact that, at the same moment, space opera emerged as a genre, so one can venture the hypothesis that space opera took the place of the Western in the late 1950s. The dialectical point here is that the Western and space opera are not two subspecies of the genre adventure. Rather, we should shift the perspective and start only with the Western in the course of its development. The Western then encounters a deadlock and, in order to survive, has to reinvent itself as space opera. Space opera is thus structurally a subspecies of the Western, in the same way that, for Kieslowski, fiction is a subspecies of documentary. And does the same not hold for the passage from the state to the religious community in Hegel? They are not simply two species of the genre of large socio-ideological communities, it is rather that the state, in its particular forms, cannot ever resolve the deadlock inscribed in its notion and so needs to pass over into another notion, that of the Church. The Church is, in this sense, more state than the state itself. It actualizes the notion of the state by shifting to another notion. In all these cases, universality is located in the enchainment or overlapping of particularities. A and B are not parts of their encompassing universality. A cannot fully become A, actualize its notion, without passing into B, which is formally its subspecies, but a subspecies which undermines the very species under which it is formally subsumed. Every species contains a subspecies which, precisely insofar as it effectively realizes the notion of this species, explodes its frame. The space opera is a Western at the level of its notion and, for that very reason, no longer a Western. Instead of a universality subdivided into two species, we thus get a particular species which generates another species as its own subspecies, and true universality is nothing but this movement in the course of which a species engenders a subspecies which negates its own species. The same dialectical mediation between the universal and the particular can also be formulated in terms of a universal notion and its examples. The difference between the idealist and the materialist use of examples is that, in the Platonic idealist approach, examples are always imperfect, they never perfectly render what they are supposed to exemplify, while for a materialist there is always more in the example than in what it exemplifies. In other words, the example always threatens to undermine what it is supposed to exemplify since it gives body to what the exemplified notion itself represses or is unable to cope with. This is why the idealist approach always demands a multitude of examples, since no single example really fits. One has to enumerate a great many of them in order to indicate the transcendent wealth of the idea they exemplify, the idea being the fixed point of reference for the floating examples. A materialist, on the contrary, tends to return obsessively to one and the same example. It is the particular example which remains the same in all symbolic universes, while the universal notion it is supposed to exemplify continually changes its shape, so that we get a multitude of universal notions circulating around a single example. Is this not what Lacan does, returning to the same exemplary cases, each time providing a new interpretation? The materialist example is thus a universal singular, a singular entity which persists as the universal through the multitude of its interpretations. This dialectic reaches its apogee when the universal as such, in contrast to its particular content, enters into being, acquires real existence. This is the rise of subjectivity described in Hegel's theory of the notion as the first moment of his subjective logic. Two introductory remarks should be made here. First, one should note the paradox of the fundamental difference between the logic of essence and the logic of the notion, precisely because the logic of essence is the logic of understanding and, as such, sticks to fixed oppositions. Being unable to grasp their self-mediation, it results in a mad dance of self-destruction in which all fixed determinations are dissolved. The logic of the notion, by contrast, is the logic of fluid self-mediations which, precisely for this reason, is able to generate a stable structure. Second, the term subjective logic is fully justified in the precise sense that, for Hegel, the notion is not the usual abstract universality designating a common feature of an empirical multiplicity. The original notion is the I, the subject itself. Hegel provides the most concise presentation of the subjectivity of the notion at the beginning of his subjective logic, where he first defines individuality as the reflection of the notion out of its determinateness into itself. It is the self-mediation of the notion insofar as its otherness has made itself into an other again, whereby the notion has reinstated itself as self-identical, but in the determination of absolute negativity. 4. It is easy to see how universality and particularity are co-present in every notion. Every notion is by definition universal, designating a single abstract feature that unites a series of particulars, and precisely as such, it is always already particular, not in addition to its universality, but by virtue of it. Human is a universal notion, designating the universal dimension of all human beings, and as such it is particular, or determinate. It designates a certain feature, ignoring endless others itself as a pure notion. What can this mean? Is not the subject in its singularity what Kierkegaard emphasizes as the singularity irreducible to all universal mediation? In a determinate notion, universality and particularity immediately coexist, that is, the notion's universality immediately passes into its particular determination. The problem here is not how to reconcile or synthesize the opposites, but, on the contrary, how to pull them apart, how to separate universality from its otherness, from its particular determinations. The absolute contradiction between universality and particularity can only be resolved, their immediate overlapping can only be mediated, when the notion's universality is asserted or posited as such, in opposition to its otherness, to every particular determination. In such a move, the notion returns out of its determinateness into itself, it reinstates itself as self-identical, but in the determination of absolute negativity, absolutely negating all and every positive content, all and every particular determination. The pure I is just such an absolute negation of all determinate content, it is the void of radical abstraction from all determinations, the form of I think emptied of all determinate thoughts. What happens here is what Hegel himself refers to as a miracle. This pure universality emptied of all content is simultaneously the pure singularity of the I. It refers to myself as the unique evanescent point which excludes all others, which cannot be replaced by any others. Myself is, by definition, only me and nothing else. The I is, in this sense, the coincidence of pure universality with pure singularity, of radical abstraction with absolute singularity. 5 And this is also what Hegel aims at when he says that in I the notion as such comes to exist. The universal notion exists in the form of the I in which absolute singularity overlaps with radical abstraction. 6 In paragraphs 1343 and 1344 of The Science of Logic, he then adds the bad news that accompanies the good news of the notion's return to itself from its otherness. Individuality is not only the return of the notion into itself, but immediately its loss, that is, in the guise of an individual I, the notion not only returns to itself, freeing itself from the otherness of all particular determinations, it simultaneously emerges as an actually existing this, a contingent empirical individual immediately aware of itself, a being for self. Through individuality, where the notion is internal to itself, it becomes external to itself and enters into actuality. The individual, therefore, as self-related negativity, is immediate identity of the negative with itself, it is a being for self. Or it is the abstraction that determines the notion, according to its ideal moment of being, as an immediate. In this way, the individual is a qualitative one, or this. 7. We find here already the allegedly illegitimate move from notional determinations to actual existence, whose best known version occurs at the end of the logic, when the idea releases itself into nature as its externality. Let us avoid the standard idealist misunderstanding. Of course, this speculative move does not create the flesh and blood individual, but it creates the I, the self-relating empty point of reference that the individual experiences as itself, as the void at the core of its being. This is the first, theoretical, triad of the notion. Once this is accomplished and the singular universality of the subject is in place, we face the opposite process, not UPI, but UIP, not the contradiction between universal and particular resolved by the I, but the contradiction between the universal and the I resolved by the particular. That is to say, how can the pure I break out of the abyss of radical self-relating negativity in which universality and singularity immediately coincide, excluding all determinate content? Here we enter the practical domain of will and decision. The subject qua pure notion has to freely determine itself, to posit some determinate particular content which will count as its own. And what we should not forget is that this determinate content is irreducibly arbitrary, it is ultimately grounded only in the subject's "it is so because I will it so," the moment of pure subjective decision or choice which stabilizes a world. In his Logics of Worlds, by way of designating this moment, Badiou proposes the concept of point understood as a simple decision in a situation reduced to a choice of yes or no. He implicitly refers to Lacan's point de capitan, of course, and does not this imply that there is no world outside language, no world whose horizon of meaning is not determined by a symbolic order? The passage to truth is therefore the passage from language to the letter, to mathemes which run diagonally across a multitude of worlds. Postmodern relativism is precisely the thought of the irreducible multitude of worlds, each of them sustained by a specific language game, so that each world is the narrative its members tell themselves about themselves, with no shared terrain, no common language, and the problem of truth is how to establish something that, to use the terms popular in modal logic, remains the same in all possible worlds. Hegel, Spinoza, and Hitchcock. It is at this precise point that the contrast between Hegel and Spinoza appears at its purest. Spinoza's absolute is a substance which expresses itself in its attributes and modes without the subjectivizing point de capitan. True, Spinoza's famous proposition omnis determinatio est negatio may sound Hegelian, but the two opposed ways in which it can be read are both decidedly anti-Hegelian. If it refers to the absolute itself, it makes a negative theological point. Every positive determination of the absolute, every predicate we attribute to it, is inadequate, fails to grasp its essence and thus already negates it. If it refers to particular empirical things, it makes a point about their transient nature. Every entity delimited from others by a particular determination will sooner or later join the chaotic abyss out of which it arose, for every particular determination is a negation not only in the sense that it will involve the negation of other particular determinations, but in a more radical sense that refers to its long-term instability. Is Hegel's point then that these two readings are in fact simply identical, something like, the absolute is not a positive entity persisting in its impermeable identity beyond the transient world of finite things, the only true absolute is nothing but this very process of the rising and passing away of all particular things? Such a vision remains, however, all too close to a pseudo-oriental Heraclitean wisdom concerning the eternal flow of the generation and corruption of all things under the sun. In more philosophical terms, such a vision relies on the univocity of being. In defense of Spinoza, one could definitely claim that substance is not simply the eternal generative process which continues without any interruption or cut, but that it is, on the contrary, the universalization of a cut or fall. Substance is nothing but the constant process of falling. Everything there is a fall. There is no substance which falls, curves, interrupts the flow, etc. Substance simply is the infinitely productive capacity of such falls/cuts/interruptions, they are its only reality. 8 In such a reading of Spinoza, substance and clin amen directly coincide. In this ultimate speculative identity, substance is nothing but the process of its own fall, the negativity that pushes towards productive determination, or, in Lacanian terms, the thing is directly the objet. However, the problem with such a universalization of the clin amen is that it renaturalizes the clin amen and thus turns into its opposite. If all that there is are interruptions or falls, then the key aspect of surprise, of the intrusion of an unexpected contingency, is lost, and we find ourselves in a boring, flat universe whose contingency is totally predictable and necessary. When Quintin Melassu insists on contingency as being the only necessity, he finds himself in the same predicament. His mistake is to conceive the assertion of contingency according to the masculine side of Lacan's formulae of sexuation, namely according to the logic of universality and its constitutive exception. Everything is contingent, with the exception of contingency itself, which is absolutely necessary. Necessity thus becomes the external guarantee of the universal contingency. What we should oppose to this universalization of contingency is not the universalization of necessity, but the feminine non-all of contingency. There is nothing which is not contingent, which is why not all is contingent. Simultaneously, there is the non-all of necessity, there is nothing which is not necessary, which is why not all is necessary. Not all is necessary means that, from time to time, a contingent encounter occurs which undermines the predominant necessity, so that in it, the impossible happens. Point 9. The key point is that, if there is to be a moment of surprise in the cut or fall, it can only occur against the background of a continuous flow, as its interruption. In contrast to Spinoza, for whom there is no master signifier enacting a cut, marking a conclusion, dotting the I, but just a continuous chain of causes, the Hegelian dialectical process involves cuts, sudden interruptions of the continuous flow, reversals which retroactively restructure the entire field. In order to properly understand this relationship between a continuous process and its cuts or ends, we should ignore the stupid notion of a contradiction in Hegel's thought between method and system. It is also not sufficient to conceive cuts as moments within an encompassing process, internal differences which arise and disappear. A parallel with the flow of speech might be of some help here. The flow of speech cannot go on indefinitely, there has to be le moment de concealure, like the point that concludes a sentence. It is only the dot at the end that retroactively fixes or determines the meaning of the sentence. However, it is crucial to add that this dot is not a simple fixation which removes all risk, abolishing all ambiguity and openness. It is, on the contrary, the dotting itself, its cut, which sets free meaning and interpretation. The dot always occurs contingently, as a surprise, it generates a surplus. Why here? What does this mean? This element of surprise emerges at its purest in tautology. Hegel himself analyzes tautology through expectation and surprise. The excess is here the unexpected lack itself. A rose is, a rose we expected something, a determination, a predicate, but what we get is just the repetition of the subject, which makes the phrase latent with virtual meaning. Far from clarifying things, tautology gives birth to the specter of some imponderable depth which escapes words. Far from being an index of perfection, it hints at an obscene contingent underside. When do we say, the law is the law? Precisely when the law is encountered as unjust, arbitrary, etc., and we then add, but, nonetheless, the law is the law. The final cut is then simultaneously the opening, what triggers or sets in motion a new process of endless interpretation. And, of course, the same goes for the absolute ending, the conclusion of Hegel's system. The consequence of asserting the radical univocity of being is that all distinctions between essential and secondary, between actual and virtual, and so forth, have to be dropped. With regard to the classic Marxist distinction between base and superstructure, this means that the sphere of economic production is in no way more real than ideology or science, that it has no ontological priority over them, so we should abandon even the notion of the determination in the last instance of all social life by the economy. With regard to the topic of virtual reality, this means that it is not enough to say that reality is always supplemented by virtuality. One should drop the distinction itself and claim that all reality is virtual. In the economy, one should also drop the distinction between the real economy and the virtual economy. The whole economy, no matter how real, is already virtual. Such a direct universalization is nonetheless too hasty. If what we experience as reality is to retain its consistency, it has to be supplemented by a virtual fiction. This paradox, known already to Bentham, was poignantly formulated by Chesterton. Literature and fiction are two entirely different things. Literature is a luxury, fiction is a necessity. 10. However, it was also Bentham who saw clearly that we nevertheless can clearly distinguish between reality and fiction. Therein resides the paradox he tried to capture with his notion of fictions. Although we can clearly distinguish between reality and fiction, we cannot simply drop fiction and retain only reality. If we drop fiction, reality itself disintegrates, loses its ontological consistency. A few years ago, a caricature appeared in a German daily newspaper depicting 5 men answering the question, "What would you like to do during your summer holiday?" Each of them gave a different answer, but, in a cloud above the head of each of them, depicting what they were really dreaming about, was an image of a naked woman. The point is obvious. Beneath the semblance of civilized interests, there is only one thing: sex. The caricature is formally wrong, we all know that, we are really always thinking about that, but the question is in what precise way, what works as the object cause of our desire, what fantasy frame sustains our desire. One way to make this point clear would be to invert the caricature and have each man giving the same answer: I want to have a lot of sex. And putting the non-sexual ideas into the clouds to represent their intimate thoughts, thus providing a clue to what precise mode of jouissance is being targeted. One man dreams of having sex in a faraway, exotic place like a Hindu temple, surrounded by erotic statues, another dreams about making love on a secluded, sandy beach, and so on. At its best, cinema plays with this role of fiction as a supplement to reality, guaranteeing its consistency. This is not just a case of relying on special effects to present a fantasized world as reality. Cinema is at its best when, through the subtleties of mise-en-scene, it makes the spectator experience reality itself as something phantasmatic. In the final scene of Alfonso Cuarón's Children of Men, Theo and Key, a young black illegal immigrant woman with the first newborn baby, a hope for all humanity, board a small boat. Theo rows Key and her baby out to the buoy that marks the rendezvous point with the Tomorrow, a lab ship carrying the independent scientist who is working on solving the infertility problem. Key sees blood dripping in the boat, and Theo admits that he was shot during their escape. As the Tomorrow emerges from the thick fog, Theo loses consciousness and slumps to the side of the boat. The beauty of this ending is that, although shot realistically, as an actual event, it can clearly also be read as the fantasy of the dying Theo, to whom the boat magically appears out of the mystic fog. In reality, they are just alone in a drifting boat, going nowhere. A more complex procedure is that of the so-called Hitchcockian ellipse, whose exemplary case is the murder of Townsend in the UN building in North by Northwest Point 11. Roger Thornhill arrives at the UN, secretly followed by the killer Valerian. In the reception hall, Thornhill asks a clerk to call Townsend, who duly arrives. When the two men are standing face to face, we see Valerian observing them from the corridor and putting on his gloves, an indication that he is about to kill someone. We do not yet know who he plans to murder, though we probably assume that it is Thornhill, since Valerian's group already tried to kill him the previous evening. The three characters are positioned in a line, with Thornhill and Townsend facing each other, and Valerian behind Townsend, so that the latter also functions as an obstacle, preventing a direct confrontation between Thornhill and Valerian, the true opponents. Thornhill suddenly draws from his pocket the photo he found in Kaplan's hotel room, showing Townsend, Van Damme, and a few others. Pointing at Van Damme, Thornhill asks Townsend, "Do you know this man?" But there is no time for Townsend to reply. In a short blurred shot, we see a knife flying towards him, then Townsend's face distorted into a grimace of pain and surprise as he falls forward into Thornhill's arms. A brief shot of Valerian running away from the scene follows, before the film cuts back to Thornhill and Townsend, who slides down, revealing a big knife stuck in his back. Confused, Thornhill automatically grabs the knife and pulls it out. At that very moment, a photographer takes a shot of Thornhill holding the knife above Townsend's body, obviously creating the impression that he is the murderer. Realizing this, Thornhill drops the knife and runs away in the confusion, clearly acting like a guilty suspect. What is notable about this scene is that we do not really see the murder being carried out. Not only do we never see Townsend and Valerian in the same shot, but the very continuity of the action is broken. We see what happens beforehand and afterwards, but we do not see Valerian throwing the knife, nor even his face when he decides to act. We only see its effect, Townsend's shocked face. The causal chain seems interrupted in this Hitchcockian abstraction. The clear link between Valerian and Townsend's death is, of course, implied, but at the same time the immediate impression is that Townsend drops dead because he has seen something terrifying and or forbidden, something he should not have seen, in the photo shown to him by Thornhill, so that Thornhill's sudden gesture of reaching into his pocket and pulling out the photo becomes equivalent to the threatening gesture of pulling out a gun. This effect is reinforced by the general spatial disposition of the scene, which clearly mobilizes Hitchcock's classical division between the space of ordinary reality and the space of an obscene subterranean proto-reality in which danger lurks. In other words, it is as if the only reality of the scene is that of the big reception hall in which Thornhill and Townsend meet, while Valerian operates from another spectral space, visible to no one, interrupting the normal causal chain of ordinary reality, and thus dispossessing Thornhill of the act attributed to him. Why is this fictional supplement needed? What hole does it fill? In order to guarantee the symbolic consistency of our sphere of life, some excremental waste has to disappear. The paradox of radical ecology, which blames humanity for disturbing the natural homeostasis, is that, in it, a self-relating reversal of this logic of exclusion takes place. The excrement, the destructive element which has to disappear so that the balance can be re-established, is ultimately humanity itself. As a result of its hubris, its will to dominate and exploit nature, humanity has become the stain in the picture of the natural idol. Is this not the ultimate proof of the ideological nature of ecology? What this means is that there is nothing more distant from a truly radical ecology than the image of a pure idyllic nature cleansed of all human dirt. Perhaps, then, in order to break out of this logic, we should change the very coordinates of the relationship between humanity and pre-human nature. Humanity is anti-nature, it does intervene in the natural cycle, disturbing or controlling it artificially, postponing the inevitable degeneration, buying itself time. Nevertheless, as such, it is still part of nature, since there is no nature. If nature conceived as the balanced cycle of life is a human fantasy, then humanity is nature precisely when it brutally establishes its division from nature, imposes on it its own temporary, limited order, creating its own sphere within the natural multiplicity. 12 Do we not find a similar logic in the radical revolutionary imaginary? In a song originally part of the Measure Taken, but later left out, Brecht proposes to identify the revolutionary agent with the cannibal who ate the last of the cannibals in order to annihilate cannibalism. The chorus sings of the wish to be the last bit of dirt in the room, which, in the final gesture of erasing itself, will make the entire space clean. Cinema at its worst tries to fill this void not by way of fiction, but by directly depicting the excluded dirt. For example, the worst moment of vulgarity in Schindler's List occurs when Spielberg could not resist the temptation of directly staging the moment of Schindler's ethical transformation from a cold manipulator of the misfortunes of others to a subject overwhelmed by a sense of responsibility towards the Jews. The transformation occurs when Schindler, out on a morning ride with his mistress on a hill above Krakow, observes German units entering the Jewish ghetto. The moment of ethical awareness is accompanied by the shots of the little Jewish girl in the red coat. This depiction is properly obscene and blasphemous. It encroaches in a vulgar way upon the abyssal mystery of the sudden rise of goodness, trying to establish a causal link where a gap should be left open. A similar vulgarity occurs in Pollock, a film which likewise failed to resist a temptation, in this case that of depicting the very moment of the invention of action painting. Predictably enough, the drunken Pollock accidentally spills a jug of paint onto a canvas, and, surprised by the complex and strangely attractive stain that results, gets an idea for a new technique. The value of this vulgar account of the mysterious moment of creation is the same as that of Jonathan Swift's ironic account of the birth of language. At first, in order to inform others about absent objects, people carried on their backs small replicas of all objects, until someone came up with the ingenious idea of replacing the models with words designating the objects. The relationship between reality and fiction also holds for substance and subject. True, substance is always already a subject, it emerges only retroactively, through its subjective mediation. Nonetheless, we should distinguish them. The subject always, constitutively, comes second. It refers to an already given substance, introducing into it abstract distinctions and fictions, tearing apart its organic unity. This is why, while we can interpret the Spinozan substance as the subject at work, there is in Spinoza no subject at a distance from substance. If the limit has priority over what is beyond it, then all there is reality and its limitation. There is nothing beyond the limit, or, more precisely, what is beyond the limit coincides with the limit itself. This coinciding of the limit with its beyond means that the beyond has always already passed over into the process of becoming, which generates determinate entities. In other words, the beyond is like Hegel's pure being, always already reflected/mediated, passed over into becoming. The limit is thus not merely negative, it is the productive negativity which generates determinate reality. Alternatively, negation is always already the negation of negation, the productive movement of its own disappearing. What is beyond the limit, beyond the screen which denies us any direct access to the in itself? There is only one convincing answer: what is really beyond the limit, on the other side of the screen, is not nothing, but rather the same reality we find in front of the screen. Think of a theater stage and all the machinery behind it used to generate the staged illusion. What really accounts for the latter is not this machinery as such, but the frame which delimits the magic space of the stage from the ordinary reality off stage. If we want to explore the mystery of the illusion by going backstage, we will discover there exactly the same ordinary reality as exists in front of stage. What counts is that one part of ordinary reality is separated from the rest by a frame which designates it as a magical space of illusion. We have one and the same reality, separated from itself by a screen. This inversion into itself by way of which reality encounters itself on a phantasmatic stage is what compels us to abandon the univocity of being. The field of reality is always traversed by a cut which inscribes appearance into appearance itself. In other words, if there is a field of reality, then it is not enough to claim that reality is inherently phantasmatic, that it is always constituted by a transcendental frame. This frame has to inscribe itself into the field of reality, in the guise of a difference between ordinary reality and the ethereal reality. Within our experience of reality, a part of reality has to appear to us as phantasmatic, as not real reality. Recall the scene, from Vertigo, of Scotty's and Judy's first date, where the couple fails to engage in a meaningful conversation. All of a sudden, Scotty's gaze fixes on some point behind Judy, and we see that he is looking at a woman vaguely similar to Madeline, dressed in the same gray gown. When Judy notices what has attracted Scotty's gaze, she is, of course, deeply hurt. The crucial moment here is when we see, from Scotty's point of view, the two women in the same shot, Judy on the right, close to him, the woman in gray to the left, in the background. Again, we have vulgar reality side by side with an ethereal apparition of the ideal. The split from the shot of Midge and the portrait of Carlotta is here externalized onto two different persons, Judy close up and the momentary spectral apparition of Madeline behind, with the additional irony, missed by Scotty, that the vulgar Judy is in fact the Madeline he is desperately seeking among the fleeting appearances of strangers. This brief moment in which Scotty is deluded into thinking that what he sees is Madeline is the moment at which the absolute appears. It appears as such in the very domain of appearances, in those sublime moments when a supersensible dimension shines through in our ordinary reality. When Plato introduces three ontological levels and dismisses art as the copy of a copy, what gets lost is that the idea can only emerge in the distance that separates our ordinary material reality from its copy. When we copy a material object, what we actually copy, what our copy refers to, is never this particular object itself but its idea. It is similar to a mask which engenders a third reality, a ghost in the mask which is not the face hidden beneath it. In this precise sense, the idea is the appearance as appearance, the idea is something that appears when reality is itself copied. It is that which is in the copy more than the original itself. No wonder that Plato reacted in such a panicky way against the threat of art. As Lacan pointed out in his Seminar 11, art does not compete with material objects as direct, first-level copies of the idea, rather, it competes with the supersensible idea itself. We should take this redoubling of reality in the strongest sense, as a fundamental feature of the ontology of our world. Every field of reality contains an enframed, separated, part which is not experienced as fully real, but as fiction. Does this cut in the univocity of being, this necessity of supplementing ordinary reality with fiction, demonstrate that lack is primordial with regard to curvature? One can easily generate curvature from lack and vice versa. On the one hand, we can conceive curvature as a way of avoiding the deadlock of primordial lack. What comes first is the lack. The incestuous object of desire is always missing, it eludes the subject's grasp, all that desire can catch are the metonymies of the thing, never the thing itself. However, this repeated failure to reach the thing can be inverted into success if the source of enjoyment is defined not as reaching the thing, but as the satisfaction brought about by the repeated effort to arrive at it. This brings us to the Freudian drive, whose true aim is not its goal, but the repeated attempt to reach it. We can thus conceive curvature, its circular movement, as ontologically secondary, as a way of turning the failure of desire into success. On the other hand, in a Deleuzian mode, one can conceive the experience of lack itself as a kind of perspectival illusion, as a misrecognition of the rotary movement of the drive. In this case, what comes first, the primordial fact, is the rotary movement of the drive, and desire emerges from a teleological misreading of the drive, as if its circular movement does not bring satisfaction in itself but has to be read as a reaction to some primordial lack. 13 What, then, comes first, lack or curvature? Hegel or Spinoza? This choice is a trap to be avoided. One should insist that the alternative lack or curvature is a kind of primordial diffraction, a parallax with no priority. It is precisely apropos the topic of the Clinamen that the gap separating Hegel from Spinoza can be formulated. Spinozan substance can be conceived as the productive force which generates the multiplicity of Clinamina, and which is as such a virtual entity totally immanent to its products, present and actual only in its products, in Clinamina. For Hegel, however, the actually existing plurality of Clinamina presupposes a more radical Clinamen, a reversal or negativity in the substance itself. To put it in Gnostic terms, the fall, the gap between God and reality, presupposes a prior reversal in God himself. The example of alternative modernities will help make this clear. For a Spinozan, the plurality of modernities expresses the productive power of the capitalist social substance, while for a Hegelian, there is a plurality of modernities because the capitalist social substance is in itself perverted, antagonistic. So why is there something rather than nothing? Because nothing itself is divided into two, it is this tension or gap in the void which pushes it towards generating something's. 14. How, then, are we to think together the two moments of negativity united in the German word Vernianung, the Fruto-Spinozan Ver and the more radical Hegelian Nein? What if the two dimensions are brought together in Lacan's formula $A, which conjoins the void or negativity of the subject and the stain that blurs reality? Ver stands for the anamorphic distortion of reality, for the stain which inscribes the subject into reality, and Nein is the gap, hole, in reality. They are two sides of the same coin, or, rather, the opposite sides of a Mobius band, the correlation of the empty place and the excessive object. There is no gap without a protraction or distortion of reality, and vice versa. Every anamorphic distortion of reality bears witness to a subject. Is it then possible to describe some kind of underlying structure which allows us to generate the alternative of lack and curvature? It is here, perhaps, that the distinction between the two vacuums, the false one and the real one, can be of some use insofar as it renders a minimal structure of imbalance, of a gap that divides a thing from itself, which can be operationalized in the direction either of the false vacuum or of the true vacuum. Perhaps this gap separating the two vacuums is then the ultimate word that we can pronounce on the universe, a kind of primordial ontological dislocation or difference on account of which, no matter how peaceful things may appear sub specie aeternitatis, the universe is out of joint and eper simua. 15 So it is not enough to say, in a radical reading of Spinoza, that substance is nothing but the process of its Clinamen. Here, substance remains one, a cause immanent to its effects. Here we should take a step further and reverse the relationship. There is no substance, only the real as the absolute gap, non-identity, and particular phenomena are ones, so many attempts to stabilize this gap. This notion of two vacuums, however, brings us back to Hegel, to the gap between substance and subject hinted at in the famous formula about the absolute being not only a substance, but also a subject. The Hegelian totality is not the ideal of an organic whole, but a critical notion. To locate a phenomenon in its totality does not mean to see the hidden harmony of the whole, but to include in a system all its symptoms, antagonisms, and inconsistencies as integral parts. On this reading, the false vacuum designates the existing organic whole, with its deceitful stability and harmony, while the true vacuum integrates into this whole all the destabilizing excesses which are necessary for its reproduction. The Hegelian dialectical process thus functions as a repetitive undermining of a false vacuum by a true one, as a repetitive shift from substance to subject. At its most radical, this gap appears as the minimal ethical contrast between Buddhism and Hegelian dialectics, between the attainment of peace and the persistent eper-es-I-mu-av. Buddhism thus provides a radical answer to the question, why is there something and not nothing? There is only nothing, nothing really exists, all somethings, all determinate entities, emerge only from a subjective perspectival illusion. Dialectical materialism here goes a step further. Even nothing does not exist if by nothing we mean the primordial abyss in which all differences are obliterated. What, ultimately, there is only the absolute difference, the self-repelling gap. In order to grasp the radical link between the subject and nothingness, one should be very precise in reading Hegel's famous statement on substance and the subject. It is not enough to emphasize that the subject is not a positively existing self-identical entity, that it stands for the incompleteness of substance, for its inner antagonism and movement, for the nothingness which thwarts the substance from within, destroying its unity, and thus dynamizes it, the notion best rendered by Hegel's remark, apropos the unrest of substantial unity, that the self is this very unrest. This notion of the subject still presupposes the substantial one as a starting point, even if this one is always already distorted, split, and so on. And it is this very presupposition that should be abandoned. At the beginning, there is no substantial one, but nothingness itself. Every one comes second, emerges through the self-relating of this nothingness. In other words, nothing as negation is not primarily the negation of something, of a positive entity, but the negation of itself. Hegel formulated this crucial insight at the beginning of the second book of his Logic. When he deals with the logic of reflection. 16 Hegel begins with the opposition, constitutive of the notion of essence, between essence and its appearing in the illusory being. The immediacy of the determinateness in illusory being over against essence is consequently nothing other than essence's own immediacy. 17 Beneath the flux of the illusory being, there is no substantial self-identical essence. The immediacy of illusory appearing overlaps with the immediacy of the non-illusory substance, of its true being, or, in Lacanian terms, essence is this structure in which the most interior is conjoined to the most exterior in its turning. 18 What this means is that all there is the flux of illusory being, of its passing determinations, and the nothingness beneath it. These two moments, namely the nothingness, but as persisting, and the being, but as a moment, or the negativity in itself and the reflected immediacy, that constitute the moments of illusory being, are thus moments of the essence itself. What we have here is not an illusory show of being in essence, or an illusory show of essence in being. The illusory being in essence is not the illusory being of an other, but is illusory being in itself, the illusory being of essence itself. Illusory being is essence itself in the determinateness of being. 19. Hegel had already made this claim in his Phenomenology, where he stated that the supersensible essence is appearance as appearance. It is that which is in the copy more than the original itself. The Hegelian subject. This brings us back to the statement on substance and subject from the introduction to the Phenomenology. Hegel does not simply say that substance is subject. What he says is that one should not conceive the absolute only as substance, but also as subject. The subject is thus not merely a subordinated moment of substance, of the substantial totality, but neither is substance directly the subject, so that we should not assert their immediate identity. The subject is always already related to some heterogeneous substantial content, it always comes second, as the negation or mediation of this content, as its splitting or distortion, and this secondary character should be maintained to the end. The subject should never be directly elevated into the grounding principle of all reality. This restraining of the subject, the idea that Hegel's substance equals subject, works as an infinite judgment of two incompatible terms and not as a full subjectivization of substance, not as the direct assertion of the subject as the productive ground of all reality, as the agent which swallows up or appropriates all there is, should not be read as a half-baked compromise, in the sense of too much subjectivity is self-destructive, so we must maintain the proper measure. Such a compromised position is not only philosophically naive, but outright wrong. The move towards restraining the subject equals the full assertion of subjectivity, since, at its most elementary, the subject is not a substantial agent generating all reality, but precisely the moment of cut, failure, finitude, illusion, abstraction. Not only as substance, but also as subject, does not mean simply that substance is really a force of subjective self-mediation, etc., but that substance is in itself ontologically flawed, incomplete. This is what Hegel clearly saw, against the subjectivist tradition which peaks in Fichte's notion of the self-positing of the absolute I. The subject does not come first, it is not a new name for the one which grounds all, but the name for the inner impossibility or self-blockage of the one. What this means is that illusion is necessary, that it is inherent to truth, la vérité surgit de la méprise, as Lacan at his most Hegelian put it, and this is what the Spinozan cannot accept. What the Spinozan can and does think is the necessity of error, what he cannot accept is error or misrecognition as immanent to truth and prior to it epistemologically and ontologically. The process has to begin with error, and truth can only emerge second, as a repeated error, as it were. Why? Because, as we have seen apropos understanding and reason, truth is not a correction of error, truth is error as such, what we effectively do when we commit an error, so that error lies in the very gaze which perceives the act as an error. In other words, Hegel's substance as subject should thus be read in a way homologous to Lacan's rereading of Freud's famous formula wo es war soll ich werden, which also should not be interpreted as a demand for the simple subjectivization of the unconscious substance, but as the recognition of my place within it, of how the subject exists only through the inconsistency of the unconscious. To recapitulate, the Hegelian motif of substance as subject means that the absolute qua real is not simply different or differentiated from finite entities. The absolute is nothing but this difference. At its most elementary, the real is non-identity itself, the impossibility for X to be fully itself. The real is not the external intruder or obstacle preventing the realization of X's identity with itself, but the absolutely immanent impossibility of this identity. It is not that X cannot fully realize itself as X because an external obstacle hinders it. The impossibility comes first, and the external obstacle ultimately just materializes this impossibility. As such, the real is opaque, inaccessible, out of reach, and undeniable, impossible to bypass or remove in it. Lack and surplus coincide. This overlapping seems foreign to dialectics. Its coincidence of opposites appears to be not of the same nature as the reversals and mediations of the dialectical process. The real is rather the opaque indeterminate, abyssal, pre-logical background that is always already there, presupposed by every properly dialectical process. No wonder that the philosopher who first comes to mind here is Schelling, who, in his critique of Hegel's negative philosophy, thematized the pre-logical ground of being as a positivity which is opaque and simultaneously unavoidable. But is this really so? The Hegelian wager is that the dialectical process retroactively posits this presupposed background as a sign of its own incompleteness. That is to say, in Hegel, the beginning has the status of the Lacanian real, which is always already lost, left behind, mediated, and so on, and yet simultaneously something we can never get rid of, something which forever insists, continues to haunt us. For example, jouissance as real is lost for those who dwell in the symbolic order, is never given directly and so forth. However, the very loss of enjoyment generates an enjoyment of its own, a surplus enjoyment, so that our essence is simultaneously something always already lost and something we cannot ever rid ourselves of. What Freud called the compulsion to repeat is grounded in this radically ambiguous status of the real. What repeats itself is the real itself, which, lost from the very beginning, persists in returning again and again. Does not the Hegelian beginning have the same status, especially when he deals with the beginning of philosophy? It seems to repeat itself again and again. Oriental spirituality, Parmenides, Spinoza all stand for the inaugural gesture of philosophy which has to be left behind if we are to progress on the long road from substance to subject. However, this beginning is not an obstacle pulling us back, but the very motif or instigator of development. The true development, the passage to a new level, occurs only through settling accounts with the inaugural gesture again and again. The beginning is thus what Fichte called Anstoß, obstacle and incitement at the same time. The inaugural gesture always repeats itself in a new guise. The Oriental beginning stands for the pre-philosophical abyss of chaotic mythology, Parmenides stands for the philosophical beginning proper, the break with mythology and the conceptual assertion of the one, while Spinoza designates the modern beginning. Why is Parmenides, who asserts that only being, the one, exists, not Oriental? Why is he the first Western philosopher? The difference is not at the level of content, but at the level of form. Parmenides says the same as the Orientals, but he says it in conceptual form. By stating that being is and non-being is not, by affirming the unity of being and thinking, he introduces difference, a minimal formal mediation, into the one, in contrast to Oriental one which is totally abyssal, which neither is nor is not. 20 The difference between Oriental thought and Parmenides is thus the difference between the in itself and the for itself. Parmenides is the first dogmatic in Chesterton's sense. Chesterton wrote orthodoxy as a reply to the critics of his previous book, Heretics. In the very last paragraph of concluding remarks on the importance of orthodoxy, the last chapter of Heretics, he says, "Truths turn into dogmas the instant that they are disputed. Thus every man who utters a doubt defines a religion. And the scepticism of our time does not really destroy the beliefs, rather it creates them, gives them their limits and their plain and defiant shape. We who are liberals once held liberalism lightly as a truism. Now it has been disputed, and we hold it fiercely as a faith. We who believe in patriotism once thought patriotism to be reasonable, and thought little more about it. Now we know it to be unreasonable, and know it to be right. We who are Christians never knew the great philosophic common sense which inheres in that mystery until the anti-Christian writers pointed it out to us. The great march of mental destruction will go on. Everything will be denied. Everything will become a creed. It is a reasonable position to deny the stones in the street, it will be a religious dogma to assert them. 21. This is a profoundly Hegelian insight. One should not confuse dogma with the immediate pre-reflexive acceptance of an attitude. Medieval Christians were not dogmatic, they became dogmatic only when modern reason started to doubt religious truths. A dogmatic stance is always already mediated by its opposite, and this is also why contemporary fundamentalism really is dogmatic. It clings to its articles of faith against the threat of modern secular rationalism. In short, dogma is already the result of the decomposition of a substantial organic whole. Hegel describes this decomposition as a twofold movement. First, there is the autonomization of what were originally only accidental predicates of the substance. Recall the famous passage from the Phenomenology. The circle that remains self-enclosed and, like substance, holds its moments together, is an immediate relationship, one therefore which has nothing astonishing about it. But that the accidental as such, detached from what circumscribes it, what is bound and is actual only in its context with others, should attain an existence of its own and a separate freedom. This is the tremendous power of the negative. 22. Second, there is the opposite autonomization of substantial unity itself. Substance no longer functions as the container, the mediating unity, of its particular content, but instead posits or asserts itself as the negative unity of that content, as the power of destruction of all its particular determinations. This negativity lies at the base of spiritual freedom, since spirit is, formally speaking, freedom, the concept's absolute negativity or self-identity. Considered as this formal aspect, it may withdraw itself by abstracting from everything exterior and from its own externality, its very existence. 23. The self-relating negativity of substance, its self-contraction to an empty point, is singularity as opposed to particularity. The speculative point here is to think these two moves together. Accidents of a substance can attain an existence of their own, cut off from their substantial whole, only insofar as substance itself reduces or contracts itself to the point of singularity. The gap, the loosening of the links, between substance and its accidents presupposes the radical contradiction, at the very heart of substance itself, between its fullness and its void, between its all-inclusiveness and its all-excluding self-relationship, between S and $. The concrete expression of this link is the speculative identity between the subject and an accidental aspect of substance autonomized into an organ without a body. This partial object is the correlate of the pure subject. The subject is to be opposed here to what we usually refer to as the person. Person stands for the substantial wealth of a self, while the subject is the substance contracted to the singular point of negative self-relating. One should bear in mind here that the two couples, subject-object and person-thing, form a Graham-Asian semiotic square. That is to say, if we take the subject as the starting point, it has two opposites. Its contrary is, of course, the object, but its contradiction is the person. In a symmetrical way, the opposite counterpart to a person is a thing, and its contradiction is the subject. Thing is something embedded in a concrete life world, in which the entire wealth of the meaning of the life world echoes, while object is an abstraction, something extracted from its embeddedness in the life world. The subject is not the correlate of a thing. A person dwells in a body, while the subject is the correlate of an object, of an organ without a body. Against the standard notion of person-thing as a life world totality from which the subject-object couple is extrapolated, one should thus insist on the subject-object couple as primordial. The couple person-thing is its secondary domestication. What gets lost in the passage from subject-object to person-thing is the twisted relationship of the Mobius band. Persons and things are part of the same reality, while the object is the impossible equivalent of the subject itself. We arrive at the object when we pursue the side of the subject on the Mobius track to the end and find ourselves on the other side of the same place from where we started. One should thus reject the topic of the personality as a soul-body unity or organic whole which is dismembered in the process of reification and alienation. The subject emerges out of the person as the product of the violent reduction of the person's body to a partial object. 24. So when Hegel writes that the concept is a free subjective concept that is for itself and therefore possesses personality, the practical, objective concept determined in and for itself which, as person, is impenetrable atomic subjectivity, he may appear to be creating a meaningless short circuit between the abstract logical domain of concepts, of notional determinations, and the psychological domain of personality, of actual persons. 25. However, upon a closer look, one can clearly see his point. Personality in its impenetrable atomic subjectivity, the abyss or void of the I beyond all my positive properties, is a conceptual singularity. It is the actually existing abstraction of the concept, i.e., in it, the negative power of the concept acquires actual existence, becomes for itself. And Lacan's dollar, the barred subject, is precisely such a conceptual singularity, a singularity devoid of any psychological content. It is in this precise sense that Hegel writes, the singular individual is, on its own terms, the transition of the category from its concept into external reality. It is pure schema itself. 26. Every word carries its full weight in this precise and condensed proposition. The subject in its uniqueness, far from standing for the singularity of existence irreducible to any universal notion, stands for precisely the opposite, the way the universality of a notion passes over into external reality, acquires actual existence as part of this temporal reality. The properly dialectical twist here is, of course, that universality acquires actual existence in the guise of its very opposite, of the retraction of the multiplicity of reality into pure singularity. Since external reality is defined by its spatio-temporal coordinates, the subject in his or her actuality has to exist in time, as the self-sublation of space in time, and since he or she is the notion that acquires temporal existence, this temporality can only be that of a schema in Kant's sense of the term, namely the a priori temporal form that mediates between the atemporal conceptual universality and the spatio-temporal external reality. Consequently, since external reality is correlative to the subject that constitutes it transcendentally, this subject is the pure schema of this reality, not simply its transcendental horizon, the frame of a priori categories of reason, but its schema, the a priori form of temporal finitude itself, the temporal horizon of the atemporal a priori itself. Therein resides the paradox: the pure I as the agent of transcendental synthesis is not above atemporal categories of reason, but the schema of temporal finitude which delineates the field of their application. But is not this subject which, through transcendental synthesis, sutures reality into a consistent whole, a new version of identity embracing its opposite? Is not radical negativity here turned into the ground of a new identity? There is a parallel between Foucault's critique of Derrida's reading of Descartes' cogito, and the standard postmodern critique of the Hegelian notion of contradiction, of the series difference-opposition-contradiction. For Foucault, Descartes progresses from madness to universal doubt as a more radical version of madness, so that he can then self-cancel it in the rational cogito. Foucault's counter-argument is that madness is not less but more radical than the notion of universal doubt, that the passage from madness to dream silently excludes the unbearable excess of madness. In a homologous way, Hegel appears to radicalize difference in opposition, and then opposition in contradiction. However, this progress effectively cancels what is really troubling in the notion of difference for a monist philosopher, the notion of radical heterogeneity, of a totally contingent external otherness which cannot be related dialectically to the inwardness of the one. With the passage from difference to opposition and then to contradiction, the road is prepared for the self-sublating of the difference and for the return to the one able to internalize and thus dialectically mediate all differences. Lacan also follows this line of critique when, in dealing with the real, he seems to oscillate between the formal notion of real as antagonism and the more empirical notion of the real as that which cannot be reduced to a formal opposition. The opposition A-B will never fully become A not A. The B-ness of the B will be ultimately non-dialectizable. The people will always be something more than the pure opposite of power. There is a real of the people which resists symbolic integration. 27. The crucial question, of course, is, what, exactly, is the character of this excess of the people that is more than the pure opposite of power? What in the people resists symbolic integration? Is it simply the wealth of its determinations? If this is the case, then we are not dealing with a real that resists symbolic integration, because the real here is precisely the antagonism A not A, so that that which is in B more than not A is not the real in B but B symbolic determinations. Since Lacan, of course, fully admits that every oneness is split by an inherent gap, the dilemma is this: is the inherent impossibility of the one achieving full self-identity the result of the fact that it is always affected by heterogeneous others, or is the one's being affected by others an indication of how it is split or thwarted in itself? The only way to save the real is to assert the primacy of the inner split. The primordial fact is the one's inner impediment, the heterogeneous others merely materialize, or occupy the place of, that impediment, which is why, even if they are annihilated, the impossibility remains. In other words, if the intrusion of heterogeneous others were the primary fact, the annihilation of these external obstacles would allow the one to realize its full self-identity. 28. Absolute knowing. It is only this speculative notion of identity which enables us to fully grasp the thrust of Hegel's critique of Kant, namely his rejection of the need for an a priori formal transcendental frame as a measure or standard which would allow us to judge from the outside the validity of all content. We do not need to import criteria, or to make use of our own bright ideas and thoughts during the course of the inquiry. it is precisely when we leave these aside that we succeed in contemplating the matter at hand as it is in and for itself. 29. This is what Hegel means by absolute idealism, not the magical ability of spirit to generate all content, but spirit's thorough passivity, adopting the stance of absolute knowing. The subject does not ask if the content meets some a priori standard, it lets the content measure itself, by its own immanent standards, and thus self-authorizes itself. The stance of absolute knowing thus fully coincides with thorough historicism. There is no transcendental big other, there are no criteria that we can apply to historical phenomena to judge them, all such criteria must be immanent to the phenomena themselves. It is against this background that one should understand the near Kafkaesque claim in Hegel's Aesthetics that a portrait of a person can be more like the individual than the actual individual himself. 30. What this implies is that the person itself is never fully itself, that it does not coincide with its concept. Such a notion of absolute knowing is grounded already in Hegel's definition of self-consciousness, in the passage from consciousness to self-consciousness. Consciousness first experiences a failure to grasp the in itself, the in itself repeatedly eludes the subject, all content supposed to pertain to the in itself reveals itself as having been put there by the subject itself, so that the subject becomes increasingly caught up in the web of its own phantasmagorias. The subject passes from the attitude of consciousness to that of self-consciousness when it reflexively assumes this failure as a positive result, inverting the problem into its own solution. The subject's world is the result of its own positing. 31. This is also how Hegel resolves the apparent contradiction between the reflexivity of modern art and the rise of still life or landscape painting, that is, depictions of nature at its most spiritless. His solution is that the proper object of attention is the landscape painting itself, not the natural landscape as such. 32. Such paintings are really paintings about painting itself, a visual counterpart to poems or novels about writing literature, for what we admire in a painting of a dead fish on a kitchen table is the artifice of the painter whose mastery is displayed. 33. Parenthetically, a dead fish is a good example for another, quite different, reason. What renders it uncanny are its eyes, which continue to stare at us, and lead us to a further consequence Hegel draws, which is more daring, almost surrealistic. Even when a painting depicts natural objects, it is always about spirit, the material appearing of spirit. There is, however, a privileged organ of the human body in which spirit reverberates most directly, the eye as the window into the human soul, as the object which, when we look into it, confronts us with the abyss of the person's inner life. The conclusion from these two premises is that, insofar as art creates natural objects which are ensouled, insofar as, in a painting, all objects become suffused with human meaning, it is as if the artistic treatment transforms every visible surface into an eye, so that, when we look at a painting, we look at a thousand-eyed Argus. 34. The artwork thus becomes a monstrosity, a multiplicity of eyes staring at us from all sides. Hence one can say that artistic beauty is, as Lacan put it in his Seminar 11, precisely an attempt to cultivate, to tame, this dramatic dimension of the other's gaze, to put the gaze to rest. And is not what Hegel calls absolute knowing the end point of these reversals, when the subject stumbles upon the final limitation, the limitation as such, which can no longer be inverted into a productive self-assertion? Absolute knowing thus does not mean knowing everything. It rather means recognizing one's limitations. 35. Absolute knowing is the final recognition of a limitation which is absolute in the sense that it is not determinate or particular, not a relative limit or obstacle to our knowledge that we can clearly see and locate as such. It is invisible as such because it is the limitation of the entire field as such, that closure of the field which, from within the field itself cannot but appear as its opposite, as the very openness of the field. The dialectical buck stops here. The subject can no longer play the game of the experience of consciousness, comparing the for us with the in itself and thereby subverting both of them, since there is no longer any shape of the in itself available as a measure of the truth of the for us. Surprisingly, Hegel here rejoins Fichte's critique of Kant's thing in itself. The problem of the in itself should thus be radically transformed, if, By the in itself, we understand the transcendent X to which our representations refer, then this X can only be a void of nothingness. This, however, in no way implies that there is no real, that there are only our subjective representations. All determinate being is relational, things only are what they are in relation to otherness, or, as Deleuze put it, perspectival distortion is inscribed into the very identity of the thing. The real is not out there, as the inaccessible transcendent X never reached by our representations. The real is here, as the obstacle or impossibility which makes our representations flawed, inconsistent. The real is not the in itself but the very obstacle which distorts our access to the in itself, and this paradox provides the key for what Hegel calls absolute knowing. Absolute knowing thus takes the impossibility of a metalanguage to the extreme. In our ordinary experience, we rely on the distinction between for us and in itself. We attempt to draw the line between how things appear to us and how they are in themselves. Outside of their relation to us, we distinguish secondary properties of things from their primary properties which characterize things as they are in themselves. At the end of this road is the pure mathematical formalism of quantum physics as the only in itself accessible to us. This final result, however, simultaneously renders visible the paradox which underlies all distinctions between the in itself and the for us. What we posit as the in itself of things is a product of the centuries-long labor of scientific research. In short, a lot of subjective activity is needed to arrive at what is objective. The two aspects, the in itself and the for itself, thus reveal themselves to be dialectically mediated as Hegel put it. They both fall into consciousness. What Hegel calls absolute knowing is the point at which the subject fully assumes this mediation, when he abandons the untenable project of taking up a position from which he might compare his subjective experience and the way things are independently of his experience. In other words, absolute knowing is a name for the acceptance of the absolute limitation of the circle of our subjectivity, of the impossibility of stepping outside of it. Here, however, we should add a crucial qualification. This acceptance in no way amounts to any kind of subjectivistic solipsism. We must displace the in itself from the fetishized outside to the very gap between the subjective and the objective. Our knowing is irreducibly subjective not because we are forever separated from reality in itself, but precisely because we are part of this reality, because we cannot step outside it and observe it objectively. Far from separating us from reality, the very limitation on our knowing its inevitably distorted, inconsistent character bears witness to our inclusion in reality. It is a commonplace to oppose Hegel's ridiculous absolute knowing to a modest skeptical approach which recognizes the excess of reality over every conceptualization. What if, however, it is Hegel who is much more modest? What if his absolute knowing is the assertion of a radical closure? There is no metalanguage. We cannot climb on our own shoulders and see our own limitations, we cannot relativize or historicize ourselves. What really is arrogant, as Chesterton made clear, is precisely such self-relativization, the attitude of knowing one's limitations, of not agreeing with oneself as in the proverbial wise insight according to which we can only approach reality asymptotically. What Hegel's absolute knowing deprives us of is precisely this minimal self-distance, the ability to put ourselves at a safe distance from our own location. This brings us to the difficult question raised by Catherine Malabou in The Future of Hegel, that of the historicity of Hegel's own system. There are passages in Hegel which explicitly belie the notion of the end of history, demonstrating that he in no way thought that, at his historical moment, history had come to an end. At the very end of his entire system, in the conclusion to the lectures on the history of philosophy, he tersely states that this is, for the time being, the state of knowledge. Dies ist Nunderstandpunkt jetzigen Zeit, und die Reheder Geist Eingestaltungen ist verjetzt damit geschlossen. 36. Note the triple historical relativization, an over-insistence which makes the statement almost symptomatic. One thing is sure here, Hegel definitely applied also to himself the well-known lines from the preface to his Philosophy of Right. As for the individual, every one is a son of his time, so philosophy also is its time apprehended in thoughts. It is just as foolish to fancy that any philosophy can transcend its present world, as that an individual could leap out of his time or jump over roads. If a theory transgresses its time, and builds up a world as it ought to be, it has an existence merely in the unstable element of opinion, which gives room to every wandering fancy. 37. Proof abounds that this was not just a formal concession. In the introduction to Lectures on the Philosophy of World History, he concludes that America is therefore the country of the future, and its world historical importance has yet to be revealed in the ages that lie ahead. 38. And he makes a similar statement about Russia: both are immature states, states which have not yet reached the full actualization of their historical form. Even in his much maligned philosophy of nature, he concedes his own historically conditioned limitation: we must be content with what we can, in fact, comprehend at present. There is plenty that cannot be comprehended yet. 39. In all these cases, Hegel, for a moment, an external point of view with respect to the story he is telling, and announces that at some later stage a more articulate story will be available. How, from what position, can he do this? 40. Whence comes this excess or remainder of historicist common sense which relativizes the highest speculative insights? It is clear that there is no space for it within the Hegelian philosophical narrative. Is this then the task of a proper materialist reversal of Hegel, to introduce the self-relativization into the system itself? To recognize traces which, for us today, remain unreadable traces, to recognize the irreducible parallax gap between multiple narratives which cannot be brought together, etc. What if, however, this conclusion, convincing as it may appear prima facie, proceeds all too fast? What if there is no external opposition between the eternal system of knowing and its historicist relativization? What if this relativization does not come from outside, but is inscribed in the very heart of the system? The true non-all is thus not to be sought in a renunciation of systematicity that pertains to the project of negative dialectics, in the assertion of finitude, dispersion, contingency, hybridity, multitude, and so forth, but in the absence of any external limitation that would allow us to construct and / or validate elements with regard to an external measure. Read in this way, the infamous closure of the Hegelian system is strictly correlative to its thorough relativization. The closure of the system does not mean that there is nothing outside the system, it means that we are forever unable to reflexivize this outside, to inscribe it within the inside, even in the purely negative mode of acknowledging that reality is an absolute otherness which forever eludes our conceptual grasp. Throughout his persistence of subjectivity, Pippin distinguishes between the actual, historically limited Hegel, and what he refers to as the eternal Hegel, by which he means not a trans-historical eternal truth of Hegel, but, rather, the way each post-Hegelian epoch has to reinvent the position of absolute knowing to ask the question: how would Hegel have conceptualized our predicament? How can one be Hegelian today? For example, Pippin is fully aware that Hegel's answer to the social crisis of his time is not workable today, does not do the job of bringing about the reconciliation of our antagonisms. However, what we can elaborate is a Hegelian reconciliation of today's tensions. Or, in the case of abstract art, of course Hegel did not predict it. There is no theory of abstract art in Hegel's aesthetics. However, one can easily and convincingly extrapolate from Hegel's reflections on the decline of the key role of art in the modern reflexive world the notion of abstract art, as a reflexivization of art itself, as art questioning and thematizing its own possibility and procedures. The problem here is whether this distinction between the actual Hegel and the eternal Hegel introduces a Kantian formalism, in terms of the distinction between absolute knowing as a formal procedure of totalized self-reflection, and its contingent, empirically conditioned, historical instantiations. Is not this idea of a form independent of its accidental content profoundly anti-Hegelian? In other words, does not this solution amount to a historicization of Hegel whose obverse is the spurious infinity of reflexive knowledge? In each epoch, humanity tries to formulate its autonomy, to grasp its predicament, it ultimately fails, but the process goes on, with the formulations getting better and better over time. How then are we to escape from this deadlock? How to overcome the debilitating alternative of either asserting Hegel's philosophy as the moment of absolute knowing in the naive sense of the term, or the no less naive evolutionist historicization of Hegel in which, while dropping the obviously historically conditioned content of Hegel's thought, the notion of the eternal Hegel is retained as a kind of regulative idea to be approached again and again. The properly dialectical way out is to conceive the gap that separates the eternal Hegel from the empirical Hegel not as a dialectical tension, not as the gap between the inaccessible ideal and its imperfect realization, but as an empty, purely formal distance, as an index of their identity. That is to say, Hegel's ultimate point is not that, in spite of our limitation, our embeddedness in a contingent historical context, we or Hegel himself, at least can somehow overcome this limitation and gain access to absolute knowledge. What he calls absolute knowing is, on the contrary, the very sign of our total capture. We are condemned to absolute knowing, we cannot escape it, since absolute knowing means that there is no external point of reference from which we could perceive the relativity of our own merely subjective standpoint. What if, then, we conceive Hegel's absolute knowing as an act of dotting the I, which is simultaneously the closing moment of traditional metaphysics and, by the same token, the opening moment in the extensive field of post-Hegelian thought? It is as if Hegel himself, by way of closing his system, opens up the field for the multiple rejections of his thought. The best way to encapsulate the Hegelian moment of final closure is thus to repeat the formula used by the young George Lukács in his theory of the novel: the path is finished, the journey begins. The circle is closed, we have reached the end, the imminent possibilities are exhausted, and, at this same point, everything is open. This is why to be a Hegelian today does not mean to assume the superfluous burden of some metaphysical past, but to regain the ability to begin from the beginning. One can read the formula of absolute knowing as an infinite judgment whose truth resides in the ridiculous dissonance between its two poles: the knowledge of the absolute, the mind of God, the ultimate truth about the universe, was formulated by that contingent individual, Professor Hegel from Germany. Maybe we should really read this infinite judgment just like the infamous "the spirit is a bone." Absolute knowing is not the total knowledge of the universe the individual Hegel claimed to achieve, but a paradoxical name for the very absurdity of this claim, or, to paraphrase the Rubinovich joke once again, I possess absolute knowing. But that is absurd, no finite being can possess it. Well, absolute knowing is nothing but the demonstration of that limit. It is thus emphatically a case of shedding the false skin of Hegel the absolute idealist in order to extract the rational core of Hegel's dialectics. Hegel does right and sound as if he is naively claiming absolute knowing, but this detour through a false appearance is necessary, for Hegel's point can only be made through the patent absurdity of his starting point. The same goes for our assertion of dialectical materialism, that, philosophically speaking, Stalinist dialectical materialism is imbecility embodied is not so much beside the point as, rather, the point itself, since the point is precisely to conceive the identity of our Hegelian Lacanian position and the philosophy of dialectical materialism as a Hegelian infinite judgment, a speculative identity of the highest and the lowest, like the formula of phrenology "the spirit is a bone." In what, then, does the difference between the highest and the lowest reading of dialectical materialism consist? The steely fourth teacher 41 committed a serious philosophical error when he ontologized the difference between dialectical and historical materialism, conceiving it as the difference between metaphysica universalis and metaphysica specialis, universal ontology, and its application to the special domain of society. All one has to do here in order to pass from the lowest to the highest is to displace this difference between the universal and the particular into the particular itself. Dialectical materialism provides another view on humanity itself, different from historical materialism. Yes, again, the relationship between historical and dialectical materialism is that of a parallax. They are substantially the same, the shift from the one to the other is purely one of perspective. It introduces topics like the death drive, the inhuman core of the human, which reach beyond the horizon of the collective praxis of humanity, The gap between historical and dialectical materialism is thus asserted as inherent to humanity itself, as the gap between humanity and its own inhuman excess. The idea's constipation? Such a notion of absolute knowing enables us to avoid the trap into which even Jameson falls when he identifies narcissism as that which may sometimes be felt to be repulsive in the Hegelian system as such, 42 or, in short, as the central weakness of Hegel's thought expressed in his claim that reason should find itself in the actual world. We thereby search the whole world, and outer space, and end up only touching ourselves, only seeing our own face persist through multitudinous differences and forms of otherness. Never truly to encounter the not I, to come face to face with radical otherness, such is the dilemma of the Hegelian dialectic, which contemporary philosophies of difference and otherness seem only able to confront with mystical evocations and imperatives. 43. Let us take Hegel's dialectics at its most idealist, that is, at the level which appears to confirm the accusation of narcissism, the notion of the sublation of all immediate material reality. The fundamental operation of Aufhebung is reduction. The sublated thing survives, but in an abridged edition, as it were, torn out of its life-world context, reduced to its essential feature, all the movement and wealth of its life reduced to a fixed mark. It is not that, after the abstraction of reason does its mortifying job with its fixed categories or notional determinations, speculative concrete universality somehow returns us to the lushness of life. Once we pass from empirical reality to its notional Aufhebung, the immediacy of life is lost forever. There is nothing more foreign to Hegel than lamenting the loss of the richness of reality when we grasp it conceptually. Recall his unambiguous celebration of the absolute power of understanding from his foreword to the Phenomenology. The action of separating the elements is the exercise of the force of understanding, the most astonishing and greatest of all powers, or rather the absolute power. This celebration is in no way qualified, for Hegel's point is not that this power is nonetheless later sublated into a subordinate moment of the unifying totality of reason. The problem with understanding is rather that it does not unleash this power to the end, that it takes itself as being external to the thing itself. The standard notion is that it is merely our understanding that separates in its imagination what in reality belongs together, so that the understanding's absolute power is merely the power of our imagination which in no way concerns the reality of the thing analyzed. We pass from understanding to reason not when this analyzing, tearing apart, is overcome in a synthesis which brings us back to the wealth of reality, but when this power of tearing apart is transferred from being merely in our mind into things themselves, as their inherent power of negativity. This point can also be made apropos the properly dialectical notion of abstraction. What makes Hegel's concrete universality infinite is that it includes abstractions in concrete reality itself, as their immanent constituents. To put it another way, what, for Hegel, is the elementary move of philosophy with regard to abstraction? It is to abandon the common-sense empiricist notion of abstraction as a step away from the wealth of concrete empirical reality with its irreducible multiplicity of features. Life is green, concepts are gray, they dissect, mortify, concrete reality. Philosophical thought proper begins when we become aware of how such a process of abstraction is inherent to reality itself. The tension between empirical reality and its abstract notional determinations is immanent to reality. It is a feature of things themselves. Therein lies the anti-nominalist accent of philosophical thinking. For example, the basic insight of Marx's critique of political economy is that the abstraction of the value of a commodity is its objective constituent. It is life without theory which is gray, a flat stupid reality. It is only theory which makes it green, truly alive, bringing out the complex underlying network of mediations and tensions which makes it move. This is how we should distinguish true infinity from spurious infinity. Bad infinity is the asymptotic process of discovering ever new layers of reality. Reality is posited here as the in itself which can never be fully grasped, only gradually approached, for all we can do is discern particular abstract features of the transcendent and inaccessible plenitude of the real thing. The movement of true infinity is exactly the opposite. One includes the process of abstraction in the thing itself. This brings us, unexpectedly, to the question, What is involved in the dialectical self-deployment of a notion? Imagine, as a starting point, being caught in a complex and confused empirical situation which we try to understand, to bring some order to. Since we never start from the 0 point of pure pre-notional experience, we begin with the double movement of applying to the situation the abstract universal notions at our disposal, and of analyzing the situation, comparing its elements to one another and with our previous experiences, generalizing and formulating empirical universals. Sooner or later, we become aware of inconsistencies in the notional schemes we are using to understand the situation. Something which should have been a subordinate species seems to encompass and dominate the entire field. Different classifications and categorizations clash, without us being able to decide which is the more true, and so on and so forth. We spontaneously dismiss such inconsistencies as signs of the deficiency of our understanding. Reality is much too rich and complex for our abstract categories. We will never be able to deploy a notional network capable of capturing its diversity. Then, however, if we have a refined theoretical sense, we sooner or later notice something strange and unexpected. It is not possible to clearly distinguish the inconsistencies of our notion of an object from the inconsistencies which are immanent to the object itself. The thing itself is inconsistent, full of tensions, oscillating between its different determinations, and the deployment of these tensions, this struggle, is what makes it alive. Take a particular political state. When it malfunctions, it is as if its particular features are in tension with the universal idea of the state. Or take the Cartesian cogito, the difference between me as a particular person embedded in a particular life world and me as an abstract subject is part of my particular identity itself, since to act as an abstract subject is a feature that characterizes individuals in modern Western society. Here, again, what appears as a conflict between two abstractions in our mind reveals itself as a tension in the thing itself. A similar case of Hegelian contradiction may be found in the notion of liberalism. As it functions in contemporary discourse, its many meanings turn around two opposed poles: economic liberalism and political libertarian liberalism. In the US, Republicans are more liberal in the first sense and Democrats in the second. The point, of course, is that while one cannot decide through closer analysis which is the true liberalism, one also cannot resolve the deadlock by trying to propose a kind of higher dialectical synthesis, or avoid the confusion by drawing a clear distinction between the two senses of the term. The tension between the two meanings is inherent in the very content that liberalism tries to designate. It is constitutive of the notion itself. Hence this ambiguity, far from signaling the limitation of our knowledge, signals the innermost truth of the notion of liberalism. What happens here is not that abstractions lose their abstract character and are drowned in full concrete reality. They remain abstractions and relate to each other as abstractions. Back in the 1960s, one progressive theorist of education created a stir when he published the results of a simple experiment. He asked a group of 5-year-old children to draw an image of themselves playing at home. 2 years later, he asked the group to do the same thing again, after they had undergone a year and a half of primary school. The difference was striking. The self-portraits of the 5-year-olds were exuberant, lively, full of color, surrealistically playful, but 2 years later, the portraits were much more rigid and subdued, plus a large number of children spontaneously chose to use only an ordinary gray pencil, although other colors were available. Quite predictably, this experiment was invoked as proof of the oppressiveness of the school apparatus, of how the school drill and discipline was crushing children's spontaneous creativity, and so on. From a Hegelian standpoint, one should, on the contrary, celebrate this shift from colorful liveliness to gray order as an indication of spiritual progress. Nothing is lost in the reduction of lively colorfulness to gray discipline. Everything stands to be gained. The power of the spirit is precisely to progress from the green immediacy of life to its gray conceptual structure, and to reproduce in this reduced medium the essential determinations to which our immediate experience blinds us. The same mortification occurs in historical memory and monuments of the past, where what survives are objects deprived of their living souls. Here is Hegel's comment apropos ancient Greece: the statues are now only stones from which the living soul has flown. just as the hymns are words from which belief has gone. 44 As with the passage from substantial God to Holy Spirit, the properly dialectical reanimation is to be sought in this very medium of grey notional determinations. The understanding, through the form of abstract universality, does give, so to speak, a rigidity of being, but, at the same time through the simplification it spiritually animates them and so sharpens them. 45 This simplification is precisely what Lacan, referring to Freud, deployed as the reduction of a thing to le trait un air. We are dealing with a kind of epitomization by means of which a multitude of properties is reduced to a single dominant characteristic, so that we get a concrete shape in which one determination predominates, the others being present only in blurred outline. 46 The content is already the actuality reduced to a possibility, its immediacy overcome, and the embodied shape reduced to abbreviated, simple determinations of thought. 47 The dialectical approach is usually seen as trying to locate the phenomenon to be analyzed in the totality to which it belongs, embedded in its rich historical context, and thus to break the spell of fetishizing abstraction. This, however, is the most dangerous trap to be avoided. For Hegel, the true problem is the opposite one, the fact that, when we observe a thing, we see too much in it, we fall under the spell of the wealth of empirical detail which prevents us from clearly perceiving the notional determination which forms the core of the thing. The problem is thus not how to grasp the wealth of determinations, but precisely how to abstract from them, how to restrict our gaze and learn to grasp only the notional determination. Hegel's formulation is here very precise. The reduction to the signifying unary feature reduces or contracts actuality to possibility, in the precise Platonic sense in which the notion of a thing always has a deontological dimension to it, designating what the thing should become in order to fully be what it is. Potentiality is thus not simply a name for the essence of a thing as the potentiality actualized in the multitude of empirical things of a certain genre. The multiple actual properties of a thing are not simply reduced to the inner core of the thing's true reality. What is more important is that a name accentuates the thing's inner potential. When I call someone my teacher, I thereby outline what I expect from him. When I refer to a thing as chair, I profile the way I intend to use it. When I observe the world around me through the lenses of a language, I perceive its actuality through the lenses of the potentialities hidden or latently present in it. Potentiality thus appears as such, becomes actual as potentiality, only through language. It is the appellation of a thing that brings to light its potentials. Once we grasp Aufhebung in this way, we can immediately see what is wrong with one of the main pseudo-Freudian reasons for dismissing Hegel, the notion of Hegel's system as the highest and most overblown expression of the oral economy. Is the Hegelian idea not effectively a voracious eater swallowing every object it stumbles upon? No wonder Hegel perceived himself as Christian. For him, the transubstantiation of the bread into Christ's flesh signals that the Christian subject can integrate and digest God himself without remainder. Is not the Hegelian process of conceiving or grasping a sublimated version of digestion? Hegel writes, if the individual human being does something, achieves something, attains a goal, this fact must be grounded in the way the thing itself, in its concept, acts and behaves. If I eat an apple, I destroy its organic self-identity and assimilate it to myself. That I can do this entails that the apple in itself, already, in advance, before I take hold of it, has in its nature the determination of being subject to destruction, having in itself a homogeneity with my digestive organs such that I can make it homogeneous with myself. 48. Is not what he describes here a lower version of the cognitive process itself, in which, as Hegel likes to point out, we can only grasp the object if this object itself already wants to be with or by us? One should pursue this metaphor to the end. The standard critical reading constructs the Hegelian absolute substance subject as thoroughly constipated, retaining within itself the ingested content. Or, as Adorno put it in one of his cutting remarks, Hegel's system is the belly-turned mind, pretending that it has swallowed the totality of indigestible otherness. 49 But what about the inevitable counter-movement, Hegelian defecation? Is not the subject of what Hegel calls absolute knowing also a thoroughly emptied subject, a subject reduced to the role of pure observer of the self-movement of the content itself? The richest is therefore the most concrete and most subjective, and that which withdraws itself into the simplest depth is the mightiest and most all-embracing. The highest, most concentrated point is the pure personality which, solely through the absolute dialectic which is its nature, no less embraces and holds everything within itself. 50. In this strict sense, the subject itself is the abrogated or cleansed substance, a substance reduced to the void of the empty form of self-relating negativity, emptied of all the wealth of personality in Lacanese. The move from substance to subject is the move from S to dollar, the subject is the barred substance. Schelling referred to this same move as contraction, the subject is the contracted substance. Does the final subjective position of the Hegelian system thus compel us to turn around the digestive metaphor? The supreme case of this counter-movement occurs at the very end of the logic, when, after the notional deployment is completed, closing the circle of the absolute idea, the idea, in its resolution or decision, freely releases itself into nature, lets it go, discards it, pushes it away from itself, and thus liberates it. 51. Which is why, for Hegel, the philosophy of nature is not a violent reappropriation of its externality, it rather involves the passive attitude of an observer. Philosophy has, as it were, simply to watch how nature itself sublates its externality. 52. The same move is accomplished by God himself who, in the guise of Christ, as a finite mortal, also freely releases itself into temporal existence. And the same goes for early modern art, where Hegel accounts for the rise of dead nature paintings in the following way: precisely because, in the development of art, subjectivity no longer needs the visual as the principal medium of its expression, the accent having shifted to poetry as a more direct means of expressing the subject's inner life, the natural is released from the burden of expressing subjectivity and can thus now be approached, and visually depicted, on its own terms. Furthermore, as some perspicuous readers of Hegel have already pointed out, the very sublation of art itself in the philosophical sciences, the fact that it is no longer obliged to serve as the principal medium of the expression of spirit, brings art a certain freedom, allowing it to stand on its own. Is this not the very definition of the birth of modern art proper, as a practice no longer subordinated to the task of representing spiritual reality? The way abrogation relates to sublation is not in terms of a simple succession or external opposition, not first you eat, then you should. Defecation is the imminent conclusion of the entire process. Without it, we would be dealing with the spurious infinity of an endless process of sublation. The process of sublation itself can only reach its end in this counter-movement. Contrary to what one would initially imagine, these two processes of sublation and abrogation are completely interdependent. Considering the last moment of absolute spirit, one readily notes the synonymy between the verbs aufheben and befreien, as well as ablagen. Speculative abrogation, in no way alien to the process of Aufhebung, is indeed its fulfillment. Abrogation is a sublation of sublation, the result of the Aufhebung's work on itself and, as such, its transformation. The movement of suppression and preservation produces this transformation at a certain moment in history, the moment of absolute knowledge. Speculative abrogation is the absolute sublation, if by absolute we mean a relief or sublation that frees from a certain type of attachment. 53. True cognition is thus not only the notional appropriation of its object, the process of appropriation goes on only as long as cognition remains incomplete. The sign of its completion is that it liberates its object, lets it be, drops it. This is why and how the movement of sublation has to culminate in the self-relating gesture of sublating itself. So what about the obvious counter-argument? Is not the part which is abrogated or released merely the arbitrary, temporary aspect of the object, that which the notional mediation or reduction can afford to let go as being in itself worthless? This is precisely the mistake to be avoided, for two reasons. First, the released part is, precisely as discarded, the manure of spiritual development, the ground out of which further development will grow. The release of nature into its own thus lays the foundation for spirit proper, which can develop itself only out of nature, as its inherent self-sublation. Second, what is released into its own being in speculative cognition is ultimately the object of cognition itself, which, when truly grasped, no longer has to rely on the subject's active intervention, but develops according to its own conceptual automatism, with the subject reduced to a passive observer who, without making any contribution, allows the thing to deploy its potential and merely registers the process. This is why Hegelian cognition is simultaneously both active and passive, but in a sense which radically displaces the Kantian notion of cognition as the unity of activity and passivity. In Kant, the subject actively synthesizes the content by which it is passively affected. For Hegel, on the contrary, at the level of absolute knowing, the cognizing subject is thoroughly passivized, it no longer intervenes in the object, but merely registers the immanent movement of the object's self-differentiation/determination. The subject is thus, at its most radical, not the agens of the process, the agens is the system itself which automatically deploys itself, without the need for any external impetus. This utter passivity, however, simultaneously involves the greatest activity. It takes the most strenuous effort for the subject to erase itself in its particular content, as an agent intervening in the object, and to expose itself as a neutral medium, as the site of the system's self-deployment. Hegel thereby overcomes the standard dualism between system and freedom, between the Spinozist notion of a substantial deus of natura of which I am a part, caught in its determinism, and the Fichtean notion of the subject as an agent opposed to inert stuff, trying to dominate and appropriate it. The supreme moment of the subject's freedom is when it sets free its object, leaving it alone to freely deploy itself. The idea's absolute freedom consists in to freely let go out of itself the moment of its particularity. 54 Absolute freedom is here literally absolute in the etymological meaning of absolvere, releasing, letting go. Schelling was the first to criticize this move as illegitimate. After completing the circle of the logical self-development of the notion, and being aware that it had all taken place in the abstract medium of thought, Hegel had somehow to make the passage to real life. However, there were no categories in his logic capable of accomplishing this passage, which is why he had to resort to terms like decision, which are not categories of logic, but of the will and practical life. What this critique clearly misses is the way the act of releasing the other is thoroughly immanent to the dialectical process, as its conclusive moment, the sign of the completion of the dialectical circle. Is this not the Hegelian version of Gelassenheit? This, then, is how one should read Hegel's third syllogism of philosophy: spirit, logic, nature. The starting point of the speculative movement is spiritual substance, into which subjects are immersed. Then, through a strenuous conceptual effort, the wealth of this substance is reduced to its underlying logical or notional structure. Once this task is accomplished, the fully developed logical idea can release nature out of itself. Here is the key passage. The idea, in positing itself as absolute unity of the pure notion and its reality and thus contracting itself into the immediacy of being, is the totality in this form nature. But this determination has not issued from a process of becoming, nor is it a transition, as when above, the subjective notion in its totality becomes objectivity, and the subjective end becomes life. On the contrary, the pure idea in which the determinateness or reality of the notion is itself raised into notion, is an absolute liberation for which there is no longer any immediate determination that is not equally posited and itself notion. In this freedom, therefore, no transition takes place. The simple being to which the idea determines itself remains perfectly transparent to it and is the notion that, in its determination, abides with itself. The passage is therefore to be understood here rather in this manner, that the idea freely releases itself in its absolute self-assurance and inner poise. By reason of this freedom, the form of its determinateness is also utterly free, the externality of space and time existing absolutely on its own account without the moment of subjectivity. 55. Hegel here repeatedly insists how this absolute liberation is thoroughly different from the standard dialectical transition. But how? the suspicion lurks that Hegel's absolute liberation relies on the absolute mediation of all otherness. I set the other free after I have completely internalized it. But is this really so? One should reread here Lacan's critique of Hegel. What if, far from denying what Lacan calls the subjective disjunction, Hegel on the contrary asserts an unheard of division that runs through the subject as well as through the substantial order of collectivity, uniting the two? That is to say, what if the reconciliation between the particular and the universal occurs precisely through the division that cuts across the two? The basic postmodern reproach to Hegel that his dialectic admits antagonisms only to resolve them magically in a higher synthesis strangely contrasts with the good old Marxist reproach according to which Hegel resolves antagonisms only in thought, through conceptual mediation, while in reality they remain unresolved. One is tempted to accept this second reproach at face value and use it against the first one. What if this is the proper answer to the accusation that Hegelian dialectics magically resolves antagonisms? What if, for Hegel, the point is precisely not to resolve antagonisms in reality, but just to enact a parallax shift by means of which antagonisms are recognized as such and thereby perceived in their positive role? The passage from Kant to Hegel is thus much more convoluted than it may appear. Let us approach it again through their opposition with regard to the ontological proof of God's existence. Kant's rejection of this proof takes as its starting point the thesis that being is not a predicate. Even if one knows all the predicates of an entity, its being does not follow, for one cannot conclude from a notion to being. The implications for the ontological proof are clear. In the same way that I can have a perfect notion of 100 thalers and still not have them in my pocket, I can have a perfect notion of God and God can still not exist. Hegel's first remark on this line of reasoning is that being is the poorest, most imperfect, notional determination. It is only through further notional determinations that we get to existence, to reality, to actuality, which are all much more than mere being. His second remark is that the gap between notion and existence is precisely the mark of finitude. It holds for finite objects like 100 thalers, but not for God. God is not something I can have in my pocket. On a first approach, it may seem that the opposition is here ultimately that between materialism and idealism. Kant insists on a minimum of materialism, while Hegel totally dissolves reality in its notional determinations. However, Hegel's true point lies elsewhere. It involves a much more radical materialist claim that a complete notional determination of an entity, to which one would only have to add being in order to arrive at its existence, is in itself an abstract notion, an empty abstract possibility. The lack of being is always also an inherent lack of some notional determination for a thing to exist as part of material reality. A whole set of notional conditions or determinations have to be met. With regard to 100 thalers, this means that their notional determination is abstract, which is why they possess an opaque empirical being and not full actuality. So when Kant draws a parallel between God and 100 thalers, one should ask a simple and naive question: does Kant really possess a concept of God? This brings us to the true finesse of Hegel's argumentation, which runs in both directions, against Kant but also against Anselm's classic version of the ontological proof. Hegel's argument against the latter is not that it is too conceptual, but that it is not conceptual enough. Anselm does not develop the concept of God, he just refers to it as the sum of all perfections which, as such, is precisely beyond the comprehension of our finite human mind. In other words, Anselm merely presupposes God as an impenetrable reality beyond our comprehension, for his God is precisely not a concept, but a purely presupposed or non-conceptual reality. Along the same lines, albeit in the opposite sense, we should note the irony that Kant talks about thalers, that is, money, whose existence as money is not objective, but depends on notional determinations. True, as Kant says, having a concept of 100 thalers is not the same as having them in your pocket, but let us imagine a process of rapid inflation which totally devalues the pocketed 100 thalers. Yes, the same objects are there in reality, but they are no longer money, just meaningless, worthless coins. In other words, Money is precisely an object whose status depends on how we think about it. If people no longer treat this piece of metal as money, if they no longer believe in it as money, it no longer is money. 56 So when Kant argues that those who want to prove the existence of God from his notion are like those who think they can become richer by adding zeros to their bank notes, he misses the fact that, in capitalism, one actually can get rich in this way, in a successful act of fraud. Say, one falsifies one's financial assets in order to get credit, then invests the money and gets rich. With regard to material reality, the ontological proof of God's existence should thus be turned around. The existence of material reality bears witness to the fact that the notion is not fully actualized. Things materially exist not when they meet certain notional requirements, but when they fail to meet them. Material reality is as such a sign of imperfection. In this sense, as we saw in Chapter 1, for Hegel the truth of a proposition is inherently notional, determined by the immanent notional content, not a matter of comparison between notion and reality. In Lacanian terms, there is a non-all of truth. So, to pursue the rather tasteless metaphor, Hegel was not a sublimated coprophagist, as the usual notion of the dialectical process would lead us to believe. The matrix of the dialectical process is not that of defecation, externalization followed up by a swallowing up of the externalized content. On the contrary, it is one of appropriation followed by the excremental movement of dropping, releasing, letting go. What this means is that one should not equate externalization with alienation. The externalization which concludes a cycle of dialectical process is not alienation, it is the highest point of disalienation. One really reconciles oneself with some objective content not when one still has to strive to master and control it, but when one can afford the supreme sovereign gesture of letting this content go, of setting it free. Which is why, incidentally, as some perceptive interpreters have pointed out, far from subduing nature totally to man, Hegel unexpectedly opens up a space for ecological awareness. For him, the drive to exploit nature technologically is still a mark of man's finitude. In such an attitude, nature is perceived as an external object, an opposing force to be dominated. Adopting the standpoint of absolute knowing, however, the philosopher does not experience nature as a threatening other to be controlled and dominated, but as something that should be left to follow its inherent path. Here Louis Althusser was wrong when he opposed the Hegelian subject-substance, as a teleological process with a subject, to the materialist dialectical process without a subject. The Hegelian dialectical process is in fact the most radical version of a process without a subject, in the sense of an agent controlling and directing it, be it God or humanity, or a class as a collective subject. In his late writings, Althusser came to recognize this, but what remained obscure to him was how the fact that the Hegelian dialectical process is without a subject means exactly the same as Hegel's fundamental thesis that the absolute must be grasped not only as substance, but also as subject. The emergence of a pure subject qua void is strictly correlative to the notion of system as the self-deployment of the object itself with no need for any subjective agent to drive it forward or direct it. This is why it is a mistake to treat Hegelian self-consciousness as a kind of meta-subject, a mind, much larger than an individual human mind, aware of itself. Once we do this, Hegel can only appear as a ridiculous spiritualist obscurantist, claiming that there is some kind of mega-spirit controlling our history. Against this cliché, one should emphasize how fully aware Hegel is that it is in the finite consciousness that the process of knowing spirit's essence takes place and that the divine self-consciousness thus arises. Out of the foaming ferment of finitude, spirit rises up fragrantly. 57 However, although our awareness, the consciousness of finite humans, is the only actual sight of spirit, this does not entail any kind of nominalist reduction. There is another dimension at work in self-consciousness, the one designated by Lacan as the big other and by Karl Popper as the third world. That is to say, for Hegel, self-consciousness in its abstract definition stands for a purely non-psychological self-reflexive fold of registering one's own position, of reflexively taking into account what one is doing. Therein resides the link between Hegel and psychoanalysis. In this precise non-psychological sense, Self-consciousness for psychoanalysis is an objectic, say, a symptom which betrays the falsity of my position of which I am unaware. For example, I do something wrong, and I consciously tell myself that I had the right to do it, but, unbeknown to me, a compulsive act which to me appears mysterious and meaningless registers my guilt, bears witness to the fact that, somewhere, my guilt is remarked. Along the same lines, Ingmar Bergman once noted that, towards the end of their careers, both Fellini and Tarkovsky unfortunately started to make Fellini films and Tarkovsky films, and that the same weakness affected his Autumn Sonata. It is a Bergman film made by Bergman. In the Autumn Sonata, Bergman lost his creative spontaneity, he started to imitate himself, to reflexively follow his own formula. In short, the Autumn Sonata is a self-conscious film, even if Bergman himself was psychologically totally unaware of this. This is the function of the Lacanian big other at its purest, this impersonal, non-psychological, agency of registering, of taking note of what takes place. This is how one should grasp Hegel's notion of the state as the self-consciousness of a people. The state is the self-conscious ethical substance. 58. A state is not merely a blind mechanism applied to regulate social life, it always also contains a series of practices, rituals, and institutions that serve to declare its own status, in the guise of which the state appears to its subjects as what it is: parades and public celebrations, solemn oaths, legal and educational rituals which assert the subject's belongingness to the state. The self-consciousness of the state has nothing mental about it, if by mental we understand the sorts of occurrences and qualities that are relevant to our own minds. What self-consciousness amounts to, in the state's case, is the existence of reflective practices, such as, but not limited to, educational ones. Parades displaying the state's military strength would be practices of this kind, and so would statements of principle by the legislature, or sentences by the Supreme Court, and they would be that even if all individual participants in a parade, all members of the legislature or of the Supreme Court, were personally motivated to play whatever role they play in this affair by greed, inertia, or fear, and even if all such participants or members were thoroughly uninterested and bored through the whole event, and totally lacking in any understanding of its significance. 59. So it is quite clear to Hegel that this appearing has nothing to do with conscious awareness. It does not matter what individuals' minds are preoccupied with while they are participating in a ceremony, the truth resides in the ceremony itself. Hegel made the same point apropos the marriage ceremony, which registers the most intimate link of love, the solemn declaration of consent to the ethical bond of marriage, and its recognition and confirmation by the family and community constitute the formal conclusion and actuality of marriage, which is why it belongs to impertinence and its ally, understanding, to see the ceremony whereby the essence of this bond is expressed and confirmed, as an external formality, irrelevant with regard to the inwardness of passionate feeling. 60. This, of course, is not the whole story. Hegel also emphasized the need for a subjective element of individual self-awareness through which a state alone fully actualizes itself. There has to be an actual individual I will, which immediately embodies the will of the state, and therein consists Hegel's deduction of monarchy. However, here, we are in for a surprise. The monarch is not the privileged point at which the state becomes fully aware of itself, of its own nature and spiritual content. The monarch is rather an idiot who merely supplies the purely formal aspect of "this is my will. So be it," to a content imposed on it from outside. In a fully organized state, all that is required in a monarch is someone to say yes and to dot the I, for the supreme office should be such that the particular character of its occupant is of no significance. 61. The state's self-consciousness is thus irreducibly split between its objective aspect and its subjective aspect. The two never overlap. The contrast between the Hegelian monarch and the totalitarian leader who is effectively supposed to know could not be stronger. The animal that I am. What the critics of Hegel's voracity need is thus, perhaps, a dose of a good laxative. Hegel is much less a voracious subjectivist even with regard to the idealist topic par excellence, that of the debasement of the animality of man. Let us approach this topic through Derrida's The Animal That Therefore I Am 62. Although the title was intended as an ironic stab at Descartes, one should perhaps take it with a more literal naivete. The Cartesian cogito is not a separate substance different from the body. At the level of substantial content, I am nothing but the animal that I am. What makes me human is the very form, the formal declaration, of me as an animal. Derrida's starting point is that every clear and general differentiation between humans and the animal in the history of philosophy should be deconstructed. What really authorizes us to say that only humans speak, while animals merely emit signs, that only humans respond, while animals merely react, that only humans experience things as such, while animals are just captivated by their life world, that only humans can feign to feign, while animals just directly feign, that only humans are mortal, experience death, while animals just die, or that animals enjoy a harmonious sexual relationship of instinctual mating, while for humans, il n'y a pas de rapport sexuel, and so on and so forth? Derrida displays here the best of what we cannot but call the common sense of deconstruction, asking naive questions which undermine philosophical propositions taken for granted for centuries. What, for example, allows Lacan to claim with such self-confidence, without providing any data or arguments, that animals cannot feign to feign? What allows Heidegger to claim as a self-evident fact that animals do not relate to their death? As Derrida emphasizes again and again, the point of this questioning is not to cancel the gap that separates man from animals and attribute also to animals properly spiritual properties, the path taken by some eco-mystics who claim that not only animals, but even trees and plants communicate in a language of their own to which we humans are deaf. The point is rather that all these differences should be rethought and conceived in a different way, multiplied, thickened, and the first step on this path is to denounce the all-encompassing category of the animal. Such a negative characterizations of animals generate the appearance of a positive determination which is false, animals as being captured within their environment, and so on. Do we not encounter the same phenomenon in traditional Eurocentric anthropology? Viewed through the lenses of modern Western rational thought taken as the standard of maturity, its others cannot but appear as primitives trapped in magic thinking, really believing that their tribe originates from their totemic animal, that a pregnant woman has been inseminated by a spirit and not by a man, etc. Rational thought thus engenders the figure of irrational mythical thought. What we get here is a process of violent simplification which occurs with the rise of the new. In order to assert something radically new, the entire past, with all its inconsistencies, has to be reduced to some basic defining feature. Derrida himself succumbs to the same simplification in his deconstructive mode. The past as a whole is totalized as phallogocentrism or metaphysics of presence, which it can be argued is secretly modeled upon Husserl. Does not the same thing happen when the Western Judeo-Greek legacy is opposed to the Oriental stance, thereby obliterating the incredible wealth of positions covered by the term Oriental thought? Can we really put into the same category, say, the Upanishads, with their corporate metaphysics of castes, and Confucianism with its agnostic pragmatic stance? But is not such a violent leveling a necessary feature of every critical move, of every rise of the new? Perhaps then, instead of dismissing en bloc such binary logic, one should assert it, not only as a necessary step of simplification, but as inherently true in that very simplification. To put it in Hegelese, it is not only that, say, the totalization effected under the heading the animal involves the violent obliteration of a complex multiplicity, it is also that the violent reduction of such a multiplicity to a minimal difference is the moment of truth. That is to say, the multiplicity of animal forms is to be conceived as a series of attempts to resolve some basic antagonism or tension which defines animality as such, a tension which can only be formulated from a minimal distance, once humans are involved. Recall the well-known elaboration of the general equivalent from the first edition of Capital, Volume 1, where Marx writes, "It is as if, alongside and external to lions, tigers, rabbits, and all other actual animals, which form when grouped together the various kinds, species, subspecies, families, etc. of the animal kingdom, there existed in addition the animal, the individual incarnation of the entire animal kingdom. 63. Do not this image of money as the animal romping alongside all the heterogeneous instances of particular sorts of animality that exist around it capture what Derrida describes as the gap that separates the animal from the multiplicity of actual animal life? In Hegel's again, what man encounters in the animal is itself in the oppositional determination. Viewed as an animal, man is the spectral animal existing alongside really existing animal kinds. Does this not also allow us to give a perverse twist to the early Marx's determination of man as Gattungswesen, a species being? It is as if, alongside particular subspecies, the species as such comes to exist. Perhaps this is how animals view humans, and this is the reason for their perplexity. The key point here is that it is not enough to say that, while such a determination of animals as speechless, etc., is wrong, the determination of humans as rational, speaking, etc., is right, so that we just have to provide a more adequate definition of animality. The entire field is false. This falsity can be thought in terms of the Kierkegaardian couple of becoming and being. The standard opposition animal/human is formulated from the perspective of the human as being, as already constituted. It cannot think the human in its becoming. It thinks animals from within the given human standpoint, it cannot think the human from the animal standpoint. In other words, what this human/animal difference obfuscates is not only the way animals really are independently of humans, but the very difference which effectively marks the rupture of the human within the animal universe. It is here that psychoanalysis enters, the death drive as Freud's name for the uncanny dimension of the human in becoming. This in-between is the repressed of the narrative form, not nature as such, but the very break with nature which is supplemented by the virtual universe of narratives. The answer to Derrida's claim that every feature attributed exclusively to man is a fiction could thus be that such fictions nonetheless have a reality of their own, effectively organizing human practices, that humans are precisely animals who become committed to their fictions, adhering to them scrupulously. Derrida begins his exploration of this obscure twilight zone with a report on a kind of primordial scene. After waking, he goes naked to the bathroom where his cat follows him, then the awkward moment occurs, he is standing in front of the cat which is looking at his naked body. Unable to endure this situation, he puts a towel around his waist, chases the cat outside, and takes a shower. The cat's gaze stands for the gaze of the other, an inhuman gaze, but for this reason all the more the other's gaze in all its abyssal impenetrability. Seeing oneself being seen by an animal is an abyssal encounter with the other's gaze, since precisely because we should not simply project onto the animal our inner experience, something is returning the gaze which is radically other. The entire history of philosophy is based upon a disavowal of such an encounter, right up to Badiou, who is all too quick in characterizing a human being not yet converted into a subject as a human animal. Sometimes, at least, the enigma is admitted by, among others, Heidegger, who insists that we are not yet able to determine the essence of a being which is living. And, sporadically, we can even find direct reversals of this disavowal. Not only is the gaze of the animal recognized, it is also directly elevated into the key preoccupation of philosophy, as in Adorno's surprising proclamation, philosophy exists in order to redeem what you see in the gaze of an animal. 64. I remember seeing a photo of a cat after it had been subjected to some lab experiment in a centrifuge, its bones half broken, its skin half hairless, its eyes looking helplessly into the camera. This is the gaze of the other, disavowed not only by philosophers, but by humans as such. Even Levinas, who wrote so much about the face of the helpless other as the original side of the ethical responsibility, explicitly denied that an animal's face could function like this. One of the few exceptions here is Bentham, who made a simple proposal: instead of asking, "Can animals reason and think? Can they talk?" we should rather ask, "Can they suffer?" Human industry alone is continuously causing an immense suffering to animals which is systematically disavowed. Not only laboratory experiments, but special regimes to produce eggs and milk, pigs which are half blind and barely able to walk, fattened up rapidly to be slaughtered, and so on and so forth. Many of those who visit a chicken factory find themselves no longer able to eat chicken meat, and although all of us know what goes on in such places, this knowledge has to be neutralized so that we can act as if we do not know. One way to facilitate this ignorance is with the Cartesian notion of the animal machine. Cartesians warn us against having compassion for animals. When we hear an animal emitting sounds of pain, we should always bear in mind that these sounds do not express any real inner feeling, since animals do not have souls. They are just sounds generated by a complex mechanism of muscles, bones, fluids, etc., that one can clearly see through dissection. The problem is that the notion of the animal machine developed into la maîtrise de l'homme machine. For a fully committed neurobiologist, exactly the same claim can be made about the sounds and gestures emitted by humans in pain. There is no separate interior domain of the soul where pain is really felt. Such sounds and gestures are simply produced by the complex neurobiological mechanisms of the human organism. In revealing the larger ontological context of this animal suffering, Derrida resuscitates the old motif of German Romanticism and Schelling, taken over by Heidegger and Benjamin, of the great sorrow of nature. It is in the hope of requiting that, of redemption from that suffering, that humans live and speak in nature. 65 Derrida rejects this Schellingian Benjaminian Heideggerian motif of the sadness of nature, the idea that nature's numbness and muteness signals an infinite pain, as being teleologically logocentric. Language becomes a telos of nature. Nature strives towards the word to be relieved of its sadness, to reach its redemption. But this mystical topos nonetheless raises the right question by, again, reversing the standard perspective, not what is nature for language. Can we grasp nature adequately in or through language, but what is language for nature? How does its emergence affect nature? Far from belonging to logocentrism, such a reversal is the strongest suspension of logocentrism and teleology, in the same way that Marx's thesis on the anatomy of man as the key to the anatomy of ape subverts any teleological evolutionism. Derrida is aware of this complexity. He describes how the animal sadness doesn't just derive from the inability to speak and from muteness, from a stupefied or aphasic privation of words. If this putative sadness also gives rise to a lament, if nature laments, expressing a mute but audible lament through sensuous sighing and even the rustling of plants, it is perhaps because the terms have to be inverted. Benjamin suggests as much. There must be a reversal, an umkehrung in the essence of nature. Nature isn't sad because it is mute. On the contrary, it is nature's sadness or mourning that renders it mute and aphasic, that leaves it without words. 66. Following Benjamin, Derrida thus interprets this reversal as revealing that what makes nature sad is not a muteness and the experience of powerlessness, an inability ever to name. It is, in the first place, the fact of receiving one's name. 67 Our insertion into language, our being given a name, functions as a memento mori in language. We die in advance, we relate to ourselves as already dead. Language is in this sense a form of melancholy, not of mourning. In it, we treat an object which is still alive as already dead or lost, so that when Benjamin speaks about a foreshadowing of mourning, one should take this as the very formula of the melancholy. There is, however, a barely concealed ambiguity in Derrida's claims. If sadness is prior to muteness, if it causes muteness, is then the primordial function of language to release or abolish this sadness? But if this is the case, how can this sadness originally be the sadness of receiving one's name? Am I left without words at the unheard of violence of someone naming me, imposing a symbolic identity onto me, without asking for my consent? And how can the sadness caused by this reduction to the passivity of being named be experienced by nature itself? Does not such an experience presuppose that one already dwells in the dimension of naming, of language? Should one not limit such a claim to so-called domestic animals? Lacan noted somewhere that, while animals do not speak, domestic animals nonetheless already dwell in the dimension of language, which is why, although they do not have access to normal subjectivity, they can nonetheless be affected by pathology. A dog can be hystericized, and so on. So, to return to the sad and perplexed gaze of the laboratory cat, What it expresses is perhaps the cat's horror at having encountered the animal, namely ourselves, humans. What the cat sees is us in all our monstrosity, and what we see in its tortured gaze is our own monstrosity. In this sense, the big other is already here for the poor cat. Like the prisoner in Kafka's penal colony, the cat suffered the material consequences of being caught in the symbolic gridlock. It effectively suffered the consequences of being named, included in the symbolic network. To resolve this problem, should we distinguish between two sadnesses, the sadness of natural life prior to and independent of language, and the sadness of being named, subjugated to language? There is, first, the infinite melancholy of all living things, a tension or pain which is resolved when a word is spoken. Then, however, the pronunciation of a word itself generates a sadness of its own. Does not this insight into the intimate link between language and pain bring us close to Richard Rorty's definition of humans as beings who suffer and are able to narrate their suffering, or, as Derrida put it, to man as the autobiographical animal? What Rorty does not take into account is the additional pain generated by language itself. Maybe Hegel can show us a way out here, when he interprets gravity as an indication that matter has its center outside itself and is condemned to strive endlessly towards it. Spirit, on the contrary, has its center in itself. With the rise of spirit, reality returns to itself from its self-externalization. Spirit, however, is only actual in human thought, whose medium is language, and language involves an even more radical externalization. Nature thus returns to itself through a repeated externalization. There is an underlying necessity at work here. Every speaker, every name giver has to be named, has to be included in its own chain of nominations, or, to refer to the joke often quoted by Lacan, I have three brothers, Paul, Ernest, and myself. No wonder that, in many religions, God's name is secret, one is prohibited from pronouncing it. The speaking subject persists in this in-between. Prior to nomination, there is no subject, but once it is named, it already disappears in its signifier. The subject never is, it always will have been. But what if that which characterizes humans is this very openness to the abyss of the radical other, this perplexity of what does the other really want from me? In other words, what if we turn the perspective around here? What if the perplexity a human sees in the animal's gaze is the perplexity aroused by the monstrosity of the human being itself? What if it is my own abyss I see reflected in the abyss of the other's gaze? Dans sesu, je vois ma perdicrite, as Racine put it in Phaedra. Or, in Hegelace, instead of asking what substance is for the subject, how the subject can grasp substance, one should ask the obverse question, what is subject for substance? G. K. Chesterton proposed such a Hegelian reversal precisely apropos man and animals. Instead of asking what animals are for humans, for our experience, we should ask what man is for animals. In his less well-known Everlasting Man, Chesterton conducts a wonderful mental experiment along these lines, imagining the monster that man might have seemed at first to the merely natural animals around him. The simplest truth about man is that he is a very strange being, almost in the sense of being a stranger on the earth. In all sobriety, he has much more of the external appearance of one bringing alien habits from another land than of a mere growth of this one. He has an unfair advantage and an unfair disadvantage. He cannot sleep in his own skin, he cannot trust his own instincts. He is at once a creator moving miraculous hands and fingers and a kind of cripple. He is wrapped in artificial bandages called clothes, he is propped on artificial crutches called furniture. His mind has the same doubtful liberties and the same wild limitations. Alone among the animals, he is shaken with the beautiful madness called laughter, as if he had caught sight of some secret in the very shape of the universe hidden from the universe itself. Alone among the animals he feels the need of averting his thought from the root realities of his own bodily being, of hiding them as in the presence of some higher possibility which creates the mystery of shame. Whether we praise these things as natural to man or abuse them as artificial in nature, they remain in the same sense unique. Point 68. This is what Chesterton called thinking backwards. We have to put ourselves back in time, before the fateful decisions were made or before the accidents occurred that generated the state which now seems normal to us, and the best way to do it, to render palpable this open moment of decision, is to imagine how, at that point, history might have taken a different turn. With regard to Christianity, instead of losing time probing into how it related to Judaism, how it misunderstands the Old Testament by reading it as announcing the arrival of Christ and then trying to reconstruct what the Jews were like prior to Christianity, unaffected by the retroactive Christian perspective, one should rather turn the perspective around and extraniate Christianity itself, treat it as Christianity in becoming, and focus on what a strange beast, what a scandalous monstrosity Christ must have appeared to be in the eyes of the Jewish ideological establishment. A hyperbolic example is provided by those rare societies which, until now, had succeeded in avoiding contact with civilization. In May 2008, the media reported on the discovery of an uncontacted tribe in the thick rainforest along the Brazilian-Peruvian frontier. They had never had any contact with the outside world. Their way of life had probably remained unchanged for over 10,000 years. Photos of their village were released, taken from a plane. When anthropologists first flew over the area, they saw women and children in the open and no one appeared to be painted. Only when the plane returned a few hours later did they see tribesmen covered head to toe in red, with their skin painted bright red, heads partially shaved, arrows drawn back in the longbows and aimed square at the aircraft buzzing overhead. Their gesture was unmistakable: stay away. And the gesture was correct. Contact is usually a disaster for such remote tribes. Even if the loggers do not shoot them or force them off the land, diseases against which these isolated humans have no resistance typically wipe out half an uncontacted tribe's numbers in only a few years. Our civilization is for them literally a melting pot. They melt and disappear into it, like the ancient frescoes in Fellini's Roma, which were protected as long as they were isolated in their underground vacuum. The moment the researchers entered their domain, they started to disintegrate. We often ask ourselves how we would react to meeting aliens much more developed than ourselves. In the case of uncontacted tribes, we ourselves are the aliens. Therein resides the horror of these pictures. We see the terrified natives observing an inhuman other, and we ourselves are this other. How, then, do we humans affect nature? When fires raged in the Peloponnese in the summer of 2007, one photo of the ravaged area showed a field of large cacti half burned in such a strange way that they appeared almost melted, their shape protracted in a multitude of ways, somehow like Dali's famous painting of the melted clock, twisted in the middle like a thick pancake. What makes such images so fascinating is the way they represent not only a destruction internal to reality, but a destruction of the very texture of reality, of reality's basic coordinates. The first effect is that of a denaturalized nature. Nature half destroyed loses its organic character, appearing as a bricolage, an artificial composite of heterogeneous elements chaotically thrown together. The second effect is that of a temporal disturbance. It seems as if we are no longer dealing with nature in its regular rhythm of generation and corruption, growth and decay, but with a twisted space in which, in an obscene way, as in the case of cancerous protuberances, new forms of life grow out of decay itself. A third effect is that of a multiple anamorphic distortion. When plants appear as partially melted, unnaturally prolonged in different directions, it is as if the object itself, in its distorted material reality, has incorporated multiple perspectives, fractured views of how we would perceive it if we were to look at it from different standpoints. It thus appears that one can no longer clearly distinguish between the object's immediate reality and the subjective perspectives on it. The distortions involved in looking awry at the object are inscribed into its very objective reality. In Hegelian terms, such a landscape embodies the coincidence of the extremes of in itself and for us. In catching sight of such a weird scene, our first impression is that we are getting a glimpse of nature in itself in its monstrous pre-human form. However, it is precisely as such that nature inscribes, in the guise of its distortion, the monstrosity of man, his awkward place within nature. Man is such an anamorphic distortion of nature, a perturbance of the natural rhythm of generation and corruption. When we hear a statement like Hölderlin's famous poetically dwells man on this earth, we should not imagine man's dwelling as a hut near a stream in a forest, but precisely as such a distorted denaturalized landscape. Interlude 3. King, rabble, war, and sex. The most famous passage in Jack London's Martin Eden is the final paragraph, describing the hero's suicide by drowning. He seemed floating languidly in a sea of dreamy vision. Colors and radiances surrounded him and bathed him and pervaded him. What was that? It seemed a lighthouse, but it was inside his brain a flashing, bright white light. It flashed swifter and swifter. There was a long rumble of sound, and it seemed to him that he was falling down a vast and interminable stairway. And somewhere at the bottom he fell into darkness. That much he knew. He had fallen into darkness. And at the instant he knew, he ceased to know. How had Martin arrived at this point? What pushed him to suicide was his very success. The novel presents the crisis of investiture in its simple but most radical form. After long years of struggle and hard work, Martin finally succeeds and becomes a famous writer. However, while he is floating in wealth and fame, one thing puzzles him. A little thing that would have puzzled the world had it known. But the world would have puzzled over his bepuzzlement rather than over the little thing that to him loomed gigantic. Judge Blount invited him to dinner. That was the little thing, or the beginning of the little thing, that was soon to become the big thing. He had insulted Judge Blount, treated him abominably, and Judge Blount, meeting him on the street, invited him to dinner. Martin bethought himself of the numerous occasions on which he had met Judge Blount at the Morses and when Judge Blount had not invited him to dinner. Why had he not invited him to dinner then? He asked himself. He had not changed. He was the same Martin Eden. What made the difference? The fact that the stuff he had written had appeared inside the covers of books? But it was work performed. It was not something he had done since. It was achievement accomplished at the very time Judge Blount was sharing this general view and sneering at his Spencer and his intellect. Therefore it was not for any real value, but for a purely fictitious value that Judge Blount invited him to dinner. This little puzzling thing grows larger and larger, turning into the central obsession of his life. His thoughts went ever around and around in a circle. The center of that circle was work performed. It ate at his brain like a deathless maggot. He awoke to it in the morning. It tormented his dreams at night. Every affair of life around him that penetrated through his senses immediately related itself to work performed. He drove along the path of relentless logic to the conclusion that he was nobody, nothing. Mart Eden, the hoodlum, and Mart Eden, the sailor, had been real, had been he, but Martin Eden, the famous writer, did not exist. Martin Eden, the famous writer, was a vapor that had arisen in the mob mind and by the mob mind had been thrust into the corporeal being of Mart Eden, the hoodlum and sailor. Even his beloved Lizzie, who had not wanted to marry him, now desperately throws herself at him, proclaiming that she loves him totally. When she claims that she is ready to die for him, Martin tauntingly replies, "Why didn't you dare it before? When I hadn't a job. When I was starving. When I was just as I am now, as a man, as an artist, the same Martin Eden." That's the question I've been propounding to myself for many a day, not concerning you merely, but concerning everybody. You see, I have not changed, though my sudden apparent appreciation in value compels me constantly to reassure myself on that point. I've got the same flesh on my bones, the same 10 fingers and toes. I am the same. I have not developed any new strength nor virtue. My brain is the same old brain. I haven't made even one new generalization on literature or philosophy. I am personally of the same value that I was when nobody wanted me. And what is puzzling me is why they want me now. Surely they don't want me for myself, for myself is the same old self they did not want. Then they must want me for something else, for something that is outside of me, for something that is not I. Shall I tell you what that something is? It is for the recognition I have received. That recognition is not I. It resides in the minds of others. What Martin cannot accept is the radical gap that forever separates his real qualities from his symbolic status. All of a sudden, he is no longer a nobody avoided by the respectable public but a famous author invited to dinner by the pillars of society, with even the beloved woman now throwing herself at his feet. But he is fully aware that nothing has changed in him in reality. He is now the same person as he was, and even all his works were already written when he was ignored and despised. What Martin cannot accept is this radical decentering of the very core of his personality which resides in the minds of others. He is nothing in himself, just a concentrated projection of others' dreams. This perception that his agalma, what now makes him desired by others, is something outside of him not only ruins his narcissism, it also kills his desire. Something has gone out of me. I have always been unafraid of life, but I never dreamed of being sated with life. Life has so filled me that I am empty of any desire for anything. It is this conclusion that he was nobody, nothing which drove him to suicide. Frank D. Gilroy's From Noon Till 3, a quite unique comedy western from 1976, deals with the same topic of the consequences of symbolic alienation. Here is a summary of the plot, courtesy of Wikipedia. In the American West of the late 19th century, Graham Dorsey, a member of a gang, is involved in a failed bank robbery. On the run, he finds himself at the ranch of the widow Amanda Starbuck and stays there for 3 hours. He tries to force himself on Amanda, who resists his advances rather inventively. The frustrated Graham decides on a ruse. He pretends he is impotent, hoping to play on Amanda's sympathy. The deception works, and they make love 3 times. Afterwards, they have a long talk and even dance to Amanda's music box, with Graham wearing Mr. Starbuck's old tuxedo. A neighbor boy stops by to tell Amanda about an attempted bank robbery in town. On Amanda's instigation, Graham leaves to help his fellows, but he is spotted and chased. Graham eludes them when he comes upon Dr. Finger, a traveling dentist, steals his horse and wagon, and exchanges clothes with him at gunpoint. Dr. Finger is taken for Graham and shot dead. The posse, recognizing Mr. Starbuck's horse and tux, bring the dead body back to the Starbuck ranch. Amanda, seeing what she thinks is Graham's body, faints. But it turns out Dr. Finger was a quack, and the first person Graham encounters after his escape is one of Dr. Finger's dissatisfied customers, which leads to Graham being sent to prison on a year-long sentence for Dr. Finger's crimes. During this time, Amanda is at first ostracized by the townspeople, but an impassioned speech proclaiming her love for Graham leads to a surprising turnaround. The townspeople not only forgive her, they see Graham and Amanda's story as remarkable. The story then becomes a legend, spawning a popular book, dime novels, a stage play, and even a popular song. The legend of Graham and Amanda becomes bigger than the reality, and when her book becomes a worldwide bestseller, it makes Amanda a very wealthy woman. Graham, who reads the book while in prison, is amused by the distortions. After serving his time, a disguised Graham takes one of Amanda's guided tours of her ranch and stays behind, intending to reveal himself. Amanda does not recognize him and becomes frightened. For every detail of their love encounter he tells her, she cries back, "It's in the book." It is only when Graham shows her something that's not in the book that Amanda believes him, but instead of joy, she is worried. If word got out that Graham was alive, the legend of Graham and Amanda would be done for. Even Graham's suggestion that he live with her incognito is no good. After all, if Amanda were to live with another man, the legend would still be destroyed. The encounter ends up with Amanda pointing a gun at Graham, but at the last moment she decides to shoot herself. Graham is now heartbroken. Not only has he lost Amanda, he also loses his identity. People laugh when he tells them he is Graham, since he looks nothing like his description in the book. The fact that he encounters his public figure everywhere literally drives him crazy. In the end he is confined to an insane asylum, where he meets the only people who believe him and accept him as Graham, his fellow inmates. Finally, he is content. Indeed, as Lacan once remarked, every one of us always tries to transform himself into a character in the novel which is his own life. Point 1. Note the symmetry with Martin Eden. Both Graham and Amanda relate to their legend, but they react differently when reality catches up with it. Amanda chooses the legend over reality, for in a weird variation of the famous line from a John Ford Western, she shoots herself to save her own legend. Graham, on the contrary, chooses reality, but is unaware that the legend has a power of its own which also determines their reality. The price he pays is that his symbolic identity is literally taken from him. The material proof of his identity, his penis, does not hold in public, since the penis should not be confused with the phallus. The only place where he is recognized as who he is the lunatic asylum. To paraphrase Lacan, a madman is not only someone other than Graham Dorsey thinking he is Graham Dorsey, a madman is also Graham Dorsey thinking he is Graham Dorsey, a further confirmation that the denial of symbolic castration leads to psychosis. Insofar as symbolic castration is also a name for the gap between my immediate stupid being and my symbolic title, and since a symbolic authority can only function insofar as, in a kind of illegitimate short circuit, this gap is obfuscated and my symbolic authority appears as an immediate property or quality of me as a person, each authority has to protect itself from situations in which this gap becomes palpable. For example, political leaders know very well how to avoid situations in which their impotence might be revealed. A father knows how to hide his humiliations from the gaze of his son. What is protected by such face-saving strategies is appearance. Although I know very well my father is ultimately impotent, I refuse to believe it, which is why the effect of witnessing the open display of his impotence can be so shattering. Such humiliating moments fully deserve to be called castrating experiences, not because father is shown to be castrated or impotent, but because the gap between his miserable reality and his symbolic authority is rendered palpable and can no longer be ignored by way of fetishistic disavowal. Is this not the problem of The King's Speech, the film which triumphed at the 2011 Oscars? The problem of the soon-to-be king, the cause of his stuttering, is precisely his inability to assume his symbolic function, to identify with his title. The king thus displays a minimum of common sense, experiencing the stupidity of seriously accepting that one is a king by divine will, and the task of the Australian voice coach is to render him stupid enough to accept his being a king as his natural property. As usual, Chesterton got it right. If a man says that he is the rightful king of England, it is no complete answer to say that the existing authorities call him mad, for if he were king of England that might be the wisest thing for the existing authorities to do. In the key scene of the film, the coach sits on the king's chair, the furious king demands that he stand up, and the coach refuses, asking by what right the king can command him. The king shouts back, "Divine right, if you must. I'm your king," at which point the coach has won the argument. Now the king believes he is a king. The solution of the film is thus, of course, a reactionary one. The king is normalized, the force of his hysterical questioning is obliterated. Another winner at the 2011 Oscars, Black Swan, the feminine counterpart to The King's Speech, is even more reactionary. Its premise is that, while a man can be dedicated to his mission and still lead a normal private life, a woman who totally dedicates herself to her mission enters on the path to self-destruction. Her success is paid for by her death. It is easy to recognize in this plot the old topos of a woman torn between her artistic vocation and a happy, calm private life, who makes the wrong choice and dies in Michael Powell's Red Shoes. It is also a ballerina, while in Offenbach's Hoffman's Tales and Kieslowski's Double Life of Veronique it is a singer. Hoffman's Tales presents the heroine's dedication to her artistic vocation as the result of manipulation by a dark devilish character, while the Double Life of Veronique stages both versions of the choice. The Polish Weronika, who has chosen to sing, dies during a performance, while the French Veronique withdraws into privacy and survives. The two recent films, The King's Speech and Black Swan, thus work in a complementary way as a reassertion of the traditional couple under the masculine authority, for the man, a naive assumption of symbolic authority, for the woman, withdrawal into privacy, a clear conservative strategy designed to counteract the rise of the postmodern post-Oedipal mode of subjectivity. For Hegel, the king is defined as a subject who accepts this radical disentering, that is, to quote Marx again, accepts the fact that he is a king because others treat him as a king, not the other way round. Otherwise, if he thinks that he is a king in himself, he is a madman. According to legend, during the decisive battle between the Prussian and the Austrian armies in the 1866 war, the Prussian king, formerly the supreme commander of the Prussian army, observing the fight from a nearby hill, looked worried at the confusion on the battleground, where some of the Prussian troops even seemed to be retreating. General von Moltke, the great Prussian strategist who had planned the battle deployment, turned to the king in the middle of this confusion and said, "May I be the first to congratulate your majesty on a brilliant victory." This exemplifies the gap between S1 and S2 at its purest. The king was the master, the formal commander totally ignorant of the meaning of what was happening, while von Moltke embodied strategic knowledge. Although, at the level of actual decisions, the victory was Moltke's, he was correct in congratulating the king on behalf of whom he was acting. The stupidity of the master is palpable in this gap between the confusion of the master figure and the objective symbolic fact that he had already won a brilliant victory. We all know the old joke referring to the enigma about who really wrote Shakespeare's plays, not William Shakespeare, but someone else with the same name. This is what Lacan means by the disentaired subject. This is how a subject relates to the name which fixes its symbolic identity. John Smith is not John Smith, but someone else with the same name. As Shakespeare's Juliet already knew, I am never that name. The John Smith who really thinks he is John Smith is a psychotic. This key point was missed by the young Marx in his critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, after quoting the beginning of 281. Both moments in their undivided unity, the will's ultimate ungrounded self, and therefore its similarly ungrounded objective existence, constitute the idea of something against which caprice is powerless, the majesty of the monarch. In this unity lies the actual unity of the state, and it is only through this, its inward and outward immediacy, that the unity of the state is saved from the risk of being drawn down into the sphere of particularity and its caprices, ends and opinions, and saved too from the war of factions round the throne and from the enfeeblement and overthrow of the power of the state. Point 2. Marx adds his ironic commentary. The two moments are the contingency of the will, caprice, and the contingency of nature, birth, thus, His Majesty, contingency. Contingency is thus the actual unity of the state. The way in which, according to Hegel, an inward and outward immediacy is to be saved from collision, etc., is incredible, since collision is precisely what it makes possible. The prince's hereditary character results from his concept. He is to be the person who is specified from the entire race of men, who is distinguished from all other persons. But then what is the ultimate fixed difference of one person from all others? The body. And the highest function of the body is sexual activity. Hence the highest constitutional act of the king is his sexual activity, because through this he makes a king and carries on his body. Point 3. Marx concludes with the sarcastic note that the Hegelian monarch is nothing more than an appendix to his penis, to which we should say, yes, but that is precisely Hegel's point, namely that such an utter alienation, such a reversal by which a person becomes an appendix of its biological organ of procreation, is the price to be paid for acting like the state's sovereignty embodied. Point 4. One can clearly see, from 281 quoted above, how the institution of hereditary monarchy is for Hegel the solution to the problem of caprice and of factions, the problem, in short, of the contingency of power. This contingency is overcome not by a deeper necessity, but by an even more radical contingency. We posit at the top a subject effectively reduced to an appendix of his penis, a subject who did not make himself what he is, but is immediately born into it. Of course, Hegel is fully aware that there is no deeper necessity operating behind the scenes to guarantee that the monarch will be a wise, just, and courageous person. On the contrary, in the figure of the monarch, contingency is taken to an extreme. All that matters is his birth. Point 5. In socio-political life, stability can only be gained when all subjects accept the result of this contingent process, since the contingency of birth is exempted from social struggles. An obvious counter-argument arises here: does Hegel not remain caught in an illusion of purity, namely of the purity of the expert knowledge of the state bureaucracy which only works rationally for the common good? True, he concedes an irreducible impurity of political life, but is not his illusory wager that, if one isolates this moment of impurity in the figure of the monarch, this exception will make the rest rational, exempted from the play of conflicting partial interests? With this notion of state bureaucracy as the universal class, is not the state thus depoliticized, exempted from the properly political differend? However, while Hegel is well aware that political life consists of a contingent war of factions around the throne, his idea is not that the monarch takes upon himself this contingency and thus magically turns the state bureaucracy into a neutral machine, but that, on account of his being determined by the contingency of biological descent, the king himself is in a formal sense elevated above political struggles. In Lacanese, the passage from inherent notional self-development which mediates all content to the act or decision which freely releases this content is, of course, the passage from S2 to S1. In a strictly homologous sense, the Hegelian absolute knowing is a knowledge which is absolved from its positive content. How? Jean-Claude Milner has developed a notion of absolute knowing which, without even mentioning Hegel, is simultaneously close and distant from him. Milner's starting point is the grammatical opposition between relative and absolute in the use of verbs. When I say, I know Latin, my knowing is related to a determinate object, it is supplemented by this object, in contrast to simply saying, I know, where knowledge is absolved from such attachments. Such absolute knowing is the agent of its own deployment whose object is merely its occasion and whose subject is its instrument. It follows its internal law that I call surplus knowing. 6. Milner's model of this absolute knowing is not Hegel, but the post-Hegelian Wissenschaft, university science in continuous progress. Its surplus is something which is not yet here as said/known, but always to be produced. The difference that separates surplus knowing from established knowledge is thus a pure difference immanent to knowing, with no reference to its external object, the difference between the known and the not yet known, the difference which makes the field of knowledge forever incomplete. Milner's objection to this notion of absolute knowing is that it involves only a more and not a less, only a surplus and not a lack of knowing, the reason why Lacan rejects it as the pure figure of the university discourse. So far so good, but where does Hegel, his absolute knowing, fit into all this? Hegel's absolute knowing does involve a less, it refers to a constitutive lack, the lack in the other itself, not in our knowledge. Hegel's absolute knowing is not an open field of endless progress, and it is the overlapping of the two lacks that accounts for its closure. To explain the mode of functioning of the objectless knowing, Milner evokes the TV series Dexter, in which a father who knows his son is genetically determined to become a serial killer tells him to become a cop and thus satisfy his innate urge to kill by killing only the killers themselves. 7. In a homologous way, Milner's aim is to operate like a bird flying high up in the air, with no attachment to any particular object on the land. From time to time, the bird dives and picks out its victim. Like Milner, who, in his work, picks on one particular knowledge after another and tears it apart by displaying its inconsistency. But is this not precisely the mode of functioning of Hegel's own absolute knowing, which moves from one to another shape of knowing, touching it in its real, i.e., bringing out its immanent/constitutive antagonism? Schelling was thus wrong in his critique of Hegel. The intervention of the act of decision is purely immanent, it is the moment of the quilting point, of the reversal of constitutive into performative. Does not the same go for the king in the case of the state, according to Hegel's defense of the monarchy? The bureaucratic chain of knowledge is followed by the king's decision, which, as the completely concrete objectivity of the will, reabsorbs all particularity into its single self, cuts short the weighing of pros and cons between which it lets itself oscillate perpetually, now this way and now that, and by saying I will makes its decision and so inaugurates all activity and actuality. Hegel emphasizes this apartness of the monarch already when he states that the ultimate self-determination can fall within the sphere of human freedom only insofar as it has the position of a pinnacle, explicitly distinct from, and raised above, all that is particular and conditional, for only so is it actual in a way adequate to its concept. This is why the conception of the monarch is, of all conceptions, the hardest for ratiocination, i.e. for the method of reflection employed by the understanding. This method refuses to move beyond isolated categories and hence here again knows only raisonnement, finite points of view, and deductive argumentation. Consequently it exhibits the dignity of the monarch as something deduced, not only in its form, but in its essence. The truth is, however, that to be something not deduced but purely self-originating is precisely the conception of monarchy. In the next paragraph, Hegel further elaborates this speculative necessity of the monarch. This ultimate self in which the will of the state is concentrated is, when thus taken in abstraction, a single self and therefore is immediate individuality. Hence its natural character is implied in its very conception. The monarch, therefore, is essentially characterized as this individual, in abstraction from all his other characteristics, and this individual is raised to the dignity of monarchy in an immediate, natural, fashion, i.e. through his birth in the course of nature. Remark, this transition of the concept of pure self-determination into the immediacy of being and so into the realm of nature is of a purely speculative character, and the apprehension of it therefore belongs to logic. Moreover, this transition is on the whole the same as that familiar to us in the nature of willing, and there the process is to translate something from subjectivity into existence. But the proper form of the idea and of the transition here under consideration is the immediate conversion of the pure self-determination of the will into a single and natural existent without the mediation of a particular content. In the so-called ontological proof of the existence of God, we have the same conversion of the absolute concept into existence. Addition, it is often alleged against monarchy that it makes the welfare of the state dependent on chance, for, it is urged, the monarch may be ill-educated, he may perhaps be unworthy of the highest position in the state, and it is senseless that such a state of affairs should exist because it is supposed to be rational. But all this rests on a presupposition which is nugatory, namely that everything depends on the monarch's particular character. In a completely organized state, it is only a question of the culminating point of formal decision, he has only to say yes and the I, because the throne should be such that the significant thing in its holder is not his particular make-up. In a well-organized monarchy, the objective aspect belongs to law alone, and the monarch's part is merely to set to the law the subjective I will. The speculative moment that understanding cannot grasp is the transition of the concept of pure self-determination into the immediacy of being and so into the realm of nature. In other words, while understanding can well grasp the universal mediation of a living totality, what it cannot grasp is that this totality, in order to actualize itself, has to acquire actual existence in the guise of an immediate natural singularity. 8 One can also say that understanding misses the Christological moment, the necessity of a singular individual embodying the universal spirit. The term nature should be given its full weight here, in the same way that, at the end of the logic, the idea's completed self-mediation releases from itself nature, collapses into the external immediacy of nature. The state's rational self-mediation has to acquire actual existence in a will which is determined as directly natural, unmediated, stricto sensu irrational. Recall here Chesterton's appraisal of the guillotine. The guillotine has many sins, but to do it justice there is nothing evolutionary about it. The favorite evolutionary argument finds its best answer in the axe. The evolutionist says, "Where do you draw the line?" The revolutionist answers, "I draw it here, exactly between your head and body." There must at any given moment be an abstract right or wrong if any blow is to be struck, there must be something eternal if there is to be anything sudden. 9. It is from here that one can understand why Badiou, the theorist of the act, has to refer to eternity. The act is only conceivable as the intervention of eternity into time. Historicist evolutionism leads to endless procrastination. The situation is always too complex, there are always further aspects to be accounted for, the pondering of pros and cons is never over. Against this stance, the passage to the act involves a gesture of radical and violent simplification, a cut like that of the proverbial Gordian knot, the magical moment when the infinite pondering crystallizes itself into a simple yes or no. This brings us to the topic of sublation versus sublimation. In Seminar 7, Lacan opposes sublation as dialectical mediation to sublimation. Sublation includes all particulars into a dialectical totality, while sublimation takes a non-sublated remainder of the real and elevates it directly into the embodiment of the impossible thing that eludes all mediation. But is this move of sublimation really foreign to Hegel? With regard to the king, is not Hegel's point that, while all individuals have to become what they are through their work and thus to mediate or sublate their natural immediacy, the king is the only one who directly is that which his symbolic title designates him to be. The circle of mediation can thus only be concluded when it is supplemented by a raw non-mediated irrational element which sutures the rational totality. When Hegel articulates the three parallel moves from logic to nature, from the rational totality of the state to monarch, and the ontological proof of God, does he not suggest that God arises out of the same necessity as the monarch? That God is the monarch of the universe? This example makes it clear how the notional development can never reach its completion. The arbitrary intervention of the master signifier designates the point at which contingency intervenes in the very heart of necessity. The very establishment of a necessity is a contingent act. Point 10. In a totally different field, Dennett detects the need for conversation stoppers in the endless pursuit of argumentation which, because of the finitude and limitation of our situation, never comes to an end. There are always some other aspects to take into account, etc. 11. Is this need not the need for what Lacan called the master signifier, for something that will cut the Gordian knot of endless pros and cons with an act of decision? Apropos school exams, Lacan pointed out a strange fact: there must be a minimal gap, a delay, between the grading of the exam papers and the act of announcing the results. In other words, even if I know that I provided perfect answers to the questions, there will remain a minimal element of insecurity until the results are announced. This gap is the gap between constative and performative, between measuring the results and taking note of them in the full sense of the symbolic act. The whole mystique of bureaucracy at its most sublime hinges on this gap. You know the facts, but you can never quite be sure how these facts will be registered by the bureaucracy. And, as Jean-Pierre Dupuy points out, the same holds for elections. In the electoral process also, the moment of contingency, of hazard, of a draw, is crucial. Point 12. Fully rational elections would not be elections at all, but a transparent objectivized process. Traditional societies resolved this problem by invoking a transcendent source which verified the result, conferring authority on it. Therein lies the problem of modernity. Modern societies perceive themselves as autonomous, self-regulated, that is, they can no longer rely on an external source of authority. But nevertheless, the moment of hazard has to remain operative in the electoral process, which is why commentators like to dwell on the irrationality of votes. In other words, democracy would not work if it were reduced to permanent opinion polling, fully mechanized and quantified, deprived of its performative character. As Leffert pointed out, voting has to remain a ritual, a ritualistic self-destruction and rebirth of society. Point 13. The reason is that this hazard itself should not be transparent, it should be minimally externalized/reified. The people's will is our equivalent of what the ancients perceived as the imponderable will of God or the hand of fate. What people cannot accept as their direct arbitrary choice, the result of a pure hazard, they can accept if it refers to a minimum of the real. Hegel knew this long ago, and this is the entire point of his defense of monarchy. And, last but not least, the same goes for love. There should be an element of the answer of the real in it. I cannot really accept that my falling in love hinges on a pure contingency. Point 14. Even such a superb reader of Hegel as Gerard Lerbre falls short here in inscribing Hegel into the Platonic tradition of philosopher kings. Every exercise of power has to be justified by good reasons, the bearer of power has to be properly qualified for it by his knowledge and abilities, and power should be exercised for the good of the entire community. This notion of power sustains Hegel's concept of the state bureaucracy as the universal class educated to protect state interests against the particular interests of members and groups in civil society. Nietzsche counters this received notion by questioning its underlying premise: what kind of power is it which needs to justify itself with reference to the interests of those over whom it rules, which accepts the need to provide reasons for its exercise? Does not such a notion of power undermine itself? How can I be your master if I accept the need to justify my authority in your eyes? Does this not imply that my authority depends on your approval, so that, acting as your master, I effectively serve you? Is it not rather that authority proper needs no reasons, since it is simply accepted on its own? As Kierkegaard put it, for a child to say that he obeys his father because the latter is wise, honest, and good, is a blasphemy, a total disavowal of true paternal authority. In Lacanian terms, this passage from natural authority to authority justified with reasons is, of course, the passage from the Master's discourse to the university discourse. This universe of the justified exercise of power is also eminently anti-political and, in this sense, technocratic. My exercise of power should be grounded in reasons accessible to and approved by all rational human beings, for the underlying premise is that, as an agent of power, I am totally replaceable. I act in exactly the same way everyone else would have acted in my place. Politics as the domain of competitive struggle, as the articulation of irreducible social antagonisms, should be replaced by rational administration which directly enacts the universal interest. But is Löbberer right in imputing to Hegel such a notion of justified authority? Was Hegel not fully aware that true authority always contains an element of tautological self-assertion? It is so because I say it is so. The exercise of authority is an irrational act of contingent decision which breaks the endless chain of enumerating reasons pro et contra. Is this not the very rationale of Hegel's defense of monarchy? The state as a rational totality needs at its head a figure of irrational authority, an authority not justified by its qualifications. While all other public servants have to prove their capacity to exert power, the king is justified by the very fact that he is a king. To put it in more contemporary terms, the performative aspect of the state's actions is reserved for the king. The state bureaucracy prepares the content of state action, but it is the signature of the king which enacts it, enforcing it upon society. Hegel was well aware that it is only this distance between the knowledge embodied in the state bureaucracy and the authority of the master embodied in the king which protects the social body against the totalitarian temptation. What we call a totalitarian regime is not a regime in which the master imposes his unconstrained authority and ignores the suggestions of rational knowledge, but a regime in which knowledge immediately assumes performative power. Stalin was not a master, he was the highest servant of the people, legitimized by his knowledge and abilities. This insight of Hegel's points towards his unique position between the master's discourse and the university discourse. Hegel recognized that the charisma of the master's authority is a fake, that the master is an impostor. It is only the fact that he occupies the position of a master which makes him a master. However, he was also well aware that, if one tries to get rid of this excess and impose a self-transparent authority fully justified by expert knowledge, the result is even worse. Instead of being limited to the symbolic head of state, irrationality spreads over the entire body of social power. Kafka's bureaucracy is just such a regime of expert knowledge deprived of the figure of the master. Brecht was right when, as Benjamin reports in his diaries, he claimed that Kafka is the only genuine Bolshevik writer. 15. Is Hegel's position then a cynical one? Does he tells us to act as if a monarch is qualified to rule by his properties, to celebrate his glory, etc., although we know very well that he is a nobody in himself? A gap nonetheless separates Hegel's position from cynicism. The Hegelian wager is that one can admire a monarch not for his supposed real qualities, but on account of his very mediocrity, as a representative of human frailty. Here, however, things get complicated. Is not the excess at the top of the social edifice to be supplemented by the excess at its bottom, those who have no proper place within the social body, what Rancière calls its part of no part, and what Hegel called the pobel? Hegel fails to take note of how the rabble, in its very status as the destructive excess of the social totality, its part of no part, is the reflexive determination of the totality as such. the immediate embodiment of its universality, the particular element in the guise of which the social totality encounters itself among its elements, and, as such, the key constituent of its identity. 16 This is why Frank Ruda is fully justified in reading Hegel's short passages on the rabble in his philosophy of right as a symptomatic point of his entire philosophy of right, if not of his entire system. 17 If Hegel had seen the universal dimension of the rabble, he would have invented the symptom. 18 In other words, what makes the notion of the rabble symptomatic is that it describes a necessarily produced irrational excess of the modern rational state, a group of people for whom there is no place within the organized totality, although they formally belong to it as such. They perfectly exemplify the category of singular universality. 244 When the standard of living of a large mass of people falls below a certain subsistence level, a level regulated automatically as the one necessary for a member of the society, and when there is a consequent loss of the sense of right and wrong, of honesty and the self-respect which makes a man insist on maintaining himself by his own work and effort, the result is the creation of a rabble of paupers. At the same time this brings with it, at the other end of the social scale, conditions which greatly facilitate the concentration of disproportionate wealth in a few hands. We can easily see here the link between the eminently political topic of the status of the rabble and Hegel's basic ontological topic of the relationship between universality and particularity, that is, the problem of how to understand Hegelian concrete universality. If we understand concrete universality in the usual sense of the organic subdivision of the universal into its particular moments, so that universality is not an abstract feature in which individuals directly participate, and the participation of the individual in the universal is always mediated through the particular network of determinations, then the corresponding notion of society is a corporate one, society as an organic whole in which each individual has to find its particular place, in which I participate in the state by fulfilling my particular duty or obligation. There are no citizens as such. One has to be a member of a particular estate in order to contribute to the harmony of the whole. This is the Bradleyan proto-fascist Hegel who opposes atomistic liberalism on behalf of the state as a living organism in which each part has its function. Within this space, the rabble has to appear as an irrational excess, as a threat to social order and stability, as outcasts excluded and excluding themselves from the rational social totality. But is this truly what Hegel is aiming at with his concrete universality? Is not the core of dialectical negativity the short circuit between the genus and its species, so that the genus appears as one of its own species opposed to others, entering into a negative relationship with them? In this sense, concrete universality is precisely a universality which includes itself among its species, in the guise of a singular moment lacking particular content. In short, it is precisely those who are without their proper place within the social whole who stand for the universal dimension of the society which generates them. This is why the rabble cannot be abolished without radically transforming the entire social edifice, and Hegel is fully aware of this. He is consistent enough to confess that a solution of this disturbing problem is impossible not for external contingent reasons, but for strictly immanent conceptual reasons. While he enumerates a series of measures to resolve the problem, he himself admits that these are only secondary palliatives which cannot really resolve the problem, not because the problem is too hard, but because there is too much wealth. The more society is wealthy, the more poverty it produces. 245 When the masses begin to decline into poverty, the burden of maintaining them at their ordinary standard of living might be directly laid on the wealthier classes, or they might receive the means of livelihood directly from other public sources of wealth. In either case, however, the needy would receive subsistence directly, not by means of their work, and this would violate the principle of civil society and the feeling of individual independence and self-respect in its individual members. As an alternative, they might be given subsistence indirectly through being given work, i.e. the opportunity to work. In this event the volume of production would be increased, but the evil consists precisely in an excess of production and in the lack of a proportionate number of consumers who are themselves also producers, and thus it is simply intensified by both of the methods and by which it is sought to alleviate it. It hence becomes apparent that despite an excess of wealth civil society is not rich enough, i.e. its own resources are insufficient to check excessive poverty and the creation of a penurious rabble. Note the finesse of Hegel's analysis. He points out that poverty is not only a material condition, but also the subjective position of being deprived of social recognition, which is why it is not enough to provide for the poor through public or private charity. In this way, they are still deprived of the satisfaction of autonomously taking care of their own lives. Furthermore, when Hegel emphasizes how society, the existing social order, is the ultimate space in which the subject finds his or her substantial content and recognition, namely how subjective freedom can actualize itself only in the rationality of the universal ethical order, the implied obverse is that those who do not find this recognition have also the right to rebel. If a class of people is systematically deprived of their rights, of their very dignity as persons, they are eo ipso also released from their duties towards the social order, because this order is no longer their ethical substance. The dismissive tone of Hegel's statements about the rabble should not blind us to the basic fact that he considered their rebellion fully justified in rational terms. The rabble is a class of people to whom systematically, not just in a contingent way, recognition by the ethical substance is denied, so they do not owe anything to society, and are dispensed of any duties towards it. Negativity, the non-recognized element of the existing order, is thus necessarily produced, inherent to it, but with no place within the order. Here, however, Hegel makes an error. He does not venture the obvious thesis that, as such, the rabble should immediately stand for the universality of society. As excluded, lacking recognition of its particular position, the rabble is the universal as such. On this point at least, Marx was right in his critique of Hegel, since he was here more Hegelian than Hegel himself, as is well known. This is the starting point of the Marxian analysis. The proletariat designates such an irrational element of the rational social totality, its unaccountable part of no part, the element systematically generated by it and, simultaneously, denied the basic rights that define this totality. As such, the proletariat stands for the dimension of universality. For its emancipation is only possible through the universal emancipation. In a way, every act is proletarian. There is only one social symptom: every individual is effectively proletarian, that is to say, he does not dispose of a discourse by means of which he could establish a social link. 19. It is only from such a proletarian position of being deprived of a discourse that an act can emerge. How, then, do the two excesses relate to each other? Does not the link between the two provide the formula for a populist authoritarian regime? In his 18th Brumaire, an analysis of the first such regime, Marx pointed out that while Napoleon III played one class off against the other, stealing from one in order to satisfy another, the only true class base of his rule was the lumpen proletarian rabble. In a homologous way, the paradox of fascism is that it advocates a hierarchical order in which everybody has his/her proper place, while its only true social base is a rabble in it. The only direct class link of the leader is the one which connects him to the rabble. Only among the rabble was Hitler truly at home. Hegel is of course aware that objective poverty is not enough to generate a rabble. This objective poverty must be subjectivized, changed into a disposition of the mind, experienced as a radical injustice on account of which the subject feels no duty or obligation towards society. Hegel leaves no doubt that this injustice is real. Society has a duty to guarantee the conditions for a dignified, free, autonomous life to all its members. This is their right, and if it is denied, they also have no duties towards society. Addition, the lowest subsistence level, that of a rabble of paupers, is fixed automatically, but the minimum varies considerably in different countries. In England, even the very poorest believe that they have rights. This is different from what satisfies the poor in other countries. Poverty in itself does not make men into a rabble. A rabble is created only when there is joined to poverty a disposition of mind, an inner indignation against the rich, against society, against the government, and c. A further consequence of this attitude is that through their dependence on chance men become frivolous and idle, like the Neapolitan Lazzaroni for example. In this way there is born in the rabble the evil of lacking self-respect enough to secure subsistence by its own labor and yet at the same time of claiming to receive subsistence as its right. Against nature man can claim no right, but once society is established, poverty immediately takes the form of a wrong done to one class by another. The important question of how poverty is to be abolished is one of the most disturbing problems which agitate modern society. It is easy to discern the ambiguity and oscillation in Hegel's line of argumentation here. He first appears to blame the poor themselves for subjectivizing their position as that of a rabble, for abandoning the principle of autonomy which obliges subjects to secure their subsistence by their own labor, and for claiming that they should receive from society the means for survival as a right. He then subtly changes the tone, emphasizing that, in contrast to his relations with nature, man can claim rights against society, which is why poverty is not just a social fact but a wrong done to one class by another. Furthermore, there is a subtle non sequitur in the argument. Hegel passes directly from the indignation of the rabble against the rich/society/government to their lack of self-respect. The rabble is irrational because it demands a decent life without working for it, thus denying the basic modern axiom that freedom and autonomy are based on the work of self-mediation. Consequently, the right to subsist without labor can only appear as irrational because links the notion of right to the notion of the free will that can only be free if it becomes an object for itself through objective activity. To claim a right to subsist without activity and to claim this right at the same time only for oneself, according to Hegel, therefore means to claim a right that has neither the universality nor the objectivity of a right. The right that the rabble claims is for Hegel therefore a right without right, and he consequently defines the rabble as the particularity that unbinds itself also from the essential interrelation of right and duty. Point 20. But indignation is not the same as lack of self-respect. It does not automatically generate the demand to be provided for without working. Indignation can also be a direct expression of self-respect, since the rabble is produced necessarily, as part of the social process of the production of wealth. It is society itself which denies it the right to participate in the social universe of freedoms and rights. It is denied the right to have rights, for the right without right is effectively a meta-right or reflexive right, a universal right to have rights, to be in a position to act as a free autonomous subject. The demand to be provided for without working is thus a form of appearance of the more basic and in no way irrational demand to be given a chance to act as an autonomous free subject, to be included in the universe of freedoms and obligations. In other words, since the rabble are excluded from the universal sphere of free autonomous life, their demand is itself universal. Their claimed right without right contains a latent universal dimension and is itself not at all a mere particular right. As a particularly articulated right, it is a right that latently affects anyone and offers the insight into a demand for equality beyond the existing objective status circumstances. 21. There is a further key distinction to be introduced here, a distinction only latent in Hegel but elaborated by Ruda. Members of the rabble can be structurally differentiated into two types: there are the poor and there are the gamblers. Anyone can non-arbitrarily become poor, but only the one that arbitrarily decides not to satisfy his egoist needs and desires by working can become a gambler. He relies fully on the contingent movement of bourgeois economy and hopes to secure his own subsistence in an equally contingent manner, for example by contingently gaining money on the stock market. Point 22. The excessively wealthy are thus also a species of the rabble in the sense that they violate the rules of the sphere of duties and freedoms. They not only demand that society provide for their subsistence without work, they are de facto so provided. Consequently, while Hegel criticizes the position of the rabble as that of an irrational particularity egoistically opposing its mere particular interests against the existing and rationally organized universality, this differentiation between the two distinct rabbles demonstrates that only the rich rabble falls under Hegel's verdict, while the rich rabble is, as Hegel judges correctly, a mere particular rabble. The poor rabble contains, against Hegel's judgment, a latent universal dimension that is not even inferior to the universality of the Hegelian conception of ethics. 23. One can thus demonstrate that, in the case of the rabble, Hegel was inconsistent with regard to his own matrix of the dialectical process, de facto regressing from the properly dialectical notion of totality to a corporate model of the social whole. Is this a simple empirical and accidental failure on Hegel's part, such that we can correct the similar points and thereby establish the true Hegelian system? The point is, of course, that here also one should apply the fundamental dialectical guideline. Such local failures to properly deploy the mechanism of the dialectical process are its imminent symptomal points. They indicate a more fundamental structural flaw in the basic mechanism itself. In short, if Hegel had articulated the universal character of the rabble, his entire model of the rational state would have had to have been abandoned. Does this mean that all we have to do here is make the passage from Hegel to Marx? Is the inconsistency resolved when we replace the rabble with the proletariat as the universal class? Here is how Rebecca Comey sums up the socio-political limitation of Hegel. Hegel is not Marx. The rabble is not the proletariat, communism is not on the horizon, and revolution is not a solution. Hegel is not prepared to see in the contradiction of civil society the death knell of class society, to identify capitalism itself as its own gravedigger, or to see in the disenfranchised masses anything more than a surge of blind, formless reaction, elemental, irrational, barbarous, and terrifying, a swarm whose integration remains unrealized and unrealizable, and ought. But the aporia, untypical for Hegel, points to something unfinished or already crumbling within the edifice whose construction Hegel declares to be completed, a failure of both actuality and rationality that undermines the solidity of the state he elsewhere celebrates, in Hobbesian language, as an earthly divinity. 24. Is Hegel thus simply constrained by his historical context? Did he come too early to see the emancipatory potential of the part of no part, so that all he could have done was to honestly register the unresolved and unresolvable aporias of his rational state? Perhaps, but does not the historical experience of the 20th century also render problematic Marx's vision of the revolution? Are we not today, in the post-Fukuyama world, exactly in the late Hegel situation? We see something unfinished or already crumbling within the edifice of the liberal democratic welfare state which, in the utopian Fukuyama moment of the 1990s, may have appeared as the end of history, the finally found best possible politico-economic form. Perhaps, then, we encounter here yet another case of non-synchronicity. In a way, Hegel was closer to the mark than Marx. The 20th century attempts to enact the Aufhebung of the rage of the disenfranchised masses into the will of the proletarian agent to resolve the social antagonisms ultimately failed. The anachronistic Hegel is more our contemporary than Marx. We can also see how wrong Althusser was when, in his crude opposition between overdetermined structure and the Hegelian totality, he reduced the latter to a simple synchronicity that he called expressive totality. For Althusser's Hegel, every historical epoch is dominated by one spiritual principle which expresses itself in all social spheres. However, as the example of the temporal discord between France and Germany demonstrated, non-contemporaneity is for Hegel a principle. Germany was politically in delay with regard to France, which is why it could only prolong it in the domain of thought. However, the revolution itself emerged in France only because France itself was in delay with regard to Germany, that is, because France had missed the Reformation which asserts inner freedom and thus reconciles secular and spiritual domains. So, far from being an exception or an accidental complication, anachronism is the signature of consciousness. Experience is continually outbidding itself, perpetually making demands that it is unequipped to realize and unprepared to recognize, and comprehension inevitably comes too late to make a difference, if only because the stakes have already changed. 25. This anachronistic untimeliness holds especially for revolutions, the French Revolution that provides the measure of German. Untimeliness is itself untimely. There is no right time or ripe time for revolution. The revolution always arrives too soon and too late. 26. We can see now the stupidity of those critical Marxists who repeat the mantra that Stalinism emerged because the first proletarian revolution occurred in the wrong place. Revolutions always, by definition, occur at the wrong time and place. They are always out of place. And was not the French Revolution conditioned by the fact that, because of its absolutism, France was lagging behind England in terms of capitalist modernization? But is this non-contemporaneity irreducible? Is not absolute knowing, the concluding moment of the Hegelian system, the moment when, finally, history catches up with itself, when notion and reality overlap in full contemporaneity? Comte rejects this easy reading. Absolute knowing is the exposition of this delay. Its mandate is to make explicit the structural dissonance of experience. If philosophy makes any claim to universality, this is not because it synchronizes the calendars or provides intellectual compensation for its own tardiness. Its contribution is rather to formalize the necessity of the delay, together with the inventive strategies with which such a delay itself is invariably disguised, ignored, glamorized, or rationalized. Point 27. This delay ultimately not only the delay between the elements of the same historical totality, but the delay of the totality with regard to itself, the structural necessity for a totality to contain anachronistic elements which alone make it possible for it to establish itself as a totality is the temporal aspect of a gap which propels the dialectical process, and far from filling in this gap, absolute knowing makes it visible as such, in its structural necessity. Absolute knowing is neither compensation, as in the redemption of a debt, nor fulfillment, the void is constitutive. Rather than trying to plug the gap through the accumulation of conceptual surplus value, Hegel sets out to demystify the phantasms we find to fill it. Point 28. Therein lies the difference between Hegel and historicist evolutionism. The latter conceives historical progress as the succession of forms, each of which grows, reaches its peak, and then becomes outdated and disintegrates, while for Hegel, disintegration is the very sign of maturity, for there is no moment of pure synchronicity when form and content overlap without delay. Perhaps we should conceive the European Trinity itself as a Borromean knot of anachronisms. The model-like excellence of each nation is grounded in an anachronistic delay in other domains. We should risk taking a step further here and demystify the very notion of a world historical nation, a nation destined to embody the level world history has reached at a certain point. It is often claimed that, in China, if you really hate someone, the curse you address to him is, "May you live in interesting times." As Hegel was fully aware, in our history, interesting times are effectively times of unrest, war, and power struggles, with millions of innocent bystanders suffering the consequences. The history of the world is not the theater of happiness. Periods of happiness are blank pages, for they are periods of harmony, periods of the missing opposition. 29. Should we then conceive the succession of great historical nations which, passing the torch from one to the other, embody progress for a period not as a blessing in which one nation is temporarily elevated to world historical rank, but, rather, as the transmitting of a kind of contagious spiritual disease, a disease which a nation can only get rid of by passing it on to another nation, a disease which brings only suffering and destruction to the people contaminated by it? The Jews were a normal nation living in a happy blank page of history until, for reasons unknown, God selected them as his chosen people, which brought them only pain and dispersion. Hegel's solution is that this burden can be passed on, and one can return to the happy blank page. Or, to put it in Althusserian terms, while people live like individuals, from time to time some of them have the misfortune of being interpellated into subjects of the big other. So, back to rabble, one can argue that the position of the universal rabble perfectly captures the plight of today's new proletarians. In the classical Marxist dispositif of class exploitation, capitalist and worker meet as formally free individuals on the market, equal subjects of the same legal order, citizens of the same state, with the same civil and political rights. Today, this legal frame of equality, this shared participation in the same civil and political spaces, is gradually dissolving with the rise of new forms of social and political exclusion, illegal immigrants, slum dwellers, refugees, etc. It is as if, in parallel to the regression from profit to rent, the existing system, in order to continue to function, has to resuscitate pre-modern forms of direct exclusion. It can no longer afford exploitation and domination in the form of legal and civil authority. In other words, while the classic working class is exploited through their very participation in the sphere of rights and freedoms, i.e., while their de facto enslavement is realized through the very form of their autonomy and freedom, through working in order to provide for their subsistence, today's rabble is denied even the right to be exploited through work, its status oscillating between that of a victim provided for by charitable humanitarian help and that of a terrorist to be contained or crushed, and, exactly as described by Hegel, they sometimes formulate their demand as the demand for subsistence without work. We should bring together here, as aspects of the same limitation, the two topics on which Hegel fails, the rabble and sex. Far from providing the natural foundation of human lives, sexuality is the very terrain upon which humans detach themselves from nature. The idea of sexual perversion or of a deadly sexual passion is totally foreign to the animal universe. Here, Hegel himself falls short of his own standards. He only describes how, through culture, the natural substance of sexuality is cultivated, sublated, mediated. We humans no longer just make love for procreation, we enter into a complex process of seduction and marriage in which sexuality becomes an expression of the spiritual bond between a man and a woman, and so on. However, what Hegel misses is how, in humans, sexuality is not only transformed or civilized, but, much more radically, changed in its very substance. It is no longer the instinctual drive to reproduce, but a drive that finds itself thwarted in relation to its natural goal and thereby explodes into an infinite, properly metaphysical, passion. The becoming cultural of sexuality is thus not the becoming cultural of nature, but the attempt to domesticate a properly unnatural excess of the metaphysical sexual passion. This excess of negativity discernible in sex and apropos the rabble is the very dimension of unruliness identified by Kant as the violent freedom on account of which man, in contrast to animals, needs a master. So it is not just that sexuality is the animal substance which is then sublated into civilized modes and rituals, gentrified, disciplined, etc. The excess of sexuality itself, sexuality as the unconditional passion which threatens to explode all civilized constraints, is the result of culture. In terms of Wagner's Tristan, civilization is not only the universe of the day, of the rituals and honors that bind us, but the night itself, the infinite passion in which the two lovers want to dissolve their ordinary daily existence. Animals know no such passion. In this way, civilization/culture retroactively posits/transforms its own natural presupposition, retroactively denaturalizes nature itself. This is what Freud called the ID, libido. This is how, here also, in fighting its natural obstacle, its opposed natural substance, spirit fights itself, its own essence. Elizabeth Lloyd suggests that the female orgasm has no positive evolutionary function. It is not a biological adaptation with evolutionary advantages, but an appendix, like male nipples. Point 30 In the embryonic stage of growth, male and female both have the same anatomical structure for the first 2 months, before the differences set in. The female acquires the ability to orgasm only because the male will later need it, just like the male acquires nipples only because the female will later need them. All the standard explanations are false. While sexual pleasure and even the clitoris are adaptive, the orgasm is not. The fact that this thesis provoked a furor among feminists is in itself proof of the decline of our intellectual standards, as if the very superfluity of the feminine orgasm does not make it all the more spiritual. Let us not forget that, according to some evolutionists, language itself is a byproduct with no clear evolutionary function. One should be attentive not to miss the properly dialectical reversal of substance at work here, the moment when the immediate substantial starting point is not only acted upon, transformed, mediated/cultivated, but changed in its very substance. We not only work upon and thus transform nature in a gesture of retroactive reversal, nature itself radically changes its nature. 31 This is why Catholics who insist that only sex for procreation is human, while coupling out of lust is bestial, totally miss the point, and end up celebrating the animality of men. Why is Christianity opposed to sexuality, accepting it as a necessary evil only if it serves its natural purpose of procreation? Not because in sexuality our lower nature explodes, but precisely because sexuality competes with pure spirituality as the primordial metaphysical activity. The Freudian hypothesis is that the passage from animal instincts to sexuality proper is the primordial step from the physical realm of biological life to metaphysics, to eternity and immortality, to a level which is heterogeneous with regard to the biological cycle of generation and corruption. 32 Plato was already aware of this when he wrote about eros, the erotic attachment to a beautiful body, as the first step on the way towards the supreme good. Perceptive Christians discerned in sexual longing a striving for the absolute. Human sexuality is characterized by the impossibility of reaching its goal, and this constitutive impossibility eternalizes it, as is the case in the myths about great lovers whose love persists beyond life and death. Christianity conceives this properly metaphysical excess of sexuality as a disturbance to be erased, so it is paradoxically Christianity itself which wants to get rid of its competitor by reducing sexuality to its animal function of procreation. Christianity wants to normalize sexuality, spiritualizing it from without, and thereby obliterating its immanent spiritual dimension, the dimension of unconditional passion. Even Hegel succumbs to this mistake when he sees the properly human spiritual dimension of sexuality only in its cultivated or mediated form, ignoring how this mediation retroactively transubstantiates or eternalizes the very object of its mediation. In all these cases, the aim is to get rid of the uncanny double of spirituality, of a spirituality in its obscene libidinal form, of the excess which absolutizes the instinct itself into the eternal drive. The limitation of Hegel's notion of sexuality is clearly discernible in his theory of marriage, which nonetheless deserves a close reading. Beneath the surface of the standard bourgeois notion of marriage lurk many unsettling implications. While a subject enters marriage voluntarily, surrendering his or her autonomy by way of immersion into the immediate or substantial unity of the family, the function of the family is the exact opposite of such a substantial unity. It is to educate those born into it to abandon their family and pursue their path independently of it. The first lesson of marriage is thus that the ultimate goal of every substantial ethical unity is to dissolve itself by giving rise to individuals who will assert their full autonomy against the substantial unity which gave birth to them. This surrender of autonomous individuality is the reason Hegel opposes those who insist on the contractual nature of marriage. Though marriage begins in contract, it is precisely a contract to transcend the standpoint of contract, the standpoint from which persons are regarded in their individuality as self-subsistent units. The identification of personalities, whereby the family becomes one person and its members become its accidents, is the ethical mind. It is clear in what sense, for Hegel, marriage is a contract to transcend the standpoint of contract. A contract is a deal between two or more autonomous individuals, each of whom retains their abstract freedom, while marriage is a weird contract by which the two concerned parties oblige themselves precisely to abandon or surrender their abstract freedom and autonomy and to subordinate it to a higher organic ethical unity. 33. Hegel's theory of marriage is formulated against two opponents. His rejection of the contract theory is linked to his critique of the romantic notion of marriage, which conceives its core as the passionate love attachment of the couple, so that the form of marriage is at best merely the external registration of this attachment and at worst an obstacle to true love. We can see how these two notions supplement each other. If the true core of marriage is the passionate inner love, then, of course, marriage itself is nothing but an external contract. For Hegel, on the contrary, the external ceremony is precisely not merely external, in it resides the very ethical core of marriage. It is in the actual conclusion of a marriage, i.e. in the wedding, that the essence of the tie is expressed and established beyond dispute as something ethical, raised above the contingency of feeling and private inclination. If this ceremony is taken as an external formality, a mere so-called civil requirement, it is thereby stripped of all significance except perhaps that of serving the purpose of edification and attesting the civil relation of the parties. As such, it appears as something not merely indifferent to the true nature of marriage, but actually alien to it. The heart is constrained by the law to attach a value to the formal ceremony, and the latter is looked upon merely as a condition which must precede the complete mutual surrender of the parties to one another. As such it appears to bring disunion into their loving disposition and, like an alien intruder, to thwart the inwardness of their union. Such a doctrine pretentiously claims to afford the highest conception of the freedom, inwardness, and perfection of love, but in fact it is a travesty of the ethical aspect of love, the higher aspect which restrains purely sensual impulse and puts it in the background. In particular, the view just criticized casts aside marriage's specifically ethical character, which consists in this, that the consciousness of the parties is crystallized out of its physical and subjective mode and lifted to the thought of what is substantive, instead of continually reserving to itself the contingency and caprice of bodily desire. It removes the marriage bond from the province of this caprice, surrenders to the substantive. Along these lines, Hegel rejects the romantic view of Schlegel and his friends that the wedding ceremony is superfluous and a formality which might be discarded. Their reason is that love is, so they say, the substance of marriage, and that the celebration therefore detracts from its value. Surrender to sensual impulse is here represented as necessary to prove the freedom and inwardness of love, an argument not unknown to seducers. What the romantic view thus misses is that marriage is ethico-legal love, and this eliminates from marriage the transient, fickle, and purely subjective aspects of love. The paradox here is that, in marriage, the natural sexual union, a union purely inward or implicit and for that very reason existent as purely external, is changed into a union on the level of mind, into self-conscious love. The spiritualization of the natural link is thus not simply its internalization, it rather occurs in the guise of its opposite, of the externalization in a symbolic ceremony. The solemn declaration by the parties of their consent to enter the ethical bond of marriage, and its corresponding recognition and confirmation by their family and community, constitutes the formal completion and actuality of marriage. The knot is tied and made ethical only after the ceremony, whereby through the use of signs, i.e. of language, the substantial thing in the marriage is brought completely into being. Here Hegel foregrounds the performative function of the marriage ceremony. Even if it appears to the love partners as mere bureaucratic formalism, it enacts the inscription of their sexual link into the big other, an inscription which radically changes the subjective position of the concerned parties. This explains the well-known fact that married people are often more attached to their spouses than may appear to be the case. A man may have secret affairs, may even dream about leaving his wife, but anxiety prevents him from doing so when the chance presents itself. In short, we are ready to cheat on our spouses on condition that the big other does not know it. The last quoted sentence is very precise here. The knot is tied and made ethical only after the ceremony, whereby through the use of signs, i.e. of language, the substantial thing in the marriage is brought completely into being. The passage from a natural link to spiritual self-consciousness has nothing to do with inner awareness and everything to do with the external bureaucratic registration, a ritual whose true scope may be unknown to its participants, who may think they are just performing an external formality. The key feature of marriage is not sexual attachment, but the free consent of the persons, to make themselves one person, to renounce their natural and individual personality to this unity of one with the other. From this point of view, their union is a self-restriction, but in fact it is their liberation, because in it they attain their substantive self-consciousness. In short, true freedom is the liberation from pathological attachments to particular objects determined by caprice and contingency. But Hegel here goes to the end, right up to the dialectical reversal of necessity into contingency. To overcome contingency does not mean to arrange a marriage on the basis of a careful examination of the future partner's mental and physical qualities. It is rather that, in marriage, the partner is contingent, and this contingency should be assumed as necessary. So when Hegel deals with the two extremes of prearranged marriages and marriages based on attraction and love, on ethical grounds he prefers the first one. At one extreme, the marriage is arranged by the contrivance of benevolent parents. The appointed end of the parties is a union of mutual love. Their inclination to marry arises from the fact that each grows acquainted with the other from the first as a destined partner. At the other extreme, it is the inclination of the parties which comes first, appearing in them as these two infinitely particularized individuals. The more ethical way to matrimony may be taken to be the former extreme, or any way at all whereby the decision to marry comes first and the inclination to do so follows, so that in the actual wedding both decision and inclination coalesce. The beginning of the last sentence is worth rereading. The more ethical way to matrimony may be taken to be the former extreme, or any way at all whereby the decision to marry comes first and the inclination to do so follows. In other words, the prearranged marriage is more ethical, not because the benevolent elder relatives can see further and are in a better position than the young couple, blinded by their passions, to judge if they have the qualities needed to make for a happy shared life. What makes it more ethical is that, in this case, the contingency of the partner is directly and openly assumed. I am simply informed that I am expected to freely choose as a lifelong partner an unknown person imposed on me by others. This freedom to choose what is necessary is more spiritual because physical love and emotional ties come as secondary, they follow the abyssal decision to marry. Two consequences follow from this paradox. Not only is the surrender of abstract freedom in marriage a double surrender, furthermore, the surrender of my abstract freedom is not the only surrender implied by the act of marriage. Let us read carefully the following passage. The distinction between marriage and concubinage is that the latter is chiefly a matter of satisfying natural desire, while this satisfaction is made secondary in the former. The ethical aspect of marriage consists in the parties' consciousness of this unity as their substantive aim, and so in their love, trust, and common sharing of their entire existence as individuals. When the parties are in this frame of mind and their union is actual, their physical passion sinks to the level of a physical moment, destined to vanish in its very satisfaction. On the other hand, the spiritual bond of union secures its rights as the substance of marriage and thus rises, inherently indissoluble, to a plane above the contingency of passion and the transience of particular caprice. So what do we surrender in marriage? 34 Insofar as, in marriage, pathological attraction and lust are sublated into a symbolic link and thus subordinated to spirit, the consequence is a kind of desublimation of the partner. The implicit presupposition of the standard ideology of marriage is that, precisely, there should be no love in it. The true Pascalian formula of marriage is therefore not "you don't love your partner? Then marry him or her," embrace the rituals of a shared life, and love will emerge by itself, but, on the contrary, are you too much in love with somebody? Then get married, ritualize your relationship in order to cure yourself of the excessive passionate attachment, to replace it with boring daily customs, and if you cannot resist passion's temptation, there are always extramarital affairs. Marriage is thus a means of renormalization which cures us of the violence of falling in love. In Basque, the term for falling in love is metamindu, which, literally translated, means to be injured by love. In other words, what is sacrificed in marriage is the object. The lesson of marriage is that of Mozart's Così fan tutte, the replaceable object. What makes Così the most perplexing, traumatic even, among Mozart's operas is the very ridiculousness of its content. It is almost impossible to suspend our disbelief and accept the premise that the two women do not recognize their own lovers in the Albanian officers. No wonder, then, that throughout the 19th century the opera was performed in an amended version in order to render the story credible. There were three main types of amendment, which fit perfectly the main modes of the Freudian negation of a certain traumatic content. The staging implied that the two women knew all along the true identity of the Albanian officers. They just pretended not to know in order to teach their lovers a lesson. The couples reunited at the end are not the same couples as at the beginning. They change places diagonally, so that, through the confusion of identities, the true, natural love links are established. Most radically, only the music was used, with a wholly new libretto telling a totally different story. Edward Said drew attention to Mozart's letters to his wife Constance from September 30, 1790, that is, at the time he was composing Così. After expressing his pleasure at the prospect of meeting her again soon, he goes on, "If the people were to be able to see into my heart, I would have to be almost ashamed of myself." At this point, as Said perceptively notes, one would have expected the confession of some dirty private secret. However, the letter goes on, everything is cold to me, cold like ice. 35. It is here that Mozart enters the uncanny domain of Kant-Avexata, the domain in which sexuality loses its passionate, intense character and turns into its opposite, a mechanical exercise in pleasure executed with a cold distance, like the Kantian ethical subject doing his duty without any pathological commitment. Is not this the underlying vision of Cauchy, a universe in which subjects are determined not by their passionate engagements, but by a blind mechanism that regulates their passions? What compels us to bring Cauchy close to the domain of Kant-Avexata is its very insistence on the universal dimension already indicated by its title. They are all acting like this, all determined by the same blind mechanism. In short, Alfonso, the philosopher who organizes and manipulates the game of changed identities in Cauchy, is a version of the figure of the Sadian pedagogue educating his young disciples in the art of debauchery. It is thus oversimplified and inadequate to conceive this coldness as that of instrumental reason. The traumatic core of Cauchy lies in its radical mechanical materialism. In the Pascalian sense alluded to above, Pascal advised non-believers to act as if you believe, kneel down, follow the ritual, and belief will come by itself. Cauchy applies the same logic to love. Far from being external expressions of an inner feeling, love rituals and gestures are what generate love itself. So act as if you are in love, follow the procedures, and love will emerge by itself. Moralists who condemn Cauchy for its alleged frivolity thus totally miss the point. Cauchy is an ethical opera in the strict Kierkegaardian sense of the ethical stage. The ethical stage is defined by the sacrifice of the immediate consumption of life, of our yielding to the fleeting moment, in the name of some higher universal norm. If Mozart's Don Giovanni embodies the aesthetic, the lesson of Cauchy is ethical. Why? The point of Cauchy is that the love that unites the two couples at the beginning of the opera is no less artificial, mechanically brought about, than the second falling in love of the sisters with the exchanged partners dressed up as Albanian officers, which happens as the result of Alfonso's manipulations. In both cases, we are dealing with a mechanism that the subjects follow in a blind, puppet-like way. Therein consists the Hegelian negation of the negation. First, we perceive the artificial love, the product of manipulation, as opposed to the initial authentic love. Then, all of a sudden, we become aware that there is actually no difference between the two. The original love is no less artificial than the second. The conclusion being that, since the one love counts just as much as the other, the couples can return to their initial marital arrangement. In Lacanian terms, marriage subtracts from the object what is in him/her more than him/herself, the objet, the object cause of desire. It reduces the partner to an ordinary object. The lesson of marriage which follows romantic love is, you are passionately in love with that person? So marry her and you will see what he or she is in everyday life, with his or her vulgar tics, petty meanness, dirty underwear, snoring, and so forth. One should be clear here, it is marriage whose function it is to vulgarize sex, to take all true passion out of it and turn it into a boring duty. And we should even correct Hegel on this point. Sex is in itself not natural, it is the function of marriage to reduce it to a subordinated pathological/natural moment. Hegel should also be corrected insofar as he confuses idealization and sublimation. What if marriage is the key test of true love in which sublimation survives idealization? In blind passion, the partner is not sublimated, he or she is rather simply idealized. Married life definitely de-idealizes the partner, but does not necessarily de-sublimate him or her. The old saying love is blind, but lovers are not should be read in a precise way, as pointing towards the structure of disavowal. I know very well, but nonetheless. The point is thus not that we are more cynical realists than it may appear, but that, when in love, this realism becomes inoperative. In our acts, we follow our blind love. In an old Christian melodrama, a temporarily blinded ex-soldier falls in love with the nurse who takes care of him, fascinated by her goodness, forming in his mind an idealized image of her. When his blindness is cured, he sees that, in her bodily reality, she is ugly. Aware that his love would not survive extended contact with this reality, and that the inner beauty of her good soul has a higher value than her external appearance, he intentionally blinds himself by looking into the sun for too long, so that his love for the woman will survive. If there ever was a false celebration of love, this is it. In true love, there is no need for an idealization of its object, no need to ignore the object's discordant features. The ex-soldier would be able to see the beauty shining through the nurse's ugliness itself. It is easy to see the parallel between the rabble and sex here. Hegel does not recognize in the rabble the universal class. Likewise, he does not recognize in sexual passion the excess which is neither culture nor nature. Although the logic is different in each case, the two failures are linked, since excess is the side of universality, the way universality as such inscribes itself into the order of its particular content. The underlying problem is the following: the standard Hegelian scheme of death as the subordinate or mediating moment of life can only be sustained if we remain within the category of life whose dialectic is that of the self-mediating substance returning to itself from its otherness. The moment we effectively pass from substance to subject, from life to death, there is no encompassing synthesis. Death in its abstract negativity forever remains as a threat, an excess which cannot be economized. In social life, this means that Kant's universal peace is a vain hope, that war forever remains a threat to organized state life, and, in individual subjective life, that madness always lurks as a possibility. Does this mean that we are back at the standard topos of the excess of negativity which cannot be sublated in any reconciling synthesis, or even at the naive Engelschian view of the alleged contradiction between the openness of Hegel's method and the enforced closure of his system? There are indications which point in this direction, as has been noted by many commentators. Hegel's conservative political writings of his last years betray a fear of any further development which will assert the abstract freedom of civil society at the expense of the state's organic unity and thereby open the way to more revolutionary violence. 36 Why did Hegel step back here? Why did he not dare to follow his basic dialectical rule, courageously embracing abstract negativity as the sole path to a higher stage of freedom? Hegel may appear to celebrate the prosaic character of life in a well-organized modern state, where heroic disturbances are overcome in the tranquility of private rights and the security of the satisfaction of needs. Private property is guaranteed, sexuality is restricted to marriage, the future is safe. In this organic order, universality and particular interests appear reconciled, the infinite right of subjective singularity is given its due, individuals no longer experience the objective state order as a foreign power intruding on their rights, they recognize in it the substance and frame of their very freedom. Lerbre here poses the fateful question: can the sentiment of the universal be dissociated from this appeasement? 37 Against Lerbre, our answer should be, yes, and this is why war is necessary. In war, universality reasserts its right over and against the concrete organic appeasement in prosaic social life. Is not the necessity of war thus the ultimate proof that, for Hegel, every social reconciliation is doomed to fail, that no organic social order can effectively contain the force of abstract universal negativity? This is why social life is condemned to the spurious infinity of an eternal oscillation between stable civic life and wartime perturbation. The notion of tarrying with the negative acquires here a more radical meaning, not just to pass through the negative but to persist in it. This necessity of war should be linked to its opposite, the necessity of a rebellion which shakes the power edifice from its complacency, making it aware of both its dependence on popular support and of its a priori tendency to alienate itself from its roots. Or, as Jefferson famously wrote, a little rebellion now and then is a good thing, it is a medicine necessary for the sound health of government. God forbid that we should ever be 20 years without such a rebellion. The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. It is its natural manure. 38 In both cases, war and rebellion, a terroristic potential is unleashed. In the first, it is the state that unleashes absolute negativity to shatter individual subjects out of their particular complacency. In the second, it is the people themselves who remind the state power of the terroristic dimension of democracy by shattering all particular state structures. The beauty of the Jacobins is that, in their terror, they brought these two opposed dimensions together. The terror was simultaneously the terror of the state against individuals and the terror of the people against particular state institutions or functionaries who excessively identified with their institutional positions. Needless to say, in a properly Hegelian way, the two opposed dimensions are to be identified, that is, the negativity of state power against individuals sooner or later inexorably turns against the state power itself. Apropos war, Hegel is thus again not fully consistent with regard to his own theoretical premises. To be consistent, he would have had to accomplish the Jeffersonian move, the obvious dialectical passage from external war to internal war as a sporadic explosion of negativity which rejuvenates the edifice of power. This is why, in reading the infamous paragraphs 322 to 324 of Hegel's Philosophy of Right, where Hegel justifies the ethical necessity of war, one should be very careful to note the link between his argumentation here and his basic propositions on the self-relating negativity that constitutes the very core of a free autonomous individual. Here Hegel simply applies this basic self-relating negativity constitutive of free subjectivity to relations between states. 322 Individuality is awareness of one's existence as a unit in sharp distinction from others. It manifests itself here in the state as a relation to other states, each of which is autonomous vis-a-vis the others. This autonomy embodies mind's actual awareness of itself as a unit, and hence it is the most fundamental freedom which a people possesses as well as its highest dignity. 323 This negative relation of the state to itself is embodied in the world as the relation of one state to another, and as if the negative were something external. In the world of existence, therefore, this negative relation has the shape of a happening and an entanglement with chance events coming from without. But in fact this negative relation is that moment in the state which is most supremely its own, the state's actual infinity as the ideality of everything finite within it. It is the moment wherein the substance of the state, i.e. its absolute power against everything individual and particular, against life, property, and their rights, even against societies and associations, makes the nullity of these finite things an accomplished fact and brings it home to consciousness. An entirely distorted account of the demand for this sacrifice results from regarding the state as a mere civil society and from regarding its final end as only the security of individual life and property. This security cannot possibly be obtained by the sacrifice of what is to be secured. On the contrary, war is not to be regarded as an absolute evil and as a purely external accident, which itself therefore has some accidental cause, be it injustices, the passions of nations or the holders of power, or in short, something or other which ought not to be. It is to what is by nature accidental that accidents happen, and the fate whereby they happen is thus a necessity. Here as elsewhere, the point of view from which things seem pure accidents vanishes if we look at them in the light of the concept and philosophy, because philosophy knows accident for a show and sees in it its essence, necessity. It is necessary that the finite property and life should be definitely established as accidental, because accidentality is the concept of the finite. From one point of view this necessity appears in the form of the power of nature, and everything is mortal and transient. But in the ethical substance, the state, nature is robbed of this power, and the necessity is exalted to be the work of freedom, to be something ethical. The transience of the finite becomes a willed passing away, and the negativity lying at the roots of the finite becomes the substantive individuality proper to the ethical substance. In peace civil life continually expands, all its departments wall themselves in, and in the long run men stagnate. Their idiosyncrasies become continually more fixed and ossified. But for health the unity of the body is required, and if its parts harden themselves into exclusiveness, that is death. Perpetual peace is often advocated as an ideal towards which humanity should strive. With that end in view, Kant proposed a league of monarchs to adjust differences between states, and the Holy Alliance was meant to be a league of much the same kind. But the state is an individual, and individuality essentially implies negation. Hence even if a number of states make themselves into a family, this group as an individual must engender an opposite and create an enemy. As a result of war, nations are strengthened, but peoples involved in civil strife also acquire peace at home through making wars abroad. To be sure, war produces insecurity of property, but this insecurity of things is nothing but their transience which is inevitable. We hear plenty of sermons from the pulpit about the insecurity, vanity, and instability of temporal things, but everyone thinks, however much he is moved by what he hears, that he at least will be able to retain his own. But if this insecurity now comes on the scene in the form of hussars with shining sabers and they actualize in real earnest what the preachers have said, then the moving and edifying discourses which foretold all these events turn into curses against the invader. The function of what Hegel conceptualizes as the necessity of war is precisely the repeated untying of organic social links. When, in his group psychology, Freud outlined the negativity of untying social ties, he all too easily dismissed the manifestations of this untying as the fanaticism of the spontaneous crowd. Against Freud, we should retain the ambiguity of this movement of untying. It is a zero level that opens up the space for political intervention. In other words, this untying is the pre-political condition of politics, and, with regard to it, every political intervention proper already goes one step too far, committing itself to a new project. 39 Today, this apparently abstract topic is relevant once again. The untying energy is largely monopolized by the new right. However, here also, every fascism is a sign of failed revolution, and the only way to combat this rightist untying will be for the left to engage in its own untying, and there are already signs of it. In asserting the threat of abstract negativity to the existing order as a permanent feature which can never be aufgehoben, Hegel is here more materialist than Marx. In his theory of war, he is aware of the repetitive return of the abstract negativity which violently unbinds social links. Marx rebinds violence into the process out of which a new order arises, while in Hegel, the unbinding remains non-sublated. One cannot emphasize enough how these militaristic ruminations are directly grounded in Hegel's fundamental ontological insights and matrices. When Hegel writes that the state's negative relation to itself is embodied in the world as the relation of one state to another and as if the negative were something external, he evokes a precise dialectical figure of the unity of contingency and necessity, the coincidence of external opposition and immanent self-negativity. One's own innermost essence, the negative relation to oneself, has to appear as a contingent external obstacle or intrusion. This is why, for Hegel, the truth of the external contingent opposition is the necessity of negative self-relating. And this direct coincidence of the opposites, this direct overlapping between extreme internality and the extreme externality of an accidental encounter, cannot be overcome. The two poles cannot be mediated into a stable complex unity. This is why Hegel surprisingly evokes the solemn cycles of history, making it clear that there is no final Aufhebung here. The entire complex edifice of the particular forms of social life has to be put at risk again and again, a reminder that the social edifice is a fragile virtual entity which can disintegrate at any moment, not because of contingent external threats, but because of its innermost essence. This regenerating passage through radical negativity can never be sublated in a stable social edifice. A proof, if one is needed, of Hegel's ultimate materialism. That is to say, the persistent threat that radical self-relating negativity will threaten and ultimately dissolve any organic social structure points towards the finite status of all such structures. Their status is virtual ideal, lacking any ultimate ontological guarantee, always exposed to the danger of disintegration when, triggered by an accidental external intrusion, their grounding negativity explodes. The identity of opposites here does not mean that, in an idealist way, the inner spirit generates external obstacles which appear as accidental. External accidents which cause wars are genuinely accidental. The point is that, as such, they echo the innermost negativity that is the core of subjectivity. Chapter 7. The Limits of Hegel. A list. Let us jump in medias residential and confront the question head-on: can Hegel think the notion which, according to Lacan, condenses all the paradoxes of the Freudian field, the notion of the non-all? If we take Hegel as the ridiculous textbook figure of an absolute idealist who, under the headline "The whole is the true," claims to integrate the entire wealth of the universe into the totality of rational self-mediation, then the answer is, of course, a resounding no. If, however, we take into account the true nature of the Hegelian totality, that it designates a whole plus all its symptoms, the excesses which do not fit into its frame, antagonisms which ruin its consistency, and so on, then the answer becomes more blurred. Here is an improvised list of what Hegel cannot think, a series of concepts mostly elaborated by psychoanalysis and Marxism: repetition, the unconscious, overdetermination, objet, matheme/letter, Lalande, antagonism, class struggle, sexual difference. Point 1. Upon a closer look, however, it becomes clear that one should be very precise about what Hegel cannot do. It is never a question of simple impossibility or inability. There is, in all these cases, a tiny, imperceptible line of separation which compels us to supplement the assertion of impossibility with a qualifying yes, but. Hegel does think repetition, but not a pure non-productive one, not a mechanical repetition which just strives for more of the same. His notion of repetition always involves sublation. In other words, through repetition, something is idealized, transformed from an immediate contingent reality to a notional universality, or, at least, through repetition, the necessity of an event is confirmed. The fact that Hegel misses the excess of purely mechanical repetition in no way implies that he is excessively focused on the new. On the contrary, bearing in mind that the radically new emerges only through pure repetition, we should say that Hegel's inability to think pure repetition is the obverse of his inability to think the radically new, that is, a new, which is not potentially already in the old and has just to be brought out into the open through the work of dialectical deployment. Hegel does also think the unconscious, but it is the formal unconscious, the transcendental universal form of what I am doing, as opposed to the immediate particular content which is the focus of my attention. To take the most elementary example from the beginning of the phenomenology, when I say now, I mean this particular moment, but what I say is every now, and the truth is in what I say. The Freudian unconscious is, on the contrary, the unconscious of particular contingent associations and links. To take a classic Freudian example, when his patient dreams about a funeral she attended the previous day, the unconscious of this dream was the totally contingent fact that, at the funeral, the dreamer had met an old flame for whom she still cared. Linked to this is the impossibility, for Hegel, of thinking over determination. Hegel can think it, but only in the formal sense of a universal genus which includes itself as its own species and thus encounters, among its species, itself in its oppositional determination. What he cannot think is the complex network of particular links organized along the lines of condensation, displacement, and so on. In more general terms, the Hegelian process always deals with radical clear-cut solutions. What is totally foreign to it is the Freudian logic of pragmatic and opportunistic compromises. Something is rejected, but not quite, since it returns in a ciphered mode. It is rationally accepted, but isolated or neutralized in its full symbolic weight, and so on and so forth. We thus get a mad dance of distortions which follow no clear univocal logic, but form a patchwork of improvised connections. Recall the legendary case of the forgetting of the name Signorelli from Freud's The Psychopathology of Everyday Life. Freud could not recall the name of the painter of the Orvieto frescoes and produced as substitutes the names of two other painters, Botticelli and Boltrafia. His analysis of the blockage brings to light the signifying associations which link Signorelli to Botticelli and Boltrafia. The complex rhizomatic texture of such associations and displacements has no clear triadic structure with a clear final resolution. The result of the tension between thesis and antithesis is the compromise formation of falsely remembering two other names in which the dimension on account of which Freud was unable to remember Signorelli returns in an even more conspicuous way. There is no place for such logic in Hegel, who would have dismissed Freud's example as a game of trifling contingencies. The Freudian negation of negation is not a radical resolution of a deadlock, but, in its basic guise, the return of the repressed and, as such, by definition a compromise formation. something is asserted and simultaneously denied, displaced, reduced, encrypted in an often ridiculously ad hoc way. Hegel does think a kind of objet, but it is merely the contingent singularity to which the rational totality clings, like the state clings to the monarch or the indifferent pretext for a struggle. For example, one way for the subject to demonstrate its autonomy is for it to be ready to put everything, even its life, at stake for some minor object. Although this object is in itself unimportant, its very indifference signals that what the struggle is about is the subject's dignity and autonomy, not its interests. This, however, is not yet the material remainder to which the subject's very consistency clings. Hegel does propose the formula "the spirit is a bone," but as the absolute contradiction, not as a little bit of the real constitutive of subjectivity. Although one finds in Hegel's texts surprising evocations of jouissance, for example, geniusen of the believer is for him the true goal of religious rituals, there is no place in his thought for jouissance as the real, as a substance. Insofar as jouissance is real and truth is symbolic, one should add that, in Hegel's notional space, there is also no place for the gap that separates truth from the real, or, as Lacan put it succinctly, the true or the real. At this level, everything is set up as if these two terms are synonymous. But the unpleasant thing is that they are not. When we are dealing with the real, the true is in divergence. 2. Here, and as is always the case in a properly dialectical misrecognition, what Hegel does not see is not simply some post-Hegelian dimension totally beyond his grasp, but the very Hegelian dimension of the analyzed phenomenon. For example, what Marx demonstrates in Capital is how the self-reproduction of capital obeys the logic of the Hegelian dialectical process of a substance subject which retroactively posits its own presuppositions. Marx designates capital as an automatically active character, an inadequate translation of the German words used by Marx to characterize capital as automatischem subject, automatic subject, an oxymoron uniting living subjectivity and dead automatism. This is what capital is, a subject, but an automatic one, not a living one. Can Hegel think this monstrous mixture, a process of subjective self-mediation and retroactive positing of presuppositions which as it were gets caught in a substantial spurious infinity, a subject which itself becomes an alienated substance? Perhaps this same limitation also accounts for Hegel's inadequate understanding of mathematics, his reduction of mathematics to the very model of the abstract spurious infinity. What Hegel was unable to see is how, like the speculative movement of capital in Marx, modern mathematics also displays the same monstrous mixture of the good infinity and the bad infinity of repetition combined with the true infinity of self-relating paradoxes. No modern science can be reduced to mathematical formalism, since it always includes also a minimum of empirical testing and measuring which introduce the aspect of contingency. No one knows in advance what the measurements will show. This element is missing in mathematics, where the contingency is limited to the selection or positing of the axioms with which the theoretician begins, and all that follows are the rational consequences of those axioms. Even such an abstract science like quantum physics, in which dense positive materiality is dissolved into the pure virtuality of quantum waves, has to expose itself to measurement. Modern science from Galileo to quantum physics is thus characterized by two connected features: mathematization and a reliance on measurement which introduces an irreducible element of contingency. Both aspects imply the meaningless real of the silent, infinite universe, the real of mathematized formulae deprived of sense, the real of radical contingency. Point 3. Is there a place for modern science in Hegel? Is his thought not the last great attempt to sublate empirical formal science into speculative reason? Is not the explosive growth of the natural sciences from the 18th century onwards simply beyond of the scope of Hegel's thought? The topic of nature confronts us with yet another problem raised by Hegel's critics. Does not Hegel's deduction of nature clearly posit a limit to this retroactivity? Is not the passage from logic to nature a case of externalization, of the concept positing its otherness? Does not Hegel begin with logic, with ideal categories, and then try to deduce material reality from this shadowy realm? Is this not a model case of idealist mystification? The problem with this counter-argument is that it knocks at an open door. Hegel himself explicitly says that his system of logic is the realm of shadows, the world of simple essentialities freed from all sensuous concreteness. For Hegel is thus no Platonic idealist for whom ideas constitute a higher ontological realm with regard to material reality, they form a pre-ontological realm of shadows. For Hegel, spirit has nature as its presupposition and is simultaneously the truth of nature and, as such, the absolute first. Nature thus vanishes in its truth, is sublated in the spirit's self-identity. This identity is absolute negativity, because the notion has its complete external objectivity in nature, but this, its externalization, has been sublated, and it has become identical with itself. At the same time, therefore, it is only as this return out of nature that the concept constitutes this identity. 5. Note the precise triadic structure of this passage. In the most orthodox Hegelian mode, thesis the notion has its complete external objectivity in nature, antithesis this externality is sublated and, through this sublation, the notion achieves its self-identity, synthesis it is only as this return out of nature that the concept constitutes this identity. This is how one should understand identity as absolute negativity. The spirit's self-identity emerges through its negative relationship of its natural presuppositions, and this negativity is absolute not in the sense that it negates nature absolutely, that nature absolutely disappears in it, but in the sense that the negativity of sublation is self-related, in other words that the outcome of this work of negativity is the spirit's positive self-identity. The key words in the quoted passage are, complete and only. The notion has its complete external objectivity in nature, there is no other objective reality, all that really exists as reality is nature, spirit is not another thing that adds itself to natural things. This is why it is only as this return out of nature that the concept constitutes identity, there is no spirit pre-existing nature which somehow externalizes itself in nature and then reappropriates this alienated natural reality. The thoroughly processual nature of spirit means that spirit is only its returning to itself from nature. In other words, returning to is fully performative, the movement of the return creates what it is returning to. The passage from nature to freedom can be rendered in terms of a very precise reversal of the dialectical relationship between necessity and contingency. Nature stands for the contingency of necessity, while freedom stands for the necessity of contingency. To put it another way, in nature, necessity appears in the form of contingency, while in freedom, contingency appears in the form of necessity. Necessity and contingency thus not only dialectically supplement each other, but, in a much more stringent way, free each other into their own essence through the mediation of freedom. Mere blind necessity is best encapsulated in the formula "it is so because it is so, no further questions asked." E equals mc2 because it is so, as if we are dealing with a contingent decision, since all we could add to this brute fact is that it could be otherwise. Blind natural necessity is thus radically passive in relation to itself. 6. It is, as it were, oppressed by its own imposition, without any space to relate to itself, and, on behalf of this imposition, it coincides with its opposite, with contingency. So how can necessity redeem itself from this contamination by blind contingency and posit itself as true necessity? Hegel's answer is, through the mediation of freedom. Necessity does not become freedom by vanishing, but only because its still inner identity is manifested. 7. It is in the sense that freedom is conceived necessity, necessity posited as such, conceived in. In what? In its necessity, precisely, in its inner logic that makes it necessary and not just something that merely is so because it is so. Freedom is thus the very the gap that separates necessity from itself. Conversely, contingency, in its immediacy, as blind natural contingency, also coincides with its opposite, with necessity. That something is contingent ultimately means that it is just so according to blind natural laws. The only way for contingency to get rid of the stain of necessity and posit itself as true contingency is through the mediation of freedom. It is only here that contingency is a matter of a subject's contingent decision. Contingency is thus not externally opposed to necessity, it is the result of necessity's self-relating. When necessity loses its immediate natural character and reflects itself as such, it acquires freedom which, in its immediate appearance, is contingency. The abyss of it is so because I want it so, because I decided it so. This reflection into itself equals the inscription of the enunciation into the enunciated content, as we saw earlier, when the Hegelian monarch announces so be it. I want it so. This is not only the moment of the contingent supplement which concludes the chain of necessity, but simultaneously the moment of enunciation with regard to a series of statements. Through his act, statements prepared by the state bureaucracy acquire performative power, become actualized. Common sense tells us that every statement has to be enunciated in order to actualize itself, and that the moment of its enunciation is contingent. What philosophical reflection adds is the insight into how this contingent moment is not simply external but immanent. The contingent expression of a necessary truth signals the contingency of this necessary truth itself. We should then oppose the Marxist line, from the young Lukács to Kojève, which rejected the dialectics of nature as a mistake. The philosophy of nature is a crucial and immanent part of the Hegelian system. It is also by far the most discredited part of Hegel's philosophy, the permanent butt of jokes, from quoting Hegel's alleged claim that if theory doesn't fit the facts, so much worse for the facts, to the anecdote that he deduced the necessity of 8 planets around the Sun, not knowing that astronomers had already discovered the 9th. The standard reproach to Hegel is that he tries to abolish the absolute heterogeneity of the other, its thoroughly contingent character. But there is in Hegel a name for such irreducible contingent otherness: nature. It is irreducible in the sense that, even if it is gradually more and more conceptualized, mediated, it remains there as the irreducibly contingent background for human history. No big fuss for Hegel here. The contingency of nature means, among other things, that there is no guarantee that a meaningless asteroid will not hit the Earth and kill us all. Nature is contingent. There is no secret substantial mind overseeing things to make sure that nothing terrible will happen. When Hegel defines nature, he says not only that it is the otherness of the idea, but that it is the idea itself in its otherness. However, what this idealist turn means is that otherness should be displaced into nature itself. Nature is not only the other of the idea, but other with regard to itself. This is why nature at its zero level is space, not only the otherness of the idea, but otherness with regard to itself, a coexistence of points, with no content to it, no difference, the same throughout in its pure extensive indifference. Far from being the mystery of something containing objects, space is literally the most stupid thing there is. And it does not get sublated in the sense that it is no longer there. Natural objects which sublate space remain spatial objects. Where spatiality is negated is in chemism, magnetism, and then organism, where objects are no longer dead composites of elements' parts, where we get an eternal ideal unity which cannot be located at a certain point in space. There is no center of an organism at some point in space. Here, perhaps, Hegel points towards relativity. If the zero level of nature is space, then natural objects should develop out of space, not be conceived as mysterious chunks of matter that from who knows where enter space. The only thing that can happen to pure space is asymmetry, its becoming dehomogenized, curved. So the idea that matter is the effect of curved space is implied by Hegel's theory of space. Even such a perceptive dialectician as Jameson falls into a trap here in his dismissive judgment that Hegel's concept of life, pre-Darwinian as it is probably far too metaphysical and epistemological to be of much interest for us today. 8. What about recent biological theories which focus on self-referentiality as a constitutive feature of the life process, and which often read as verbatim passages from Hegel's nature philosophy? However, even when, in reading Hegel's philosophy of nature, one stumbles upon many unexpected pearls, the basic fact remains that its fundamental tenor is totally inadequate in relation to the two key features of modern Galilean science: mathematical formalization and openness to the contingency of measurement. As Popper made abundantly clear, the very core of the modern scientific method lies in its effort to formulate a precise experimental setup capable of falsifying a prior hypothesis, and there is simply no place for such a stance in Hegel. This inability of Hegel to think mathematical formalization is the obverse of his inability to think the overdetermined space of what Lacan called Lallang. What happens in late Lacan is the passage from the unity of conceptual thinking to the duality of matheme and Lallang, on the one hand, mathematical or logical formulae and schemes, on the other, the explosion of wordplay and other forms of poetic discourse, a move unthinkable for Hegel, who insists on the priority of conceptual thinking. Point 9. Necessity as self-sublated contingency. What if Kierkegaard's critique of Hegel, which endlessly varies this motif of irreducible contingency, relies on a fatal misunderstanding of Hegel's fundamental insight? The first thing that strikes the eye is that Kierkegaard's critique is based on the opposition between objective and subjective thought. While objective thought translates everything into results, subjective thought puts everything into process and omits the result, because an existing individual is constantly in process of coming to be. 10. For Kierkegaard, obviously, Hegel represents the ultimate achievement of objective thought. He does not understand history from the point of view of becoming, but with the illusion attached to pastness understands it from the point of view of a finality that excludes all becoming. 11. Here, one should be very careful not to miss Kierkegaard's point. For him, only subjective experience is effectively in becoming, and any notion of objective reality as an open-ended process with no fixed finality still remains within the confines of being. But why, we may ask? Because any objective reality, as processual as it might be, is by definition ontologically fully constituted, present as a positively existing domain of objects and their interactions. Only subjectivity designates a domain which is in itself open, marked by an inherent ontological failure. Whenever a particular existence has been relegated to the past, it is complete, has acquired finality, and is in so far subject to a systematic apprehension, but for whom is it so subject? Anyone who is himself an existing individual cannot gain this finality outside existence, which corresponds to the eternity into which the past has entered. Point 12. What if, however, Hegel actually does the exact opposite? What if the wager of his dialectic is not to adopt the point of view of finality towards the present, viewing it as if it were already past, but, precisely, to reintroduce the openness of the future into the past, to grasp that which was in its process of becoming, to see the contingent process which generated existing necessity? Is this not why we have to conceive the absolute not only as substance, but also as subject? This is why German idealism already exploded the coordinates of the standard Aristotelian ontology structured around the vector running from possibility to actuality. In contrast to the idea that every possibility strives to fully actualize itself, one should conceive of progress as the movement of restoring the dimension of potentiality to mere actuality, of unearthing, in the very heart of actuality, a secret striving towards potentiality. Recall Walter Benjamin's notion of revolution as redemption through repetition of the past. Apropos the French Revolution, the task of a true Marxist historiography is not to describe the events the way they really were, the task is rather to unearth the hidden potentiality which was betrayed in the actuality of revolution and in its final outcome. Marx's point is not primarily to make fun of the Jacobins' wild revolutionary hopes, to point out how their enthused emancipatory rhetoric was just a means used by the historical cunning of reason to establish the vulgar commercial capitalist reality. It is rather to explain how these betrayed radical emancipatory potentials continue to insist as historical specters that haunt the revolutionary memory, demanding their enactment, so that the later proletarian revolution should also redeem these past ghosts. These alternative versions of the past which persist in a spectral form constitute the ontological openness of the historical process, as was again clear to Chesterton. The things that might have been are not even present to the imagination. If somebody says that the world would now be better if Napoleon had never fallen, but had established his imperial dynasty, people have to adjust their minds with a jerk. The very notion is new to them. Yet it would have prevented the Prussian reaction, saved equality and enlightenment without a mortal quarrel with religion, unified Europeans and perhaps avoided the parliamentary corruption and the fascist and Bolshevist revenges. But in this age of freethinkers, men's minds are not really free to think such a thought. What I complain of is that those who accept the verdict of fate in this way accept it without knowing why. By a quaint paradox, those who thus assume that history always took the right turning are generally the very people who do not believe there was any special providence to guide it. The very rationalists who jeer at the trial by combat, in the old feudal ordeal, do in fact accept a trial by combat as deciding all human history. Point 13. This, however, does not mean that, in a historical repetition in the radical Benjaminian sense, we simply return to the open moment of decision and, this time, make the right choice. The lesson of repetition is rather that our first choice was necessarily the wrong one, and for a very precise reason, the right choice is only possible the second time, for only the first choice, in its wrongness, literally creates the conditions for the right choice. The notion that we might have already made the right choice the first time, but just blew the chance by accident, is a retroactive illusion. A reference to George Buchner may be of some help here. With his great motif of destiny as that which predetermines our lives, there is no free will, the individual is no more than a foam on the wave, the word must is one of the curses with which mankind is baptized. The saying it must be that offenses come, but woe to him by whom the offense cometh is terrifying. What is it in us that lies, murders, steals? I no longer care to pursue this thought. 14. What terrified Buchner was the fact that, although our acts are predetermined, we experience ourselves as thoroughly responsible for them. The paradox resolved by Kant and Schelling with the hypothesis of an atemporal transcendental act by means of which each of us has always already chosen our eternal character. What we experience as fate is our nature, the outcome of an unconscious choice. And it is only at this point that the true dialectic of freedom and necessity, of choice and determination, begins. The common-sense dialectics of freedom and necessity conceives of their articulation in the sense of the famous lines from the beginning of Marx's 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte: men make their own history, but they do not make it as they please, they do not make it under self-selected circumstances, but under circumstances existing already, given and transmitted from the past. 15. We are partially, but not totally, determined, we have a space of freedom, but within the coordinates imposed by our objective situation. What this view fails to take into account is the way our freedom retroactively creates its objective conditions. These conditions are not simply given, they emerge as the presuppositions of our activity. The excess is thus double: we are not only less free than we think, we are simultaneously more free than we think. This is why, to arrive at our absolute freedom, we have to pass through absolute determinism. But does not Hegel's rejection of the Cleopatra's nose thesis in his great logic point towards a view which reduces the role of contingency in history? For Hegel, the error of such reasoning involves the inadmissible application of a mechanical notion of cause to large-scale processes in organic or spiritual life. The common jest that, in history, great effects can result from ridiculously small causes is an instance of the conversion which spirit imposes on the external. But for this very reason, this external is not a cause in the process. In other words, this conversion itself sublates the relationship of causality. 16. One should read these lines very closely, not as a simplistic dismissal of external mechanical causality. What does Hegel mean here by conversion? Recall the case of language. The leader says a simple word, and the result can be a great war with hundreds of thousands of dead. From the external mechanistic standpoint, the vibration of a few sounds caused a concatenation of events, leading to thousands of deaths, and in a way this is true, but only if we take into account the conversion which makes material elements the bearers and transmitters of meaning in a way which has nothing to do with their little bit of immediate material reality. In this sense, the relation of causality is sublated here. It is negated, but maintained and elevated at a higher level, for the causality is no longer immediate mechanical causality, but a causality mediated by meaning. But in all this, we should bear in mind that the whole process has also to take place at the level of immediate materiality. There is meaning, but this meaning can exert its higher causal power only as materialized in sounds or letters, it has no pure existence of its own. 17. What, then, is the central insight of the Hegelian dialectics of necessity and contingency? Not only does Hegel deduce the necessity of contingency, namely how the idea necessarily externalizes itself in phenomena which are genuinely contingent, he also develops the opposite and theoretically much more interesting thesis, that of the contingency of necessity. That is to say, when Hegel describes the progress from external contingent appearance to inner necessary essence, the appearance's self-internalization through self-reflection, he is not thereby describing the discovery of some pre-existing inner essence, something that was already there, but a performative process of constructing that which is discovered. As Hegel himself puts it in his Logic, in the process of reflection, the very return to the lost or hidden ground produces what it returns to. It is then not only inner necessity that is the unity of itself and contingency as its opposite, necessarily positing contingency as its moment, it is also contingency which is the encompassing unity of itself and its opposite, necessity, that is to say, the very process through which necessity arises out of necessity is a contingent process. One can put it also in the terms of the dialectics of ontology and epistemology: if the encompassing unity of necessity and contingency is necessity, then the necessity had to be there all the time waiting to be discovered by our cognition. In short, in this case, Hegel's central idea that our way towards truth is part of the truth itself, is cancelled, and we regress to the standard metaphysical notion of truth as a substantial in itself, independent of subject's approach to it. Only if the encompassing unity is contingency can we claim that the subject's discovery of necessary truth is simultaneously the constitution of this truth itself, that, to paraphrase Hegel, the very return to eternal truth generates this truth. So, far from being an essentialist who develops the entire content out of the necessary self-deployment of the notion, Hegel is, to use today's terms, the ultimate thinker of autopoiesis, of the process of the emergence of necessary features out of chaotic contingency, the thinker of contingency's gradual self-organization, of the gradual rise of order out of chaos. How, then, can necessity arise out of contingency? The only way to avoid the obscurantism of emergent properties is to bring into play negativity. At its most radical, necessity is not a positive principle of regularity that overcomes contingency, but the negative obverse of contingency. What is necessary above all is that every contingent particular entity find its truth in its self-cancellation, disintegration, death. Let us imagine an entity which persists in its singularity, endeavoring to impose itself as a lasting necessity. The actual necessity is the negativity which destroys this entity. This is Hegelian universal necessity in its actuality, the negative power which brings to its truth every particularity by way of destroying it. Necessity is thus nothing but the truth of contingency, contingency brought to its truth by way of its negation. The standard view of Hegel's system is that of a closed circle of categories which succeed one another with a logical necessity, and the critical energy is focused on the weak points of that deduction, on passages where Hegel seems to cheat, proposing a new category which does not really follow from what precedes it. This perspective must be radically reversed. Each passage in Hegel is a moment of creative invention. The new does not arise automatically but comes as a miraculous surprise. This is what it means to reproduce a process through its dialectical analysis, to reintroduce possibility and ontological openness into what retroactively appears as a closed succession determined by its immanent necessity. So when Hegel says that, in a dialectical process, the thing becomes what it always already was, this clearly offers itself to be read as an assertion of full ontological closure. There is nothing radically new. What emerges in the dialectical movement is just the full actualization of what was in potentia already there. However, the same statement can also be read in a much more radical way. In a dialectical process, the thing becomes what it always already was, that is, the eternal essence of a thing is not given in advance, it emerges, forms itself in an open contingent process. The eternally past essence is a retroactive result of the dialectical process. This retroactivity is what Kant was not able to think, and Hegel himself had to work long and hard to conceptualize it. Here is how the early Hegel, still struggling to differentiate himself from the legacy of the other German idealists, qualifies Kant's great philosophical breakthrough. In the Kantian transcendental synthesis, the determinateness of form is nothing but the identity of opposites. As a result, the a priori intellect becomes, at least in principle, a posteriori as well, for a posteriority is nothing but the positing of the opposite. 18. In principle, the meaning of this dense passage seems clear. The determinateness of form is another name for concrete universality, for the fact that the universal form of a concept generates out of itself its particular content, that it is not merely a form imposed on an independent empirical content. And since the notional universality and the particularity of its content, in short, the a priori of the universal form and the a posteriori of its content are the opposites, the determinateness of form equals the unity of opposites, the fact that the content is generated by its form. The question is how, concretely, we are to read this identity of opposites. The standard critical reading is satisfied with seeing in it the very model of how the idea mediates or posits all its particular content, that is, as the extreme idealist affirmation of the primacy of the a priori over the a posteriori. What such a reading clearly misses is the opposite movement, the irreducible umbilical cord on account of which every a priori universality remains attached to the a posteriori of a particular content. To put it somewhat bluntly, yes, the universal notional form imposes necessity upon the multitude of its contingent contents, but it does so in a way which itself remains marked by an irreducible stain of contingency, or, as Derrida would have put it, the frame itself is always also a part of the enframed content. The logic here is that of the Hegelian oppositional determination, in which the universal genus encounters itself among its particular and contingent species. 19. Hegel introduces this notion of oppositional determination in his Logic of Essence, when he discusses the relationship between identity and difference. His point there is not only that identity is always the identity of identity and difference, but that difference itself is also always the difference between itself and identity. In the same way, it is not only necessity that encompasses both itself and contingency, but also and more fundamentally it is contingency itself which encompasses both itself and necessity. Or, with regard to the tension between essence and appearance, the fact that essence has to appear not only means that essence generates or mediates its appearances, but that the difference between essence and appearance is internal to appearance. Essence has to appear within the domain of appearances, as a hint that appearances are not all but are merely appearances. Insofar as this opposition appears in language as the opposition between the universal content of meaning and its expression in a contingent particular form, it is no wonder that language provides the ultimate example of this dialectical unity of opposites, and no wonder that Hegel rejects the idea of constructing a new, more precise, artificial language which would eliminate the imperfections of our natural languages. There is no such thing as a superior language or benchmark idiom. Every language is an instance of the speculative. Philosophy's role is to show how, in each language, the essential is said and exhibited through the idiom's accidents. 20. The starting point of a philosophical thought has to be the contingency of one's own language as the substance of one's thinking. There is no direct path to universal truth through abstracting from the contingencies of one's natural tongue and constructing a new artificial or technical language whose terms would carry precise meanings. This, however, does not mean that a thinker should naively rely on the resources of his own language. The starting point for his reflection should rather be the idiosyncrasies of this language, which are in a way redoubled contingencies, contingencies within a contingent order itself. Paradoxically, the path from the contingency to the necessity leads through the redoubled contingency. One cannot escape thinking in one's language. This language is one's unsurpassable substance. However, thinking means thinking against the language in which one thinks. Language inevitably ossifies our thoughts. It is the medium of the fixed distinctions of understanding par excellence. But, while one has to think against the language in which one thinks, one has to do so within language. There is no other option. This is why Hegel precludes the possibility of purifying our natural language of its irrational contingencies and constructing a new artificial language that would faithfully reflect conceptual determinations. Where, then, in language itself, can we find some support for thinking against it? Hegel's answer is, where language is not a formal system, where language is at its most inconsistent, contingent, idiosyncratic. The paradox is that one can only combat the irrationality of language on behalf of the immanent notional necessity if this necessity itself relies on what is most irrational in language, on its redoubled irrationality or contingency. The situation is similar to that of the Freudian logic of the dream, in which the real announces itself in the guise of a dream within a dream. What Hegel has in mind here is often uncannily close to Lacan's notion of Lallang, wordplay, double meanings, and so on. His great example in German are words with opposite or multiple meanings. Aufhebung is often put forward as exemplary of everything that is idealist metaphysical about Hegel. Does it not signal the very operation by means of which all external contingency is overcome and integrated into the necessary self-deployment of the universal notion? Against this operation, it is fashionable to insist that there is always a remainder of contingency, of particularity, which cannot be aufgehoben, which resists its conceptual integration. The irony here is that the very term Hegel uses to designate this operation is marked by the irreducible contingency of an idiosyncrasy of the German language. There is no conceptual clarity without taking Lallang as a starting point, or, to put it in more conceptual terms, not only does necessity express itself in the appearance of contingency, but this necessity itself does not pre-exist the contingent multitude of appearances as their ground. It itself emerges out of contingency, as a contingency elevated into the necessity of a universal concept. Point 21. Does not Freud intend something strictly homologous with his notions of symptoms, jokes, and slips of tongue? An inner necessity can only articulate itself through the contingency of a symptom, and vice versa. This necessity comes to be only through this articulation. Here also, necessity does not simply pre-exist contingency. When Lacan says that repression and the return of the repressed are the front and the back of one and the same process, the implication is precisely that the necessity hinges on the contingency. Critics of Hegel emphasize only the first aspect, necessity as the inner principle dominating its contingent expressions, neglecting the second one, namely how this necessity itself hinges on contingency, is nothing but contingency elevated into the form of necessity. This brings us to the Hegelian Aufhebung as a movement through which every contingent particularity is aufgehoben in its universal notion. The standard argument against Aufhebung is that there is always a remainder which resists it, which persists in its immediate idiocy. What if, however, this is the very point of the truly Hegelian Aufhebung, of the negation of negation? The direct attempt at Aufhebung is the initial position, it is negated in its failure, in the element that resists it. The negation of negation is then the insight into how this resisting element, this obstacle, is in itself a positive condition of possibility. The Aufhebung has to be sustained by its constitutive exception. So what if the lesson of the Hegelian Aufhebung is that the loss itself is to be celebrated? Hegel was fully aware of how the weight given to an event by its symbolic inscription sublates its immediate reality. In his philosophy of history, he offers a wonderful characterization of Thucydides' history of the Peloponnesian War. In the Peloponnesian War, the struggle was essentially between Athens and Sparta. Thucydides has left us the history of the greater part of it, and his immortal work is the absolute gain which humanity has derived from that contest. 22. One should read this judgment in all its naivete. In a way, from the standpoint of world history, the Peloponnesian War took place so that Thucydides could write a book on it. The term absolute should be given here all its weight. From the relative standpoint of our finite human interests, the numerous real tragedies of the Peloponnesian War are, of course, infinitely more important than a book, but from the standpoint of the absolute, it is the book that matters. One should not be afraid to say the same thing about some truly great works of art. The Elizabethan era occurred in order to produce Shakespeare. Shakespeare's work is the absolute gain which humanity has derived from the vicissitudes of his era. And yes, why not? Hitchcock's masterpieces of the 1950s are the absolute gain which humanity derived from the Eisenhower period in the U.S. Sometimes, even, an author's importance may be condensed not in his work, but in a book written on him. Although Samuel Johnson was the author of a dictionary of the English language and the spiritus movens of the thriving public sphere of 18th-century London, he is today remembered almost exclusively for the life of Samuel Johnson, the ample biography written by his friend James Boswell. Here a surprising link with Heidegger suggests itself. In his reading of essence as a verb, Heidegger provides a de-essentialized notion of essence, while, traditionally, essence refers to a stable core that guarantees the identity of a thing. For Heidegger, essence is something that depends on the historical context, on the epical disclosure of being that occurs in and through language as the house of being. The expression Wesender Sprach does not means the essence of language, but the essencing done by language. Language bringing things into their essence, language moving us so that things matter to us in a particular kind of way, so that paths are made within which we can move among entities, and so that entities can bear on each other as the entities they are. We share an originary language when the world is articulated in the same style for us, when we listen to language, when we let it say its saying to us. 23. For example, for a medieval Christian, the essence of gold resides in its incorruptibility and divine sheen, which make it a divine metal, while for us, it is, among other things, a resource to be traded in commodity markets or a material appropriate for aesthetic purposes. There is thus a fundamental violence in this essencing ability of language. Our world is given a partial twist, it loses its balanced innocence, one partial color gives its tone to the whole. The operation designated by Lacan as that of hegemony is inherent to language. Varieties of self-relating negation. However, the question persists, does this Hegelian assertion of radical contingency open up the space for the coincidence of repression with the return of the repressed, which exemplifies the properly Freudian negation of negation? Lacan repeats the classic argument against the dialectical triad, the return of the starting point back to itself through its self-mediation. When one makes two, there is never a return. It never comes back to make one again, even if it is a new one. 24. It may seem that Hegel's basic premise is that the two come back to one, even if we concede the key point that this one is a new one, not the one which was lost in alienation externalization, but a new one performatively created in the very process of returning to itself. When a substantial unity dissolves into the multiplicity of its predicates, it is one of its former predicates which establishes itself as a new subject, retroactively positing its presuppositions. However, even this properly dialectical image of permanent transubstantiation remains misleading. To put it bluntly, for Hegel, there is no one at the beginning, every one is a return to itself from the two. The one to which one returns is constituted through return, so it is not that one splits into two, one is a two of which one part is nothing. Here is how, in an extremely condensed passage, Hegel formulated the gap that separates the dialectical process proper from Plotinian emanation. The simple unity, its becoming, is that sublation of all predicates, the absolute negativity. The coming out is this negativity in itself. One should not begin with oneness and then pass to duality. 25. The last part says it all, directly rejecting the standard notion of the dialectical process as the deployment or division of the initial or immediate. 1 into 2. One should not begin with oneness and then pass to duality. Why not? Because the one is only constituted through the passage to duality, through its division. The unexpected consequence of this fact is that, contrary to the common notion that the number of Hegelian dialectics is 3, in other words that Hegel's goal is to overcome all dualisms in a higher synthesis, to reconcile the opposites in an encompassing third medium, the proper number of dialectics is 2, not 2 as the duality of polar opposites, but 2 as the inherent self-distancing of the one itself. The one only becomes one by way of redoubling itself, by acquiring a minimal distance towards itself. This is why, when Badiou defines love as the construction of a world from the perspective of the two, one should recognize in this definition an echo of the Hegelian dialectic. Love brings the two together so that their gap is maintained. There is no pseudo-Wagnerian or mystical fusion here. The gap between the two is parallactic and as such unsurpassable. This point has already been made by Jameson when, apropos Antigone, he insisted that the opposition between human law and divine law has to be read not as a struggle between the state and the family or clan that tears society apart, but first and foremost as the division which brings society itself into being in the first place by articulating its first great differentiations, that of warrior versus priest, or of city versus clan, or even outside versus inside. Each of these larval powers brings the other into being and reinforces the distinctiveness of its opposite number. The contradiction which ultimately tears the polis apart and destroys it, is the same opposition that brings it into being as a viable structure in the first place. Point 26. Here we can see again the gap that separates Hegel from historicist evolutionism. From the historicist standpoint, every historical figure has its moment of maturity which is then followed by the period of decay. For example, capitalism was progressive until the middle of the 19th century, when it had to be supported in its struggle against pre-modern forms of life, but with the aggravation of class struggle, capitalism became an obstacle to the further progress of humanity and will have to be overcome. For a real dialectician, there is no moment of maturity when a system functions in a non-antagonistic way. Paradoxical as this may sound, capitalism was at the same time progressive and antagonistic, in decay, and the threat of its decay is the very driving force of its progress. The family and the state are thus not simply the two poles of the social whole, it is rather that society has to split itself from itself in order to become one. It is this tearing apart of the social whole, this division itself, which brings society itself into being in the first place by articulating its first great differentiations, that of warrior versus priest. It is in this precise sense that one should read Badiou's claim, the real is not what brings together, but what separates. Even more pointedly, one should add that the real is the separation which, as such, brings together a socio-symbolic field. The Hegelian reading of Antigone as a play dealing with the emergence of an articulated society as such thus demonstrates the radically anti-corporatist nature Hegel's social thought. 27. The underlying premise of this thought is that every social articulation is by definition always inorganic, antagonistic. And the lesson of this insight is that, whenever we read a description of how an original unity becomes corrupted and splits, we should remember that we are dealing with a retroactive ideological fantasy which obfuscates the fact that such an original unity never existed, that it is a retroactive projection generated by the process of splitting. There never was a harmonious state which was split into warriors and priests. Or, at a different level, when we use a conventional gesture like shaking hands, we should not presume that originally such a gesture or expression had a literal meaning. The gap between literal meaning and cliched use is there from the beginning, that is, from the moment shaking hands became a gesture, it meant more than demonstrating that one was not armed, it became a performative act of signaling an openness to social contact, and so on and so forth. We encounter here the topic of what quantum physics calls the two vacuums. 28. In order for the hierarchical power to establish itself, it has to redouble or divide itself into true and false power. It is this division which, far from weakening power, constitutes it. The ruling class has to divide itself in order to rule. The rule is here: divided we stand, united we fall. A certain negation of negation is also constitutive of the phallic signifier. That is to say, what makes the phallic signifier such a complex notion is not only that, in it, the symbolic, imaginary, and real dimensions are intertwined, but also that, in a double self-reflexive step which uncannily imitates the process of the negation of negation, it condenses three levels. It is position, the signifier of the lost part, of what the subject loses and lacks with its entry into the signifying order; negation, the signifier of lack, and negation of negation, itself the lacking/missing signifier. Point 29. The phallus is the part which is lost with the entry into the symbolic order and, simultaneously, the signifier of this loss. Point 30. When Badiou emphasizes that double negation is not the same as affirmation, he thereby merely confirms the old Lacanian motto "Les non dupes errant." 31. Let us take the affirmation "I believe." Its negation is, I do not really believe, I am just pretending to believe. Its properly Hegelian negation of negation, however, is not the return to direct belief, but the self-relating pretense, I pretend to believe, which means, I really believe without being aware of it. Is not irony, then, the ultimate form of the critique of ideology today? Irony in the precise Mozartian sense of taking statements more seriously than the subjects who utter them themselves. Or, as Descartes put it at the beginning of chapter 3 of his Discourse on Method, very many are not aware of what it is that they really believe, for, as the act of mind by which a thing is believed is different from that by which we know that we believe it, the one act is often found without the other. Again, how does this Lacanian negation of negation relate to the Hegelian one? Let us take negation in the guise of man's abandonment by God. There is no happy ending here. In the negation of negation we are no less alone and abandoned as before. All that happens is that we experience this abandonment in its positive dimension, as the space of our freedom. Another version of this reversal was discerned by Chesterton, who, in his wonderful text The Book of Job, shows why God has to rebuke his own defenders, the mechanical and supercilious comforters of Job. The mechanical optimist endeavors to justify the universe avowedly upon the ground that it is a rational and consecutive pattern. He points out that the fine thing about the world is that it can all be explained. That is the one point, if I may put it so, on which God, in return, is explicit to the point of violence. God says, in effect, that if there is one fine thing about the world, as far as men are concerned, it is that it cannot be explained. He insists on the inexplicableness of everything. Hath the rain a father? Out of whose womb came the ice? He goes farther, and insists on the positive and palpable unreason of things. Hast thou sent the rain upon the desert where no man is, and upon the wilderness wherein there is no man? To startle man, God becomes for an instant a blasphemer. One might almost say that God becomes for an instant an atheist. He unrolls before Job a long panorama of created things, the horse, the eagle, the raven, the wild ass, the peacock, the ostrich, the crocodile. He so describes each of them that it sounds like a monster walking in the sun. The whole is a sort of psalm or rhapsody of the sense of wonder. The maker of all things is astonished at the things he has himself made. 32. God is here overwhelmed by the miracle of his own creation, and we should not miss the negative aspect also at work here. In referring to the chaotic wealth of creatures, God is not boastfully asserting the infinite gap which separates Job from him. He is implicitly, at least, also admitting that Job has nothing to complain about because his case is in no way unique. The whole world is a terrifying, unreasonable mess. This negation of negation thus deprives Job even of the last solace brought by the hope that, in God's eyes at least, his suffering has some deeper meaning. What he thought to be his own perplexity reveals itself to be the perplexity of God himself. This brings us again to Lacan's key motif of the lack in the other, best rendered by Hegel's famous remark that the secrets of the Egyptians were secrets also for the Egyptians themselves. The secret of God is also a secret for God himself. So far so good, we may say, by way of transposing what appears as an epistemological limit into the thing itself. Hegel shows how the problem is its own solution, but in what precise sense? To avoid a fatal misunderstanding, this crucial dialectical move from epistemological obstacle to ontological impossibility in no way implies that all we can do is reconcile ourselves to this impossibility, i.e., accept reality itself as imperfect. The premise of psychoanalysis is that one can intervene with the symbolic into the real, because the real is not external reality in itself, but a crack in the symbolic, so one can intervene with an act which reconfigures the field and thus transforms its imminent point of impossibility. Traversing the fantasy does not mean accepting the misery of our lives. On the contrary, it means that only after we traverse the fantasies obfuscating this misery can we effectively change it. Furthermore, there is a subtle difference between the two versions of the reversal of the epistemological limit into ontological impossibility, Rabinovich's and Adorno's 33. In the first one, we get a clear solution. No antagonism persists here. The truth wins, and the interesting point is how it can do so only through error. In other words, the elegant economy of the joke is that the very necessity of the detour through the first reason confirms the second reason, Rabinovich wants to emigrate because of the social oppression exemplified by the bureaucrat's response to his first reason. Although it may appear to follow the same logic, Adorno's example does not resolve the antagonism, for all that happens in its resolution is that the epistemological antinomy is displaced into the thing itself. As its immanent antagonism, the antagonism is thereby fully confirmed. The key question here is, where in the triad of the dialectical process should one locate the precise moment of the explosion of the antagonism which underlies the entire process? Do we encounter the antagonism at its purest at the moment of the most aggravated negativity, that is, of the negativity brought to self-relation, or in the final result of the process, namely the reversal of negativity into the new positivity? Does the result assert or cancel the antagonism? Or does it, in some way, do both? Insofar as the Hegelian reconciliation is at its core the reversal of the condition of impossibility into a condition of possibility, or the recognition that what appeared as an obstacle is a positive condition of the existence of the very thing thwarted by this obstacle, the ambiguity remains: does reconciliation reconcile in the sense of overcoming the antagonism, or in the sense of the reconciliation with the antagonism? When, in the Phenomenology, Hegel introduces the notion of reconciliation as the way to resolve the deadlock of the beautiful soul, his term designates the acceptance of the chaos and injustice of the world as immanent to the beautiful soul which deplores it, the beautiful soul's acceptance of the fact that it participates in the reality it criticizes and judges, not any kind of magical transformation of this reality. Does not the development of Brecht's plays from the 1920s to the early 1930s also enact an homologous kind of renunciation? The plays of the 20s, exemplarily The Beggar's Opera, perform a brutal sacrifice of all ideological ideals to cynical earthly interests, power, money, sex, that lie at the core of the egotistic subject. Then, in the learning plays of the early 30s, exemplarily in The Measure Taken, this subject itself is obliterated in a gesture of radical sacrifice on behalf of the collective. It is crucial to note how the second sacrifice is not an external reversal of the first one, but its immanent accomplishment. First we sacrifice or renounce everything for our ego, then we realize that we have thereby lost or sacrificed the ego itself. Why? Because the subjective position of a thoroughly cynical ego is impossible. The ego only functions insofar as it is sustained by its phantasmatic support of illusions and dreams. 34 What makes Brecht's learning plays so uncanny and disturbing is that there is no deeper subjective condition or message beneath this mechanism. All Brecht does is stage this mechanism of sacrifice in its formal neutrality. 35 Or, to shift the accent slightly, can we read Hegel's negation of negation qua self-relating negativity also in the sense of this position of utter despair, when the subject not only assumes a radical loss, but is then deprived of this loss itself, not in the sense of regaining what was lost, but in the much more radical sense of finding itself in a radical void after losing the very coordinates which made the loss meaningful? In Hitchcock's Vertigo, Scotty first experiences the loss of Madeline, his fatal love, when he recreates Madeline in Judy and then discovers that the Madeline he knew was Judy all along, pretending to be Madeline. What he discovers is not simply that Judy is a fake, but that, because she is not a fake, she is Madeline. Madeline herself was already a fake. The objet disintegrates, the very loss is lost, we get a negation of negation. It is important to remember here that the last shot of Vertigo after Judy falls from the tower, Scotty stands on the edge, looking down, gave rise to radically opposed readings. For some interpreters, this shot signals that Scotty survives as a totally broken man. For others, it is a kind of happy ending, an ambivalence which perfectly reproduces the ambiguity of the outcome of the Hegelian negation of negation. So, again, where does the Hegelian negation of negation stand with regard to this ambiguity? A closer look at different modalities of the negation of negation in Hegel is needed here. First, we have the Rabinovich matrix, which ends with a positive resolution. Then we have the Adorno matrix, in which the reversal of the problem into its own solution brings no resolution, but, on the contrary, renders visible the underlying antagonism in its pure state. Finally, we have the Irma matrix, the logic which underlies Freud's dream of Irma's injection. The dream begins with a conversation between Freud and his patient Irma about the failure of her treatment due to an infected needle. In the course of the conversation, Freud gets closer to her, approaches her face and looks deep into her mouth, confronting the horrible sight of the red flesh of her throat. At this point of unbearable horror, the tone of the dream changes, the horror all of a sudden passes into comedy. 3 doctors, Freud's friends, appear, who, in a ridiculous pseudo-professional jargon, enumerate multiple reasons why Irma's poisoning by the infected needle was nobody's fault. So there is first a traumatic encounter, followed by the sudden shift into comedy, which enables the dreamer to avoid an encounter with the true trauma. It may appear that the triad of the Irma matrix is that of IRS, first, the imaginary duality, then, its aggravation into the abyss of the real, finally, the symbolic resolution. However, a more precise reading discloses that in fact we get 2 reals in the dream, in that each of its 2 parts concludes with a figuration of the real. In the conclusion of the first part, this is obvious, the look into Irma's throat renders the real in the guise of primordial flesh, the palpitation of the life substance as the thing itself, in its disgusting dimension as a cancerous outgrowth. However, in the second part, the comic symbolic exchange or interplay between the 3 doctors also ends up with the real, this time in its opposite aspect, the real of writing, of the meaningless formula of trimethylamine. The difference hinges on the different starting point. If we start with the imaginary, we get the real in its imaginary dimension, as a horrifying primordial image that cancels the imagery itself. If we start with the symbolic, we get the signifier itself transformed into the real of a meaningless letter or formula. These 2 figures are the 2 opposite aspects of the real, the abyss of the primordial life thing and the meaningless letter or formula. How does this duality of the imaginary real and the symbolic real relate to the real we encountered at the end of the Adorno matrix? The real we get in the Adorno matrix is neither of the first 2, but the real, a purely formal real, the real of an antagonism. And what we should add here is this real is in itself redoubled. As we have already seen, the real is characterized by a kind of coincidence of opposites, of the purely material contingent remainder and the pure real of formal antagonism. This brings us to the key question: does Hegel generate the objet at the end of the process of negation? That is to say, the Lacanian real at its most radical is not a pre-symbolic substance, it rather emerges through the redoubling of the symbolic, through the passage from alienation to separation. So does not the triumphant tone of the Hegelian negation of negation hinge on the fact that, while Hegel can maybe conditionally think antagonism, he is not able to think the ultimate speculative identity of the purely formal antagonism and the contingent remainder or excess of a little piece of reality. This limitation, this inability to think the indivisible remainder of the dialectical form not as an excess of the real which simply eludes dialectical mediation, but as the product of this mediation, as its concluding moment, is clearly discernible in Hegel's theory of marriage. 36. The formal aspect. So, again, can Hegel think the excess of the death drive which persists as a kind of indivisible remainder after the dialectical resolution of the process in a rational totality? And if he cannot, are we really dealing with a fundamental systemic failure? Would it not be appropriate to claim that, if Hegel were faithful to his own inner logic, he should have applied here the same reasoning as he does in his deduction of the necessity of monarchy as the peak of the rational state? When Hegel claims that the conception of the monarch is of all conceptions the hardest for ratiocination, i.e. for the method of reflection employed by the understanding, the speculative moment that understanding cannot grasp is the transition of the concept of pure self-determination into the immediacy of being and so into the realm of nature. In other words, while understanding can well grasp the universal mediation of a living totality, what it cannot grasp is that this totality, in order to actualize itself, has to acquire actual existence in the guise of an immediate natural singularity. Should we then posit that, in a strictly homologous way, the rational totality of reconciled family life has to generate a passionate attachment to the contingent singularity of the beloved? The difference that separates Lacan from Hegel is thus a minimal difference, a tiny, barely perceptible feature which changes everything. It is not Hegel versus another figure, but Hegel and his spectral double in the passage from Hegel to Lacan. We do not pass from one Hegel to another one Lacan. They are not two, but the one Hegel plus his objet. This brings us back to the relationship between repetition and minimal difference. Minimal difference is something which emerges in pure repetition. In Henning Mankell's police procedural series, Inspector Kurt Wallander has a father whose means of survival is painting. He paints all the time, making hundreds of copies of the same painting, a forest landscape over which the sun never sets. There is, however, a minimal difference in these otherwise identical paintings. In some, there is a small grouse in the landscape, while others are without the grouse, as if eternity itself, frozen time, has to be sustained by a minimal variation, a kind of stand-in for what really distinguishes each painting, its unique, purely virtual intensity. Deleuze's most radical anti-Hegelian argument concerns this pure difference. Hegel is unable to think pure difference which is outside the horizon of identity or contradiction. Hegel conceives a radicalized difference as contradiction which is then, through its dialectical resolution, again subsumed under identity. And, insofar as Hegel is the philosopher of actuality or actualization, insofar as, for him, the truth of a potentiality is revealed in its actualization, Hegel's inability to think pure difference is linked to his inability to think the virtual in its proper dimension, as a possibility which already qua possibility possesses its own reality. Pure difference is not actual, it does not concern different actual properties of a thing or differences among things, its status is purely virtual. It is a difference which takes place at its purest precisely when nothing changes in actuality, when, in actuality, the same thing repeats itself. It may appear that it is only Deleuze who formulates the truly post-Hegelian program of thinking difference, the Derridean opening which emphasizes the endless difference, the dissemination that can never be sublated or reappropriated, etc., remains within the Hegelian framework, merely opening it up. But, here, the Hegelian counter-argument would be, is not pure virtual difference the very name for actual self-identity? Is it not constitutive of actual identity? More precisely, in the terms of Deleuze's transcendental empiricism, pure difference is the virtual support or condition of actual identity. An entity is perceived as identical when its virtual support is reduced to a pure difference. In Lacanese, pure difference concerns the supplement of the virtual object. Its most plastic experience is that of a sudden change in an object which, with regard to its positive qualities, remains the same, although nothing changes. The thing all of a sudden seemed totally different, as Deleuze would have put it. It is the thing's intensity which changes. As such, pure difference is closer to antagonism than to the difference between two positive social groups, one of which is to be annihilated. The universalism that sustains an antagonistic struggle is not exclusive of anyone, which is why the highest triumph lies not in the destruction of the enemy, but in the explosion of universal brotherhood in which agents of the opposing camp change sides. It is in such an explosion of all-encompassing brotherhood, from which no one is in principle excluded, that the difference between us and the enemy as positive agents is reduced to a pure formal difference. This brings us to the topic of difference, repetition, and change. Jean-Luc Godard proposed the motto "Any change rien pour que tout soit different," a reversal of some things must change so that everything remains the same. In some political constellations, such as the late capitalist dynamic in which only constant self-revolutionizing can maintain the system, those who refuse to change anything are effectively the agents of true change, the change of the very principle of change. We all know the Oriental principle of the cosmic whole which reproduces itself through the incessant movement and struggle of its parts. All the parts move and thereby maintain the deeper peace of the cosmic whole. The most elementary formula of Western negativity is the disturbance of the whole which occurs precisely when something gets stuck, fixed, refuses to move, thereby disturbing the cosmic balance of change, throwing it out of joint. Deleuze's thesis, according to which new and repetition are not opposed, for the new arises only from repetition, must be read against the background of the difference between the virtual and the actual, changes which concern only the actual aspect of things are only changes within the existing frame, not the emergence of something really new. The new only emerges when the virtual support of the actual changes, and this change occurs precisely in the guise of a repetition in which a thing remains the same in its actuality. In other words, things really change not when A transforms itself into B, but when, while A remains exactly the same with regard to its actual properties, it totally changes imperceptibly. This change is the minimal difference, and the task of theory is to subtract this minimal difference from the given field of multiplicities. In this sense, subtraction is also another name for the Hegelian sublation or negation of negation. In it, radical change overlaps with the pure repetition of the same. This means that the inertia of the old and the rise of the new also coincide in the dialectical notion of repetition. The new emerges when, instead of a process just naturally evolving in its flow of generation and corruption, this flow becomes stuck, an element is fixed, persists, repeats itself and thus perturbs the natural flux of composition. This persistence of the old, its stuckness, is the only possible side of the rise of the new. In short, the minimal definition of the new is as an old which gets stuck and thereby refuses to pass away. Here is the crux of the post-Hegelian rupture. Its most elementary feature, from Kierkegaard to Marx, is the gap that emerges between sublation and repetition. That is, repetition acquires autonomy with regard to sublation, and the two are now opposed. Either a thing is sublated into a higher mode of its existence, or it just drags on in its inertia. This liberation of repetition from the hold of sublation, this idea of a non-cumulative repetition which just runs on empty, not generating anything new, is usually taken as the minimal index of post-Hegelian materialism, in its break with the Hegelian circle of total conceptual mediation. Under Lacan's influence, Jean Hippolyte read in this way the philosophical foundation of the Freudian notion of death drive as the compulsion to repeat. As Lacan points out in his Seminar 2, another name for this excess of repetition over organic progress is mechanism. What the post-Hegelian thought brings out is the notion of a non-cumulative mechanical repetition. Is this diagnosis correct, however? Was not Hegel fully aware that the way spirit arises out of the organic natural process is through a mechanical repetition which disturbs the free organic deployment? This is the point of his discussions of habit, etc., in the anthropology section of his philosophy of spirit, in the triad of mechanical process, organic process, and the properly spiritual process. The spiritual dimension needs a regressive support in mechanical habits. There is no spirit without a machine. The appearance of spirit is a machine which colonizes the organism. The victory of spirit over mere life appears as a regression of life to a mechanism. How are we to clarify this elusive difference between Hegel and Freud? Mladen Dola proposed to read Hegel as Freud as the ultimate philosophical infinite judgment, since Hegel and Freud cannot but appear absolute opposites, absolute knowing versus the unconscious, excessive knowledge versus lack of knowledge. The first complication in this simple opposition is that, for Freud and Lacan, the unconscious is not a blind instinctual field but also a kind of knowledge, an unconscious knowledge, a knowledge which does not know itself. So what if absolute knowing is to be located into the very tension between the knowledge aware of itself and the unknown knowledge? What if the absoluteness of knowing refers not to our access to the divine absolute in itself, or to a total self-reflection through which we would gain full access to our unknown knowing and thus achieve subjective self-transparency, but to a much more modest overlapping between the lack of our conscious knowledge and the lack inscribed into the very heart of our unknown knowledge? It is at this level that one should locate the parallel between Hegel and Freud. If Hegel discovers unreason in the heart of reason, Freud discovers reason in the heart of unreason. What they share is the logic of retroactivity. In Hegel, the one is a retroactive effect of its loss, the very return to the lost one constitutes it, and in Freud, repression and the return of the repressed coincide. The repressed is the retroactive effect of its return. There are also good reasons for linking the Freudian unconscious to self-consciousness as self-reflexivity. Self-consciousness is an object, for in an object symptom, I reflexively register a truth about myself inaccessible to my consciousness. This, however, is not quite the same as the Hegelian unconscious. It is a particular unconscious, a kind of contingent transcendental, a contingent not synthome holding together the subject's universe. In clear contrast to this Freudian unconscious, the Hegelian unconscious is formal. It is the form of enunciation invisible in the enunciated content. It is systemic, not a contingent bricolage of lateral links, that is, it resides in the universal symbolic form on which the subject unknowingly relies, not in the contingent pathological desire which transpires in slips of tongue. Hegel's unconscious is the unconscious of self-consciousness itself, its own necessary non-transparency, the necessary overlooking of its own form in the content it confronts. The unconscious is the universal form of particular content. When Hegel says that the truth is in what I say, not in what I mean, he means that truth is in the universality of the meaning of words as opposed to the particular intention. The contrast between the Freudian unconscious and the Hegelian unconscious is thus obvious. Lacan speaks of the Hegelian unconscious, opposing it to the Freudian. The most succinct definition of the Hegelian unconscious is provided towards the end of the introduction to the Phenomenology, where Hegel determines das Formell as in itself or for us in contrast to the for consciousness, as the process in contrast to its abstract result, and as the determinate negation in contrast to abstract negation which leaves the negated content behind. The result which at any time comes about in the case of an untrue mode of knowledge cannot possibly collapse into an empty nothing, but must necessarily be taken as the negation of that of which it is a result. This origination of the new object which offers itself to consciousness without consciousness knowing how it comes by it, that to us, who watch the process, is to be seen going on, so to say, behind its back. Thereby there enters into its process a moment of being in itself, or of being for us, which is not expressly presented to that consciousness which is in the grip of experience itself. The content, however, of what we see arising, exists for it, and we lay hold of and comprehend merely its formal character, i.e. its bare origination. For it, what has thus arisen has merely the character of object, while, for us, it appears at the same time as a process and coming into being. 37. In short, when the subject passes from one object to another, it appears to it that the new object is simply immediately found. What the subject does not see is the process of mediation, going on behind its back, which generated the new content out of the inconsistencies of the old one. The Freudian unconscious also has a formal aspect and is not merely a matter of content. Recall the cases when Freud interprets a dream so that what is repressed or excluded from its content returns as a feature of the form of the dream. Furthermore, Freud emphasizes that the true secret of the dream is not its content, but the form itself. The latent dream thoughts are the material which the dream work transforms into the manifest dream. The only essential thing about dreams is the dream work that has influenced the thought material. We have no right to ignore it in our theory, even though we may disregard it in certain practical situations. Analytic observation shows further that the dream work never restricts itself to translating these thoughts into the archaic or regressive mode of expression that is familiar to you. In addition, it regularly takes possession of something else, which is not part of the latent thoughts of the previous day, but which is the true motive force for the construction of the dream. This indispensable addition is the equally unconscious wish for the fulfillment of which the content of the dream is given its new form. A dream may thus be any sort of thing insofar as you are only taking into account the thoughts it represents: a warning, an intention, a preparation, and so on, but it is always also the fulfillment of an unconscious wish, and, if you are considering it as a product of the dream work, it is only that. A dream is therefore never simply an intention, or a warning, but always an intention, etc., translated into the archaic mode of thought by the help of an unconscious wish and transformed to fulfill that wish. The one characteristic, the wish fulfillment, is the invariable one, the other may vary. It may for its part once more be a wish, in which case the dream will, with the help of an unconscious wish, represent as fulfilled a latent wish of the previous day. 38. Every detail is worth analyzing in this brilliant passage, from its implicit opening motto: what is good enough for practice, namely the search for the meaning of dreams is not good enough for theory, to its concluding redoubling of the wish. Its key insight is, of course, the triangulation of latent dream thought, manifest dream content, and the unconscious wish, which limits the scope of or, rather, directly undermines the hermeneutic model of the interpretation of dreams, which travels in the opposite direction to the path of the formation of a dream. The paradox is that this dream work is not merely a process of masking the dream's true message, the dream's true core, its unconscious wish, inscribes itself only through and in this very process of masking, so that the moment we retranslate the dream content back into the dream thought expressed in it, we lose the true motive force of the dream. In short, it is the process of masking itself which inscribes into the dream its true secret. One should therefore reverse the standard notion of penetrating deeper and deeper into the core of the dream. It is not that we first move from the manifest dream content to the first level secret, the latent dream thought, and then, taking a step further, go even deeper, to the dream's unconscious core, the unconscious wish. The deeper wish is located in the very gap between the latent dream thought and the manifest dream content. Nonetheless, the Freudian form of the unconscious is not the same as the Hegelian one. But, more importantly, instead of automatically taking this gap that separates Freud from Hegel as an indication of Hegel's limitation, one should reverse the underlying question: not only can Hegel think the Freudian unconscious, but also can Freud think the Hegelian unconscious. It is not that there is something too radical for Hegel missing from his thought, something with regard to which Freud is more consistent and goes further, but the very opposite. Like Hegel, Freud is a thinker of conflict, struggle, of self-contradiction and inherent antagonisms, but, in clear contrast to Hegel, in Freud, a conflict is not resolved by a self-contradiction being taken to an extreme and, with its self-cancellation, a new dimension emerging. On the contrary, the conflict is not resolved at all, the contradiction is not brought to its climax, but is rather stalled, brought to a temporary halt in the guise of a compromise formation. This compromise is not the unity of opposites in the Hegelian sense of the negation of negation, but a ridiculously failed negation, a negation which is hindered, derailed, distorted, twisted, sidetracked, a kind of clinamen of the negation. In other words, what eludes Hegel is overdetermination. In the Hegelian dialectical process, negativity is always radical or radicalized, and consistent Hegel never considers the option of a negation that fails, so that something is just half negated and continues to lead a subterranean existence. 39 He never considers a constellation in which a new spiritual principle continues to coexist with the old one in an inconsistent totality, or in which a moment condenses a multiplicity of associative causal chains, so that its explicit obvious meaning is there to conceal the true repressed one. What would Hegel have made of Freud's dream on Irma's injection, the interpretation of which unearths a kind of superposition of multiple interpretive lines? What would Hegel have said about a dream in which the remains of the day are connected to the core of the dream only through verbal or similar marginal associations? What would he have said about a dream of a woman patient, where the clue is provided by the presumed mental occurrence of the same fragment of speech in a previous analytic session during which she had suddenly caught hold of her jacket, one of the buttons having come undone, as though she were saying, "Please don't look, it's not worth it"? There is no notional unity here between the two levels, what connects them is just a signifying bridge. Hegel does refer to Lallang, to wordplay, but within the limits of reason alone. Aufhebung contains a happy coincidence of three meanings which form the same notion, while in the dream logic, multiple meanings remain disparate. This is also why Hegel cannot think over determination. For example, in the social sphere, this is how the economy plays its role of determining the social structure in the last instance. The economy is never directly present as an actual causal agent, its presence is purely virtual, it is the social pseudo-cause, but, precisely as such, absolute, non-relational, the absent cause, something that is never at its own place. That is why the economic is never given properly speaking, but rather designates a differential virtuality to be interpreted, always covered over by its forms of actualization. 40. It is the absent X which circulates between the multiple levels of the social field, distributing them in their specific articulation. One should thus insist on the radical difference between the economic as this virtual X, the absolute point of reference of the social field, and the economic in its actuality, as one of the elements of the actual social totality, when they encounter each other, or, in Hegel's, when the economic as virtual encounters itself in the guise of its actual counterpart as its oppositional determination. This identity coincides with absolute contradiction. However, although the Hegelian concept of oppositional determination captures the key feature of overdetermination, what gets lost is the multiplicity of factors which are only parasitically exploited or manipulated, never created, by the last instance. At this precise point, politics enters. The space of politics is opened up by the distance of the economy from itself, by the gap that separates the economy as the absent cause from the economy in its oppositional determination, as one of the elements of the social totality. The economy is thus here doubly inscribed in the precise sense which defines the Lacanian real. It is simultaneously the hardcore expressed in other struggles through displacements and other forms of distortion, and the very structuring principle of these distortions. Politics which occurs in this in-between space is non-all. Its formula is not everything is political, but there is nothing which is not political, which means that not all is political. The field of the political cannot be totalized. There is no class relationship, there is no meta-language in which we can objectively describe the whole political field. Every such description is already partial. In this sense, Lenin was right to claim that, although the economy determines in the last instance, everything is decided in the political struggle. There are, in Hegel, traces of the logic of Versteliung of a fundamental principle. Such a logic is inscribed into the very heart of the Hegelian notion of totality, which is a whole plus its constitutive distortions, symptoms, excesses. There are, in Hegel, traces of the compromising logic. Its main case, significantly, is the necessary production of the rabble in the modern bourgeois society. Hegel outlines a fundamental deadlock, and then outlines three main strategies to deal with the problem, making it clear that, in the long term, these procedures only aggravate the problem, so that all one can do is more or less successfully contain it. There is no clear logical solution here, just a compromise limiting the problem. In such cases, the only reconciliation is the reconciliation with the fact that the problem is insoluble. As market advocates would put it, the excess of the rabble is the price we have to pay for living in a free rational state. But is not the famous dialectic of servitude and domination also a case of compromise? The servant decides not to go to the end and really risk his life. His exposure to negativity is thus thwarted, and the power of the negative is rechanneled into the formation of material objects. Is it thus inadequate to say that Freud complicates the Hegelian negation by adding an additional twist, another turn of the screw, negating the negation itself not in the Hegelian sense of radicalizing negation and thus bringing it to its self-relation, but in the sense of thwarting it, introducing an obstacle to the full deployment of the power of the negative, as if the power of the negative gets caught up in a quagmire of compromises, of half-successes, and is thus diverted from its straight path? The difference between Hegel and Freud with regard to negativity can in no way be reduced to the fact that, while Hegel radicalizes negativity to its self-destructive extreme, Freud focuses on the compromise forms which block negativity halfway, in an asymmetrical way. One should also turn things around. One of the standard reproaches to Hegel is that his radicalization of negativity is a fraud. As Georges Baudeley put it, the Hegelian work of the negative remains within the constraints of the restricted economy, with an inbuilt mechanism guaranteeing that the radicalized negativity will convert into the subordinated moment of a new mediated positive order. 41 Freud's death drive, on the contrary, asserts the nihil unbound up to its radical climax, the disappearance of all life, Freudian. Compromises are thus defense mechanisms postponing the absolute catastrophe which does not even appear on Hegel's horizon. But, again, this alternative simplification is also wrong and misleading, as we have already amply demonstrated. the Hegelian negation of negation is far from being the simple sublation of negativity in a new positive order, while the Freudian death drive is not a push towards total disappearance or self-annihilation, but an undead persistence attached to a contingent particularity. The main point is that the quagmire of obstacles which prevents the full deployment of negativity in Freud cannot be reduced to the wealth of empirical reality resisting abstract notional determinations. What it implies is not the external excess of reality over the conceptual power of the negative, but a more radical level of negativity itself, the level indicated by the notion of the death drive. The Freudian series of ver which supplements the Hegelian dialectical no is thus not just a complication of that no, it points towards a more radical no, the core of negativity which escaped Hegel and which leaves its traces in different post-Hegelian versions of pure repetition. According to Freud, the multiplicity of phalli in a dream always points towards castration. Multiplicity comes to fill in the gap, the lack, of the missing one. Can we then say that insofar as the unconscious does not know negation, as Freud claims the missing or excluded negation returns with a vengeance in the multiple forms of the process of repression, repression itself, disavowal, denial, etc.? 42. The answer is yes, on condition that we add that the very fact of the proliferation of quasi-negations bears witness to the fact that some kind of radical negation is already at work in the unconscious, even if it is excluded. The field of the unconscious as the big other is structured around a loss or obstacle, around an impossibility, and the key problem is discerning the exact nature of this founding impossibility. Aufhebung and repetition. The true move beyond Hegel is not to be sought in the post-Hegelian return to the positivity of real life, but in the strange affirmation of death that occurs in the guise of pure repetition, an affirmation which brings into line two strange bedfellows, Kierkegaard and Freud. In Hegel, repetition plays a crucial role, but within the economy of Aufhebung, through a mere repetition, an immediacy is elevated into universality, a contingency is transformed into necessity. After Caesar's death, Caesar is repeated no longer as the designation of a particular individual, but as the name of a universal title. There is no place, within Hegel's system, for thinking pure repetition, a repetition not yet caught in the movement of Aufhebung. In a famous passage from his letter to Schiller of August 1617, 1797, Goethe reports on an experience which made him perceive a piece of ruined reality as a symbol. My grandfather's house, its courtyard, and its gardens had been transformed from the parochial patrician home of an old Frankfurt elder into the most useful trading and marketplace by wisely enterprising people. Curious coincidence, during the bombardment conspired to see the structure perish, but even today, reduced, for the most part, to a pile of rubble, it is still worth twice as much as the current owners paid my family for it 11 years ago. Conceivably, the whole thing may, in the future, be bought and restored by yet another entrepreneur, and you can easily see that it would, in more than one sense, stand as a symbol of thousands of other instances, in this industrious city and in particular in my own eyes. 43. The contrast between allegory and symbol is crucial here. Allegory is melancholic, as Freud pointed out. A melancholic treats an object which is still here as already lost, for melancholy is preemptive mourning. So, in an allegoric approach, one looks at a busy marketplace and sees in it already the ruins it will become. The ruins are the truth of the proud building we see. This is melancholy at its purest. Goethe, however, does the exact opposite. He sees future prosperity in the present pile of rubble. 44. Crucial here is the rise of the symbol from ruin and repetition. Goethe's grandfather's house was not a symbol for its first generation of owners. For them, it was just a Zeuhandien's object, part of their environment with which they were engaged. It was only its destruction, its reduction to a pile of rubble, that made it appear as a symbol. Meaning allegoric or symbolic arises only through destruction, through an out-of-joint experience, or a cut which interrupts the object's direct functioning in our environment. 45. We should oppose Goethe to Kierkegaard here, while, in Goethe, repetition generates meaning. For the post-idealist Kierkegaard, there is only repetition, no meaning. This is one of the definitions of the 19th century post-idealist break. Repetition is asserted as such, as a force of its own, in its mechanical quality, in no way aufgehoben in new meaning from physics and mechanics up to Kierkegaard and Freud's Wiederholungszwang. But there is a paradox which complicates this critique of Hegel. Is not absolute negativity, this central notion of Hegelian thought, precisely a philosophical figure of what Freud called the death drive? Insofar as following Lacan the core of Kant's thought can be defined as the critique of pure desire, is not the passage from Kant to Hegel then precisely the passage from desire to drive? The very concluding lines of Hegel's encyclopedia point in this direction, suggesting that the answer to the standard critical question why does the dialectical process always go on? Why does dialectical mediation always continue its work? Is precisely the eper es imuab of the pure drive. This structure of negativity also accounts for the quasi-automatic character of the dialectical process, for the common reproach concerning its mechanical character, belying all the assurances that dialectics is open to the true life of reality. The Hegelian dialectic is like a processing machine which indifferently swallows up and processes all possible contents, from nature to history, from politics to art, delivering them packaged in the same triadic form. Heidegger was thus right with his thesis that Hegel does not render thematic his basic operation of negativity, but he is, as it were, right for the wrong reason. The core of Hegelian dialectics, inaccessible to Hegel himself, is the repetitive drive which becomes visible after the post-Hegelian break. But why should there not be at the base of dialectics a tension between dialectics and its non-dialectizable core? In this sense, the death drive or the compulsion to repeat is the heart of negativity, Hegel's non-thematized presupposition inaccessible not only to him, but, perhaps, to philosophy as such. Its outlines were first deployed by a theologian and a psychologist, and a century later a philosopher incorporated Kierkegaard's and Freud's lesson. With regard to the precise status of negativity, the situation is thus in a way reversed. It is Hegel who offers a series of displaced variations of negativity, and it is only in psychoanalysis, through Freud and Lacan, that we can formulate the elementary form of negativity. The post-Hegelian break has two aspects which are not to be confused: the assertion of the positivity of actual being as opposed to notional mediation, and the assertion of pure repetition which cannot be contained in the idealist movement of sublation. Although the first aspect was much more to the fore, it is the second which bears witness to a true philosophical revolution. There is no complementarity between these two aspects, they are mutually exclusive. Repetition relies on the blockage of direct positive affirmation. We repeat because it is impossible to directly affirm. Related to the opposition between these two aspects is the opposition between finitude and infinity. The great motif of the post-Hegelian assertion of positive being is the accent on material, actual, finitude, while the compulsion to repeat introduces an obscene infinity or immortality, not spiritual immortality, but an immortality of spirits, of the living dead. If, however, the death drive or the compulsion to repeat lies at the heart of negativity, how are we to read Freud's famous claim that the unconscious knows no negation? It is all too easy to refute this claim empirically by noting that, not so many pages after making this claim, Freud himself outlines a number of ways in which dreams can effect a negation of a certain state of things. Freud's example of Verneinung remains pertinent here. Negation belongs to the level of consciousness/preconsciousness. It is one way for the conscious subject to admit their unconscious incestuous fixation. The Hegelian negation as the universalizing abolition of particular content, this violence inherent to idealization, is what is missing in the Freudian unconscious. However, there is also a weird negativity which pervades the entire sphere of the unconscious, from brutal aggression and self-sabotaging to hysteria, with its basic experience, apropos every object, of cen est passé, so that it is as if the suspension of negation is paid for by its multiplication. What is the foundation and status of this all-pervasive negativity which eludes the logical form of negation? Perhaps one way to read this negation itself is as a positive fact, in the same way that, in a differential system, absence itself can be a positive feature. The difference between the system of consciousness/preconsciousness and the unconscious is thus not simply that, in the former, there is negation, while the unconscious is too primitive to know the function of negation. It is rather that the system of consciousness/preconsciousness perceives only the negative aspect of the negation, for it sees negation only in its negative dimension, ignoring the positive space opened up by this negation. When confronted by a fact that clearly goes against some deep conviction of ours, we can react to it in one of two basic ways, either simply and brutally rejecting it, or endorsing it in a sublated form, as something not to be taken literally, but rather as an expression of a deeper or higher truth. For example, we can either reject outright the idea of hell, or we can claim that hell is a metaphor for the inner turmoil we suffer when we do something wrong. Recall the well-known Italian expression se non è vero, è ben trovato. If it is not true, it is well founded. It is in this sense that anecdotes about famous people, even when invented, often capture the core of their personality more accurately than would an enumeration of their real qualities. Here also, truth has the structure of a fiction, as Lacan put it. There is a wonderfully obscene Serbo-Croat version of this expression which perfectly renders the proto-psychotic rejection of symbolic fiction, se non è vero, jebem ti mater. Jebem ti mater is one of the most popular vulgar insults. The joke, of course, relies on the almost perfect rhyme, with the same number of syllables, between e ben trovato and jebem ti mater. The meaning thus changes into an explosion of obscene rage, an attack on the other's most intimate primordial object. It better be true. If it's not true, I'll fuck your mother. The two versions thus clearly enact the two reactions to what literally turns out to be a lie, furious rejection, or the sublation into a higher truth. In psychoanalytical terms, their difference is that between foreclosure and symbolic transubstantiation. Freud deploys a whole series, a system even, of negations in the unconscious, throwing out of the ego, rejection, repression, disavowal, denial, up to the complex ways in which acceptance itself can function as a mode of denial, as in so-called isolation, where a traumatic fact is rationally accepted, but isolated from its libidinal symbolic context. Point 46. What further complicates the scheme are objects and signifiers which somehow overlap with their own lack. For Lacan, the phallus is itself the signifier of castration, not to mention l'objet petit, the object cause of desire, which is nothing but the embodiment of lack, its placeholder. The relationship between object and lack is here turned around. Far from lack being reducible to the lack of an object, the object itself is a spectral positivization of a lack. And one has to extrapolate this mechanism into the very ontological foundation of all being. The primordial gesture of creation is not that of an excessive giving, of assertion, but a negative gesture of withdrawal, of subtracting, which alone opens up the space for the creation of positive entities. This is how there is something rather than nothing. In order to arrive at something, one has to subtract from nothing its nothing itself, that is, one has to posit the primordial pre-ontological abyss as such, as nothing, so that, in contrast to nothing, something can appear. What precedes nothing is less than nothing, the pre-ontological multiplicity whose names range from Democritus's den to Lacan's objet. The space of this pre-ontological multiplicity is not between nothing and something. Den is, on the contrary, more than something but less than nothing. The relationship between these three basic ontological terms, nothing, something, den, thus takes the form of a paradoxical circle, like Escher's famous drawing of the interconnected waterfalls forming a circular perpetuum mobile. Something is more than nothing, den is more than something, and nothing is more than den. The underlying problem here is to determine which of the Freudian negations is the primordial one, which one opens up the space for all the others. From the Lacanian perspective, the most obvious candidate may appear to be the notorious symbolic castration, the loss which opens up and sustains the space of symbolization. Recall, in relation to the name of the Father as the bearer of symbolic castration, how Lacan, as we have seen, plays on the French homophony between le nom du père and le nom du père. But it seems more productive to follow a more radical path of thinking beyond the Father to what is even worse. Again, the most obvious candidate for this verse is the drive, a kind of Freudian correlate of what Schelling called the primordial contraction, an obstinate repetitive fixation on a contingent object which subtracts the subject from its direct immersion in reality.